Ding! A notification has been detected indicating that the host is in the process of breaking up with his materialistic girlfriend. Option 1. Employ every means to retain her. Rewarded with a titanium dog tag. Option 2. Splash the soy milk before you onto her face. Rewarded with a Pagani Huayra. Am I the dog? System. You must be mistaken. I choose Pagani. Chapter 1. Shanghai, a rainy day. Outside Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, within a Chinese fast food joint known for its soy milk, a young man clad in a black t-shirt sits on a plastic stool, lost in thought. Lin Qingshou is a junior student visiting this establishment because his girlfriend, He, has ignored him for an entire month. Text messages go unanswered, and when he calls, she responds with mere cold remarks. Do you need something? If not, I'm hanging up. Lin Qingshou has known He since childhood. They became close during middle school and solidified their relationship in college. He enrolled at Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, while Lin Qingshou found himself at Shanghai Jiaotong University. Why didn't they attend the same institution? That was He's decision. She told Lin Qingshou that distance creates beauty, and he believed her. Now, heartbroken, Lin Qingshou recalls a saying, the origin of which escapes him. When a woman's focus and attention are no longer on you, you can feel it. Lin Qingshou resonates deeply with this statement, yet he is not one to adopt a passive approach. Thus, he took a bus for an hour to confront his girlfriend outside her university, determined to clarify their situation. An hour has passed since his call, but he still has not emerged. Lin Qingshou's heart grows increasingly tumultuous, even beginning to ache. Ding! A heartbroken individual has been detected, meeting binding criteria. Ding! Initiating system binding. Ding! Binding complete. Host, Lin Qingshou. Strength, 6 Constitution. 6 Spirit, 6 Charm, 6. The maximum attributes for an ordinary person is 10. The host's values are within the normal range. What is this? System binding? Lin Qingshou is no stranger to novels typically. System bindings are reserved for heartbroken individuals or discarded love interests consumed by grief and anger. How could this happen to him? Based on his extensive reading of such stories, he believes he meets the criteria of a breakup. Or does this system perceive him as a dog? This is a misunderstanding. System, come out. I can explain I am not a dog. Lin Qingshou internally cries out, but the system offers no response. As for those absurd attributes, has it made an error? He is, after all, a basketball champion at his school. It seems he barely scraped by with a 66-66. He often fantasizes about engaging in battles, envisioning himself as a one-man army facing 10 opponents. Reality, it appears, is far from such illusions. While Lin Qingshou continues to call for the system, a long-haired girl enters the establishment, clad in an oversized windbreaker. Upon seeing the windbreaker, Lin Qingshou's expression becomes complex. It is evident that it belongs to a man. He's blatant display of it leaves little room for doubt regarding her intentions. What do you want? He coldly inquires as she takes a seat. Lin Qingshou's gaze grows complicated as he retrieves a bag from beside him and places it on the table. Xiao He, this honey is from my hometown. It's good for your skin. I brought it for you. He glances at it, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. I see. Is there anything else? Lin Qingshou opens his mouth to speak, but falters. He had intended to clarify He's feelings, to part ways if love was lost. Yet in her presence, words elude him. Noticing his indecision, he sneers. Look at you, I thought you'd finally grown a spine and come to break up with me. Since you want to speak, allow me to make it clear. We're breaking up. Lin Qingshou gazes at her with sorrow, whispering, Why? Why? What do I gain from being with you? The silver necklace you gifted me last year for my birthday? Or the trips we took where I had to pay for the hotel? Lin Qingshou, let me be frank. I was with you because of your parents' business. They may not be wealthy, but they were comfortable. Now that your parents have returned to farming, your living expenses are less than mine. What will you use to support me in the future? He's frantic voice strikes at his heart. Lin Qingshou opens his mouth, yet words fail him. Two individuals who once loved each other ultimately succumb to the harshness of reality. OS. Lin Qingshou believes they are in love. Ding! A notification has been detected indicating that the host is in the process of breaking up with his materialistic girlfriend. Option 1. Employ every means to retain her. Rewarded with a titanium dog tag. Option 2. Splash the soy milk before you onto her face and take back the honey. Rewarded with a Pagani Huayra. Lin Qingshou is momentarily stunned. A dog tag. A titanium one? This system is mocking him. Does it think he wouldn't dare choose the Pagani? I choose the second option. Rather than cling to a woman who regards him with icy disdain, why not opt for the luxury vehicle worth 25 million? Although he, as a mere commoner, has never seen such a car, he has certainly heard of it as a status symbol in wealthy novels. The system has declared he to be materialistic once he possesses the luxury car. Surely, she will have a change of heart. System. The host's path as a dog is gradually diverging. Seeing Lin Qingshou in stunned silence, he assumes he cannot accept reality, her eyes filled with disdain. There are many pursuing me at school now. Do you see this jacket? A wealthy senior lent it to me to shield me from the rain, and he is merely one of my backups. All of my backups are wealthy. What right do you have to be my boyfriend? How can you presume to occupy the position of my primary partner? Lin Qingshou snaps back to reality, chuckling bitterly. Primary partner? Does he see herself as a queen? He then seizes the soy milk on the table and splashes it onto He's face before snatching the honey and striding towards the exit. What I owe you is all in this cup of soy milk. From now on, we are even and will have no further dealings. He wipes the soy milk from her face, her expression icy. Initially furious from the splash, she quickly suppresses her anger. Rather than allow Lin Qingshou to cling to her, she thinks, why not let him splash her once? If it means shedding this clingy pest, she wouldn't mind a couple more splashes. Perhaps seeing her drenched will prompt her backups to come rushing to her side even more fervently. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of splashing soy milk and taking the honey. You have been rewarded with the Pagani Huayra, which has been placed at the entrance of the establishment in a reasonable manner, with the keys in the host's pocket. Lin Qingshou feels his pocket, and indeed finds the keys. As he steps out of the soy milk king, he discovers his Pagani Huayra parked at the roadside, overshadowing all surrounding vehicles. Chapter 2. The campus beauty Qin Shanshan. However, there was an unexpected sight. A stunning beauty clad in a vibrant crimson pleated skirt and a crisp white blouse, her cascading, slightly curled hair obscuring her visage. Yet, judging by her figure and attire, she undoubtedly exuded an aura of exquisite beauty. Beside the Pagani Huayra, a shared bicycle lay abandoned on the ground, seemingly the very vehicle that had collided with Lin Qingshou's car. Lin Qingshou was left speechless upon encountering his new vehicle for the first time. It had already been scratched. With a deep sigh, he ambled over to inspect the damage. Ding! A beauty with a score exceeding 90 has been detected. Name: Qin Shanshan. Beauty score: 93. Age: 20. Height: 168 centimeters. Measurements: 34 cm. Affection level: 0. Ding! An affection level of 90 will ensure unwavering loyalty to the host. Lin Qingshou's steps faltered. He was taken aback to discover that she possessed a beauty score of 93. Although he was uncertain how such scores were calculated, the system's notification indicated she was indeed a top-tier beauty. Furthermore, that affection level resembled a progress bar for courtship. Ding! A beauty with a score exceeding 90 has scratched the host's vehicle. Option 1. Demand compensation vehemently and employ unscrupulous methods to make the beauty submit to you. Reward: a box of super potent Viagra. Option 2. Forbear from demanding compensation and escort Qin Shanshan to her interview. Reward: a luxury mansion worth 500 million at Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1. Was there even a need to choose? A 500 million mansion versus a beauty and a box of Viagra? The mansion was a clear winner. With that estate, would he ever need to worry about the absence of beautiful women? As for the super potent Viagra, he didn't require it at all. He was in the prime of youth. Lin Qingshou approached the vehicle, sporting a self-assured smile. Is there anything you need help with? Beautiful? Qin Shanshan glanced at him but chose to ignore his presence, assuming Lin Qingshou was merely attempting to flirt. That moment, she had no time for idle chit-chat. Having scraped someone else's car without leaving a contact number, she was in a hurry to attend her interview. This was a crucial opportunity she had fought hard to secure, now advancing to the second round. If she missed it, it would be tantamount to forfeiting her chance. As the rain held off, more people began to gather around the school gate, drawn in by the sight of the Pagani Huayra. Wow! Which tycoon has arrived at our school? This is the Pagani Huayra. Isn't it just a sports car? Domestic electric vehicles are also making sports cars now. Soon, they'll be everywhere. Fool! This Pagani Huayra costs 25 million. Don't compare it with those domestic electric sports cars. Seriously? It costs 25 million. But But that's not surprising. This is the magical city, and there are plenty of rich second-generation heirs driving luxury cars to school. Who knows which wealthy scion it is? I hope I can get a chance to meet him. A heavily made-up woman pushed aside her hair with confidence. Isn't that our school's common beauty, Chen Shanshan? What is she doing by that car? I thought she was too aloof to even look at the many rich second-generation heirs pursuing her. Ha! I've always said she was a flirtatious vixen. She must have made the first move. Those rich heirs probably don't meet her standards. Look, there's a shared bicycle leaning against that sports car. Perhaps this is our common beauty scheme. Idol dramas often portray it this way. The surrounding whispers reached Chen Shanshan's ears, making her tremble. 25 million. She couldn't even scrape together 2,500 at the moment, leaving her feeling utterly helpless. Lin Qinsher noticed her lack of response and awkwardly scratched his head, pressing the unlock button on his car key. If you don't need assistance, could you please step aside? I need to leave. Shock, stunned. Everyone gazed at the seemingly ordinary man who had just revealed the key to the Pagani Huayra. What the hell? I thought this guy was just thick-skinned and trying to flirt. Turns out, he.s. the owner. Impossible. He.s. wearing clothes that look like they cost 30 bucks. How could he afford such an expensive car? Don't ask me how I know. I have an identical outfit. Rich people's tastes cannot be measured by money. If someone is dressed in flashy attire, it usually means they are more likely to be pretentious. How do you know so much? Are you wealthy? I'm not, but my aunt has a friend whose son is rich. The onlookers collectively raised their middle fingers at him. Chen Shanshan, somewhat flustered, spoke up, I'm sorry. I accidentally scratched your car. How much do you need for compensation? I may not be able to pay now, but I promise to repay you once I earn some money. Lin Qinsher walked around to inspect the damage, indeed noticing a white scratch. Do you know how much this car costs? This scratch could cost tens of thousands to repair, he stated nonchalantly. Although he wasn't sure of the exact repair costs, he had seen enough news on Douyin to know that even minor scratches on luxury cars could easily run into the tens of thousands. Chen Shanshan's face drained of color as she stammered. I don't have that much money. I'm not trying to extort you. How about this? Do you have any relatives or friends in the auto repair business? You could call and ask them. Lin Qinsher was in no hurry to present any conditions. He understood that some things had to unfold naturally if he abruptly offered to take her to her interview. Wouldn't that make him seem desperate? Unbeknownst to Lin Qinsher, ever since acquiring the system, he had developed a newfound clarity regarding such matters. Chen Shanshan, in fact, had a cousin who worked in auto repair right in the magical city. When she had just started university, her father had taken her out to dinner with him, leaving her with his phone number, though they hadn't been in touch for years. Back then, her cousin hadn't shown much interest in their distant, impoverished relative. Cousin, it's Chen Shanshan. She dialed her cousin's number. The sound of a grinding machine blared on the other end. Shanshan, why haven't you come to eat at Uncle's in years? Sorry, cousin. I'll come by sometime. I have a bit of an issue and wanted to ask you something. Oh? What's the matter? Speak up, cousin. I accidentally scratched someone's car with my bicycle, leaving a scratch over 10 centimeters long. What's the big deal? It's just a scratch. How deep is it? If it's not too deep, a few $100 for a coat of paint should suffice. For a decent car. Maybe 1,000. Chen Shanshan's eyes lit up at the mention of a few hundred to 1,000. She could borrow that much, but this was a sports car. Her cousin fell silent for a moment. Sports cars are a bit more complicated. What brand is it? If it's a good one, it could cost several thousands to fix. Chapter 3. Do you overestimate yourself? Lin Qinsher observed Chen Shanshan's questioning gaze. This car is called the Pagani Huayra. Beep, beep, beep. The call was abruptly disconnected. In that instant, Chen Shanshan comprehended the terrifying nature of this vehicle. Her cousin was evidently so frightened of being implicated that he hung up without hesitation. Did you get an answer? Lin Qinsher asked with a grin. Chen Shanshan's face turned pale as she apologized. I will definitely repay you for the damages, but I don't have any money right now. Could you wait until I earn some? Lin Qinsher shook his head. You seem rather anxious. Are you in a hurry to go somewhere? Yes, I have an interview to attend, and if I pass, I can start working and repay you. Chen Shanshan blurted out, hoping to placate him. Lin Qinsher chuckled. How about this? If you promise me one thing, you won't need to pay for the damages. Immediately, Chen Shanshan regarded him with suspicion. Ding! Chen Shanshan's affection level towards the host decreased by 10. Ding! Chen Shanshan's affection level towards the host decreased by 10. Ding! Chen Shanshan's current affection level is -20. Damn! After all that build-up, his affection level dropped. However, The priority was to secure the task reward. Listen, Chen Shanshan, I'm not the kind of person you imagine me to be. If you have ulterior motives, I advise you to abandon them. I'll call the police to handle this matter, Chen Shanshan asserted, brandishing her phone, ready to dial the authorities. Lin Qinsher smirked. What kind of person do you think I am? I haven't said anything yet, and you automatically assume I have ulterior motives. Are you overestimating yourself? Chen Shanshan's expression shifted through shades of anger and fear. My condition is simple. You sit in my car, and I'll drive you to your interview. In return, I want to pursue your responsibility. With so many witnesses here, and some even recording videos, if I were to deceive you, wouldn't that be tantamount to seeking my own demise? I'm not one to seek attention. The crowd here makes me uncomfortable. Let us discuss how to resolve this as we walk, Lin Qinsher stated calmly. It was then that Chen Shanshan noticed a crowd of students had gathered, with many filming her on their phones. Lin Qinsher pressed the key fob, and the doors swung open like wings. Reluctant to remain in the spotlight, Chen Shanshan quickly climbed into the car. Lin Qinsher pressed the accelerator, and the Pagani Huayra roared to life, speeding away. At that moment, he emerged from the Dojang Wang, Soy Milk King, CAF, and was taken aback by the scene she witnessed. Her thoughts raced. How could that loser Lin Qinsher have a sports car? He must be renting it, and that girl too. Humph. A loser remains a loser. Even if he pretends to be wealthy, it only makes me look down on him more. He scoffed and continued her way to school, unaware that had she recognized Chen Shanshan, her assumptions would have drastically changed. Both she and Lin Qinsher hailed from rural backgrounds, with Lin Qinsher's parents once running a business, in the village's eyes. They were relatively well off, but 2 years ago, his parents had abruptly ceased their business endeavors and returned to farming, leading to ridicule and gossip among the villagers, speculating that they had incurred massive debts due to a failed venture. This was Lin Qinsher's first experience driving a sports car. Previously, his family owned a Toyota, a manual transmission that he cherished deeply. The sensation of gripping the steering wheel and weaving through traffic was exhilarating. He recalled a phrase he had seen online. He looked incredibly cool driving a Ferrari with one hand. Although he wasn't driving a Ferrari, this vehicle was still more expensive than most Ferraris. Lin Qinsher and Chen Shanshan sat in silence within the car. Chen Shanshan pondered how she had unwittingly entered the vehicle, worrying about what might happen if Lin Qinsher chose a secluded spot to enact his nefarious plans. Should she report him to the authorities? Eventually, Lin Qinsher broke the silence. Where's the company you're interviewing at? You need to tell me. Chen Shanshan snapped back to reality, retrieving her phone to navigate. However, the direction seemed off, leading them into a narrow alley barely wide enough for 2 or 3 people, making it impossible for Lin Qinsher's car to pass. Lin Qinsher took Chen Shanshan's phone, inspected the destination, and discovered it was the Lujiazui branch of a bank in the magical city. Adjusting the navigation from cycling to driving finally directed them to the correct location. Upon arrival, Chen Shanshan exited the car, and Lin Qinsher didn't utter a single word before driving away. With a negative affection level of -20, even the most beautiful woman wouldn't entice him to linger. Chen Shanshan's face flushed with embarrassment as it dawned on her that Lin Qinsher had genuinely taken her to her interview. Even as she stepped out, she had still harbored suspicions about his intentions, but his immediate departure without a word indicated that she had misjudged him. Lin Qinsher, on the other hand, was in a hurry to leave because he realized he was running low on fuel and had no money to refuel. It was hard to believe that a person driving a multi-million-dollar car could be so broke. He reminisced. I missed the days when we could talk about anything, when we shared dreams. His phone rang. This was the ringtone he had set after the Cold War with perfectly reflecting his emotional state at that time. Lin Qinsher checked the caller ID. It was a number from the magical city. Hello. Who is this? Hello, Mr. Lin. This is the sales office of Yunlu Mountain Villa. I'm the manager, Li Qing. Your aerial duplex mansion is ready for handover. When would be a convenient time for you to come by? The voice on the other end was melodious and pleasant. Huh? Lin Qinsher recalled the task involving Chen Shanshan, realizing that he should have received a system notification sooner. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of escorting Chen Shanshan to her interview. Earning a reward. A luxury mansion worth 500 million at Yunlu Mountain Villa. So it was just delayed. He hadn't expected the system to function this way. Ding! The system releases task rewards at the moment the host completes the task. The notification will appear at an appropriate time, not necessarily indicating a delay in the system. Now he understood. But Lin Qingshi wasn't keen on visiting to accept the property just yet. He was wary of potential management fees he couldn't afford. Miss Li, I don't have time to come by at the moment. I'll visit when I can. Even with the system, he had yet to fully grasp its functionalities. IT had already rewarded him with a luxury car and a mansion. Surely, money would follow soon. All right, Mr. Lin, I'll await your arrival, Li Qing concluded before Lin Qingshi hung up. He parked the car in the underground garage of the Guijin Center, filled with numerous luxury vehicles, confident in the property management's capabilities. While the parking fees were steep for him, he couldn't afford to worry about that at the moment. Chapter 4. The exceptional dormitory roommates now, with a luxury car making an appearance at school, it would undoubtedly cause quite a commotion. It wasn't that he sought the attention. Rather, the fuel was running low, and he couldn't afford to make it back to the school. This system didn't follow the usual pattern. Other systems typically provided cash first, but this one opted to grant him a luxury car and mansion instead. He wished it would have given him enough for fuel as well. Lin Qingshi took the bus back to Magic City Transportation University, having spent his last savings on soy milk. For the days ahead, he would have to survive on the 50 yuan left on his campus card, with only 3 yuan remaining in his bank account. What kind of wealthy person was this poor? Choosing the bus meant a longer journey, but it was a direct route, eliminating the need to transfer. The subway would have required a convoluted route and was costlier. Upon returning to his dormitory, he found his 3 roommates deeply engrossed in a game of King of Glory on their phones. Their dorm was renowned throughout the school as the exceptional dormitory, each member boasting memorable names: Fan Jianxiang, Xiaolu, Li Wuqi, and Lin Qingshi. Hey, the beast is back. Quick, update your accounts. The new season is here. We need to make the most of it. I'm heading out for a date, and then we can team up, Li Wuqi called out, glancing at Lin Qingshi as he entered, completely forgetting that Lin Qingshi had mentioned going to break up with his girlfriend. The other two scrutinized Lin Qingshi, noticing he didn't appear as disheveled as they had expected. In fact, they detected a hint of joy in his demeanor. Beast, you didn't break up with her, did you? Your girlfriend clearly didn't want you anymore. The prolonged Cold War was a clear indication that she was forcing you to end it. Fan Jianxiang furrowed his brows and inquired. Xiaolu had just lost his game character, the screen fading to a grayish hue. He set down his phone and leaned in closer. You didn't go back to Lick, did you? The trio in the dorm often teased Lin Qingshi, labeling him as a sycophant, though he himself vehemently denied such a title, never perceiving himself as one. Nonsense. We've merely encountered other delightful matters. Lin Qingshi placed a reassuring hand on Xiaolu's shoulder, patting it twice to signify his ease. Xiaolu, you've respawned already? Hurry up, it's the final wave, Li Wuqi called out urgently. The other two breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Lin Qingshi's dismissal of the previous topic. They were unacquainted with he, but Lin Qingshi, a tall man standing at 180 centimeters, possessed a rather unremarkable appearance and treated everyone with an air of neither servility nor arrogance. Yet, when it came to he, whether over the phone or in video chats, he exuded a sense of subservience. Don't fret, I'll be going out to dinner with Yin later. I'll have her introduce you to a girlfriend. Xiaolu picked up his phone, resuming his game while speaking. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Why should one fixate on just one bloom? Besides, it's not even a good flower. Although she has some charm, there are far more attractive girls in our school. Lin Qingshi smiled but did not respond, grabbing his clothes and heading to the bathroom for a shower, as he had been lightly rained on while returning to the dorm. The warm water was just what he needed. Under the cascading warmth, Lin Qingshi's mind seemed to clear, allowing him to reflect on his past with he from the perspective of an observer. It became evident that he did not harbor the affections he had imagined. Rather, she sought companionship out of loneliness. Lin Qingshi's fade of ease belied a deeper sorrow, but given the circumstances, he could only allow time to heal his emotional wounds. When he received the system, he had hoped to mend their relationship, but after that incident with the spilled soybean milk, He's words had made him realize that she had completely severed her emotional ties to him. To break up with him, she didn't even scold him for the spill, clearly worried that he might continue to cling to her. After finishing his shower, Lin Qingshi emerged to find only Li Wuqi and Fan Jianxiang remaining in the dorm. Xiaolu had already gone out on a date. Heh, it used to be just me and old Fan single in our dorm. Every time I saw you and Xiaolu going out to find partners, I was envious. Now, we transformed into a trio of singles. Welcome to the single dog team, Li Wuqi teased. Lin Qingshi shrugged and replied with a slight smirk, I just had too much of being in a relationship. Now, I yearn for the single life again. This sudden shift is something you want to understand in a short while. Li Wuqi shot Lin Qingshou a middle finger and urged, hurry up and log in. We're waiting for you in a 3-man queue. I'm not playing. I've been running around all day and need some rest. Order me a duck leg rice for dinner. My meal card is on my desk. Lin Qingshou climbed into bed and began scrolling through his social media. Coincidentally, he stumbled upon a post from He Yi. Thanks to Senior Zhang Gang for lending me his clothes. They saved me from getting drenched in this rain. The post was accompanied by an overhead selfie of her wearing the jacket from earlier that afternoon, flashing a peace sign. Lin Qingshou swiftly swiped past the post and set his phone aside. System, open panel, host. Lin Qingshou, strength. 6, constitution. 6, mentality. 6, charm. 6, the maximum attribute for an ordinary person is 10. The host falls within the normal range. Vehicle, Pagani Huayra, mansion. Yunlu Mountain Villa. The emergence of a vehicle and a mansion was unexpected. On the very first day of obtaining the system, he had already achieved what most people strive for throughout their lives. Lin Qingshou pondered the conditions under which the system's selection tasks would trigger. It seemed that remaining in the dorm was the least likely scenario for activating a task. Following the recent task issued by Chen Shanshan, it appeared that the system detected beautiful women scoring above 90 points, indicating he needed to venture out more. Lin Qingshou resolved to take a nap before heading out for a leisurely stroll. In a drowsy haze, Lin Qingshou was roused by Fan Jianqiang, who informed him that they had returned with dinner, urging him to eat it while it was hot. Xiaolu invited us to a bar. His girlfriend Yin is celebrating her birthday today, and he wants to take a couple of dorm mates along to celebrate, Li Wuqi announced as he entered. Lin Qingshou initially intended to decline but then reconsidered. He had planned to go out anyway, and rather than wandering aimlessly, it would be better to join his friends at the bar. As for the financial aspect, he had no worries. Xiaolu was the wealthy heir among them. Historically, Xiaolu had always been generous with his friends, having taken them to a bar for the first time. The trio quickly prepared and set off, deciding to walk since the bar was just a couple of blocks away from the school. Neither too close nor too far, especially considering the students from ordinary families who found taxi fares exorbitant. Senior, a cheerful voice called out to Lin Qingshou from behind the bustling crowd at the campus entrance. All the boys turned their heads at the sound. A vibrant girl jogged up to Lin Qingshou, radiating an aura of vitality. She carried a subtle fragrance, her large eyes adorned with 2 cute dimples, standing at 164 centimeters, creating an adorable height disparity with Lin Qingshou. Clad in a black pleated skirt paired with a white t-shirt, her pert figure caught Lin Qingshou's attention as she playfully swayed before him. Chapter 5. Yimengshi, Ding. A beauty with a score above 90 has been detected. Name, Yimengshi. Attractiveness, 91. Age, 18. Height, 160. Measurements, 36D. Affinity, 85. Ming. Have you eaten yet? Lin Qingshou was astonished by Yimengshi's high affinity towards him, merely 5 points shy of an unbreakable bond. Moreover, the system had deemed her beauty to be above 90 points. However, his question left those present momentarily speechless. It was nearly late-night snacking time, yet he was asking if someone had eaten. What a peculiar question to pose. I've already eaten, senior. Where are you all headed? The school gate is about to close, Yimengshi chirped. The school gates closed at 10:30, and anyone arriving after that would not be allowed in. As it was almost 10 o'clock, Lin Qingshou and his friends were exuberantly heading out, seemingly prepared to spend the night outside. Xiaolu is throwing a birthday celebration for his girlfriend. He invited us to join in, Lin Qingshou answered candidly, explaining that Xiaolu had already booked a hotel for the night, planning to play until the early hours before crashing at the hotel, with classes only resuming after the morning schedule. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of something peculiar flickered in Yimengshi's eyes. Yet her smile remained playful as she teased. Just be careful, senior. If you end up in a predicament with your girlfriend finding out, you might find yourself in quite a bind. Lin Qingshou waved his hand dismissively. No worries. We've already broken up. I'm single now, so I'm not concerned about any complications during the gathering. Upon hearing this, Yimengshi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What a beast. This younger sister seems unfamiliar. I've never heard you mention her before, Li Wuqi exclaimed, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, his eyes gleaming with envy, resembling a wolf spotting its prey. Lin Qingshou cast a disdainful glance at his friend's lewd demeanor and introduced. This is Yimengshi, a freshman I met when she enrolled. These two are my dorm mates, Li Wuqi and Fan Jinxiang. Yimengshi couldn't help but laugh upon hearing their names, nearly forgetting that Lin Qingxiu was known as one of the most eligible bachelors in their school. Her laughter caused Li Wuqi's face to flush with embarrassment, though he quickly regained his composure. Why Yimengshi? I say that the name of the newly appointed campus beauty, Li Wuqi exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that this so-called sycophant had connections with the new campus flower. How could he be so fortunate to know someone with such resources yet still indulge in sycophancy? New campus flower. Lin Qingxiu questioned, puzzled by Li Wuqi's remark. Having been preoccupied with his relationship with he had neglected to keep up with campus gossip and barely noticed other girls. Li Wuqi, a regular on the campus forum, was well versed in these matters, knowing all the rankings and names of the campus flowers. Yi Mengxi, a freshman from the media department, was voted unanimously as the new campus beauty due to her charmingly cute face and striking figure as soon as she entered her first year. Alongside Su Weiwei, Shen Yu, and Qin Ruolin, she is among the 4 renowned beauties of Modu Jiaoda. However, Qin Ruolin has already gone for an internship, leaving only the 3 beauties still on campus. Li Wuqi retrieved a pair of gold-rimmed glasses from somewhere and put them on, as if announcing a legendary tale while reciting information about the campus flowers. Lin Qingxiu was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't realized that there were 4 campus beauties. What did that even mean? Sensing Lin Qingxiu's skepticism, Li Wuqi continued, the 4 beauties are celebrated for their distinct appearances and figures, which is why they are all recognized as campus beauties. This is a consensus at our university. Ah, it's nothing, just a compliment from classmates. Yimengshi smiled and shook her head, neither overly pleased nor displeased. She quickly shifted the topic. Senior, are you free tomorrow? An MCN company invited me for an interview in the afternoon, but my friends are all busy, and I'm not familiar with Modud. If you have time, could you accompany me? After the interview, I'll treat you to a meal. Yimengshi playfully stuck out her tongue. Ding! A beauty with a score above 90 is requesting the host. Option 1. Refuse her request, causing disappointment, and reward 1 million in cash. Option 2. Accept her request, accompany Yimengshi to the interview tomorrow, and reward 500,000 in cash 1 attribute point. A task has arrived. It appears that I can trigger tasks not only by encountering beauties, but also through various situations. Lin Qingxiu felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of a new task. Finally, cash rewards were on the table, one for 1 million and another for 500,000. The million seemed more enticing, as merely refusing the request would suffice to claim it. However, who was Lin Qingxiu? He would never harm a young girl's feelings for a mere 50,000. I choose the second option. In truth, it wasn't that Lin Qingxiu was averse to the million. Rather, he valued the attribute point contained within the 50,000. Attribute points were rare and could significantly enhance his capabilities. Ordinary people had a maximum score of 10, and he was only at 6, barely scraping by. With the system in place, acquiring 50,000 would be relatively easy. But boosting his attributes was another story. Some attributes might take a lifetime to improve. I have classes in the morning, but I'm free in the afternoon. I'll accompany you, Lin Qingxiu readily agreed. Yimengshi's eyes sparkled with joy as she repeatedly thanked him. See you tomorrow. After Yimengshi cheerfully departed, Lin Qingxiu's companion Li Wuqi suddenly shouted, What the heck, you beast? You actually know the campus beauty, and she invited you out? Heaven above, how could you be so lucky, while I, a dashing gentleman, am outshined by a sycophant? Fan Jinxiang glared at Lin Qingxiu, his expression mirroring Li Wuqi's sentiments, though he was less verbose. Lin Qingxiu playfully smacked Li Wuqi on the back of the head. You fool! Who are you calling a sycophant? Let us get moving. Xiaolu is already impatiently waiting. Li Wuqi and Fan Jinxiang hurried to keep pace with Lin Qingxiu, their expressions still rife with envy. The trio soon arrived at the bar Xiaolu mentioned, only to find a gathering of people at the entrance, seemingly embroiled in some dispute. They initially planned to ignore it and enter, but then they heard Xiaolu's voice rising above the crowd. Apologize to Yin Yin and her friends immediately, or don't blame me for being rude. Xiaolu's furious voice echoed from within the throng. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxiu and his friends swiftly squeezed through the crowd, spotting Xiaolu standing alongside 4 young women, facing off against a lanky fellow with bleached hair. The latter appeared disoriented, his face flushed, clearly inebriated. Chapter 6. Snowfall bar a few bitches, and you want me to apologize to them? Hick, the bleached-haired man retorted, releasing a hiccup that wafted a strong smell of alcohol into the air. causing the girls near Xia Lu to wrinkle their noses in disgust. What is going on, old Xia? Lin Qingshou and his friends, having finally managed to squeeze in, were met with the curious stares of onlookers. In today's society, there would always be spectators eager to gawk at drama unfolding. Upon seeing his friends arrive, Xia Lu felt emboldened. Although he was facing just one person, the presence of the girls around him provided him with confidence. He recounted the incident to his friends. The drunken man had approached Xia Lu's group after exiting the bar, offering 10,000 for each girl to spend the night with him, promising additional rewards for good behavior. Xia Lu had prepared to confront the man but was stopped by his girlfriend Yin Yin, leading to the current standoff where an apology was demanded. Upon hearing this, Li Wuqi dashed toward the bleached-haired man and slapped him on the back of the head. So you think you can act like a thug here? Apologize now, or I'll show you why flowers bloom so vividly. The slap startled the drunken man, who was momentarily shaken from his stupor, revealing a sly grin. Do you know who I am? Li Wuqi, fueled by anger, shot back. I don't care who you are. Apologize. Suddenly, 7 or 8 individuals emerged from the bar to stand by the bleached-haired man, calling out, Li Xiao, we thought you had left. The expressions of Xia Lu and the others changed as they realized the situation was escalating, prompting Li Wuqi to cautiously retreat to Lin Qingshou's side. After receiving a lecture from the newcomers, the leader stepped forward, a mocking smile on his lips. You dare to hit him? Looks like you are not interested in staying in Modu anymore. Here's your chance. Have those 4 girls accompany Li Xiao for one night, and you 4 men can crawl through my legs, and we'll let this slide. Li Wuqi's face flushed with indignation as he shouted. You lot were in the wrong first, and you dare speak so arrogantly. Fan Jianxiang stepped forward, his imposing physique lending Li Wuqi courage. The man beside the bleached-haired fellow scoffed, opportunities don't help fools. With that, he clapped his hands, and more people emerged from the bar, even security joining their ranks, causing Lin Qingshou to realize that the bleached-haired man was not someone to be trifled with. The bar, named Snowfall, while not the finest in Modu, had its own unique charm. Rumors suggested that the proprietor, a woman named Snowfall, was exceptionally beautiful, attracting many wealthy heirs eager to catch a glimpse of her. The fact that a beautiful woman could run a bar in Modu and maintain her independence indicated her remarkable prowess. Ding! The host is facing the threat of being beaten. Option 1. Rise in defiance. Regardless of the outcome, to defend your dignity, reward 1 strength attribute point, ownership of Snowfall Bar. Option 2. Submit, plead for mercy, and comply with their demands, crawling through their legs, reward 200,000 in cash, and a cowardly titanium plaque. Lin Qingshou was taken aback by the task prompt. Finally, another choice task had emerged, proving that triggering wasn't limited to encounters with beauties. Situations could also activate tasks. However, the system's sudden demand for a titanium alloy nameplate is truly an affront. Enough is enough, system. How could I, Lin Qingshou, a dignified man of 7 feet, ever beg for mercy in such a humiliating manner? If it's war they seek, then let it be war. Lin Qingshou internally roared as he trudged heavily towards the front of Xia Lu and the others. For against 10 was clearly an uphill battle, yet the adversaries were all intoxicated, while his side consisted of 4 vigorous youths, so they could still put up a fight. The first option was to allocate all attribute points to gain ownership of the bar before him, while the second option was a cash reward of 200,000. For Lin Qingshou, possessing a system only to grovel for 200,000 was utterly unacceptable. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose the first option. The man beside the yellow-haired ruffian let out a cold laugh and commanded his followers, if you refuse to drink the toast, then face the penalty. Break the men's limbs and send the women to Li Xiao. Suddenly, a crowd of over a dozen people, along with the bouncers from the Snowfall Bar, surrounded them. Ding! The host demonstrates commendable courage by opting to confront the forces of evil. As the host of this system, any insult to you is an insult to the system itself. The host is now rewarded with 1 hour of mastery over Wing Chun. Unleash the power within you. Lin Qingshou felt a surge of knowledge about Wing Chun flood his mind, and his muscles instantly became taut. He stepped forward, gently pushing Li Wuqi and Fan Jianxiang back. You all step back a bit. Leave these small fry to me. He flicked his finger at the opponents, declaring, I'll take on 10. Coincidentally, apart from the yellow-haired man and the one who had spoken earlier, there were exactly 10 of them. Li Wuqi and the others stared in disbelief at Lin Qingshou, who had suddenly exuded an overwhelming aura. momentarily at a loss for words. Damn it, such arrogance. If I don't knock you down, I'll quit the snowfall. A man reeking of alcohol hurled a snow cone at Lin Qinshi. Seeing this, Xia Lu and the others rushed forward to assist, but the next scene left them utterly astonished. Lin Qinshi sidestepped the attack of the snow cone and charged forward, using his shoulder to send the drunken man flying. "This kid's a bit peculiar. Let us all go for him," shouted the toppled drunkard as he scrambled to his feet. Around 10 people immediately swarmed Lin Qinshi, fists and feet flying, accompanied by a cacophony of anguished screams. In under 2 minutes, all 10 of the yellow-haired gang were sprawled on the ground. Lin Qinshi dusted off his hands and strolled toward the yellow-haired ruffian. Seeing this, the yellow-haired man shouted, "Do you know who I am? My father is Li Jianfu of Jianlong Real Estate. If you dare harm a hair on my head, my father will not let you off lightly." This declaration stirred a wave of murmurs in the crowd. Li Jianfu of Jianlong Real Estate was notorious for his dark connections. Rumors had it that he had built his empire through bloodshed. Over the years, his adversaries either met with bankruptcy or untimely deaths, none escaping unscathed, instilling fear throughout the industry. Chapter 7. Why should I show you respect? In recent years, however, due to a nationwide crackdown on organized crime, Jianlong Real Estate had faded from the limelight. Li Jianfu also had a notorious son, Li Tianzong, whose scandals rivaled his father's, albeit of a more despicable nature. Now, with the son of a well-known crime syndicate standing before Lin Qinshi, the onlookers began to retreat. Covering their faces in fear of being mistaken for Lin Qinshi's associates, Li Tianzong, seeing Lin Qinshi's lack of response, believed he had intimidated him. With a cold smirk, he said, "Now that you know my identity, why don't you hurry and have those 4 girls help me to the hotel? I've had a bit too much to drink and need their assistance." "Assistance?" Lin Qinshi smirked, then delivered a resounding slap to Li Tianzong's face. The loud crack of the slap seemed to freeze the air around them. Following that was Li Tianzong's piercing scream, "How dare you hit me? You're dead meat. No one can save you." Slap. Another swift strike landed on the other side of Li Tianzong's face. As one of his lackeys attempted to intervene, Lin Qinshi swiftly dealt him several blows, leaving him crumpled on the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the resistance task. Reward: 1 strength attribute point. Ownership of the Snowfall Bar. Host: Lin Qinshi, Wing Chun Mastery active. Strength: 7. Constitution: 6. Mentality: 6. Charm: 6. Normal human attributes max out at 10. The host falls within the average range. Vehicle: Pagani Huayra, Mansion. Yunlu Mountain Villa, unclaimed. "Mr. Lin, please stop." A languid, melodious voice echoed from within the bard. A woman in a red dress emerged, her youthful yet slightly mature features instantly captivating everyone around her. Ding! Detected a beauty with a score exceeding 90. Name: Wenruxue. Attractiveness: 95. Age: 26. Height: 172 centimeters. Measurements: 36 c. Favorability: 50. Snowfall. The owner of the Snowfall Bar has come out. Someone exclaimed in a WE.is, "This the legendary Snowfall? Truly a beauty. Even I, as a woman, feel drawn to her." Another girl beside Guan Yin sighed. "Biffed. Just because she is pretty, who knows how many people have been with her?" Scoffed another girl beside Yin Yin. Lin Qinshi frowned slightly, realizing that Snowfall's real name was Wenruxue. Yet, how did she know his name? Her calling him Mr. Lin clearly indicated she recognized him. Wenruxue walked past Lin Qinshi and approached Yin Yin and her group, then raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap to the girl who had spoken ill of her. "Little sister, next time, don't just bring your mouth. Remember to bring your brain too," with a smile. She turned back to Lin Qinshi. The slapped girl covered her face, her expression shifting from green to purple. Seeing that her companions had no intention of helping her, she huffed and left the scene. It was indeed her fault to begin with. One couldn't he expect to defend the indefensible. "Could you two spare me some face for Snowfall? Regardless of right or wrong, let us just let this matter go," Wenruxue said, looking at Lin Qinshi. After all, Lin Qinshi was in control of the situation. With Li Tianzong having been slapped twice and his face swollen, she naturally hoped for Lin Qinshi's agreement, planning to deal with him later. "Why should I show you respect?" Lin Qinshi replied coldly, gazing at Wenruxue. Though he was a nobody, he didn't feel the need to turn into a sycophant just because a beauty was present. Wenruxue's expression flickered with surprise. She hadn't anticipated her usual tactic would be met with such resistance, leaving her momentarily speechless. Xia Lu and the others stepped forward to persuade Lin Qinshi. "Beast, Just let it go. The fight has already happened. If this drags on, Yin Yin's birthday will be ruined. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Qinshi shouted at Li Tianzong, apologize to the ladies, and you may leave. Prolonging this conflict was not wise. His Wing Chun mastery was time-limited, and if things escalated, he would ultimately be the one at a disadvantage. Li Tianzong's face flushed with anger. After years of bullying others, he had never faced such a situation. Who would have thought he would hit a wall today? He internally vowed, I will take revenge. Glancing around, he noticed that his henchmen were avoiding his gaze. It wasn't that they didn't want to support him. It was simply that Wing Chun had inflicted too much pain. Gritting his teeth, Li Tianzong muttered an apology to Yin Yin and her companions before hastily fleeing the scene. After the commotion, Xia Lu lost interest in the bar and decided to find another place to celebrate Yin Yan's birthday. Mr. Lin, please wait. Snowfall can arrange a private room for your friends upstairs. With complimentary drinks, we also have a pastry chef who can whip up a birthday cake on the spot. When Rushue had overheard their initial intention to celebrate at Snowfall Bar, but after encountering the ruffian Li Tianzong, the situation had changed. Although Lin Qinshi had not shown her respect earlier, she now found herself in a position of needing his favor and had to placate him. How do you know my surname is Lin? Lin Qinshi asked. Though he suspected the system might be behind it, he still wanted to hear her confirm. When Rushue chuckled, Mr. Lin, you truly have a poor memory. We've been in contact before. She gestured towards the Snowfall Bar behind her. Upon hearing this, Lin Qinshi concluded that the system had implanted memories of his purchase of the Snowfall Bar into Rushue, even though he himself had no recollection of such events. This was likely the system's method of providing reasonable rewards to the host. Turning to Xia Lu and the others, he found them equally stunned. Lin Qinshi's display of strength had left them in disbelief. Now even the owner of Snowfall Bar was treating him with utmost respect. Since the owner of Snowfall has invited us, and we were already looking for another place, I think this will do just fine. Li Wuqi chimed in, his gaze fixated on Rushue, nearly drooling. Xia Lu rolled her eyes at him and then said to Lin Qinshi, Beast, let us settle here. We might not have time to find another place. After the earlier chaos, it was nearly 11 o'clock, and Yin Yan's birthday time was fast approaching. Chapter 8. When Rushue, the illegitimate daughter of the one family, then it's settled. I'll leave it to you. Snowfall, Lin Qinshi was also keen to learn about the bar's profitability, since it was now his concern. He needed to understand its liquidity, staffing, and how to manage it moving forward. After all, he would need to be involved sooner or later. When Rushue led the group upstairs to a private room while she took Lin Qinshi to her office, as they walked through the bar, he noticed it was bustling with patrons. Such a lively establishment was surprisingly run by a woman. Once in the office, when Rushue went straight to her desk and retrieved a stack of documents, Mr. Lin, here are all the records of the bar. Just sign here, and it will officially be yours. A flicker of reluctance crossed her eyes. Had she not been in urgent need of money, she wouldn't have been selling the bar. Lin Qinshi glanced through the accounts and saw that there were still several $100,000 remaining for the bar's operations, along with some staff records. After a cursory look, he tossed the papers back onto the desk. Miss One, do you have any future plans? Your reluctance to part with the Snowfall Bar is quite evident. He suggested. Why not stay on? Lin Qinshi, knowing nothing about bar operations, feared that the Snowfall Bar would collapse under his management. When Rushue's eyes suddenly turned sharp as she coldly asked, How do you know my surname is Wan? Who exactly are you? Lin Qinshi was taken aback by her sudden shift. It was merely a name, Miss One. You needn't concern yourself with where I learned it. Just know that I harbor no ill intentions. I may be clueless about bar management, and if Snowfall ends up in my hands, it might not last long. Would you be willing to see your hard work go to waste in just a few days? I'm willing to offer you 30% of the shares and hire you back to manage the bar. When Rushue's eyes flickered with uncertainty, unsure of Lin Qinshi's motives, if he had no interest in managing, why would he buy Snowfall? Was he after her instead? After a moment, when Rushue smiled, in that case, from today onward, I'll be addressing you as boss. Please take good care of me, Boss Lin. Regardless of his intentions, she didn't want to part with Snowfall Bar. Without it, she would be at a loss for what to do. Originally, she had planned to go traveling, but one couldn't travel for a lifetime. Remaining at Snowfall Bar allowed her to feel a sense of purpose. Moreover, as the illegitimate daughter of the one family, it was only within the familiar confines of Snowfall Bar that she could effectively conceal her identity. Over the years, her uncle from the one family had been secretly supporting and protecting her. Now that her uncle was in trouble, Selling Snowfall Bar was her way of contributing what little she could. For Wen Ruxue, receiving the money and retaining a small stake in the bar was the best outcome she could hope for. Let us draft a shareholder agreement. I'll only take a share of the profits. Any operational decisions are entirely up to you, Lin Qinshi said, lounging on the sofa and picking up a pack of cigarettes from the table, lighting one. He occasionally indulged in a few puffs. He didn't have an aversion to smoking, nor was he addicted. When Ruxue approached the desk and opened her computer, suddenly recalling something, she turned to Lin Qinshi with an apologetic expression. Most of the bar's liquid funds have already been withdrawn. The money in the account is just enough for daily operations, with nothing extra available. Lin Qinshi was at a loss for words. He had hoped to withdraw some cash from the bar, but with only a meal card in his pocket, he had barely a few dozen left. However, since he would be accompanying Yi Mengxi for an interview tomorrow, which promised a reward of 500,000, he could forego the bar's meager funds. That's all right. As long as the funds are sufficient for the bar's operations, there's no need to withdraw any. Though you require additional capital? Lin Qinshi feigned indifference, trying to impress Wen Ruxue. When Ruxue shook her head, the funds are adequate. With the business of Snowfall Bar, we will soon start turning a profit. Injecting extra capital wouldn't be beneficial. The sound of Wen Ruxue typing reverberated throughout the office. Soon, the printer emitted a series of beeps, and she handed Lin Qinshi the contract. He didn't bother to read it closely and simply signed his name. Trust is key. I have no reason to doubt you. This bar was a free acquisition for me, so I wouldn't be upset if it failed. I might as well broaden my horizons. When Ruxue's eyes reflected a hint of surprise. In the short time since they had met, Lin Qinshi had displayed such calm confidence in signing the contract she provided. This required a certain level of courage and assurance. Wen Ruxue, Lin Qinshi appeared to be the scion of a wealthy family, someone who wouldn't care about such trivial amounts. After signing, Lin Qinshi prepared to leave the office. Li Tianzong will undoubtedly seek revenge against you. I will help you handle this matter. Li Jinfu will likely still extend some courtesy to me. However, if Li Tianzong cannot deal with you openly, he may resort to underhanded tactics, so please be cautious, Boss Lin. When Ruxue continued typing without looking up, Lin Qinshi shrugged nonchalantly, exuding an air of indifference as he exited the office. As soon as he stepped out, he felt as if his body had suddenly deflated. The hour of Wing Chun mastery had expired, leaving him incapable of taking on 10 opponents now. Lin Qinshi was well aware of the repercussions of crossing a wealthy second generation with criminal connections. However, he had acted impulsively, fueled by youthful bravado and the confidence bestowed upon him by the system, leading him to confront Li Tianzong. Moving forward, he would need to devise a strategy to prevent future troubles. Upon entering the private room on the second floor of Snowfall Bar, he was immediately seized by 3 individuals. Li Wuqi clung to his leg, Fan Jinxiang locked his arms, while Xiaolu held onto his head, bellowing, "Quickly tell us, who are you to dare seize my brother?" Lin Qinshi pretended to laugh in anger. "I am an ancient demon god. You lowly ones should kneel before me." The 3 individuals promptly released him, their expressions reflecting a lack of interest in terms of taking advantage. None could rival Lin Qinshi. "Beast, you've concealed yourself quite adeptly." The proprietor of Piaoxue, renowned for his formidable martial prowess, had previously claimed to be a mere commoner. "In what way do you resemble an ordinary family now?" Xiaolu voiced the question that puzzled them all. "It's nothing, just a system from the heavens. I am now the chosen one, commanding the winds and the rain." Lin Qinshi had anticipated their inquiries and had devised a strategy early on. He simply needed to speak truthfully to these brothers, knowing full well they would not believe him. As expected, the trio scoffed and ceased their questioning. Chapter 9. This restroom is surprisingly spacious. Hurry over to cut the cake. It's almost midnight. Xiaolu's girlfriend, Guan Yin, urged. After a night of commotion, she realized they had yet to make introductions. "These 2 are my roommates, Wang Shaoqing and Li Jiao. The one who just left is Guoting." These 3 were well known in their school for their exceptional dormitory. "I shouldn't need to elaborate much, right?" Guan Yin chuckled, covering her mouth. They had grown accustomed to such situations, as their names were easy to remember, and fate had conveniently placed them all in the same dormitory. It could only be destiny or deliberate design by the school. "Li Jiao? We're related, perhaps distantly, but I can call you Jiao Jiao, can I?" Li Wuqi, true to his shameless name, approached Li Jiao with familiarity. Li Jiao was a rather aloof girl. Since Lin Qinshi first laid eyes on her, he had scarcely heard her speak. In contrast, Wang Shaoqing was a chatterbox, incessantly prattling on, Lin, did you learn martial arts from a young age? What's its name? Is it too late for me to learn now? Could you teach me? Wang Shaoqing bombarded him with questions, leaving him at a loss for which to address. First, as for Guoting, who had just departed, Guan Yin mentioned she was rather materialistic. Earlier, when Li Tianzong had teased them, Guoting had considered intervening to verify the situation but was restrained by the others. She later complained that they had obstructed her financial prospects, offending the young master of the Li family. Therefore, when Guoting received a slap from Wen Ruxue, they offered no defense for her. Fan Jianxiang quietly lamented, surrounded by 3 young women. One his friend's girlfriend, another entangled with Li Wuqi, and the last preoccupied with Lin Qinshi, leaving him utterly alone. Guan Yan's roommates were quite attractive, not stunning, yet certainly not unattractive. By the system's scoring standards, they would likely all score around 80. After the cake was cut, the group found the private room lacking in atmosphere and decided to head downstairs to dance. Lin Qinshi exchanged greetings with Wen Ruxue before moving below. It was now the liveliest and most vibrant time in the entire Bard. As the evening wore on, the patrons became increasingly inebriated. At some point, Lin Qinshi succumbed to drunkenness. His tolerance was low, having previously consumed beer, but tonight he was treated to fine spirits by Wen Ruxue, and he lost track of time. Ray of sunlight pierced through, hitting Lin Qinshi's face, causing his long lashes to flutter slightly before he opened his eyes. The sensation of a hangover flooded his mind, accompanied by a pervasive soreness throughout his body. After gently tapping his forehead, he began to survey his surroundings, as his memories lingered at Piaoxue Bar. Unaware of how he had ended up here, he found himself in a room that exuded a feminine fragrance, adorned with decor suggestive of a woman's space. A sigh of relief washed over him as he noted his clothing was intact, indicating nothing untoward had occurred. The thought of losing himself in a haze of intoxication was disheartening. He would feel cheated if he had lost such an opportunity without being aware. Stepping out of the room, he spotted a woman busily moving about the kitchen, clad in casual home attire, her long, slender legs accentuated even in slippers. The woman turned to Lin Qinshi, saying, "The bathroom has toothbrushes and towels. Feel free to freshen up, I'm preparing noodles, so eat before you leave." This woman was none other than Wen Ruxue, the proprietor of Piaoxue. Lin Qinshi was at a loss as to how he had ended up in Wen Ruxue's home. The thought of such a beauty preparing noodles for him upon his awakening filled him with a sense of bliss, yet his throbbing head rendered him unable to appreciate this happiness fully. Upon entering the bathroom, he discovered a brand new toothbrush and towel laid out on the sink. However, having never been in a woman's bathroom before, he noticed some items carelessly strewn about, piquing his curiosity and momentarily alleviating his headache. Suddenly, he heard hurried footsteps as Wen Ruxue, her face slightly flushed, rushed into the bathroom, gathering up some clothing. She had just remembered the clothes she had changed out of last night had yet to be washed and hastily came to collect them. "Ahem, this bathroom is quite nice. The tiles are well chosen," Lin Qinshi remarked, clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment. His earlier actions had indeed been somewhat inappropriate. After freshening up, Lin Qinshi took a moment to scrutinize the apartment. It was neither too large nor too small, approximately 90 square meters, with the living area occupying 2/3 of the space, containing only one bedroom, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Wen Ruxue must be quite affluent to afford such a setup. These days, people purchasing a 60 square meter apartment would often wish to partition it into 3 rooms. As he approached the window, he realized the view directly overlooked Jiaodong University, indicating that this place was near Piaoxue Bar. In the bustling metropolis, such a property would easily command a price in the millions. Although Lin Qinshi was unaware of how much the system had invested in purchasing the bar, he suspected it was around the same value as this apartment. Selling a bar surely would be more profitable than selling a house, wouldn't it? "This is a rental. I didn't buy it. I simply prefer this layout and have been paying rent for 10 years. Come enjoy some noodles." When Ruxue emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 bowls of noodles, seemingly anticipating Lin Qinshi's confusion. Lin Qinshi took a seat at the dining table and inquired, "How did I end up here? What about my friends?" Upon mentioning this, when Ruxue rolled her eyes, "As for your friends, I don't know, and I found you at the entrance of Piaoxue, utterly intoxicated. Without your ID, I had no choice but to bring you here. After all, you are my boss. I couldn't just ignore my inebriated superior." Lin Qinshi chuckled awkwardly, fully aware of his poor alcohol tolerance. He had been mixing drinks the previous night and had quickly lost control. His friends were likely in similar states, though he wondered about the girl's fates. "Don't worry. I've arranged for them and ensured they are safe. There shouldn't be any issues, Lin Qingshi nodded in gratitude. Thank you. Nothing embarrassing happened last night, did it? He asked cautiously, acutely aware of how he tended to spill his heart out when drunk, shedding tears and snot alike. If he had done so last night, it would be mortifying. When Rushue, still savoring her noodles, glanced up at Lin Qingshi, she recalled that due to the absence of his ID the previous night, she had brought him home and offered him her room to sleep in, a gesture she would not have entertained previously. Perhaps it was his drunken state that made her feel he posed no threat. Alternatively, it could be that he had recently acquired Piaoxue at a hefty price and gifted her 30% of the shares, making her feel more at ease with the situation. Moreover, something perplexing had occurred during their taxi ride. Lin Qingshi had suddenly regained consciousness and attempted to pay the fare, only to discover insufficient funds in his account. He had even attempted to switch cards, but the same message appeared. This was puzzling to Wen Rushue, who could not fathom how someone capable of purchasing Piaoxue at such a premium could lack even a few dozen yuan for a taxi fare. Yet, being a shrewd woman, she refrained from asking. When Rushue opened her phone and displayed her WeChat QR code to Lin Qingshi, "Add me so I can report on work matters." As Lin Qingshi prepared to scan the code, he noticed several missed calls, each from Yimengshi. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already 2 in the afternoon. "Oh no, my 500,000, Lin Qingshi exclaimed, dropping his chopsticks and bolting for the door while dialing her number. When Rushue, watching him dash away, felt bemused. Was it a genuine emergency, or did he simply wish to avoid adding her on WeChat? Did he not have even a moment to spare for a quick scan? Dream, I'm so sorry. I drank too much last night and overslept," Lin Qingshi blurted as soon as the call connected. "It's all right, senior. Are you feeling better now? I heard hangovers can be quite unpleasant." Yimengshi's concerned tone stirred a pang of guilt in Lin Qingshi. "I'm fine now. Where are you? I'll come find you." To Lin Qingshi, this was not merely a promise to a young lady. It represented 500,000 in attribute points. "Senior, I'm already on my way to the interview. You don't need to come. Just rest well." Originally, Yimengshi had hoped Lin Qingshi would accompany her on the subway, but upon learning of his hangover, she preferred he take it easy. "Don't say such foolishness. I will certainly fulfill my promise, and I'm already sober. Just give me the address. I'll wait for you at the company entrance and accompany you inside," Lin Qingshi asserted firmly, leaving no room for Yimengshi to refuse. Upon hearing this, Yimengshi felt a mix of joy and gratitude. After hanging up, she quickly sent Lin Qingshi the address. After receiving it, Lin Qingshi rushed to the subway station. While on the train, he noticed a bank notification on his phone. "Dear customer, your account ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 100,000 yuan. Current balance, 100,003 yuan. Wait, what?" Lin Qingshi stared at the message in disbelief. Could this be a scam targeting his remaining 3 yuan? The phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number from the metropolis. "Hello, who is this?" Chapter 10. It's me, Wen Rushue. The voice on the other end sounded slightly exasperated, reminding Lin Qingshi of his earlier intention to add her as a friend but having rushed off without doing so. "Ahem. I had an urgent matter to attend to and had to leave abruptly. Since you managed to call me, you must have my number. My WeChat is linked to this number as well. Please add me." Lin Qingshi coughed awkwardly. "I already added you, but you haven't accepted. Forget that. I just transferred 100,000 yuan to your Magic City bank account. Did you receive it?" Lin Qingshi's expression shifted to one of bewilderment. "Why are you sending me money? Didn't you say the bar's funds were sufficient?" When Rushue continued, "The funds for Piaoxue are adequate. This money is what I extracted before you purchased the bar. It may not be entirely fair, but since I now hold a stake in Piaoxue, and my difficulties have been temporarily resolved, consider this 100,000 as the payment for your 30% stake." She hung up before Lin Qingshi could respond. In truth, the 10,000 was Wen Rushue's own money. After witnessing Lin Qingshi's insufficient balance the previous night, she decided to provide him with support in this manner. She was taking a gamble, hoping that Lin Qingshi had encountered some issues, perhaps with his family freezing his bank account, or that he had another card not linked to his phone, explaining his inability to pay for the taxi fare. This 10,000 might be just the lifeline he needed, and she hoped he would feel indebted. Simultaneously, she gambled that Lin Qingshi belonged to a family even more powerful than the Wens. Given that she now owned 30% of Piaoxue, she would likely recoup that 10,000 soon enough. The investment seemed worthwhile, especially since it would allow Lin Qingshi to accept the gesture comfortably. On the other side, Lin Qingshi was elated. He wasn't nearly as proud as when Rushue presumed 10,000 yuan, He had never possessed such a sum at once. He expected Piaoxue to generate income for him so swiftly. He had thought it would take at least a month or two before he saw any returns. It seemed his decision to retain Wen Ruxue as a 30% shareholder was indeed wise. Given his youth and lack of experience, he would have likely driven Piaoxue to ruin if left to manage it alone. Now that he had the funds, he could finally indulge in some lavish spending. Glancing at the address sent by Yi Mengxi, he noted it was near Guojin, where his Pagani Huayra was parked in the underground garage. He could retrieve it, refuel, and still have ample time before she arrived. As she had just departed from school, he exited the underground parking lot of Guojin. The parking fee swiftly surpassed 100 yuan, an exorbitant cost, considering it hadn't even been a full day. After paying, Lin Qinshi's 6-digit balance plummeted to 5 figures. He drove to a nearby gas station to fill up his tank before heading to the rendezvous with Yi Mengxi. While navigating a side street, he encountered a roadblock, with a crowd gathered around, seemingly in the midst of some commotion. Ding! A beauty with a score exceeding 90 has been detected ahead. Option 1. The person appears to be in distress. Approach and assist the beauty, reward. Ownership of Jinmao Tower. Option 2. Honk furiously and drive away, reward, 3,000 yuan. What? 3,000 yuan? Does the system think I'm that desperate? This task is clearly a chance to acquire a skyscraper. Lin Qinsher parked the car at a distance and approached the crowd. Jinmao Tower, a prime office building. Coincidentally, the MCN company Yi Mengxi was headed to was situated in Jinmao Tower. Securing ownership of such a building would ensure a steady rental income for him, alleviating any worries about his livelihood. The system was propelling him toward the pinnacle of success. A life of collecting rent was one to be envied. As he squeezed through the throng, he spotted a woman in a striped business suit standing in front of a Porsche Taycan. Her golden-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, her expression one of distress that was almost heartbreaking. Despite her authoritative demeanor, she appeared somewhat lost and anxious due to the circumstances. The Porsche Taycan had collided with a stone pillar, not severely, but enough to render it immobile. On the ground nearby, a woman in her 60s wailed loudly, accompanied by a burly young man. Ding! A beauty with a score exceeding 90 has been detected. Name: Chun Jie. Score: 92. Age: 25. Height: 168 centimeters. Bust: 36c. Favorability: 0. You wretched girl. You hit my mother. If you don't compensate, you can't leave. You'll have to come back with us and take care of her for a few days. The burly youth glared menacingly, his eyes gleaming with ulterior motives as he regarded the beautiful woman. The elderly woman, who was crying on the ground, seemed taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, discreetly pinching the muscular youth's calf. I didn't hit her. I swerved to avoid her and ended up crashing into the stone pillar. Could you call the police to handle this? Chun Jie's face flushed crimson as she realized that the person before her was attempting to scam her. Suddenly, this individual dashed out from the roadside, and initially, she felt relieved that her quick reflexes had prevented a collision. However, after she crashed into a stone pillar, the elderly woman leisurely approached the front of her car and sat down, immediately beginning to wail for her mother. Meanwhile, a burly man rushed to the car with a metal rod in hand, striking the location of the dashcam from the side, causing the glass to shatter and obstructing the camera's view. He then casually approached Chen Jie and claimed that she had hit his mother, demanding compensation. Chen Jie was furious. She had witnessed the other party lying down in front of her car, and now someone had vandalized her vehicle. Naturally, she was unwilling to succumb to their extortion and pulled out her phone to call the police. The burly man swiftly stepped forward, slapping Chen Jie's phone from her hand. After it crashed to the ground, he stomped on it twice, rendering her unable to call for help, her expression betraying her helplessness. The onlookers were merely there to enjoy the spectacle, and the fierce demeanor of the burly man deterred anyone from pulling out their phones to report the incident. Lin Qinju glanced around, noting that they were in an area devoid of surveillance cameras. Given the man's immediate attack on the dashcam, it was evident he was a seasoned criminal. He smashed the camera not out of fear of being caught for scamming, but rather to avoid having his appearance recorded, allowing him to continue his escapades after extorting money, while the elderly woman could easily evade capture. Chapter 11. Be cautious when walking at night. Lin Qinju's eyes darted as he retreated to a corner to call the police. He then noticed a small boy sitting dejectedly on the steps, holding a drone, seemingly abandoned by his mother who had rushed to join the crowd. Little friend, would you be willing to sell me your drone? Lin Qingju devised a plan to purchase the drone from the child. "This is a toy. Do you want to play with it, big brother? I can lend it to you." The child readily handed over the drone and remote control. Lin Qingju couldn't help but admire the child's maturity, a stark contrast to other unruly kids. "Little one, I might accidentally break your toy, so it's best if you sell it to me. You can buy a new one later." After a moment of hesitation, the boy opened the QR code on his smartwatch, and Lin Qingju transferred 2,000 yuan, uncertain of the drone's actual worth, but hoping that amount would suffice in 2 minutes. "Could you help me fly this drone over the crowd?" Lin Qingju suddenly realized he didn't know how to operate it, and by the time he learned, it would be too late. The boy nodded. Though unaware of Lin Qingju's intentions, he was happy to assist with flying the drone. After making arrangements with the boy, Lin Qingju rejoined the crowd. That moment, Chen Jia was contemplating capitulation. Surrounded by onlookers, not a single person was willing to help her, merely there for entertainment. To escape her predicament, she resolved to pay them off. "How much do you want?" She bit her lip and asked. The burly man grinned maliciously at her inquiry. "As I mentioned before, 30,000 yuan, and then you will accompany us for 3 days to care for my mother, and everything will be fine." Chen Jia's expression shifted to fury. "Are you out of your mind?" It was clear they had ill intentions. If she went with them, she wouldn't know what fate awaited her days later. "Damn it, I want to be intimidated." The burly man raised his hand to slap Chen Jia. As she instinctively shut her eyes at the approaching hand. A firm grip seized the man's wrist. "What? Can't extort, so you resort to violence?" A calm voice resonated beside Chen Jia. She opened her eyes to see a man beside her, feeling a wave of relief and excitement. Finally, someone was willing to help her. The burly man attempted to free his wrist but found himself evenly matched in strength. "Who's this punk? Watching too many dramas and trying to play the hero." The man swung his other hand at Lin Qingju, who released the wrist and pushed the burly man back 2 steps. Had he not enhanced his strength the previous night, he would have been no match for the thug. From their earlier confrontation, it was evident the man possessed considerable strength, likely above 7. The burly man sensed Lin Qingju was no ordinary opponent, his hostility flaring as he warned, "Kid, I advise you not to meddle in my affairs, or don't blame me if something happens to you later on." Lin Qingju scoffed. In broad daylight, scamming, extorting, and even attempting kidnapping. "It's truly lawless. I've already called the police. They won't be long in arriving." The thug's expression changed abruptly as a drone hovered above them. "See that?" Lin Qingju pointed at the drone. "That's the police department's latest equipment. It has a camera that can record everything happening here before the police arrive. Your earlier destruction of the car was to avoid being recorded, wasn't it? Now, your extortion will also be documented." A sly smile crept upon Lin Qingju's face. The burly man's face paled. His act of vandalism stemmed from being a fugitive. If recorded, the police's advanced surveillance system would quickly identify him. He hastily covered his face, glaring at Lin Qingju with malice. "Kid, I'll remember you. Be careful when you walk at night with that." He shielded his face and bolted away, the elderly woman scrambling after him as they fled. The crowd of onlookers dispersed. The small boy approached Lin Qingju and handed him the drone. "You keep it. Let us keep this incident a secret and don't tell anyone." Just as the boy began to say more, his mother, a fellow onlooker, swiftly pulled him away, having overheard the burly man's threats. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know what would have happened today." Chen Jia sighed in relief, her previously anxious heart now at ease. Lin Qingju took a moment to assess the 92-point beauty before him. He hadn't seen her clearly from afar, but now that he was closer, it was evident why the system rated her so highly. No wonder the thug not only sought money but also had lascivious intentions. It was a simple act, and at this hour, young people were busy heading to work. Otherwise, no one would allow such a beautiful girl to be scammed and extorted. "I did call the police. When they arrive, you can explain everything to them." Lin Qingju smiled, preparing to leave. He still had to go to the Jinmao building. While Chen Jia was indeed stunning, there were 50,000 waiting for him at the Jinmao building, and he didn't have the luxury of flirting at the moment. Upon hearing this, Chen Jia's cheeks flushed as she realized that, while many praised her beauty, few were so direct. Seeing Lin Qingju about to depart, she quickly called out, "Let us exchange contact information. I'll treat you to a meal sometime as a thank you." Lin Qingju readily took out his phone. He didn't want to suggest adding her on WeChat, as he didn't wish to appear to be taking advantage of her vulnerability. Now that she had proposed it, He had no reason to hesitate. My name is Chen Jia. After they exchanged contact information, Chen Jia extended her delicate hand. Lin Qingju. Their hands clasped, and as Lin Qingju held her soft hand, he was about to savor the moment when the sound of police sirens echoed from a distance. He released Chen Jia's hand and walked toward his car. Under Chen Jia's slightly surprised gaze, he stepped into his Pagani Huayra and drove away. Chapter 12. Jinmao Building, Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the rescue of the beauty task. Reward. Ownership of the Jinmao Building. As Lin Qingju made his way to the Jinmao Building, the system notification chimed in his mind, filling him with excitement. He was about to live the life of a landlord, spending his days leisurely at various places and collecting rent at the beginning of each month. A life that everyone dreams of was about to become his reality. Before he knew it, Lin Qingju arrived at the entrance of the Jinmao Building. Although it housed an MCN company with numerous internet celebrities and luxury cars, they all paled in comparison to his Pagani Huayra. Who is that? A newly signed influencer at this company? No way, though not unattractive, their cheap clothing doesn't quite fit. Exactly, influencers usually need to present themselves well, wearing flashy outfits. Could they be just an assistant? Driving for a bigger influencer? Impossible. No one at this streaming company could afford such a car. This is a limited edition Pagani Huayra, and it's not even guaranteed you can buy one. The crowd buzzed with speculation as they observed Lin Qingju stepping out of the car. Lin Qingju was momentarily speechless. Although not a local, he knew the Jinmao Building was prestigious, yet he hadn't anticipated this particular structure. He was taken aback as he realized he had entered the financial hub of the city, and this building was one he had previously remarked to classmates that if he could find a job here in the future, he would have no regrets. Now, unexpectedly, the entire building was his. The Jinmao Building could easily generate billions in rent annually. Trembling, Lin Qingju pulled out his phone, searching for information about the Jinmao Building. This building had won awards for its architectural design and stood as a landmark in the city. With the Huangpu River just behind him, it was owned by a major corporation. How had the system managed to transfer ownership to him? Truly remarkable. Senior. A familiar voice broke Lin Qingju from his reverie, and Yi Mengshi approached him with a beaming smile. Lin Qingju wiped the astonishment from his face and asked, "Did you make it in time for the interview?" "Not yet. I still have half an hour." They walked hand in hand into the Jinmao Building. The lobby of the Jinmao Building spanned 2 floors, making anyone who stood inside feel minuscule. Lin Qingju and Yi Mengshi arrived on the 17th floor, where Yi Mengshi was to interview at a company called Emoji Media, reputed to be a mid-sized MCN firm with countless influencers, only one of whom had millions of followers. The receptionist led Yi Mengshi to her interview while Lin Qingju was left waiting at the front desk. With time to spare, Lin Qingju took out his phone. Upon receiving ownership of the Jinmao Building, a contact appeared in his phone. Sun Ji, the property manager for the Jinmao Building, who managed the entire structure. The system had evidently arranged everything, so Lin Qingju didn't have to fret over introductions. "Mr. Lin, I'm delighted to receive your call." The moment Lin Qingju dialed, the other party expressed joy. "Manager Sun? I'm on the 17th floor of the Jinmao Building. Since I have some free time, I'd like to learn more about the building. Where can I find you?" Yi Mengshi's interview would take a while. He'd seen many people with resumes entering, so he wanted to familiarize himself with the building and check if this year's rent was due for collection. "I don't know. How could I trouble Mr. Lin? You're on the 17th floor, right? I'll bring the information to you right away," Sunji said nervously. Lin Qingju didn't mind. If Sunji wanted to come over, that was fine. He had initially planned to text Yi Mengshi to wait for him, but since Sunji was coming, he didn't need to. Just as Lin Qingju tucked his phone away, Yi Mengshi burst out of the interview room, her face flushed with anger, as if she had been wronged. "Mengshi, what happened?" Lin Qingju asked, puzzled that an interview was simply an opportunity to see if one matched the job. If it didn't work out, there was no need for anger. Even if she desperately wanted the job, disappointment was more fitting than anger. Yi Mengshi took a few deep breaths to calm her anger and shook her head at Lin Qing. "It's nothing. Let us go." Lin Qingju could clearly sense something was off and grasped her wrist firmly. "What's going on?" His tone turned serious. Yi Mengshi was known for her good temper. Something must have upset her. His purpose for accompanying her was to ensure she faced no harm or injustice. Otherwise, how would he claim his reward? Yi Mengshi's eyes reddened, and she leaned her head against Lin Qingju's chest, recounting the events of the interview. The interviewer was the son of the owner of Emoji Media, Shang Yuan. Upon seeing Yi Mengshi, Shang Xinyuan was taken aback. Although he had seen her in streams, the filters made her appearance deceptive. He never expected that the woman in front of him would be even more beautiful than she appeared online. Shang Xinyuan immediately passed Yi Mengxi's interview. Initially, she was overjoyed, but soon she sensed something was amiss. Shang Xinyuan's gaze was predatory, and he had left his seat to circle around her, asking all sorts of inappropriate questions, even inquiring about her romantic history. Feeling increasingly uneasy, Yi Mengxi was alone with Shang Xinyuan in the office. She had already resolved that even if she passed the interview, she wouldn't accept the position. Shang Xinyuan approached her from behind, leering, "You must be tired from coming all this way. Let me give you a massage." He placed his hand on her shoulder, causing Yi Mengxi to scream and push him away, bolting for the exit. Lin Qingjue's face darkened upon hearing everything. How dare someone bully Yi Mengxi under his nose? She had asked him to accompany her precisely to prevent such situations. Enough was enough. Moreover, Lin Qingju had already determined Yi Mengxi as his woman. To allow her to endure such humiliation was unacceptable. Chapter 13. I fear you cannot bear the consequences. Lin Qingju headed straight toward the direction Yi Mengxi had fled. The receptionist had overheard their conversation and showed no surprise, as if such scenes were commonplace. She made no effort to stop him, instead picking up the front desk phone and dialing with familiarity. "Senior, I wasn't wronged. Let us just go. We don't need to deal with these people anymore." Yi Mengxi worried that Lin Qingjue's impulsiveness would lead to trouble, as this was their territory. "Mengxi, if I don't help you stand up for yourself after what you've faced, then what was the point of my coming with you?" Lin Qingju pushed open the door to the HR department. Inside, Shang Xinyuan had his hand inside the collar of another interviewee, who was blushing and unable to speak. Shang Xinyuan was startled by Lin Qingjue's sudden entrance. "Damn it, didn't I say no one is allowed to interrupt during an interview? Which department do you belong to? Get out of here immediately." The force with which you pushed the door startled him, causing him to shrink back in an instant. Upon noticing someone entering, the interviewee quickly covered her face with her resume and fled, startled by Shang Xinyuan's presence. However, lacking the courage to resist, she could only sit there blankly, relieved when someone burst in to her rescue. Upon seeing Yi Mengxi behind Lin Qingxiu, a faint smile returned to Shang Xinyuan's lips. "Have you come to your senses so soon? I thought it would take at least until tomorrow for you to reconsider approaching me. It seems I overestimated you." When Yi Mengxi dashed out, he made no attempt to pursue her and simply called for the next interviewee to enter. In his view, becoming an internet celebrity and a star was the dream of every woman, and Yi Mengxi was no exception. She would inevitably return to seek him out, and at that time, he would be sure to train her well. A resounding slap echoed throughout the office, leaving Shang Xinyuan dumbfounded, while Yi Mengxi covered her mouth in disbelief. "How dare you hit me?" Shang Xinyuan, regaining his composure, swung his fists at Lin Qingxiu, only for both fists to be caught by Lin Qingxiu. "So, you dare to lay a finger on my Ming Ming? Do you? You shall pay dearly for it." Lin Qingxiu seized Shang Xinyuan's fists and twisted them outward, followed by a series of cracking sounds, culminating in Shang Xinyuan's anguished wails. Despite Shang Xinyuan's height of nearly 6 feet, years of indulgence had drained his strength, rendering him no match for the robust Lin Qingxiu. Just before, when Lin Qingxiu referred to her as his Ming Ming, Yi Mengxi felt a blush creep across her cheeks, her heart swelling with joy. However, the next scene left her pale with shock as Lin Qingxiu broke Shang Xinyuan's hand. Outside, the receptionist rushed in with 4 security guards. They were the guards of Janeo Building. Having overheard the exchange between Lin Qingxiu and the others, the receptionist anticipated trouble, as such incidents were not uncommon in their company, and promptly contacted the security department. To their dismay, they arrived just in time to see this man unleash a beating on Shang Xinyuan. "Aw, how dare you? Kill this brat for me. I will take the blame if anything goes wrong." Shang Xinyuan screamed, noticing the receptionist's indifference as she entered with the guards, prompting him to unleash a torrent of curses. These guards, having frequently benefited from him, were always eager to respond when the receptionist called the security department. The 4 guards, rolling up their sleeves, were about to charge forward. "Humph, I doubt you can afford the consequences. Stand down," a middle-aged man coldly interjected as he entered. The guards, upon seeing this man, quickly greeted him. "Mr. Sun, what brings you here? We can handle this matter. You shouldn't have to come." Upon hearing their words, Shang Xinyuan thought Mr. Sun had come to back him up. He gritted his teeth against the pain and addressed Mr. Sun, saying, "This wild brat came in and broke my hand. You need not worry about any repercussions for Janeo." "Mr. Sun, however, replied, "I just mentioned that you can't afford this." He approached Lin Qingshou, bowing respectfully. "Mr. Lin, I apologize for the wait and for the trouble you've encountered." Mr. Sun was not concerned with the rightness or wrongness of the situation. In Janeo Building, whatever Lin Qingshou did was right. Shock, stunned silence enveloped the room as they witnessed someone they revered showing such deference to a mere youth. Wei Mengshi looked at Lin Qingshou with astonishment. Although she did not know who Mr. Sun was, he appeared to hold a higher status than anyone else present, and this highest-ranking individual was treating her senior with utmost respect. "Mr. Sun, it seems anyone can take residence in Janeo Building. I'm contemplating whether we should consider a new property management company for the next quarter," Lin Qingshou stated coldly. Mr. Sun's expression drastically changed at his words, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. Janeo Building generated tens of millions in profit for their property management company annually. If they were to lose this account, he would be out of a job and might even face repercussions. "Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize. It was my oversight in not screening the tenants properly. Please allow us another chance." Mr. Sun bowed deeply. Lin Qingshou waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, a middle-aged man pushed the door open and entered, demanding, "What happened? Who harmed my son?" He had just been engaged in an illicit rendezvous on the 68th floor of Janeo Building, where the upper floors were all hotels. Just as he swallowed a blue pill, the front desk called to inform him that his son had been assaulted. His fury was palpable as he surveyed the room and spotted Mr. Sun. Rushing over to him, "Mr. Sun, what brings you here for such a trivial matter?" "It's merely a misunderstanding among kids. We will handle it and ensure Janeo's reputation remains intact." He assumed Mr. Sun was there out of fear that they would escalate the situation. "What exactly happened? Speak," he demanded, asserting his authority as a father, his voice booming at Shang Xun. "Dad, it was this brat. He slapped me as soon as he came in and even broke my hand. I want him to be carried out on a stretcher." Shang Xinwen pointed at Lin Qingshou with his contorted fingers. "Hemph. Haven't you yet paid the rent for last quarter, Mr. Shang?" Mr. Sun suddenly interjected. Shang Yuan, perplexed, questioned, "What do you mean, Mr. Sun? Haven't we already discussed this? I will pay last quarter's rent along with this quarter's when I receive funds from a major project." Chapter 14. Yi Mengshi falls into despair. Mr. Sun coldly smiled. "Tomorrow marks the end of this quarter. Including the last, you owe us rent for 2 quarters. You have until tomorrow to settle the payment. Your contract is also up for renewal, and you are to vacate Janeo Building as it can no longer accommodate you." Shang Yuan was taken aback, confused as to why he was being ousted so suddenly. Yet, being a cunning fox, he quickly deduced that this must be related to the current incident. "Mr. Sun, is there some misunderstanding here?" he queried cautiously. "Misunderstanding?" Mr. Sun moved closer to Lin Qingshou, raising his hand to introduce him. "This is Mr. Lin, the new owner of Janeo Building. Offending Mr. Lin means opposing me, and Janeo Building no longer welcomes you. Pack your things and leave. Oh, and remember to settle your rent before you go. As for you 4, head to finance to settle your wages. You won't be needed from tomorrow onward. Mr. Lin, please, let us discuss this in the office," he added. Shocked, the entire room was stunned. The 4 security guards had not anticipated that they would be dismissed without having done anything after merely responding to a call. Shang Xinyuan looked incredulously at the man who had just assaulted him, realizing he was the new owner of Janeo Building. "Mr. Sun, you cannot be serious. This brat is the owner?" Shang Xinyuan exclaimed in disbelief. Mr. Sun's face darkened, stating, with that remark, "If you fail to pay the rent and vacate by today, I will take coercive measures." The leasing contract for Janeo Building contained an unspoken rule that allowed the property management to evict any tenant who infringed upon the building's interests without legal repercussions. Ignoring Mr. Sun's authority, Lin Qingshou turned to lead the stunned Yi Mengshi out of the room. Mr. Sun hurried after them. A loud slap rang out, prompting Lin Qingshou to turn his head in curiosity. He saw Shang Yuan beating his son, Shang Xinyuan, mercilessly, causing him to wail pitifully. It was Lin Qingshou's first time witnessing a father so violently reprimanding his son, even using a chair to strike him. After delivering a thorough beating, Shang Yuan grabbed Shang Xinyuan and ordered him to kneel. "Mr. Lin, although I do not know where my son has offended you, it must surely be his fault. Given that I have already punished him, could you allow Mr. Sun a few more days?" Shang Yuan bowed, realizing that staying was no longer an option. Over the years, running a media company had not yielded profits. Both father and son were notorious for their lecherous pursuits of internet celebrities. Establishing a media company was merely a means to exploit these young women, and now he was at a loss for funds. Lin Qingxiu ignored his pleas and pulled Yi Mengxi into the elevator. 3 days, he stated just as the doors closed, causing Shang Yuan to breathe a sigh of relief. Mr. Sun escorted Lin Qingxiu to the 50th floor, the former office of the previous owner of Janeo Building, which had now conveniently become Lin Qingxiu's. However, as a student, Lin Qingxiu found the office unnecessary. Upon arriving, Mr. Sun produced a keycard, swiped it, and the door slowly opened up. Mr. Lin, this will be your office and lounge. No one else can access this area. The door has been programmed to recognize your face and fingerprints. You only need to show your face to enter. This entire floor was dedicated to the owner's office, spanning nearly 3,000 square feet, which Lin Qingxiu found somewhat extravagant. He contemplated whether to consider vacating the entire floor and leasing it out instead. Upon entering, Mr. Sun guided Lin Qingxiu through the space, which resembled a grand private club more than an office, complete with a restaurant, meeting rooms, entertainment zones, and a lounge, as well as an indoor golf area. The office itself occupied only a small fraction of the space. It was more lavish than many wealthy individuals' estates, serving more as a private venue for entertaining important guests. The floor even housed a wine cellar stocked with various fine wines, which astonished Lin Qingxiu. These wines alone could generate considerable revenue. The office also featured a tea cabinet and a cigar cabinet, filled with an assortment of premium teas and cigars. Even though Lin Qingxiu was not an avid tea drinker or smoker, the sight of these luxuries brought him joy. Senior, I never expected you to be this impressive. The entire Janeo building belongs to you. Yi Mengxi, who had been in shock since the beginning, finally began to recover. Lin Qingxiu smiled and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, You are the only one who knows about this. Let us keep it our little secret, shall we? Yi Mengxi felt her face flush as Lin Qingxiu drew near, and she nodded resolutely, saying, I won't tell a soul. This is our secret. Lin Qingxiu's intervention on her behalf had already left her deeply touched. Originally, she viewed him through a favorable lens, but with these new revelations, her admiration for him soared. Beep, congratulations, host. You have completed the task of accompanying Yi Mengxi to the interview at Janeo Building. Reward. 1 attribute point. Reward. 500,000 yuan. Transferred to the host's Magic City Bank account via legitimate means. Dear customer, your Magic City Bank account ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 500,000 yuan. Your current balance is 599,053 yuan. The system notification chimed alongside the alert from his phone. Just 2 hours ago, Lin Qingxiu's bank account had contained a mere 3 yuan, and now he was suddenly in possession of a staggering sum of money. Beep, Yi Mengxi, who scored over 90 points in attractiveness, has reached a goodwill level of 90 points towards the host, remaining loyal. Due to the host's first encounter with a woman scoring over 90 in attractiveness, an additional attribute point is awarded. The host may choose to enhance attributes now. Would you like to proceed? Not yet. I'll decide later, Lin Qingxiu mentally responded. He hadn't anticipated Yi Mengxi would fall for him so quickly, but considering she had harbored a crush on him, it was hardly surprising that she was completely smitten after today's events. Mr. Sun brought Lin Qingxiu to his office, taking the liberty to sit at the tea table and brew a pot of tea. Mr. Lin, I hope you don't mind me taking your seat to prepare some good tea for you, Mr. Sun said with a sycophantic smile. Although he had been in this space before, he had never dared to touch anything. Making this his first time sitting down, Mr. Sun, please make yourself comfortable. There's no need to be so formal. I don't know how to brew tea myself, so I'll leave it to you to prepare something nice. Lin Qingxiu replied, taking a seat at the guest area. Chapter 15. Are you also working here? Yi Mengxi, intrigued by her surroundings, chose not to sit down, allowing Lin Qingxiu to let her wander freely. After all, she was the first to surpass a goodwill level of 90 with him, and he was curious whether the system's definition of the first to exceed 90 referred to attractiveness alone or included all women. If it were the latter, he would be at a loss, as he had been with He for so many years without her goodwill ever exceeding 90. Beep. System scan confirms that Yi Mengxi is the first woman to exceed a goodwill level of 90 towards the host, regardless of attractiveness score. Damn it, this system is a real downer, Lin Qingxiu thought as he returned to the present and addressed Mr. Sun. Mr. Sun, my earlier words were said in haste. I hope you won't take them to heart. However, Janeo Building should genuinely reassess the cultural image of its tenants. As a landmark in Magic City, it represents not only a financial hub, but also the city's image. Lin Qingxiu retracted his earlier statement about potentially replacing the property management company and exerted pressure on Mr. Sun. reminding him not to assume that his youth equated to ignorance. Mr. Sun's hand trembled as he poured the tea, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. He was fully aware that Lin Qingshou was subtly admonishing him. Despite appearing young, Lin Qingshou's methods rivaled those of many seasoned executives. Mr. Lin, it was my oversight. I have heard rumors regarding Emojian Media's questionable activities. The father-son duo seems to have established a media company solely to exploit internet celebrities. However, without any complaints, I couldn't justify evicting them based solely on hearsay. Rest assured, I will thoroughly vet the tenants moving forward, Mr. Sun assured, hastily presenting a stack of documents to Lin Qingshou. Mr. Lin, these are the records of all tenants in Jineo Building. Rent is collected quarterly, and tomorrow is the scheduled collection for the next quarter. Please provide your bank account number so I can transfer the rent to you. Lin Qingshou, who had been perusing the documents, felt a surge of excitement and promptly wrote down his Magic City bank account number. After some further conversation at the tea table, Lin Qingshou decided it was time to leave, as Yi Mengshi had evening classes to attend. Mr. Sun had initially intended to have the chef from the hotel upstairs prepare a meal, but that would have to wait. Lin Qingshou grabbed a few packs of cigarettes from the cigar cabinet, deeming them useful rather than wasteful. Mr. Lin, could you provide your license plate number? I'll have the system record it and arrange a dedicated parking space for you, Mr. Sun inquired, demonstrating the meticulous attention to detail that earned him the role of property manager at Jineo Building. It was only then that Lin Qingshou remembered he hadn't checked his license plate number. He quickly pulled out his phone to look at a previous photo, revealing the plate number, MOA 10,000. Upon realizing the impressive symmetry of the number, Lin Qingshou was taken aback. Such a plate was worth a considerable sum. Mr. Sun's respect for Lin Qingshou deepened upon seeing that plate number, understanding that in Magic City, merely possessing wealth was insufficient to acquire such a coveted license plate. It signified Lin Qingshou's extraordinary status. As Lin Qingshou and Mr. Sun made their way to the lobby on the first floor. They were interrupted by a familiar voice calling out from behind. Mr. Sun, I tried calling you, but you didn't answer. I found you here. Lin Qingshou turned, momentarily stunned to see the person who had stopped Mr. Sun was Chen Jia, whom he had encountered on his way here. Oh, Mr. Lin, you're here too. Are you working in this building as well? Chen Jia asked with surprise, her gaze subtly scanning Yi Mengshi beside him. Lin Qingshou nodded with a smile, opting not to respond. Mr. Chen, is there something you need? Originally, Sun Ji intended to let Chen Jia speak later, but upon seeing that Chen Jia knew Lin Qingshou, the situation changed entirely. Oh, it's the same person I mentioned to you earlier. We plan to expand our office space, but you previously said there was no extra room available, right? Now I've heard that Majin Media on the 17th floor is relocating, and I wanted to inquire if I might rent that space. Chen Jia has also heard about Majin Media on the 17th floor. Apparently, they offended an important figure and were thus forced to leave. Jinmao Building has never had issues with vacancies, so after receiving this news, she continuously contacted Sun Ji. Being in the media industry herself, the departure of Majin Media represented a prime opportunity for her office space, saving her the trouble of renovations. However, Sun Ji was preoccupied with hosting Lin Qingshou and did not answer any calls. Upon hearing this, Sun Ji glanced at Lin Qingshou, who then spoke up, Manager Sun. You need not concern yourself with me. Proceed with the normal process, Miss Chen. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. With that, he and Yi Mengshi exited the hall. Confused, Chen Jia turned to Sun Ji and asked, Mr. Sun, is this Mr. Lin also a tenant in Jinmao Building? What did he mean just now? Sun Ji assessed Chen Jia with a smile, replying, it seems you and Mr. Lin are not very acquainted, are you? Otherwise, you wouldn't need to come to me about renting the 17th floor. Chen Jia, now even more puzzled, retorted, if not you, then who should I turn to? Aren't you the one managing Jinmao Building? Sun Ji burst into laughter. Mr. Lin is the new owner of Jinmao Building. He has the final say over the entire structure. The rent you pay goes directly to him. If you know Mr. Lin, you can approach him directly. However, since you've come to me, I'll prioritize the 17th floor for you, and I'll have someone bring the contract over shortly. With that, Sun Ji turned and left. Chen Jia stood frozen in place, initially thinking that seeing Lin Qingshou driving a sports car merely indicated he was a wealthy heir. She never anticipated that Sun Ji would reveal that the entire Jinmao Building belonged to Lin Qingshou. Curiosity about Lin Qingshou began to stir within her. After all, Jinmao Building had originally been owned by a large corporation, and if that corporation were selling the building, it implied they were on the brink of bankruptcy. Yet, she hadn't heard any negative news regarding that corporation recently. Moreover, The young lady who had been beside Lin Qingshou seemed vaguely familiar. Perhaps she was his girlfriend. Lost in thought, Chen Jie stepped into the elevator, completely unaware that her curiosity about Lin Qingshou had intensified. When a woman becomes curious about a man, it marks the beginning of her infatuation. In the car, Yi Mengxi appeared somewhat despondent. Just as Chen Jie had noticed her, she too had observed Chen Jie's beauty. The senior she admired had suddenly become so exceptional. Wouldn't he that mean Minnie would now be drawn to him? Ming Ming, what are you thinking about? Lin Qingshou noticed her daze but couldn't he quite fathom why Yi Mengxi was in such a state. Chapter 16. Minnie will be drawn to him. Including me, Yi Mengxi snapped back to reality and smiled at Lin Qingshou. Senior, that sister we just saw was so beautiful. Is she your friend? Oh, that was someone I met on the road this morning. She was dealing with some scammers, and I happened to pass by and helped her out. All I know is her name is Chen Jie. Nothing more, Lin Qingshou explained. He had begun to piece together the reason for Yi Mengxi's distraction. It seemed she was feeling a twinge of jealousy. It was a new and delightful sensation for him to know that a woman felt jealous on his behalf. Reflecting on the past, he realized that even when he had been close to another girl, he never showed such concern. Ming Ming, I've been calling you that for years. Why are you still being so formal by calling me senior? Yi Mengxi's cheeks flushed slightly. Although senior sounded less intimate, she only referred to Lin Qingshou this way. Other seniors were called Shixiang, a secret she intended to keep from him. Then I shall call you Qingshou Gij from now on. Lin Qingshou was taken aback, thinking it transformed him into a beastly figure. No, just call me Qingshou or Shougu, that way we can be a bit closer. Why? Yi Mengxi giggled, realizing his playful intent. All right, I'll call you Qingshou Gij then. Lin Qingshou's mischievous grin deepened, causing her to exclaim, Hey, senior, you're being annoying. With her hands covering her slightly flushed cheeks, she added, Your car is quite luxurious, isn't it? This is my first time riding in a sports car. She curiously touched every part of the interior, noting that her family ran a small business. Her father owned a BMW, but it paled in comparison to this vehicle. I believe it's over 20 million. I'm not entirely sure, as it was a gift, Lin Qingshou replied. Indeed, it was a reward from the system for completing a task. I didn't expect you to be a wealthy heir. Why were you so low-key in school? By the way, your ex-girlfriend must regret breaking up with you now that she knows you're so affluent. After hearing that Lin Qingshou was now single, she felt a sense of exhilaration, as his newfound status meant her secret admiration could potentially evolve into something more overt. A bitter smile crossed Lin Qingshou's face. She was unaware of the truth. Forget it. Some things are destined to be unfulfilled. I've come to see her clearly after the breakup. After reflecting on their past, he understood that he had never truly loved him. Yi Mengxi placed her small hand on Lin Qingshou's right hand, which was gripping the gear shift. Don't be sad, Shougu. It's that woman who lacks fortune. There will be better ones in the future. You're such a good person with excellent qualities, so surely Minnie will admire you. Minnie? Including you? Lin Qingshou teased, having received a clear indication of Yi Mengxi's feelings from the system, much like gaining insight into a game. Yi Mengxi's face turned crimson, and she quickly withdrew her hand from his, nervously grasping her clothing. I don't know. You're really bad, senior, Lin Qingshou chuckled. This level of teasing was just right. If he were too eager, it might give Yi Mengxi the impression he was a scoundrel, leading to a decrease in her feelings for him, which would be a significant loss. Ming Ming, with so many suitors around you, why did you choose to have me accompany you to the interview? Lin Qingshou asked, a question he had wanted to pose since he had first seen her the previous evening. Logically, aside from being somewhat taller, he was quite ordinary, and even the system had only granted him a modest score of 6,666 in attributes. What made him worthy of attracting a campus beauty who scored over 90 in appearance? It's because you never pursued me, Yi Mengxi playfully winked at him. Lin Qingshou chuckled awkwardly. He was not a fickle person. After getting involved with he hadn't looked at other girls nor had any other thoughts. As he put it, he was simply an honest person. However, today, he resolved to shed that image. Being honest only led to being taken advantage of. From this day forward, Lin Qingshou would become a sea king, no longer lingering over a single tree but developing an entire forest. I'm from Shancheng. I've never lived away from my parents until coming to Shanghai for university. Upon arriving at school, I felt lost and directionless. It was at this moment that you, senior, became a guiding light, helping me adapt to campus life. You even worried that I wouldn't adjust and took me out to eat for a month, familiarizing me with every corner of the campus. Yimengshi gazed at Lin Qingshou, her eyes shimmering with affection. Lin Qingshou suddenly realized that her feelings stemmed from having encountered him in a new environment, leading to a sense of dependency. It wasn't his charm that captivated her, but rather a girl's vulnerability at a crucial moment that he had inadvertently stepped into. Yet, this revelation also clarified one of his lingering questions. At least now he understood why Yimengshi harbored feelings for him. Lin Qingshou parked the car at the school entrance. That moment, campus security guard Uncle Wang approached. Students were not permitted to drive into the campus without prior registration. "Kid, where did you get this flashy sports car?" Uncle Wang exclaimed in surprise as Lin Qingshou lowered the window. He was quite familiar with this security guard, having often shared drinks with him. Lin Qingshou handed Uncle Wang a couple of packs of cigarettes he had just acquired from Jinmao Building. "Uncle Wang, I just bought this new car. Could you help me with the registration?" Upon seeing the 2 premium packs of cigarettes, Uncle Wang's eyes widened in astonishment. Cough, cough. "Registration is no problem. You can drive in, I'll get you a pass tomorrow. Just don't buy such expensive cigarettes again," he remarked as he accepted the gifts. After Lin Qingshou left, Uncle Wang glanced around to ensure no one had witnessed him. He was reluctant to share such fine cigars with anyone else. "Oh, I was so focused on the cigarettes that I didn't catch a glimpse of that girl in the car," Uncle Wang muttered to himself. A Pagani Zonda glided through Jiaodong University. Catching the attention of countless onlookers, Lin Qingshou parked the car beneath the girls' dormitory. "Thank you, senior, for accompanying me to the interview today. Although I didn't succeed, I still had a great time," Yimengshi said as she reached for the car door but turned back to add, "Many will be drawn to someone as kind as you, including me." Just as she finished speaking, she leaned in and planted a quick kiss on Lin Qingshou's cheek before hastily exiting the car and dashing back to the dormitory. Lin Qingshou was momentarily stunned by the unexpected display of affection, but a smile soon crept onto his lips. With a swift press of the accelerator, he drove away from the girls' dormitory. Chapter 17. Surging basic attributes. After parking in the dormitory lot, Lin Qingshou walked back to his room. At Jiaodong University, countless students drove to campus, so special parking zones had been designated for them. After all, Shanghai was teeming with wealthy heirs. Upon returning to his empty dormitory, Lin Qingshou recalled that it was Friday. Xiaolu had taken his girlfriend Guanyin out, Fan Jianxiang had gone to hang out with friends, and Li Wuqi was working. Among them, only Li Wuqi's family was slightly less well off. Xiaolu was a wealthy heir, while Lin Qingshou and Fan Jianxiang were relatively well off but not from affluent backgrounds. He had hoped to celebrate his recent financial success with his friends, but they were all absent. As he lay on his bed, Lin Qingshou suddenly remembered that he still had attribute points to allocate. He quickly opened the system panel. Host, Lin Qingshou, Strength, 7. Constitution, 6. Mentality, 6. Charisma, 6. Maximum attribute for ordinary people is 10. The host's attributes are within the normal range for ordinary individuals. Vehicle, Pagani Zonda, Mansion, Yunlu Mountain Villa, not yet claimed, to balance, 599,053. Aside from increasing his strength by 1 point, the other attributes remained at 6. The system also had a full attribute increase point he hadn't utilized, and accompanying Yimengshi to the interview had awarded him another point. After some contemplation, he decided to allocate that point to Constitution. Enhancing his Constitution would bolster his other attributes. System, allocate all attribute points, and add the extra point to Constitution. Ding. All attributes 1, Constitution 1, enhancement process initiated. The process may cause some discomfort. The system will assist the host in entering a sleep state. Before Lin Qingshou could fully comprehend, the system forcibly shut down, and he fell asleep on his bed. When he opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. He raised his hand, noticing a sticky sensation on his skin. After getting out of bed, he realized he felt extremely light and agile. However, he couldn't check himself at the moment. The unpleasant odor emanating from him was overwhelming. After taking a shower, Lin Qingshou discarded all the bedding from his bed, as the dirty substances had seeped into them, leaving an odor even after washing. Luckily, he could afford to replace them now. After completing these tasks, he opened the system panel to check his attributes. Host, Lin Qingshou, Strength, 8. Constitution, 8. Mentality, 7. Charisma, 7. Maximum attribute for ordinary people is 10. The host's attributes are within the normal range for ordinary individuals. Vehicle, Pagani Zonda, Mansion, Yunlu Mountain Villa, not yet claimed, to balance, 599,053. Both constitution and strength had risen to 8, while mentality and charisma were at 7. Lin Qingshou flexed his fists, even generating a sound akin to wind from his punches. With his current constitution, he likely met the standards of a special forces soldier. Now, if he were to encounter Li Tianzong and his group again, he could handle most of them even without the skills of Yip Man gazing into the mirror. He noticed that his once solid abdominal muscles had now segmented into 8 distinct blocks. He looked much more appealing than before. The increase in charisma had indeed made a significant impact. Lin Qingshou picked up his phone and saw several messages. Wai Yimengshi, Shogu, actually, I only call you senior. Yimengshi, Shogu, I think I'll still call you senior. It feels more affectionate. Wai Yimengshi, senior, are you busy? Yimengshi, senior, did my feelings cause you any trouble? If so, I can keep my feelings to myself. Yimengshi, senior, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have kissed you or confessed my feelings. Please don't ignore me. The messages spanned from the afternoon to midnight, indicating that Lin Qingshou's silence had made her overthink. Lin Qingshou, Ming, I'm sorry. I fell asleep after returning yesterday afternoon. I just woke up. Silly girl, how could your feelings be a burden? I'm actually quite happy. Just as he sent the message and intended to check other notifications, Yimengshi replied immediately. Why Yimengshi? That's great. I thought senior would ignore me from now on. I stayed up all night waiting for your message, so, does that mean you accept me now? Lin Qingshou was somewhat taken aback. Was this what it was like to have a woman's affection soar after reaching a 90-point threshold? She had stayed up all night just because he hadn't, he replied, causing his vanity to swell immensely. Lin Qingshou, you should go sleep. Once you wake up, I'll tell you face to face. I'm not one to express my feelings over WeChat. Wai Yimengshi, okay. I'm going to sleep now. I'll message you as soon as I wake up. After exiting the chat with Yimengshi, Lin Qingshou noticed that Chen Jie had also messaged him, thanking him for prioritizing the rental of the 17th floor at Jianmao building due to his influence. She inquired if he was free for dinner that evening. Lin Qingshou replied that he was unavailable and left it at that. Although it was an invitation from a beautiful woman, he thought it best to arrange a date with Yimengshi that evening. Upon receiving Lin Qingshou's message, Chen Jie's expression soured. This was her first attempt at inviting a man to dinner, only to be so decisively rejected without any explanation. She had put forth so much effort in her text, only to receive a curt 2-word response. If it had been any other man, he would surely have elaborated on why he was unavailable. No, wait. Any other man wouldn't have dared to turn her down at all. Lin Qingshou, I will make you regret refusing me. Unbeknownst to Lin Qingshou, his casual 2-word reply had sparked Chen Jie's competitive spirit. Now, her curiosity about him had evolved into a desire to conquer. Meanwhile, Lin Qingshou, back in his dormitory, was oblivious to the brewing storm. Having transferred 60,000 the previous day, he intended to send some money to his parents. After some thought, he decided to transfer 100,000 back home. Sending too much might make them hesitant to accept. Even with this amount, he would need to explain for quite a while. As he took out his phone to proceed with the transfer, he encountered a notification indicating a limit on his card. He could only transfer 10,000 a day. Damn, what an affront to someone who is destined to be a wealthy tycoon. It seems that today I must make a trip to the bank in the magical city to address this issue regarding the spending limit. After my visit to the bank, I shall retrieve the set of keys to my new apartment and perhaps spend the weekend there. Lin Qingshou changed into a different outfit, only to realize that his clothes had become rather snug. The enhancement of his physique had transformed his excess flesh into well-defined muscles, rendering his garments unwearable. Chapter 18. A reunion with Chan Shanshan IT is imperative that I procure a few new outfits to remedy this situation. Upon arriving at the parking lot with his car keys in hand, Lin Qingshou was astonished to find a throng of students gathered around his vehicle, snapping photographs. Good heavens, it is none other than the Pagani Huayra, a divine automobile. A mere 100 of these luxurious sports cars have been manufactured, each priced at a staggering 25 million. Although our school is not devoid of wealthy heirs, it is rare to encounter one capable of driving a car valued at over 20 million. What you fail to realize is that the magical city is teeming with the affluent. The Pagani Huayra is a rarity even domestically. Should I be granted the opportunity to take it for a spin, I would gladly refer to the owner as my benefactor. What a fanciful notion. Do you truly believe the owner would regard you, this unremarkable son, with any esteem? Excuse me, Lin Qingshou exclaimed, attempting to navigate through the cluster of students encircling his car, finding it somewhat challenging to squeeze through. Are you here to admire the divine vehicle as well? Have you not noticed the queue? I arrived first, so why should I yield my spot? One onlooker stood firm, blocking his path. With a hint of exasperation, Lin Qinshu retrieved his car keys and declared, "You are obstructing my vehicle." The crowd was taken aback, rendered speechless. They had anticipated the owner to be a dashing and charismatic heir, yet the reality was that of an unassuming student. While not unattractive, he certainly did not fit the stereotype of the wealthy elite. Ignoring their astonishment, Lin Qinshu forcefully pushed past the student in his way, took his seat in the car, and drove off. Lin Qinshu's navigation led him to the nearest magical city bank, a location that felt eerily familiar. Suddenly, he recalled that this was the very place he had accompanied Chen Shanshan to during her previous interview. I wonder if she succeeded in her interview. After parking, he entered the bank, and upon stepping inside, he spotted Chen Shanshan. Dressed in the bank's black uniform, she appeared to be in a stern discussion with a middle-aged woman, presumably her supervisor, who was berating her. "Do you think you were hired for any reason other than your looks? Do you have any idea how many graduates from finance universities apply to our bank each year? Countless graduates, all turned away, and yet you, by mere virtue of your beauty, secure a position. When tasked with meeting clients, how dare you offend them? Do you wish to forfeit your position?" The middle-aged woman chastised. In the bank's lobby, being publicly reprimanded left Chen Shanshan's expression a mix of indignation and sorrow. This was only her second day on the job, and already her supervisor had assigned her a challenging task. The client in question was the son of a wealthy group, and upon meeting Chen Shanshan, he had been visibly enamored, claiming he would cooperate fully with her. Naively, Chen Shanshan had thought herself fortunate to have encountered an agreeable client. However, when he laid a hand on her shoulder and suggested they retreat to a hotel room, she quickly realized his intentions were far from honorable. She promptly slapped him and fled. The young heir immediately contacted the bank to lodge a complaint against Chen Shanshan, even threatening to withdraw his funds and cease all business with the institution, leading to the current scene. Art Li had indicated that if she could satisfy this client today, he would designate her as his private banker. This would secure her position and substantially increase her salary, potentially allowing her to attain full-time status. Think carefully. Is your pride truly more important than a better material life? The middle-aged woman scoffed before retreating to her office. Beep! Detected a beautiful woman with a score above 90 is facing difficulties. Option 1. Ignore it, allowing the beautiful woman to fall into the jaws of danger. Reward: 10 million in cash. Option 2. Become Chen Shanshan's private banker, assist her in achieving her performance goals, and successfully secure a promotion and raise. Reward: 1 billion Do coins. Reward: a luxurious Lamborghini Veneno. Startled by the sudden task notification, Lin Qinshu stood at the bank's entrance, contemplating the options presented before him. Both rewards were enticing. Currently, he was in dire need of cash, and the prospect of receiving 10 million for doing nothing was appealing. However, assisting Chen Shanshan could yield a staggering 1 billion Do coins. Given his disinterest in live streaming, he found the Do coins somewhat useless unless he found someone to collaborate with to convert them into cash. The Lamborghini Veneno, while impressive, felt somewhat excessive. He had barely driven his Pagani Huayra for 100 kilometers and now another car. He had heard that the Veneno was worth 100 million, and he would prefer to have that amount in cash instead. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Qinshu ultimately chose the second option. While both outcomes were beneficial, he could not bear the thought of a beautiful woman falling prey to such predation. How could such a stunning girl simply surrender herself? He approached Chen Shanshan from behind. "Hello. I would like to inquire whether I need to take a number to increase my card limit." Lin Qinshu feigned interest, aware that Chen Shanshan held little regard for him. Without a chance encounter, his plans could not proceed. Chen Shanshan quickly wiped away the tears that had gathered at the corners of her eyes, turning to face him with a smile. Upon seeing Lin Qinshu, both were momentarily taken aback. Chen Shanshan was surprised to see him, while Lin Qinshu was struck by her radiant smile. Despite their brief interaction, he had not witnessed her smile until now. It was astonishing how breathtaking a woman with such beauty could be when she smiled, truly captivating. Chen Shanshan was the first to regain her composure. "Thank you for that day," she said. Lin Qinshu chuckled playfully. "It seems you must have succeeded in your interview. Perhaps now you can afford to compensate me for the damages to my car." Chen Shanshan's demeanor shifted to one of flustered embarrassment. "I just started working. Once I receive my salary, I promise to repay you." Lin Qinshu waved his hand dismissively, continuing with his jovial banter. How about this? Your tears have yet to dry, and being somewhat nosy, I would like you to share the reason for your distress, and I shall forego the matter of compensation. Lin Qinshu reverted to his usual tactic. Chen Shanshan shook her head with a wry smile, still unaccustomed to confiding in strangers. You mentioned needing to elevate your limit, right? Come over here. I will assist you with that. She stepped aside to retrieve a tablet. Noticing that his usual approach was failing, Lin Qinshu decided to hold off on further inquiries. Chen Shanshan operated the tablet, revealing Lin Qinshu's account balance of over 590,000. For someone employed in a bank, such a sum was rather pedestrian. However, for Chen Shanshan, it represented the largest amount of money she had ever encountered, particularly on her second day of work. Your current limit is 10,000 per day. How high would you like it adjusted? Chen Shanshan entered a professional mode, inadvertently captivating Lin Qinshu. Chapter 19. A low-end client. Cough. Is it possible to remove the limit altogether? Lin Qinshu pondered. Having any limit could be troublesome, especially since he anticipated receiving a significant sum of rent today from Jimao Tower. Managing a limit would be quite inconvenient. My maximum authority allows me to raise it to 100,000 per day. However, to eliminate the limit entirely, you would need to qualify for a private banking service, which includes a dedicated financial officer. Chen Shanshan explained, having undergone training prior to her employment. Private banking? Lin Qinshu inquired, unfamiliar with the term. Chen Shanshan patiently elucidated, private banking means having a financial director responsible for managing your account balance, which requires a substantial deposit to qualify. Lin Qinshu's eyes lit up with understanding. If 500 million was needed to qualify for private banking, he could simply ask Sunji to transfer a portion of the rent in advance to resolve the issue. A plan began to form in his mind. Actually, I overheard your supervisor reprimanding you. Would it benefit you if I became your private banking client? Lin Qinshu proposed. Chen Shanshan gazed at him, perplexed by his suggestion. After a moment, she replied, since you heard, I suppose it's fine to tell you. Originally, Mr. Li was able to secure private banking due to a deposit of 500 million, which is why my supervisor sent me to apply. Who would have guessed that he would act inappropriately, prompting me to slap him? She expressed her indignation. Lin, first and foremost, I must thank you, but I would prefer not to rely on your assistance. I would rather not remain in such a sordid environment. I possess the means to make a living elsewhere. Chen Shanshan had come to a realization. Seeking forgiveness from L I was futile, and she would have to bid farewell to her hard-won job. She dismissed Lin Qinshu's offer of help, believing he could not assist her, merely speaking out of courtesy. Lin Qinshu admired her strong sense of pride. Had he been in her position, he might have bowed to financial pressures. However, excessive pride could be burdensome. With the task at hand, he needed to assist Chen Shanshan in resolving her predicament to earn his reward. Can you guarantee that you won't face such treatment elsewhere? You may escape once, but what about the next time? This society is such that, regardless of where you go or what industry you enter, your beauty attracts attention like a flower inviting bees. To truly eradicate this issue, you must strive for excellence. As Lin Qinshu spoke, his expression turned solemn. Chen Shanshan suddenly found him more appealing than before. Perhaps it was a slight shift in his charm or a change in her perception. Without waiting for her response, Lin Qinshu pulled out his phone and made a call. Manager son, please transfer the rent I have received to my magical city bank account. Uncertain whether the tenants of Jinmao Tower would pay on time. Considering Emojin Media had yet to pay rent for 2 quarters, he was apprehensive. Understood. I will expedite the process through special channels to ensure the funds reach you within 2 minutes. Sunji, initially planning to handle the matter by the end of the day, perceived Lin Qinshu's call as a test of his capabilities and promptly set about fulfilling it. Before long, Lin Qinshu received a notification on his phone. He glanced at his outdated iPhone 8, pondering he should invest in a better device. Previously, financial constraints had prevented him from upgrading. However, with his current means, he could afford several new phones without issue. Dear customer, your Magical City bank account ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 300 million yuan. Your new balance is 599,053 yuan. 300 million. He was taken aback. Had Sunji managed to collect the rent so swiftly? The sudden increase from his previous balance of 590,000 to 300 million left him in disbelief. The second notification revealed that Sunji had confirmed the collection of all rent, with a portion remaining in the building's account, transferring a rounded sum to Lin Qinshu. Footsteps echoed from the stairs as a woman donned in a bank uniform hurried down. Lin Qinshu assessed her, noting she was quite attractive, albeit her gait seemed exaggerated. as if she were intentionally trying to attract attention. Upon spotting Qin Shanshan, the girl rolled her eyes and remarked, "You had your chance, and you squandered it. I was supposed to approach Mr. Li, but Wu Jia allowed you a chance to prove yourself, and now you've messed it up. A significant client just transferred 300 million to our bank. I won't allow you to ruin this opportunity as well." The middle-aged woman who had previously reprimanded Qin Shanshan emerged from her office, noticing Qin Shanshan still present. "Why are you still here? Shouldn't you be finding Mr. Li?" Qin Shanshan bit her lip, her brow furrowed. "I am currently assisting this client with a limit increase." Before she could finish, the other woman burst into laughter. "It seems you are only suited for these low-tier tasks. Wu Jia had such high hopes for you. What a disappointment." The woman spoke with derision, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Qinshu. The middle-aged supervisor shook her head in disappointment. "Is this how the magical city bank treats its clients?" Lin Qinshu found himself amused, anger bubbling beneath the surface. This woman had no qualms about belittling him in front of his face. What difference does it make whether your deposit is 100,000 or 200,000? Do you even know how much I am about to secure from that client? Compared to someone with 300 million, you are merely a low-end customer. With that, she dialed a number, likely to inquire about the large client. Lin Qinshu's phone rang just in time, having deduced from their conversation that he must be the 300 million client they were discussing. Chapter 20. "Mr. Lin, please hold." Lin Qinshu chuckled coldly as he answered the call. "Mr. Lin, this is Yang Yin from the Magical City Bank. We have noted a deposit of 300 million in your account, qualifying you for our private banking service. From today onward, I, Xiao Yang, will be at your service 24 hours a day." As soon as the call connected, Yang Yan's obsequious demeanor became apparent, emphasizing the 24 hours with an exaggerated tone. "Is that so? Yet, just moments ago, someone referred to me as a low-end client." Lin Qinshu replied, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he observed Yang Yan's back. "How could that be? You are clearly quite capable." Yang Yan suddenly realized her error, turning around to find Lin Qinshu coldly staring at her. "Mr. Lin, this was a misunderstanding. I did not know it was you when I spoke those unflattering words." Yang Yan, ever the adept at shifting her facade, quickly replaced her astonished expression with a smile. Approaching Lin Qinshu to bow in apology, revealing a deep cleavage, at that moment, Qin Shanshan was taken aback. She had initially thought Lin Qinshu's offer to help was mere banter, but he had effortlessly deposited 300 million into his account. 300 million, a sum she could never hope to earn even over several lifetimes. Wu Jia, quick on her feet, approached Lin Qinshu. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Wu Qian, the financial director of this bank. I sincerely apologize for the conduct of my staff. It is my failure to instill proper decorum in them. They should promptly apologize to you." "I apologize, Mr. Lin. It was my oversight, and I am willing to accept any punishment you deem fit," Yang Yan added, casting a suggestive glance in Lin Qinshu's direction. Lin Qinshu feigned ignorance of their intentions. "The attitude of the Magical City Bank has left me quite disillusioned. Initially, I transferred my funds here out of consideration for Shanshan, but seeing how you mistreat her, I shall refrain from transferring the additional 1 billion. Shanshan, go ahead and submit your resignation. It's best not to linger in such a place. If worst comes to worst, you can always join my company as a financial officer. With me around, no one would dare to mistreat you." Upon hearing this, Wu Qian and Yang Yan's expressions turned to one of sheer terror. Was there really another 10 billion set to be transferred? If such a significant client were to leave Modu Bank because of them, their careers would be effectively over. "Shanshan, why didn't you mention earlier that you had Mr. Lin as a client? Our branch has clearly been neglecting him. Now, Wu Qian has completely disregarded Li Xiao. This Mr. Lin is worth 6 of him. What is going on? Why is everyone just standing around?" A middle-aged man strode into the bank, frowning as he spoke. Upon seeing the bank president arrive, Wu Qian hurriedly approached him to explain the situation. Once the president grasped the circumstances, he instantly donned a beaming smile and approached Lin Qinshu. "Good day, Mr. Lin, and I am Wu Xiugong, the president of this branch. Shall we move to my office for a discussion?" Lin Qinshu nodded, grasping Qin Shanshan's hand and following Wu Xiugong. At that moment, Qin Shanshan felt her cheeks flush. This was the first time a man had held her hand, and Lin Qinshu's repeated use of her name made her blush even more. However, she understood that Lin Qinshu was merely acting to help her, putting on a show for the others, so she remained silent. In the president's office, Wu Xiugong was busy pouring Lin Qinshu a cigarette, his face radiating obsequiousness. "As president," He could be haughty before subordinates yet humble before a benefactor. Regardless of whether the 10 billion Lin Qinshi mentioned was real, he undeniably had 300 million deposited in the bank. Mr. Lin, it is my failure in management that has led to the rudeness of my staff. I am prepared to offer you a generous gift package and assign you the best financial team to assist with risk management and the like. Please let me know if there are any other requirements. We can negotiate everything amicably. Wu Xiaogong's obsequious demeanor made Lin Qinshi feel immensely comfortable. This was the sensation of wealth. Did President Wu really think I would care about a so-called gift package or financial team? It was solely because of Shanshan that I transferred my funds to your bank. However, I am now thoroughly disappointed. Shanshan no longer intends to stay. Please approve her resignation, and I will take her with me. Lin Qinshi tactically retreated, his goal being to assist Chen Shanshan in overcoming her predicament, and perhaps even securing a promotion. It is impossible for someone newly entering the workforce to achieve immediate advancement. So Lin Qinshi had to employ this method to compel the bank to promote Chen Shanshan. Wu Xiaogong shot a meaningful glance at Chen Shanshan. Wu Qian had briefed him on the situation, and it seemed that the primary issue lay with this girl. Wu Xiaogong's eyes flickered as he flashed a radiant smile. Hello, Xiao Chen, it's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Modu Bank is an excellent institution. Though some individuals may have acted disrespectfully due to my preoccupation, I assure you, I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution regarding this matter. As for your resignation. Chen Shanshan looked bewilderedly at Lin Qinshi, realizing that Wu Xiaogong's focus was solely on him, intending to retain him as a major client while merely keeping her on board. However, she did not want her issues to complicate matters for Lin Qinshi, which is why she glanced at him. Lin Qinshi gently patted the back of her hand and addressed Wu Xiaogong. President Wu, there are jobs available everywhere. Rather than let Shanshan endure unfair treatment here, it would be better for her to resign. My means are sufficient to support her. If this is your bank's sincerity, then we shall take our leave. Lin Qinshi stood, pulling Chen Shanshan up from the sofa. Ready to exit, Mr. Lin, please hold on. Wu Xiaogong quickly rose to his feet, realizing that losing such a significant client would be a tremendous loss for their bank. He mentally berated Wu Qian and Yang Yan, two incompetent women who had caused this predicament. Lin Qinshi halted and turned back. President Wu, don't blame me for being difficult. I'll give you another chance. Provide me with a satisfactory proposal, or I will instruct other banks to transfer this 300 million. Once money enters a bank, various restrictions are placed on its withdrawal. However, if Lin Qinshi sought a full-service agency with another bank, the process would become significantly simpler. Mr. Lin, in light of the arrogance displayed by certain employees of our bank, I will demote Wu Qian from financial director to financial officer and Yang Yan from financial officer to bank receptionist. Furthermore, I will promote Chen Shanshan to financial director and your private banking manager. Would this resolution satisfy you? Wu Xiaogong gritted his teeth, making these personnel changes to Wu Qian was his cousin, yet in order to retain a major client, he was willing to sacrifice her. Chapter 21. Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1. Lin Qinshi's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. He had essentially achieved his objective. In that case, I am not an unreasonable person. If I am not satisfied, that would be excessive. Let us proceed as President Wu suggests. With Shanshan as my private banking manager, I feel secure. At this moment, Chen Shanshan was overwhelmed by the news, momentarily unsure of how to react. Once she regained her senses, she quickly protested. No, President, I am just a newcomer. I am unworthy of the position of financial director. Please retract your order. This incompetent teammate, Lin Qinshi mentally cursed. However, Wu Xiaogong was perceptive enough not to let Chen Shanshan refuse. I will assign Wu Qian as your assistant to help you acclimate to the job. This matter is settled. I have already submitted the personnel appointment to the higher-ups. As the branch president, I can finalize this within a day. At Wu Xiaogong, fearing Lin Qinshi might change his mind, spoke rapidly while typing on his keyboard. As soon as he finished speaking, the appointment request was approved and entered the review process, with an announcement published on the Modu Bank's official website. Chen Shanshan was robbed of the opportunity to refuse and was promoted just like that. Seeing his mission accomplished, Lin Qinshi decided it was time to leave. I will trouble President Wu to take care of my Shanshan. Shanshan, I have other matters to attend to this afternoon, so I want to join you for lunch. You have much to do now that you are a director, so I will take my leave. As Lin Qinshi spoke, he quickly embraced Chen Shanshan before striding away. After performing for so long, he felt he was nearly immersed in the role, helping Chen Shanshan secure a promotion and salary increase. A hug in return seemed reasonable. Qin Shanshan remained in a daze, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Her cheeks flushed as she realized it was her first intimate gesture with the opposite sex, and although she recognized Lin Qinshi was taking advantage of the situation, she found herself surprisingly unbothered by it in the car. Lin Qinshi savored the softness of the embrace. Seizing the moment while Qin Shanshan was still bewildered, he thought, why not take a little interest? He pulled out his phone and searched for the contact number of the Yunlu Mountain Villa sales office. He intended to finalize the property today and take Yimengxi out for dinner that evening as part of their courtship, bidding farewell to his life with Wu Gu. Since the Cold War with he had lasted for several months, he had relied on Wu Gu to relieve the pressure in his heart. Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Li Qing. Are you planning to come today? The moment the call connected, the other party directly addressed Lin Qinshi by name, demonstrating the exceptional skill of these top salespeople. Yes, I am on my way now. Should arrive in about half an hour. Lin Qinshi checked the navigation. It was less than 20 kilometers away, but the traffic in the city was complex, so half an hour seemed reasonable. All right, Li Qing will be waiting for your arrival. With a rev of the engine, Lin Qinshi departed the location. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the task of helping Qin Shanshan secure a promotion and salary increase. Reward, 1 billion Do coins. Reward, the luxurious Lamborghini poison. Ding, Lamborghini poison has been placed in the host's Yunlu Mountain Villa garage. Hearing the notification, Lin Qinshi's lips curled into a smile. The Lamborghini poison was valued at 100 million. With 1 billion Do coins, at a 10-to-1 conversion rate, 100 million would yield 10 billion Do coins if converted. That would amount to 50 million. However, given Lin Qinshi's current financial strength, conversion was unnecessary. He could simply use it to reward streamers. Most importantly, this task had rescued a girl with a stunning appearance rated at 93 points. He believed he had already left a mark in her heart. Given time, with some effort, he could win over Qin Shanshan. Previously, Lin Qinshi had always thought of being devoted to one person. After the incident with He and acquiring this luxurious system, he realized he had been foolish to sacrifice an entire forest for a single tree. Half an hour later, Lin Qinshi arrived at the sales office of Yunlu Mountain Villa. As he gazed upon the entrance, he noted that aside from two tall security guards, a woman clad in a black uniform skirt with long legs encased in black stockings stood there. Her exquisite features were complemented by bright, expressive eyes and a trademark smile. Upon spotting Lin Qinshi, she approached with a graceful stride. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am responsible for the sales and management of Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1, and I am at your service 24/7. 24/7 service? Is this what I think it is? Lin Qinshi mused, piqued by Li Qing's statement. Li Qing, standing before him, did not trigger the system's notification, suggesting her appearance did not meet the 90-point threshold. However, to Lin Qinshi, she was undoubtedly close, surely exceeding 85 points. Who could resist the allure of such a beauty offering round-the-clock service? Mr. Lin, this way, please, Li Qing smiled, accustomed to the attention of men. Everyone desired her, and while she didn't reject such attention, she aimed to find someone with potential. After all, old men could only last so long. She preferred to preserve her value until she encountered someone worthy. At that moment, Lin Qinshi was her target of interest. As a young man capable of spending 500 million on Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1 was not to be underestimated. Lin Qinshi reined in his gaze, following Li Qing as she began to explain the details of Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1. Mr. Lin, this villa is the crown jewel of Yunlu Mountain. It was originally purchased by a mysterious tycoon for 880 million. However, after being acquired, the owner never resided here. Recently, they sold it urgently, and now it belongs to you. Lin Qinshi was taken aback. He recalled the system indicating the property was worth 500 million, yet the previous owner had purchased it for 880 million, suggesting an inflated price. The system's valuation must reflect the true worth of Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1. The two arrived at the expansive estate, and the sight at the entrance left Lin Qinshi momentarily speechless. 2 rows of maids in black skirts and black stockings flanked the entrance. What is happening here? Lin Qinshi stared at the numerous beauties, each with a minimum attractiveness of 80 points, their long legs accentuated by the stockings. Li Qing chuckled softly, explaining, these 6 women were hired by the previous owner to assist with daily living. However, just as they were recruited, the owner sold the property to you. I took the liberty of allowing them to stay an extra day to see if you require their services. Chapter 22. I have lost all my troubles. I absolutely need them, Lin Qinshi internally exclaimed. Imagining the daily view of 6 pairs of black-stockinged legs, it would be a delightful experience. He maintained a facade of calm, not revealing his eager thoughts. Let us first view the property. Please show me around and explain the layout, Lin Qingshi said casually, walking past the 6 maids. This reaction surprised Li Qing. She had initially thought Lin Qingshi was merely a lecherous man, easily manipulated. Yet now, with more beauties present, he appeared surprisingly composed. Was his earlier demeanor a mere act, or had she misjudged him? Li Qing quickly approached Lin Qingshi, unconsciously leaning closer to him. Lin Qingshi recognized her intentions and subtly acknowledged her with a glance. Yunlu Mountain Villa, aptly named for its vast expanse, featured a golf course behind the house, a sprawling garden, a basketball court, and a temperature-controlled swimming pool upstairs. The basement housed a wine cellar stocked with a plethora of fine wines left by the previous owner. As they approached the side parking area, a black carbon fiber Lamborghini Poison caught his eye. When did this car appear here? It wasn't here before, Li Qing remarked in surprise, as she frequently visited the property and had never seen the car there. This is my car. I had it delivered here. Lin Qingshi was unaware of how the system had placed the vehicle there, so he simply claimed it as his own. After spending over half an hour touring the estate, they returned to the main hall. Lin Qingshi sank into a 7-figure sofa, and one by one, the 6 maids approached, each carrying a tray. Some presented red wine, while others offered fruits and snacks, kneeling to place them on the table. Their alluring curves reigniting Lin Qingshi's previously suppressed desires. Li Qing noticed the glimmer of interest in Lin Qingshi's eyes and seized the moment. Mr. Lin, these maids are all highly educated, albeit with somewhat niche majors. We have dancers, vocalists, culinary experts, mixologists, and more. You might consider keeping them on for your daily living needs. Such skills are niche. With both practical and entertainment-related talents, they perfectly fit the profile of a wealthy household mate. Lin Qingshi pondered. What are their salary expectations? Li Qing smiled. Their annual salary is 500,000 yen modu. An annual salary of 500,000 was relatively modest, especially for such attractive, educated women. Surely, they could easily earn 200,000 to 300,000 elsewhere. And what about you? Lin Qingshi inquired, not only interested in the maids but also in Li Qing, as she was managing all affairs related to Yunlu Mountain Villa No. Li Qing, unperturbed by the question, had intentionally brushed against Lin Qingshi's arm earlier to catch his attention. I primarily handle after-sales service, with an annual salary ranging from 800,000 to 1 million. Are you considering recruiting me as well? Lin Qingshi, however, was not one to follow the conventional script. He smiled slightly. I'm just asking casually. Well then, let us keep these 6 maids on. Their previous salary was 500,000. I can offer them 1 million now. Provide me with your account numbers, and I'll arrange the transfer immediately. Lin Qingshi took a sip of red wine, finding it quite agreeable. It had no initial bitterness, revealing a pleasant aftertaste. Upon inspection, he discovered it was Roman e Conti, a renowned wine, which explained its exquisite flavor. Li Qing was left dumbfounded. The man she thought she could easily manipulate was proving unpredictable. Lin Qingshi indeed wanted Li Qing to remain as a manager, but her pride was palpable. Although she feigned humility, her underlying arrogance was evident. Such individuals seeking to dominate the host must be tempered. From their initial meeting, Li Qing had been orchestrating the interaction, attempting to keep Lin Qingshi within her control. Lin Qingshi, however, was no fool. If the previous infatuated Lin Qingshi had fallen for the other party's charms, now, having just endured a heartbreak, Lin Qingshi's mind is remarkably clear. Coupled with an enhancement in his attributes, he has effectively purged his former romantic naivety. Meanwhile, the 6 maids, upon hearing Lin Qingshi's intention to offer them a raise to stay, were filled with uncontainable joy and approached him to introduce themselves. Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Li Shui and I specialize in culinary arts and can prepare a wide array of delicacies and desserts. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am young man. I am a dance major. If you find yourself feeling bored, I could perform a dance for you. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Xiaoxi. I specialize in singing, and whenever you wish to enjoy some music, I would be delighted to sing for you. I can also provide accompaniment for Man while she dances. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Songyu, a graduate from the music department with a focus on instruments. I am proficient in various instruments, such as the piano and guitar. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Yu Qian, trained as a bartender. I can concoct a variety of drinks, and I can even prepare non-alcoholic beverages. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Han Shuang, a medical major. Should you ever feel unwell, I can take care of you and provide the necessary medications. As Han Shuang spoke, She produced a stethoscope from her pocket. As the 6 maids introduced themselves, they made subtle, flirtatious gestures that left Lin Qingshi parched with desire. Ahem. Allow me to outline my requirements. First and foremost, regarding forms of address, you shall all refer to me as master from now on. If anyone finds this unacceptable, they are free to leave. I will not insist. The 6 maids exchanged glances, their cheeks slightly flushed, and sweetly called out. Master Lin Qingshi was utterly enchanted by their utterances, feeling a delightful thrill coursing through him. Each maid possessed her own unique skills, allowing him to finally experience the life of the affluent. Who says that wealth comes at the cost of loss? I have lost my troubles. Lin Qingshi silently rejoiced. My second requirement is that Han Shuang must change into attire befitting her profession. Additionally, please bring your bank cards. I will transfer your first year's salary to you now, Lin Qingshi declared, pulling out his phone to address them. Chapter 23. Handling Li Qing. The 6 maids displayed a moment of hesitation, leaving Lin Qingshi perplexed. He intended to pay them their salaries up front, yet they seemed reluctant. Master, are you not afraid we might run away if you pay us now? Li Shui voiced their collective concern, as they worried that Lin Qingshi might be testing their sincerity. Lin Qingshi chuckled, realizing their apprehension stemmed from this. Rest assured, I genuinely intend to pay you today. For whether you might flee after receiving your salaries, that is entirely up to you. If 1 million is enough to make you run, then we shall see whose loss it truly is. Upon hearing this, the 6 maids' eyes filled with determination, and they quickly returned to their rooms to retrieve their cards. They resolved that if this was indeed a test from Lin Qingshi, they would pass it and remain. Leaning back on the sofa, savoring the exquisite Romani Conti, Lin Qingshi suddenly spotted Li Qing nearby. Miss Li, you haven't left yet? I've grown quite familiar with this place, and besides, I have these maids to guide me. You should return to your tasks, Li Qing replied, her expression somewhat awkward. She had initially thought Lin Qingshi was jesting, but now that he was issuing a clear dismissal, it felt all too real. Moreover, witnessing Lin Qingshi's generosity in raising the maids' salaries had genuinely startled her. The annual salary had skyrocketed from 500,000 to 1 million. As if money held no value, if she could secure a position here, her salary could double. As Li Qing prepared to voice her thoughts, the 6 maids returned with their cards. Lin Qingshi proceeded to transfer 120,000 to each of them, leaving the maids in a state of shock upon receiving the notifications. They were genuinely receiving their salaries, and on top of that, an extra 20,000. This additional 20,000 is for your everyday clothing and accessories. You need not solely wear professional attire. With the current trend of cosplay and anime-themed outfits, feel free to purchase whatever suits you. Those who perform well will also receive bonuses, Lin Qingshi mused, considering how such fine figures should not be wasted in mere professional garb. His early payment aimed not only to reward the maids but also to provoke Li Qing's envy. For him, the additional 20,000 was merely a trifling expense. Not only were Li Shui and the other maids astonished, but even Li Qing was taken aback. Although she had claimed her annual salary ranged from 800,000 to 1 million, in reality, after handling various tasks for clients and receiving red envelopes along with her salary, she was only earning 600,000. When the former owner of Yunlu Villa No. 1 had offered 50,000 for a maid, she had been tempted but had ultimately held out for more. Now, witnessing the maids earning 1 million plus an additional 20,000 for clothing, regret washed over her. Why had she pretended to be above it all? Had she not done so, she could have been one of them, enjoying 120,000. With her resolve solidifying, Li Qing turned to Lin Qingshi. Mr. Lin, do you require a housekeeper? I could assist with tasks such as salary disbursements. With just a word from you, I can arrange everything and be at your service 24 hours a day. She emphasized the last part. Lin Qingshi smiled subtly, though he feigned hesitation, but I could have Li Shui and the others handle such matters just as well. Li Qing's expression shifted as she looked imploringly at the 6 maids. They had initially remained due to her recommendation, and their kindness made them hesitant to speak up, fearing Lin Qingshi's disfavor. Han Shuang, biting her lip, stepped forward. Master, we've always been managed by Sister Li Qing if possible. Could you consider hiring her as well? I could accept a pay cut and share my salary with her. Li Qing gazed gratefully at Han Shuang, while the other 5 maids echoed similar sentiments. Lin Qingshi's expression darkened. Are you all trying to pressure me into making a decision? The maids' faces paled, and they stood frozen, unsure of how to respond. Li Qing sighed. Please do not blame them, Mr. Lin. Their hearts are too kind. They simply hope to remain with such a wonderful employer. Understanding Lin Qingshi's intent, she prepared to leave. If you require anything in the future, please feel free to contact me. Li Qing stood, her demeanor forlorn as she walked toward the door, her pride seemingly shattered in that moment. It appeared she would have to return to her previous job, which, while demanding, still offered decent pay. She couldn't help but feel frustrated. Such a golden opportunity had slipped away due to her own actions. Wait, Lin Qinsher called out just as Li Qing was about to step out. Alas, I am particularly weak against a woman's plea. Miss Li, please stay, but your treatment will be the same as theirs. Can you accept that? Lin Qinsher sighed, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Li Qing's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I will certainly do my utmost to meet your expectations and fulfill all your requests. As long as her salary matched the others, she felt content, with no further objections. Moreover, given Lin Qinsher's generosity, remaining would surely lead to greater rewards. Still calling me Mr. Lin? You were present earlier. You should know how to address me here, right? Lin Qinsher smiled. He had always regarded Li Qing as a capable individual. And now that he had humbled her pride, winning her over would only engender gratitude rather than superficial compliance. Yes, master. Li Qing responded without hesitation. Thank you, master, for accepting my sister Li Qing. Han Shuang was the first to lean in and plant a kiss on Lin Qinsher's cheek. The others followed suit, leaving Lin Qinsher feeling quite pleased. Even Li Qing approached and kissed his cheek as well. Lin Qinsher promptly transferred 5 million to Li Qing, of which 120,000 was hers. The remainder would be set aside for future expenses, as he wished to avoid frequent requests for small amounts. Upon seeing her balance, Li Qing felt she had made the best decision of her life. The master had directly transferred 5 million for convenience. How wealthy must he truly be? Li Qing left the villa, unlike the maids, as she still had a job to resign from. Although this abrupt resignation would incur some penalty, for someone with several million in her account, it felt like mere pocket change. Chapter 24. Bathing and massage. Lin Qinsher entered the master bedroom and discovered a luxurious bathtub suitable for soaking. He immediately instructed a maid to prepare a bath for him. Having never experienced a bath before, previously lacking the means and finding hotel tubs unclean, this was a different matter in his own home. Li Shui was busy preparing lunch, given her culinary expertise. She could whip up dozens of dishes once Lin Qinsher specified a cuisine. As Lin Qinsher lounged with his eyes closed in the bathtub, he suddenly sensed someone entering. Young man approached from behind and began to knead his shoulders. Master, we have all been trained in massage and foot care. Let me give you a shoulder rub. Lin Qinsher grunted in acknowledgement, closing his eyes again. Internally, however, he felt a whirlwind of emotions. A woman had entered the bathroom, and he was a young man brimming with vigor. Have any of you met the previous owner of this place? Lin Qinsher suddenly queried. Young man shook her head. No, we haven't met him. However, we heard from Sister Li Qing that he was a significant businessman, and this place seemed to be designed for hosting distinguished guests. Apparently, he encountered some trouble, which also affected his guests, leading to the sale of this property. Young man's cheeks flushed suddenly as Lin Qinsher stood up, unconcerned as he exited the tub. Since you're trained in massage, you should give me one. Why not enjoy such a skill? He had never experienced a massage before, as he had always been too shy to accept offers from relatives. The room also featured a sauna. Young man stood and led Lin Qinsher to the sauna room. The massage tables in this room were worth 7 figures, leaving Lin Qinsher in awe. The previous owner truly knew how to indulge himself. As Lin Qinsher lay down on the sauna bed, it began to shift, as though the air cushion structure inside was adjusting. This bed could sense the human body and inflate or deflate its internal cushions to achieve the most suitable shape and position. The cushions even warmed slightly, keeping the body cozy despite the lack of clothing. Soft, delicate hands began to massage Lin Qinsher's back, and he had to admit that young man's technique was incredibly soothing, causing him to drift off to sleep. Even as Lin Qinsher unknowingly turned in his slumber, young man continued her massage, though her cheeks reddened slightly. After all, one couldn't massage through clothing, as that would only cause friction against the skin. When Lin Qinsher awoke after a brief nap, he found young man still diligently massaging him, now standing beside his right hand. His senses felt momentarily disoriented. This dreamlike life left him questioning whether he was still dreaming or experiencing reality. Suddenly, young man's body quivered slightly, her complexion deepening in hue. The dim lighting in the room obscured her true color. The events that were about to unfold might not be pleasing to everyone, but I shall spare you the details. The other maids downstairs felt their faces heat up upon hearing the commotion above. Li Shui paused her preparations, having gathered the ingredients and waiting to cook once Lin Qinshi was ready to eat. It appeared he would not be dining anytime soon. An hour later, Lin Qinshi glanced at the crimson stain on the sheets. Casting an astonished look at Yang Man, his thoughts wandered to an inappropriate direction, mistakenly assuming that Yang Man had prior experience. Man, I am sorry. Lin Qinshi felt a pang of guilt, uncertain of what to say. The deed was done, and discussing it now seemed futile. This guilt stemmed not only from his earlier roughness, but also from his initial perception of Yang Man as a woman of loose morals, someone he had underestimated. Master, it is all right. Man is simply happy to be treated by you, Yang Man replied, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity as she gazed at Lin Qinshi. Did Sister Li Qing not mention that an additional requirement for becoming a maid is to be inexperienced? Lin Qinshi had indeed not heard this from Li Qing, and upon learning it, he felt even more satisfied with the arrangement. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Man, did you all come here with the expectation of performing such duties? Yang Man quickly shook her head. No, the contract explicitly stated that we cannot be forced to do anything we don't want to. What just happened was my own choice. Her cheeks flushed as she admitted this. Lin Qinshi was young and wealthy, and though he was not exceptionally handsome, each aspect of him was a plus in her eyes. Rest here. I will have the others bring you something to eat shortly. Lin Qinshi, recognizing Yang Man's worth, resolved to cherish her even more in the future. Master, I am fine. As a dance major, I often experience minor injuries during stretching but have always persevered. Yang Man sought to appear strong in front of Lin Qinshi. Be good, listen to me. Lin Qinshi gently patted her head, filled with concern. After Lin Qinshi returned downstairs, he instructed Li Shui to send food up to Yang Man and take good care of her. The gazes of the other maids toward Lin Qinshi were filled with admiration. The earlier commotion had left them all feeling shy. Unbeknownst to Lin Qinshi, he had surprised himself with his newfound abilities. Previously, he had been criticized by He Yi, enduring cold wars after each encounter, leading him to ponder how poor his performance must have been to elicit such reactions. It seemed that his physical condition had improved. He had gone from a mere 6 points to 8. While this may appear as just a 2-point increase, it represented a world of difference. Lin Qinshi eagerly anticipated his next mission, curious to see what he would become once his attributes reached their peak. Upon reaching the dining table, he found that Li Shui had prepared the meal according to his request for Sichuan cuisine, presenting several traditional dishes. Li Shui, indeed a culinary talent, surpassed anything he had tasted outside. After finishing his meal, Lin Qinshi remembered his intention to transfer money home, promptly sending 100,000 to his mother's account. Within a minute, his mother, Chun Xiuxiang, called him. Chapter 25. I am allergic to roses. Lin Qinshi chuckled wryly as he answered the phone. Xiaoqin, why did you transfer me 100,000? Where did you get this money? You haven't done anything illegal, have you? Please don't do anything reckless. Qin Xiuxiang bombarded him with questions, leaving Lin Qinshi at a loss for how to respond. Mom, don't worry. I collaborated with some classmates on a software project, and we sold it to a major company, earning some money. You can use this freely. I will earn plenty from the software. His parents were not well versed in these modern matters, so he could say whatever he wanted. Mom, just use this money. Didn't you want to replace the refrigerator or air conditioner? Now you can do so without worry. I have saved some money for myself, so you needn't fret over my expenses anymore. Lin Qinshi continued to persuade, fearful that his mother might transfer the money back to him. All right, I will save this money for you, for when you get married in the future. Your father is cultivating tea at home, and now the tea is starting to sell well. Our combined finances are sufficient, and the household expenses are modest. From now on, you can keep the money you earn for yourself, without needing to send any back home. Qin Xiuxiang felt quite assured about her son, and they had never believed that a child earning money should contribute monthly under the pretense of saving for them, when in reality, they had long lost track of where it went. After chatting with Lin Qinshi for a spell and issuing a few reminders, she finally hung up the phone. While browsing on his phone, Lin Qinshi suddenly noticed a message in their dormitory group chat. The group consisted of the 4 of them. In the end, the goddess succumbed to money. This was a revelation from the campus forum earlier that morning. A student had captured a moment and posted it online. Li Wuqi shared an image. Upon opening the picture, Lin Qinshi saw a sports car, with a girl inside kissing the cheek of the driver. However, due to the angle of the photo, the driver's face was obscured by a glare, rendering it unidentifiable. What the hell? Isn't that Yi Xiaohua? I thought I had just gotten to know her and might have a chance. Turns out she has been taken by a rich second generation. Fan Jianxiang, usually reticent, was unusually verbose in the chat. In Li Wuqi's words, Fan Jianxiang was the type to be quietly flirtatious, appearing innocent in person but daring to say anything behind a screen. It's perfectly normal for someone as beautiful as Yi Xiaohua to have a boyfriend. Would you rather lose to a rich kid than a poor loser? If a poor loser took your goddess, wouldn't you be even angrier? Xia Lu also chimed in. Though her words were harsh, they held a grain of truth. Lin Qinshu regarded the image with a peculiar expression, as the driver in the picture was indeed him. This scene unfolded when he was escorting Yi Mengxi back to school. Damn, what nonsense are you spouting? I thought Yi Xiaohua had some interest in us beasts, but it seems it was all a facade. I wonder if she took the beast seriously. If she did, the beast would have experienced heartbreak twice in 3 days. What a record! Li Wuqi said gleefully. If I were to say that the person being kissed by your goddess is me, would you believe it? A smile involuntarily crept onto Lin Qinshu's lips. He imagined how splendid their expressions would be if they were to discover the truth. What are you rambling about? Regardless of whether that person is you, do you even know what kind of car that is? That is a Pagani Zonda worth 25 million. Li Wuqi was always well versed in such matters. As the saying goes, it's always the impoverished who understand life. Beast, this is beyond heartbreak. It's a case of losing your mind. Fan Jianxiang continued to vent. Come on, let us tone it down a bit. Tomorrow night, let us take the beast out for drinks as brothers. We should help him emerge from the shadows of heartbreak. Enough said. I'm off to Disneyland with Yin Yan. You all take care of the beast. Lin Qinshu looked at their messages, chuckling silently. Truths were always hard to believe. What could he do? He felt quite helpless. Just then, a message from Yi Mengxi arrived. She had already woken up and eaten breakfast. Her words subtly revealing a desire to see Lin Qinshu. Coincidentally, he was planning to go out in the afternoon to buy some clothes and perhaps upgrade his phone. Now that he was wealthy, he couldn't let himself suffer. Lin Qinshu picked up the keys to his Lamborghini Veneno. Not particularly knowledgeable about cars, he had done some research online regarding this model. To his astonishment, he discovered that there were very few of these cars worldwide, and the system had gifted him this one, worth a staggering 100 million. The entire vehicle was crafted from carbon fiber, and when Lin Qinshu sat in and pressed the accelerator, the roar resonated with raw power. This was truly a car to flaunt. Suddenly, the Pagani Zonda seemed less appealing. Lin Qinshu deliberately glanced at the license plate. The number was MOA10001. The cars provided by the system came with automatic registration and all procedures completed. He drove the Veneno towards Jiaodong University. Yi Mengxi placed great importance on this date with Lin Qinshu, as he had mentioned needing to discuss something face-to-face. She believed he was ready to accept her, so she took a considerable amount of time to meticulously prepare herself, donning a never-before-worn white spaghetti strap dress, and eagerly awaited him at the school gate. However, before Lin Qinshu arrived, another vehicle had already parked beside her. A white BMW Z4 pulled up, and a young man with a buzz cut approached, holding a bouquet of roses. Mengxi, great to see you. I was going to look for you downstairs, but fate had us meet right here at the gate. This bouquet is for you, a token of my affection. I love you, Mengxi. Will you be my girlfriend? Yi Mengxi's eyes flickered with annoyance. Liu Jimin, thank you for your words, but I'm allergic to roses, so I can't accept your flowers. Also, I have a boyfriend now, so please stop harassing me. Today was supposed to be the day she confirmed her relationship with the senior. If the senior were to see this and misunderstand, all her prior efforts would be in vain. Liu Jimin grinned confidently. Mengxi, you don't need to deceive me. In the 2 years of college, I've never seen a single boy by your side. If you have a boyfriend, why don't you call him out to prove it? A roaring sound of engines grew louder as a black sports car approached Yi Mengxi. Lin Qinshu stepped out of the car, and Yi Mengxi joyfully ran over. Senior, you're here. Let us go. Lin Qinshu spotted Liu Jimin and deduced that he was one of Yi Mengxi's admirers. At that moment, Liu Jimin's expression darkened. He had never seen Yi Mengxi smile, and now, witnessing her smile at another man was quite infuriating. Chapter 26. Is this your national gold center? When Liu Jimin saw Yi Mengxi take the other man's hand, he could no longer restrain himself. Mengxi, even if you want to make me angry or reject me, please don't demean yourself. He believed this man was merely an actor Yi Mengxi had recruited to deter the suitors, wanting to dissuade any poor loser from harboring delusions about her. Yi Mengxi looked at him as if he were a fool. Liu Jimin, I've already told you, I have a boyfriend. The senior is my boyfriend. Thank you for your affection, but I want tea accepted. Think what you will. After saying this, Yimengshi wrapped her arms around Lin Qinshuo's neck and kissed him. She decided to deliver a powerful message. Lest Lu Jimin continue to think that the senior was an actor she had hired out of course, this also included a bit of her own selfishness. Seizing this moment gave her the courage to kiss the senior. Lin Qinshuo was momentarily taken aback by Yimengshi's sudden kiss, but he quickly regained composure and responded in kind. No? Lu Jimin watched the scene unfold, feeling as if his heart was shattering. The 99 roses he held dropping to the ground, as the two slowly parted, their lips still connected with a thin strand. Yimengshi's cheeks flushed as she gazed affectionately at Lin Qinshuo. He then retrieved a single rose from behind him. Mengshi, I intended to fill the trunk with flowers, but it turns out this car has no trunk, so I could only get one. Why Mengshi happily accepted the rose, exclaiming, Thank you, senior. How did you know that roses are my favorite? Lu Jimin, standing nearby, nearly spat blood in disbelief. Just moments ago, she had claimed to be allergic to roses and had scorned his 99 roses. Yet now she was delighted to accept a single rose from someone else, declaring it her favorite. Lin Qinshuo and Yimengshi got into the car and drove away, leaving Lu Jimin in a state of disarray. Students around them began to murmur, many already pulling out their phones to capture the moment. It seemed the campus forum was about to become lively again, with the male lead finally caught on camera. Senior, while others may lack appreciation, I can certainly see your worth. What do you think of me? A girl weighing 180 pounds approached Lu Jimin, speaking coyly. Lu Jimin, standing at 6 feet tall and being an athlete, had a robust physique and a bit of money, making him somewhat of a campus heartthrob. Yet, Yimengshi had already firmly occupied Lin Qinshuo's heart, and even if Lin Qinshuo had nothing, she would not have looked at Lu Jimin. Get away from me! Lu Jimin shoved the girl aside. The girl, filled with indignation, retorted, Who do you think you are? You've got neither a better car nor are you more handsome than him. If it were me, I'd choose that one. You deserve to be rejected. Lu Jimin's face flushed with anger, and he slapped the girl across the face. Murderer! I'll fight you. The girl charged at Lu Jimin, and this scene would soon become another lively topic for the forum. However, Lin Qinshuo and Yimengshi remained blissfully unaware of the amusing events that would unfold next. Mengshi, shall we explore the National Gold Center? I've been wanting to buy some clothes. Can you accompany me? Along the way, Yimengshi gazed adoringly at Lin Qinshuo. Upon hearing this, she nodded cautiously, asking, Senior, does this mean we're officially boyfriend and girlfriend now? Lin Qinshuo chuckled lightly, teasing, Can't we kiss even if we're not officially together? That kiss just now was quite something. Can you say you do that with someone who is into your boyfriend? Yimengshi hurriedly shook her head. No, I doubt I'm a first-timer at kissing. That was my first kiss, senior. You must believe me. Why Yimengshi's cautious demeanor tugged at Lin Qinshuo's heart. I was just joking. How could I not know what kind of girl my Mengshi is? Lin Qinshuo reached out and gently ruffled her hair. The two soon arrived at the underground parking lot of the National Gold Center. Coincidentally, in front of his car was another orange Lamborghini, with both vehicles parked side by side. Lin Qinshuo pulled the door handle and simultaneously, the passenger door of the orange Lamborghini opened. The distance between the two cars was enough to prevent any contact. Yet the person stepping out of the passenger seat made Lin Qinshuo's expression turn icy. Upon seeing Lin Qinshuo, the individual smirked mockingly. I thought you were something special, yet here you are? Still stalking me? I told you, there's no future for us. Can you please leave my life? The person who emerged from the passenger seat of the Lamborghini was none other than Lin Qinshuo's ex-girlfriend. The man in the driver's seat approached as well, asking, What's the matter? He quickly wrapped her arm around the man's, saying, Lin Qinshuo, this is Senior Zhou Junfeng, and he is my boyfriend now. You might as well give up. Don't follow me anymore. Lin Qinshuo coldly smiled. Is this National Gold Center yours? Am I not allowed to come here? Yimengshi had just arrived next to Lin Qinshuo and asked, Senior, who is this? Lin Qinshuo took Yimengshi's hand. Just an arrogant fool. Let us go. He then noticed Lin Qinshuo's car, which seemed different from the one she had seen a few days ago, further convincing her that Lin Qinshuo was merely renting sports cars. She had also observed that this vehicle lacked a door handle, requiring a pull cord to open, which, to someone unfamiliar with cars, confirmed it was a cheap model. Stop pretending. Why does the car you drove the other day differ from today's? Is it too expensive to rent, so you opted for this cheaper one? Lin Qinshuo ignored her and entered the elevator with Yimengshi, heading to the mall. Xiao Yi, Is this your ex-boyfriend? He looks quite handsome, Zhou Junfeng remarked, raising his chin slightly in a haughty manner. Only then did he notice that Lin Qinshu seemed somewhat different, though she couldn't pinpoint how. He did appear more attractive than before. However, now she was Zhou Junfeng's girlfriend, and she couldn't say such things. Please, he is not as handsome as the senior. Just a loser who rents a sports car to show off in front of me. He must still be dreaming of rekindling our relationship. Zhou Junfeng's gaze remained fixed on Lin Qinshu as he walked away. Yimengxi's appearance had captivated him. What a stunning girl. Although he was not unattractive, standing next to Yimengxi made her seem less remarkable. Renting? Renting a Lamborghini would still cost a pretty penny. If your ex-boyfriend were truly a poor loser, the rental fees for even a day would cover his living expenses for 2 months. Though both vehicles were Lamborghinis, Zhou Junfeng was not very familiar with the one in front of him. Had it not been for the bull emblem, he wouldn't have recognized it as a Lamborghini. Chapter 27. That piece of junk doesn't even have a door handle, he scoffed disdainfully. How can he compare to the senior's car? If he were to rent one, it would definitely be the cheaper option. I saw it just now. That piece of junk doesn't even have a door handle and needs to be pulled with a cord. After his remark, she casually patted the car's roof, completely oblivious to Zhou Junfeng's face turning pale behind her. The pull cord door handle, the sixth element. Only the top-tier Lamborghini Veneno has such a feature. Zhou Junfeng rushed to the back of Lin Qinshu's car and saw the word Veneno emblazoned in English. Shit! It really is the Veneno, Zhou Junfeng's mind screamed. The price of this Veneno could buy him several of his own smaller models. Who exactly was Lin Qinshu, able to afford a Veneno? He certainly wasn't just renting. There were very few of these cars in existence globally. Who would rent out a car worth over 100 million? The owner of such a vehicle would likely not even dare to drive it. Zhou Junfeng hastily pulled he, who was about to strike the car's roof again, away from the vehicle. This was the Veneno. Just taking it for a spin would incur tens of thousands in depreciation. If he were to keep hitting it, he wouldn't have enough to cover the damages. However, Zhou Junfeng chose not to inform he of the car's true value. He had his own motives. He had pursued this woman for a long time, and if she discovered that her ex-boyfriend was a wealthy tycoon, she would undoubtedly leave him. It was better to keep her in the dark. Win her over first, and then see how things developed. Senior, was that woman your ex-girlfriend? Yimengxi pieced together from the conversation that the woman was indeed Lin Qinshu's ex. Lin Qinshu nodded. That's her. Yimengxi tightened her grip on his arm, and Lin Qinshu gently patted her hand, smiling to reassure her not to take it to heart. The two ventured into the mall, where the National Gold Center boasted a plethora of luxury brands. Lin Qinshu was unfamiliar with these, so Yimengxi took the initiative, leading him to a Versace store. Though Yimengxi hadn't shopped much in the past, her feminine instincts made her somewhat knowledgeable about such things. She selected 3 casual outfits for Lin Qinshu, along with some belts and shoes. As they browsed and tried on clothes, they ended up purchasing 5 outfits for a total of over 600,000, averaging more than 100,000 per outfit. Mengxi, my matters have been settled. Now it's your turn. Let us go. Let your boyfriend buy you some clothes. Lin Qinshu pulled Yimengxi towards a Chanel store. Senior, I don't need to. I still have plenty of clothes I haven't worn, Yimengxi replied, just realizing Lin Qinshu's wealth, yet still feeling concerned about his finances. Besides, accepting gifts from him so early in their relationship made her wary of being perceived as materialistic. Listen, if you refuse, I'll be unhappy if that happens. I might just leave and not want to continue shopping. Lin Qinshu's words proved effective, and Yimengxi ceased her resistance. Upon entering the store, they unexpectedly encountered he once again, who was currently admiring herself in the mirror while trying on clothes. Upon seeing Lin Qinshu enter, her face ignited with fury. Are you still not done? Is it fun to haunt me like a ghost? Zhou Junfeng, who had been seated on the store's sofa, raised his head and felt somewhat awkward upon seeing Lin Qinshu. What bad luck. Mengxi, shall we go to another store? Lin Qinshu hadn't anticipated running into he in such a vast place as the National Gold Center. Mengxi furrowed her brows and released Lin Qinshu's arm, asserting, we will purchase here. Why should we leave? If anyone should depart, it ought to be them. Lin Qinshu chuckled softly, affectionately patting her head, fully aware that Yimengxi wished to avoid any encounters with his ex-girlfriend. Very well, I shall heed your wishes. It was then that he noticed the woman beside Lin Qinshu. She had not paid much attention to her earlier in the parking lot, as she had instinctively assumed this woman was merely an actress rented by Lin Qinshu. Humph. He even went so far as to hire a woman to flaunt before me. Lin Qinshi, can't you act a bit more mature? I suppose your family has given you enough allowance to squander on such frivolities. Renting cars and women, it seems you must have resorted to online loans. I had never noticed just how self-absorbed you are. You are hardly worthy of such attention. Ming, let us go pick out some clothes. Lin Qinshi let out a cold laugh as he led Yimengshi towards the women's clothing section. Senior, he is now my boyfriend. So mind your words and refrain from your presumptuous harassment. Yimengshi could not help but retort at her words. He felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, akin to a child who had played with a beloved toy for years, only to see it taken away and cherished by another. Sales associate, please remove these two. They are clearly impoverished and cannot afford anything here, merely here to pose for pictures and show off. The sales associate glanced at Zhou Junwei, who was a regular at the store, having brought various girls to shop on multiple occasions. Zhou Junwei feigned interest in a magazine, not even lifting his head. He knew Lin Qinshi was no ordinary individual. Anyone capable of driving a Lamborghini Veneno could not be considered common. However, he found himself in a predicament. Aiding he would offend Lin Qinshi and perhaps lead to a humiliating backlash, while supporting Lin Qinshi would mean losing he as a target. Thus, he opted to remain silent and feign ignorance. The sales associate, misinterpreting Zhou Junwei's silence as acquiescence, approached Lin Qinshi and Yimengshi with newfound confidence. Sir, miss, you are disturbing our esteemed guests, and we must ask you to leave. She gestured for them to exit. Lin Qinshi was taken aback, incredulous that a sales associate could evict customers based solely on another's word. How can this be? They were the ones causing a ruckus, yet we are the ones being asked to leave. Yimengshi's temper flared. The Chanel sales associate clearly underestimated them. The associate, however, had some insight. Lin Qinshi's attire and footwear combined barely totaled 300 yuan. Why Yimengshi's outfit was somewhat better, along with her 500 yuan CK bag, adding up to a grand total of about 1,000 yuan. Meanwhile, Zhou Junwei was a known VIP in the store, making it clear who held more weight. Mr. Zhou is a VIP at our store, and your presence is affecting his shopping experience, hence the need for your removal. Lin Qinshi coldly smiled, pulling Yimengshi towards another sales associate in the corner. Please fetch your store manager. I have a substantial purchase to make. Zhou Chunyin, a newly hired sales associate, had also disapproved of the other associate's behavior. Having been overshadowed by her in terms of sales, she felt compelled to endure the humiliation to retain her position. Internally conflicted, she eventually dialed the manager's number. It was just a phone call, and she would not lose her job over it, even if it meant incurring resentment. Coincidentally, the manager was just arriving after parking her car. The associate who attempted to remove Lin Qinshi and Yimengsshi wore a smug smile, arms crossed as she observed them. Even if the manager arrived, it would be of no consequence. She had generated the majority of the store's sales and knew the manager would not dare dismiss her. A woman in her 40s quickly entered the store. What is happening? Zhou Chunyin hurried to explain the situation to the manager, Lin Xiaomei. Upon hearing the account, Lin Xiaomei frowned, casting an annoyed glance at the other associate. Such matters could have been resolved amicably, yet they chose to create a conflict. Without waiting for the manager's response, Lin Qinshi produced a card, declaring, I will purchase everything in this store, including that woman's attire. Credit the sales to her account. You, as the manager, should have the authority to assess the store's inventory and verify the funds on my card to ensure I am not jesting. Shock. Stunned silence enveloped the room as everyone processed his statement. Only Zhou Junwei remained composed, thinking it was not unusual for someone like Lin Qinshi to buy out the store. Ha ha ha, what a lunatic! Exclaimed the associate attempting to evict them, laughter escaping her lips. Sir, are you joking? Lin Xiaomei also expressed disbelief. Whether it is a joke or not, you can verify the balance on my card. Lin Qinshi replied, growing impatient. Wai Yimengshi quickly tugged at his hand. Senior, let's just forget it. We can always shop elsewhere. Lin Qinshi tightened his grip on her hand, softly assuring her, do not worry. No one can bully you but me. I will ensure you have your revenge. Lin Xiaomei approached the front desk and inserted the card into a terminal, revealing a 9-digit balance. She stood frozen in place, her chest rising and falling with excitement. Lin Xiaomei hurried back, returning the card to Lin Qinshi. Here is the valuation for the store's merchandise. Given the quantity, where would you like it delivered? Do you have any other requests? Upon hearing Lin Xiaomei's words, the sales associate felt as if struck by lightning. Lin Qinshi's earlier declaration was not mere bravado but indeed true. Even more surprised was he, who, not being foolish, quickly grasped the situation. Impossible. You can't be the real manager. You must be an actress hired by Lin Qinshi, he shouted, pointing at them. The onlookers regarded her as if she were a fool. If the manager were a fake, surely the associates would recognize it. Zhou Junfeng felt that remaining any longer would lead to his own embarrassment, although he was not the one facing humiliation at present. Let us leave and check out the next store. Zhou Junfeng pulled the somewhat frantic he towards the exit. Zhou Chunyin swiftly blocked their path. Sir, the clothing this young lady is wearing belongs to our store. She must return it before leaving. Zhou Junwei, feeling irritated, replied, How much? I will pay for it. I want to take this outfit with me. After all, he had spent a considerable amount in this store, and he was not about to let a mere sales associate stop him. Manager Lin, if a single item is missing, I will withdraw my intention to purchase everything. Lin Qinshi coldly smiled. Lin Qinshi, do not push your luck. He glared at him, still unwilling to accept that Lin Qinshi possessed wealth. She preferred to believe they were all actors. Even if Lin Qinshi were genuinely affluent, she would not stoop to accepting his offer, as if she could not attain it. Lin Qinshi ignored her. Turning to Lin Xiaomei, Manager Lin, I want everything in this store right now. If even one item is missing, I will forego the entire purchase. Do what you must. After speaking, he led Yi Mengxi to the store's lounge. Lin Qinshi deliberately refrained from mentioning the other sales associate, curious to see how Lin Xiaomei would handle the situation. The associate who had tried to remove Lin Qinshi and Yi Mengxi now panicked, quickly heading towards the lounge to apologize, only to be intercepted by Lin Xiaomei. You may leave. You need not return. You nearly cost us a major client. Although the customer did not voice complaints, if I do not resolve this, no one will dare come to this store again. No, you cannot fire me. I have generated most of the store's sales. If you dismiss me, the headquarters will incur significant losses and will blame you. The associate pleaded, desperate to convince Lin Xiaomei to retract her decision. Lin Xiaomei coldly laughed. Sales? With your meager contributions, you dare claim the headquarters will suffer losses. Do you think I am unaware of your conduct in the store? Bullying newcomers while taking credit for sales that should have been theirs. These newcomers dare not speak out. Had it not been for your seniority, I would have dismissed you long ago. Furthermore, I know about your smuggling of merchandise. Leave now, or I will call the authorities. The associate's expression shifted as she bit her lip, filled with resentment, ultimately retreating in defeat. She had engaged in a fair amount of smuggling. Should the authorities be alerted, she could face imprisonment or hefty fines. This is too much, Junfeng, please help me. I will agree to any conditions, he pleaded, desperate not to lose to Lin Qinshi. Zhou Junfeng's interest piqued. Although he lacked for women, he always stirred something within him. If he could satisfy her this time, perhaps he could finally win her over. Manager Lin, as a frequent patron of this store, I ask you to grant me a favor. I will pay triple for that outfit, Zhou Junfeng implored Lin Xiaomei. Lin Xiaomei smiled apologetically. I am sorry, Mr. Zhou, but all items in the store have already been sold to Mr. Lin. If you wish for anything, you will need to negotiate with Mr. Lin for purchase. Zhou Junfeng's face darkened, but for the sake of winning He's favor, he could only acquiesce. Brother, sell me that outfit. I am willing to pay 5 times its price. Lin Qinshi coldly laughed. Brother? Who is your brother? Manager Lin, that outfit she is wearing will not be sold. After she removes it, it can be used to clean the restroom. You? Zhou Junfeng pointed furiously at Lin Qinshi. Leave a line today. We may meet again in the future, and you might find yourself needing my assistance. Lin Qinshi laughed heartily. Need your help? You think you are worthy? He's expression darkened. She realized Zhou Junfeng could no longer assist her. Shaking off his hand, she rushed into the fitting room to change back into her clothes and hurriedly exited the store, ignoring Zhou Junfeng entirely. Xiao Yi! Xiao Yi! Zhou Junfeng rushed after her. Lin Qinshi could not help but smile faintly. The outcome pleased him, as if the pent-up frustration in his chest had finally dissipated. Zhou Qinyan entered the lounge with 2 cups of coffee. Sir, the 2 have already departed. You and the young lady may now select the items you wish. Lin Xiaomei summoned her to reconfirm whether Lin Qinshi intended to purchase the entirety of the store's inventory, especially since the fault lay with her employees. Even if Lin Qinshi were to backtrack, they would not hold any resentment. Lin Qinshi frowned. Did I not say I wanted everything in the store? How many times must I repeat myself? Please assess the total value. Zhou Qinyan could not hide her excitement as she hurried towards Lin Xiaomei. Senior, purchasing everything in the store seems excessive. Do you truly have that many gifts for girls? Yi Mengxi surveyed the array of clothing, accessories, perfumes, and cosmetics, with the most expensive likely being the handbags. Lin Qingshi smiled, affectionately ruffling her hair. I will buy it all, and it shall all be a gift for you. How you choose to manage these items is entirely up to you. Wei Minxi was momentarily stunned. She had assumed Lin Qingshi's intent was merely to vent his frustration and later resell the new items. The notion that everything was to be gifted to her was beyond her expectations. No, this is far too extravagant. I cannot accept, she quickly declined. Feigning dejection, Lin Qingshi sighed. If you do not want it, I suppose I must gift it to another girl, as I have no use for such feminine items. No, Yi Mengshi exclaimed hastily. What girl could resist the allure of a Chanel store? The last thing she wanted was to increase her competition for Lin Qingshi's affections. Ultimately, she acquiesced, reasoning that she could set aside some men's clothing for Lin Qingshi. Moreover, with so many items, she had no space to store them. Perhaps we should buy a house to accommodate these items and occasionally enjoy our cozy moments together. Lin Qingshi pondered. While he owned Yunlu Mountain Villa, taking Yi Mengshi there seemed inconvenient, especially given the presence of 7 beautiful women residing there. With ample funds at his disposal, purchasing a home for Yi Mengshi seemed a better idea. After all, a gilded cage for a beloved is not a bad notion. Buy a house? Lin Qingshi's audacious suggestion repeatedly shocked Yi Mengshi's understanding. Is it true that those with wealth can act so recklessly? Just how much money does my senior possess? Indeed, I have no house. We cannot keep returning to the school for our weekend dates, nor is a hotel a viable option. It would be far better to purchase a house as our love nest. Lin Qingshi's motivation stemmed from a task prompt that had echoed in his mind earlier. Ding! Detected that the host is dating a woman with an attractiveness rating above 90 and a favorability rating of 90. Option 1. Exert every effort to enhance the other person's happiness, limited to 24 hours. Reward, mastery of martial arts. Option 2. Have a plain and simple date, showcasing the host's miserly side. Limited to 24 hours. Reward, mastery of despicable tactics. Both rewards were appealing to Lin Qingshi, as he wanted both. Mastery of despicable tactics would serve well against despicable individuals. While the task seemed straightforward, it posed challenges. For instance, displaying frugality would be impossible when driving a Lamborghini Veneno, which inherently negated the notion of being thrifty. Raising the happiness of another is also a daunting task, as happiness is self-generated. A person accustomed to hardship might feel elated after a sumptuous meal, yet each individual's perception of happiness differs, complicating the task. Since being miserly was beyond Lin Qingshi's capability, he resolved to work towards enhancing happiness instead. Ding! Yi Mengshi's current happiness index is at 65. Ding. When Yi Mengshi's happiness index reaches 90, the host will have completed the task. Lin Qingshi felt a twinge of frustration. He had gifted her the entire Chanel store and even proposed buying a house to solidify their love nest. Yet her happiness index hardly budged. It seemed money truly was not all-powerful, as even a few million spent did not significantly raise Yi Mengshi's happiness index. Yi Mengshi wrapped her arms around Lin Qingshi's neck, her eyes sparkling with joy as she said, "Senior, you are so good to me. I am so happy." With that, her cherry-like lips moved closer to his. Ding! Yi Mengshi's happiness index 3. Current happiness index, 68. Damn it, a mere 3 points for happiness. How many such incremental increases would it take to complete the task? Fortunately, the system had initiated a 24-hour countdown, granting him an entire day to fulfill his objective. Just as their passionate kiss deepened, Lin Xiaomei pushed open the lounge door. Yi Mengshi immediately withdrew her arms from around Lin Qingshi's neck. Her cheeks flushed. Lin Xiaomei appeared oblivious, approaching with a few sheets of paper. "Mr. Lin, here is the inventory of all items in our store, totaling a value of 634,000 yuan. A membership has been created for you, and after applying the membership discount, the total comes to 6 million. Lin Qingshu glanced over the items in the store. The clothing, jewelry, and cosmetics were quite reasonably priced, while the handbags accounted for the majority of the cost. Nonetheless, this price fell within Lin Qingshu's expectations. The store was not particularly large, and a valuation of over 6 million was quite reasonable. This was also Lin Qingshu's first experience with such extravagant spending. On the surface, he appeared calm, but internally, he was in turmoil. If it weren't for the several hundred million left in his account, he would not be so reckless with his expenditures. 6 million. Although Yi Mengshi was aware that the items in the store were not cheap, this price exceeded her imagination. Chapter 30. I still prefer your previous defiant demeanor. Lin Qingshu produced his card and handed it over, Go ahead and swipe it, if you're a member. Please sign up Ming as well. I don't need the membership. Pack everything up. Ming will send you an address in a couple of days. Just deliver everything there. There's South currently no place to store these items, and it's getting late. Buying a house isn't practical right now. We'll go tomorrow, on Sunday. After the transaction, Yimengshi selected several outfits to take with her and accompanied Lin Qingshou to a store selling domestic smartphones. Lin Qingshou's current smartphone was an outdated model from 6 or 7 years ago. While still functional, it was rather antiquated and not befitting his affluent persona. He chose 2 of the most expensive foldable phones. Though somewhat cumbersome, he was drawn to their novelty and ostentatious appeal. After their shopping excursion, they watched a romantic film, one where the leading couple did not end up together. White Yimengshi wept inconsolably, while Lin Qingshou simply fell asleep. Upon exiting the cinema, it was time for dinner. Ming, what would you like to eat? Yimengshi shook her head, expressing indifference towards her dining options. Senior, you decide. Noting that she was still engrossed in the film's plot, Lin Qingshou silently resolved to avoid taking girls to such melodramatic films in the future, as they could adversely affect the mood and subsequent plans. He recalled hearing about the top-tier private dining establishment in the Magic City. It was said that the venue only accommodated 8 tables daily, with each table costing over 100,000, inclusive of exquisite wines and rare delicacies. Previously, he could only dream of such a place. But now he had the financial means to indulge. Let us go. I'll take you to a place for dinner. I've only heard about it. Lin Qingshou activated the navigation on his phone. Shuiyang was located near the Magic City Park, nestled by mountains and water, with a monthly rental cost exceeding several million. However, they employed a limited hunger marketing strategy, generating daily revenues of over 100,000, allowing them to recoup rental costs in just a few days. After parking the car, he approached the grand entrance of Shuiyang. The hostess promptly inquired, "Good evening. Do you have a reservation?" Lin Qingshou shook his head. "No reservation. I'm willing to pay double the price for a table." The hostess was taken aback. Double the price meant a profit of over 100,000. Unsure of how to proceed, she immediately contacted the owner. The owner, Shang Ping, emerged with a proud demeanor, his slightly elevated chin indicating his arrogance. However, Lin Qingshou possessed a potent weapon against such pride. "The power of wealth. I'm very sorry, sir, but we are fully booked for today. Even if you're willing to pay double, I cannot make an exception. Some things cannot be bought with money, just like the rules of Shuiyang. No amount of wealth can alter them." Shang Ping's expression was one of disdain, seemingly relishing in rejecting those who believed money could solve everything. Beep. Detected that the host is being looked down upon. How can a wealthy person endure such humiliation? Option 1. Dinner must be at Shuiyang, and the ultimate feast must be ordered. Reward of 1 billion cash. Option 2. Beat up the owner of Shuiyang. Reward of a limited edition pair of silver handcuffs. How dare he mock me? It's clear what anyone would choose between those silver handcuffs and 1 billion. Initially, Lin Qingshou was prepared to leave upon realizing that the owner was unaffected by his wealth. Little did he know, the system suddenly sprang forth with a mission, marking the first time 2 missions existed simultaneously, alongside a task regarding Yimengshi's happiness index that remained unfulfilled. But what exactly did Shang Ping say that was so insulting? Was this system overly sensitive? Upon seeing the $1 billion reward, Lin Qingshou made up his mind. He would complete this task, as it was an opportunity for substantial wealth. Ahem, Boss Shang. I'll offer you 100 million to buy Shuiyang. I have but one request. I want an extra table tonight. Shang Ping's pupils slightly contracted at the mention of 100 million. Although he had invested over 10 million into this establishment, business had been slow, and today, being a weekend, was the only time it was fully booked. On average, they only booked 3 tables, and despite the wealth of Magic City, the restaurant's location was not very accessible, often resulting in traffic jams. Lin Qingshou's offer made Shang Ping hesitate. Transferring 100 million would cover his recent losses and yield a profit of several million. Sir, Shuiyang is my labor of love. It cannot be measured in monetary terms. There is no need to continue. The rules cannot be broken. Please point 200 million, Lin Qingshou interrupted, raising the offer by another 100 million. This was the maximum he could afford. Shuiyang was not worth 200 million, and with only just over 200 million remaining in his account, if Shang Ping did not accept this offer, it would indicate that the issue was no longer about money, and he would have to abandon this task. Deal. Shang Ping agreed immediately. Hesitation regarding 100 million stemmed from his passion for his business, but hesitating over 200 million would be foolish. What dream could be worth that much? Lin Qingshuo was momentarily stunned by the speed of his agreement. He had prepared himself to abandon the task, but the owner had accepted without hesitation. Please come in. I'll prepare the contract in the private room. Shang Ping's face broke into a sycophantic smile. Lin Qingshuo, pulling along the bewildered Yi Mengxi, patted Shang Ping on the shoulder as they passed. I still prefer your previous defiant demeanor. Upon hearing this, Shang Ping straightened up, the smile vanishing from his face as he followed Lin Qingshuo into Shuiyang. Senior, am I dreaming? You spent 200 million just to bring me here for dinner? Inside the private room, Yi Mengxi still could not comprehend the events that had transpired, wondering if they were discussing money or happiness points. Since I promised to take you here, I cannot go back on my word. Spending 200 million is trivial as long as you are happy. Lin Qingshuo's heart ached, but he reasoned that once the meal concluded, his 200 million would transform into a billion. With that thought, the pain seemed less significant. Senior, you are too kind to me. Let us skip dinner and go home, Yi Mengxi insisted, pulling Lin Qingshuo towards the exit. Lin Qingshuo gently drew her into an embrace, whispering, trust me, let us enjoy the food here. If it's as delicious as rumored, spending 200 million is worth it to share a delightful meal with you. I'll earn it back in no time. Don't worry. Unbeknownst to him, whether the establishment could turn a profit was irrelevant. As long as he completed the task, he would net an additional 800 million. Thus, he was determined to keep Yi Mengxi from leaving. Chapter 31. A full Manchu Han imperial feast, as long as he conveyed to Yi Mengxi that this was merely an investment of his, and that it was also to treat her to a meal. She would likely not insist on leaving. Indeed, after hearing his words, Yi Mengxi returned to her seat, touched by his thoughtfulness. At that moment, Shang Ping entered, clad in a chef's uniform. So, Boss Shang is also the chef? He is not going to be the one preparing our meal, is he? Lin Qingshuo was surprised to discover that Shang Ping was indeed the chef of Shuiyang. With a proud smile, Shang Ping replied, I am the head chef of Shuiyang, honored with the title of Michelin 3-star chef, and the only chef in all of China capable of preparing a complete Manchu Han imperial feast independently. This revelation astonished Lin Qingshuo. It was no wonder Shang Ping exuded such confidence. Mr. Lin, let us set aside the contract for now. Chef Shang will prepare your dinner tonight. Shang Ping clapped his hands, and a waiter appeared with an ice bucket containing 2 bottles of red wine. Here are 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite, specially prepared for you. Originally priced at 300,000 in the restaurant, it is a gift for our new owner. Lin Qingshuo was momentarily speechless. Having spent 200 million to acquire Shuiyang, all the items within should rightfully belong to him. Shang Ping's gesture of offering was akin to gifting himself. Enough of that. Let us get to the dishes, Lin Qingshuo waved dismissively. Shang Ping chuckled awkwardly, realizing his actions were somewhat shameless. Let us serve the food. As the private room door opened, dozens of waitstaff entered, each carrying a platter. The waiter who had brought the ice bucket now poured 2 glasses of red wine before Lin Qingshuo and Yi Mengxi. The first waiter placed a dish on the table and removed the lid. Steam wafting up from the dish. Chef Shang, could you please introduce this dish? Shang Ping radiated confidence as he proclaimed. This is the first dish, steamed lamb. Shuiyang prepares a Manchu Han imperial feast on weekends. As it requires extensive preparation, so it's only offered once a week. Originally reserved for tomorrow's guests, but since you are here today, we are serving it to you. A Manchu Han imperial feast? There are over 100 dishes, and only the 2 of us will be dining. How can we possibly taste all of them? Rest assured, these are all small portions. The Manchu Han imperial feast is designed for multiple diners, and as the guests of Shuiyang typically do not dine in large groups, I've prepared smaller portions for you to enjoy at your leisure. Shang Ping seemed to anticipate Lin Qingshuo's concerns and quickly clarified. Although even with small portions, consuming over 100 dishes would be quite the challenge, Lin Qingshuo was eager to try. Having only heard of the feast before, he beckoned Yi Mengxi to join him as they began to eat while sipping the red wine. The 1982 Lafite was quite pleasant, though not as exquisite as the Romani Conti from Yunlu Mountain Villa. By the time they reached the 30th dish, they were utterly stuffed. Lin Qingshuo instructed Shang Ping to package the remaining dishes to send to Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1, where his 7 maids awaited. Rather than waste the food, it was better to share it with them. Yi Mengxi was too full to stand, and Lin Qingshuo followed Shang Ping to his office to sign the contract. After completing the transfer, Shang Ping, with an obsequious grin, inquired, Boss, we also have fireworks. Would you like to see some? Lin Qingshuo's eyes lit up. Girls adored fireworks, and perhaps this would boost Yimeng Xi's happiness index. However, fireworks could only be set off within Shuiyang, meaning they would have to look up, which was quite a strain on the neck. Shang Ping continued, the best viewing location for the fireworks is in the presidential suite of the Bulgari Hotel across the way. The large floor-to-ceiling windows offer a view of the entire sky. I've already reserved the presidential suite for you. Lin Qingshuo shot him a knowing look, realizing why Shang Ping had been so eager to please. As the chef, Shang Ping would ultimately manage Shuiyang, and to retain him, Lin Qingshuo granted him 30% of the shares. Thus, Shang Ping had effectively sold 70% of Shuiyang for 200 million. Shang Ping had originally invested 30 million in Shuiyang, and with the operational costs and initial profits, he had nearly recouped his investment. However, given the current circumstances, continued operation risk losses, and Lin Qingshuo's takeover ensured a profit of 200 million. Meanwhile, at the Magic City Bank, Chen Shanshan was organizing some documents when she was summoned to Wu Shougong's office. Little Chen, your private bank's balance fluctuations are quite significant. 200 million was just withdrawn, and now there's only around 80 million left. Should we inform Mr. Lin? If it drops below 50 million, your private banking role may be at risk. Wu Shougong spoke gravely, noting that within a single day, Lin Qingshuo had spent over 200 million. Initially, they had anticipated a major client, but if this continued, Lin Qingshuo would cease to be classified as such. Chen Shanshan was at a loss. It was his money. And how he chose to spend it was his prerogative. Mr. Wu, I will communicate with Mr. Lin regarding this. As she left the office, Chen Shanshan hesitated, eventually dialing Lin Qingshuo's number. Just as Lin Qingshuo was about to exit Shang Ping's office, he was puzzled to see her calling, "Good evening, Lin classmate. Have you eaten?" Chen Shanshan was unsure how to broach the topic, contemplating whether to suggest a meeting. "I've already eaten." "Miss Shanshan, are you still working late?" Lin Qingshuo was bewildered by her awkward greeting. Chen Shanshan bit her lip. "It's about your bank account balance. It seems a bit volatile, and I wanted to check if you're facing any issues." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingshuo immediately understood the purpose of her call. It was likely due to his excessive withdrawals prompting internal pressure from the bank onto Chen Shanshan, who was a newcomer and hesitant to speak directly. "Apologies, I had an investment today that required substantial capital. Was it Wu Shougong who pressured you? Don't worry. I'll resolve the issue right away." Lin Qingshuo recalled that he had completed his task, and the reward would soon arrive, thus resolving Chen Shanshan's predicament. Chapter 32. Capturing Yimeng Xino, Lin classmate, I merely wanted to inquire if you've eaten. I'd like to treat you to dinner as a token of gratitude. Nothing more. Chen Shanshan hastily clarified. Lin Qingshuo chose not to expose her pretense, engaging in casual conversation before hanging up. After the call ended, Chen Shanshan felt a wave of calm wash over her. Inexplicably, a casual remark from Lin Qingshuo brought her considerable comfort. "Beep, congratulations, host, for completing the task of dining at Shuiyang. Reward of 1 billion cash. Dear customer, your Magic City Bank account ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 1,000,000,000 yuan, bringing your balance to 1,082,369,053 yuan. No sooner had Lin Qingshuo hung up than the system's delightful notification chimed in. Meanwhile, Wu Shougong sat before his computer in a daze when he suddenly noticed a massive influx of 10 billion into one account. He quickly straightened up, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and after confirming he had not misread, he hurriedly printed out the appointment letter and rushed to Chen Shanshan's new office. In truth, the appointment had already been processed. Otherwise, Lin Qingshuo would not have received the task reward. Wu Shougong merely sought to leverage Chen Shanshan to draw more funds into the bank. As Chen Shanshan returned to her office and took a seat, she was greeted by Wu Shougong bursting in with a piece of paper. "President Wu, what is this about?" Seeing Wu Shougong's urgent demeanor, Chen Shanshan was puzzled. Taking a moment to catch his breath, Wu Shougong smiled disingenuously. "Little Chen, I was just joking. Your appointment has already been finalized. I just wanted to give you a fright. Here's your appointment letter. Sign it, and you'll be the financial director at the Lujiazui branch of Magic City Bank. Don't forget to send my regards to Mr. Lin." Wu Shougong dropped the appointment letter and exited the office, leaving Chen Shanshan utterly bewildered. As Chen Shanshan opened her computer, the internal bank website displayed that her client had transferred 1 billion yuan just a minute ago. It was then that Chen Shanshan understood why Wu Shougong had suddenly changed his attitude. A man capable of transferring 10 billion at any moment is certainly a prized client that even the president of the bank would cherish. With a sigh of relief, She recalled Lin Qinxiu's reassuring words from earlier. Without hesitation, she took out her phone and sent him a message of gratitude. After glancing at the message, Lin Qinxiu tucked his phone away. Having completed the task of securing 10 billion, however, there remained another task concerning happiness. It was the first time Lin Qinxiu felt so powerless regarding a task. Despite an extravagant feast and a series of efforts, he had only managed to increase Yimengxi's happiness index by 2 points. It barely reached 70, leaving a daunting 20 points still required to complete the task. Meanwhile, in the private room, Yimengxi's gaze had become somewhat dazed. The aftereffects of the red wine were considerable, especially since she had never consumed alcohol before. Lin Qinxiu supported her as they exited the Shuyuan Pavilion, handing the car keys to Shang Ping and instructing him to drive to the nearby Bulgari Hotel, while he accompanied Yimengxi in the Rolls-Royce designated for their transport. "Senior, I'm so happy," exclaimed Yimengxi, wrapping her arms around Lin Qinxiu's neck in the vehicle, seemingly aware of what was to come. The rosy hue of her cheeks could be attributed to either the wine or her own anticipations. Lin Qinxiu playfully brushed his finger against her upturned nose, saying, "There's another surprise prepared for you. So try not to fall asleep, just wait." Yimengxi perked up, and soon they arrived at the Bulgari Hotel across from the Shuyuan Pavilion. After announcing his name, they were escorted to the presidential suite. It was Lin Qinxiu's first time entering such a lavish room. Just as the staff began to explain the room's layout and amenities, he hurriedly dismissed them. He scooped Yimengxi into his arms and carried her to the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, directly facing the Shuyuan Pavilion where they had dined earlier. After dimming the lights, he approached Yimengxi and made a phone call. "We can begin now," he announced. Yimengxi looked on, puzzled by Lin Qinxiu's flurry of activity. This was his plan inspired by Shang Ping's mention of fireworks. If monetary influence was ineffective, he would revert to sincerity and romance instead. It's often the case that when one is devoid of wealth, others demand money, but when one possesses wealth, they scrutinize one's romantic gestures. Once the call ended, a brilliant light erupted from the Shuyuan Pavilion, ascending into the sky, bursting into a dazzling display of fireworks that illuminated the night. "How beautiful!" Yimengxi breathed, captivated by the sight. Lin Qinxiu enveloped her from behind, and together they stood in awe of the spectacle. The fireworks continued for over 10 minutes, and at last, Lin Qinxiu heard the system notification he had been waiting for. Ding! Yimengxi's happiness index 18, current happiness index 88 points. 88 points, just 2 points shy of completion, he mused, realizing that Yimengxi was indeed more sentimental. The substantial investment he had made yielded only incremental increases, while the uncostly fireworks, coupled with the romantic ambience, had caused an instant surge of 18 points as they leaned into one another. With fervent eyes, Yimengxi gazed at Lin Qinxiu, exclaiming, "Senior, I love you." The two figures embraced tightly amidst the vibrant fireworks, enveloped in a blissful silence. As dawn broke, Lin Qinxiu awoke to a tickling sensation on his nose. He opened his eyes to find Yimengxi gently sweeping her long hair across his face. Her playful smile greeting him, he affectionately pulled her closer. "You're up so early. Last night was exhausting. Can't you sleep a little longer?" Yimengxi nestled her head into his embrace, murmuring, "Senior, I feel as if I'm dreaming right now. I'm so happy, so fulfilled." Ding! Yimengxi's happiness index 3, current happiness index 91 points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of increasing Yimengxi's happiness index. Reward, mastery of martial arts. A flood of martial arts knowledge surged through Lin Qinxiu's mind, and he felt his muscles brimming with newfound memories. He hadn't anticipated completing the task merely by waking up in the morning. He had thought he would need to wait until after purchasing a house to accrue those 2 happiness points. Perhaps for Yimengxi, merely waking up to see the person she adored was indeed a source of great happiness. As the saying goes, happiness is something one creates for oneself. When you are content, it is easier to feel fulfilled. Conversely, if one is insatiable, like a bottomless pit, even the greatest of blessings fail to bring joy. With the task completed, a celebration seemed in order, yet given it was Yimengxi's first experience in such matters, she could hardly endure any further exertion. Lin Qinxiu decided to let it be, ordering breakfast from the hotel before rising to wash up. Chapter 33. The campus forum in turmoil as Yimengxi struggled to move. Lin Qinxiu carried her throughout the suite. Upon closer inspection, the presidential suite was expansive, with a significant distance from the room to the door. Truly, it was a lavish suite costing over 180,000 a night, furnished with every amenity, including an entertainment room. However, he only required a room and a bed. After their meal, the staff returned the car keys to him. Supporting the ailing Yimengshi, he assisted her into the vehicle. Originally, they intended to go house hunting, but Yimengshi was not in a condition suitable for such adventures. Due to last night's exertions, she kept yawning, prompting Lin Kinkishu to take her back to school instead. "I'm so sorry, senior. I'm such a burden, ruining your plans," Yimengshi lamented, feeling guilty for having to cancel their house hunting trip due to her condition. "What nonsense. You've become this way because of me. Just rest well, and we can go another time," Lin Kinkishu reassured her, gently ruffling her drooping head. The two shared a moment of closeness in the car before Yimengshi reluctantly exited. He returned to Yinlu Mountain Villa alone. With Yimengshi absent, he found no need to personally inspect the properties. He could simply assign the task to Li Qing upon his return. Meanwhile, the campus forum of Shanghai Jiaotong University erupted in a frenzy. The news of the new campus belle, Yimengshi, departing in a luxurious car worth 1 billion had become the talk of the campus. Numerous sensational headlines emerged. Shocking. The new campus goddess falls under the spell of a toxic man. Terrifying. The emergence of toxicity leads the campus belle astray. Newly minted gold digger at Jiaotong University. The godly rich arrive, collecting the campus beauties. Article after article, complete with images capturing the moment Lin Kinkishu and Yimengshi were seen together, flooded the campus network. "Hey, doesn't that guy look familiar?" one student remarked. "Now that you mention it, he does ring a bell. Wait, isn't that the beast from our class?" "What? The notorious Lin Kinkishu, one of the 4 losers from our dorm? Wasn't he from a humble background? I heard he just got dumped by his girlfriend for being poor, and now he's driving a luxury car? Maybe he rented it. Goddess ye, don't be fooled by this fake rich guy." The commentary on the forum stirred a tempest of skepticism, with many doubting Lin Kinkishu's ability to afford such a luxury vehicle. At that moment, Yimengshi found herself surrounded by her 3 close friends from the dorm. They furrowed their brows, sensing something was amiss as soon as she walked in. "Mengshi, you didn't come back last night, and now you're in this state, don't tell me?" Ruan Qingqing asked nervously. Yimengshi shyly nodded, leaving her friends in shock. "Mengshi, what were you thinking? Even if he is a rich second-generation heir, giving yourself to him so quickly, he could easily toss you aside." Yao Jingjing scolded, her expression filled with disappointment. "Moreover, we've never heard you mention this guy before. Why the sudden relationship? You weren't drugged, were you?" Wang Ying questioned, puzzled. "I've liked Senior for quite a while. I just didn't tell you. Besides, I was proactive. When I liked him, he wasn't even driving a luxurious car," Yimengshi explained to her friends. They all sighed simultaneously, lamenting that a campus belle had succumbed to a man. If they had her capital, they would have indulged in a plethora of suitors. Now the forum is calling you a gold digger, and your position as campus belle will soon be in jeopardy, Wang Ying pointed out, glancing at the dismal forum posts. Indeed, all 4 campus belles were voted for being single. Now that you're not, and with all this commotion, you'll surely be voted out, Yao Jingjing added, scrolling through her phone. "Why?" Yimengshi pouted. "I don't care about being the campus belle. I never wanted that title. I just want to be Senior's little woman." The 3 friends sighed in unison. At Yinlu Mountain Villa No. 1, Lin Kinkishu lay on the massage bed, enjoying the massages from Xia Shi and Yu Qian. Suddenly, his phone buzzed repeatedly with a flurry of messages. As he picked it up, he saw it was Fan Jianqiang messaging in their group. "Whoa, whoa, whoa," Fan Jianqiang exclaimed. "Did you take your medication?" Xia Lu replied. "Unbelievable. You need to check out the pinned article on the campus forum," Fan Jianqiang urged. "Wait, is that really the beast?" Xia Lu questioned. "I can't believe the beast actually got together with the campus belle, a flower planted in cow dung." Fan Jianqiang remarked. "I won't allow you to call Mengshi cow dung." Lin Kinkishu retorted. "I was talking about you." Fan Jianqiang shot back, sending a middle finger emoji. "That Lamborghini poisoned? Beast, what is the story behind that car? You're not really a hidden wealthy tycoon, are you?" Xiaolu probed. "Originally, I intended to relate to you all as an ordinary person, but I'm no longer pretending. I'm a billionaire, and I'm coming clean," Lin Kinkishu confessed. "Seriously? With those connections, you should have let me in on it sooner," Fan Jianqiang exclaimed. "I mentioned yesterday that the person in that car was me, but you all refused to believe it," Lin Kinkishu replied. "Whereas that shameless one, he should have been the first to jump in and claim it when he learned the beast is a tycoon. Why is he so quiet?" I'll give him a call, Fan Jianqiang said. Lin Qinkashu set his phone down, closing his eyes to relish the moment. The two women had indeed been trained well in massage techniques. Despite his enhanced physique, he felt utterly relaxed under their skilled hands, even entering a state of drowsiness. Just as he contemplated his next move, his phone rang again, causing him to reluctantly withdraw his hands in frustration. He reached for the phone, answering, "What's up, beast? We have a situation. Something happened with Wu Qi," Fan Jianqiang said anxiously. Lin Qinkashu quickly sat up. "What happened?" Fan Jianqiang's voice was laced with urgency, as if he were running. "I just called him, and a stranger answered. Wu Qi is being cornered at his workplace. They're threatening us to come over. Otherwise, they'll break his legs. It seems to be the group from last night." Chapter 34. A formidable opponent sent me the address. "I'm on my way," Lin Qinkashu replied, quickly changing clothes and grabbing his car keys. Wu Qi worked part-time, every weekend due to his family's financial struggles. His parents were farmers. He had relied on the villagers' contributions to attend university. Despite his unfortunate name, he was a considerate and filial individual, determined to earn his own keep without burdening his family. Today, he was working at a milk tea shop when someone from the Li Tianzong group recognized him and immediately called Li Tianzong. Having been unable to trace them through the Wenrushua bar, Li Tianzong was eager to vent his frustrations now that he had finally located Li Wuqi. Accompanied by his father's bodyguards and a dozen henchmen, they stormed into the milk tea shop and proceeded to beat Li Wuqi mercilessly, demanding he call Lin Qinkashu and the others. Li Wuqi, however, refused to betray his friends. It was at this moment that Fan Jianqiang's call reached him, revealing the dire situation. Lin Qinkashu arrived swiftly at the pedestrian street, where Xia Lu and Fan Jianqiang were already present. Li Tianzong's vengeful glare was fixed on Lin Qinkashu as he recognized the Lamborghini Poison he drove, deducing that Lin Qinkashu was not an ordinary individual. However, his rage clouded his judgment. Having never been beaten or humiliated before, he was determined to exact his revenge. Li Wuqi lies beneath my foot, Li Tianzong snarled, glaring at Lin Qinkashu and his friends. "If you want me to spare him, none of you can move. Let my men give you a beating, and I'll let you go." Such a proposition was absurd. Li Tianzong was a lawless individual, and if they did not resist, they might end up severely injured or worse. Fan Jianqiang defiantly raised his middle finger at Li Tianzong, scoffing, "You must be dreaming." This action enraged Li Tianzong even further. "Kill them. I'll take full responsibility," he shouted to his men. Lin Qinkashu quickly instructed Xia Lu and Fan Jianqiang, "Wait for the right moment to rescue Wu Qi. I'll handle the fighting." Having just acquired mastery in martial arts, he was eager to put his skills to the test. Xia Lu and Fan Jianqiang were well aware of Lin Qinkashu's prowess from their previous encounter at the bar and instinctively stepped back. As the gang approached Lin Qinkashu, their pace noticeably slowed. They were still feeling the lingering effects of the previous confrontation. If they charged forward again, they would likely find themselves incapacitated for weeks. Li Tianzong noticed their hesitation and yelled, "Anyone who strikes will receive 100,000 yuan. I'll cover all medical expenses." Upon hearing the promise of 100,000, the gang surged forward without hesitation. Lin Qinkashu assumed a Wing Chun stance, delivering a flurry of strikes that sent several men sprawling to the ground. Though he had retained much of his strength, he was somewhat weaker than before. What once took a single punch now required two. It was evident that his martial prowess had reached a peak of 9 or 10 that night. After dispatching the thugs, Lin Qinkashu turned his attention to the burly man beside Li Tianzong. Li Tianzong, however, was not relying on the gang for support. His confidence stemmed from the imposing figure of his father's bodyguard, hired at an annual salary of 5 million yuan. "Brother Tian, take care of this kid for me. I'll arrange for a few women tonight," Li Tianzong urged. "Give me 1 million instead," Zhang Tian replied, shaking his head. "Ding! A formidable opponent detected. Choose one. Use all your strength to defeat the opponent. Reward: 1 physique point. Choose 2. Flee and avoid the confrontation. Penalty: loss of the previous reward." What is going on? Why is there a penalty for running away? Previously, there would have been a lesser reward offered. Am I being forced to fight? The last reward was mastery of martial arts. He certainly didn't want to lose that. Wing Chun relies on skillful techniques, which are ineffective against overwhelming strength. Zhang Tian tore off his shirt, revealing his muscular physique. Before Lin Qinkashu could utter a word, Zhang Tian's fist was already barreling toward him. Lin Qinkashu deftly tilted his head to evade, landing a punch directly into Zhang Tian's chest, an impact that felt akin to striking stone. Humph! Zhang Tian thrust out his chest, rebuffing Lin Qinshi with force. In that brief clash, Lin Qinshi surmised that their levels were likely comparable, both in strength and physique. Around an 8. Realizing that Wing Chun was ineffective, he decided to adopt a different approach. He raised his hands horizontally, one in front and the other behind, directed at Zhang Tian. Noticing this, a flicker of seriousness crossed Zhang Tian's eyes. He recognized that this stance was no longer Wing Chun, but rather the initiation of Baji Quan. While Lin Qinshi and Zhang Tian engaged in their duel, Xia Lu and Fan Jinxiang stealthily approached Li Tianzong. At that moment, Li Tianzong remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger when suddenly, a fist the size of a sandbag appeared before him, knocking him down with a single blow. Xia Lu hurried to help Li Wuchu up, while Fan Jinxiang pressed down on Li Tianzong. "Once that brat is dead, your demise will follow," Li Tianzong growled, clutching his head menacingly. Meanwhile, the bruised and battered Li Wuchu managed to recover, charging forward to deliver a kick between Li Tianzong's legs. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air, prompting Zhang Tian to glance towards Li Tianzong, only to see a steady stream of blood flowing from his thigh. In that fleeting moment, Lin Qinshi seized the opportunity to unleash a punch from Baji Quan into Zhang Tian's chest, sending him flying. In a contest between two evenly matched opponents, victory hinged on experience and state of mind. A moment's distraction could spell defeat. Zhang Tian rose from the ground, wiping the blood from his mouth, and swiftly charged toward Li Tianzong. Seeing this, Xia Lu and the others hastily retreated. Zhang Tian hoisted Li Tianzong onto his shoulder, who was screaming, "Kill them! Kill them!" Acknowledging the equal strength of his adversary and the sophistication of their martial arts, Zhang Tian realized he was at a disadvantage. After casting a deep glance at Lin Qinshi, he departed the scene. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the confrontation task. Reward: 1 physique attribute point." Initially panting, Lin Qinshi suddenly felt a surge of energy coursing through him, banishing his fatigue. Host: Lin Qinshi, strength 8, physique 9, spirit 7, charm 7. The highest attribute values for ordinary individuals are 10. The host values are within the normal range for an ordinary person. Vehicle: Pagani Huayra, Lamborghini Veneno, Mansion, Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1. Skill: Mastery of Martial Arts, Balance 1,082,369,053. Upon accessing the system's character panel, he noted that his physique attribute had indeed risen to 9. Chapter 35. Is it true? Adoptive father. Furthermore, a skill column had been added, indicating that any skills acquired in the future would be displayed on this panel. Li Wuchu, having sustained significant injuries, was taken to the hospital by Xia Lu, who called for a car. Following examination, it was confirmed that he had fractured ribs and a broken hand, requiring a cast and a compression bandage. His laborious work would have to be abandoned for the time being. In the dormitory of Jiaodong University, Fan Jinxiang cursed, "Damn, these beasts. Thankfully, that brute is a martial artist. Otherwise, we would all be done for." Xia Lu's expression was grave. Such incidents never seemed to end. Having injured Li Tianzong this time, it wouldn't be long before he sought revenge, and they would all need to tread carefully in the future. "Shameless, you should refrain from working for now," Li Wuchu sighed. "In my current condition, I can't work either. It seems I must tighten my belt for a while." After parking the car, Lin Qinshi returned to the dormitory to find the three of them wearing troubled expressions, and he guessed the cause of their concern. "Do not worry, I will resolve this matter. Shameless, I have already loaded money onto your meal card. You cannot work for now, but you still need to eat. If you feel uncomfortable accepting this, you can pay me back later when you earn money." A 9-13 return, Lin Qinshi jested. Though Li Wuchu was poor, he possessed a strong sense of pride and had always refused assistance from others. Previously, when Xia Lu offered him a meal card, he had declined. Touched, Li Wuchu silently vowed to repay Lin Qinshi in the future. As Lin Qinshi's family was not much better off than his OW and at this moment, he remained stubborn, insisting, "You are being presumptuous. I will not pay you back." Fan Jinxiang produced his meal card, approaching Lin Qinshi. "Oh, great benefactor, please load mine as well." "Get lost?" Lin Qinshi laughed. Scolding him. It was then that Xia Lu informed Li Wuchu of the events on the forum, including Lin Qinshi's sports car and his wealthy persona. The three of them had taken a taxi earlier, initially assuming Lin Qinshi had some business to attend to, hence not accompanying them. Lamborghini Veneno. Li Wuchu's jaw dropped upon reading the forum post. Even the news of Yi Mengshi kissing Lin Qinshi seemed less shocking compared to that car. Adoptive father. I am your long-lost son, Li Wuchu exclaimed, grasping Lin Qinshi with his unbroken hand. Isn't it so? I am shameless enough to recognize a thief as a father, Lin Qinshi retorted. Xia Lu shrugged, wearing an expression that suggested he had seen it all. Adoptive father, could you take your son for a ride in the Veneno? I wish to experience what it feels like to ride in a luxury car worth billions. Fan Jianqiang pulled Li Wuchu aside, joining in with flattery. Damn, I thought you'd join me in mocking him, but it seems you have also taken to recognizing a thief as a father, Lin Qinshi remarked, having grown accustomed to their antics. I'll play with you next time. For now, I must step out to see if I can resolve this issue. Is it true? Adoptive father, they chorused. Take care. Remember today's words. Li Wuchu and Fan Jianqiang bid farewell as Lin Qinshi departed the dormitory. The relentless vendetta from Li Tianzong would only bring them further trouble. Although he had repelled him twice, the enemy lurked in the shadows like a thorn in his throat. When Ruxue had initially claimed she would handle this matter, but it appeared that nothing had been resolved. One must rely on oneself. After Lin Qinshi left the school, Xia Lu and Fan Jianqiang decided to stay behind in the dormitory with Li Wuchu, who, with a broken hand, found it challenging even to eat. Lin Qinshi arrived at the Snowfall Bar, knowing that he could only obtain information about Li Tianzong from Wen Ruxue. However, to his dismay, Wen Ruxue was absent from the bar, and his calls went unanswered. Reluctantly, he turned back home. As he prepared to return to Yunlu Mountain Villa, he received a message from Chen Shanshan, expressing gratitude for his assistance and inviting him to lunch. When a beautiful woman extends an invitation, Lin Qinshi felt compelled to accept. He drove directly to the entrance of the Finance University. Today, Chen Shanshan was off work and still resided on campus as a fourth-year student. Parking at the school gate immediately drew the attention of surrounding students. A woman clad in a striking red dress approached Lin Qinshi's window, her heavily made-up face beaming. Hey, handsome. I'm Qin Yuming. May I add you on WeChat? Lin Qinshi looked at the girl leaning on his car. Though her looks were merely average, she possessed an impressive figure, her ample curves dazzling his eyes, as if her deep cleavage might draw him in. Sorry, I'm waiting for someone. It's not convenient right now. If we cross paths again, I'll be sure to share my WeChat with you. Lin Qinshi initially intended to decline, thinking that such an overtly forward girl might not be of good character. However, recalling a saying from an online expert on relationships, good girls, don't miss the chance. Bad girls, don't waste your time. He decided to leave the door open for future contact. Qin Yuming, understanding his hint, gracefully withdrew, recognizing that further pursuit would only provoke annoyance. All right, handsome, remember your words. I feel like we will meet again soon. She winked and blew him a kiss before departing. However, Lin Qinshi's car was so eye-catching that he attracted more than just one girl. Numerous others approached, some even attempting to open the car door. Fortunately, Lin Qinshi had locked it, sparing himself from being devoured by this pack of female wolves. Dressed in a white sundress and carrying a white canvas bag on her shoulder, Chen Shanshan emerged from the school just as Lin Qinshi finally managed to disperse the crowd. He approached the passenger side and opened the door for her. If you hadn't come, I might have been torn apart by the female students at your school. Lin Qinshi sighed in relief. It had been quite the ordeal. Indeed, parking a luxury car at the school gate was far too conspicuous. You do realize that Finance University has a predominance of female students, right? Many attend with the intent of securing wealth, as most in finance are affluent individuals. Moreover, the offspring of the wealthy tend to value students from such prestigious institutions, Chen Shanshan explained, chuckling lightly as she settled into the car. Lin Qinshi regarded her with surprise. This was likely their first conversation as friends. What about you? Do you share the same sentiment? He teased. Chen Shanshan shot him a playful glare. I'm an exception. My childhood dream has always been to work in a bank, and now it seems that dream is coming true. But enough about that. What do you want to eat? Lin Qinshi shrugged. Anything you choose. I'll eat. He had no real preference for food, having never been spoiled, and after indulging in a lavish feast the previous night, he was not particularly hungry. Chapter 36. Is there a possibility that the door handle is indeed a pull? Let us head to the old town. There's a noodle shop that's not bad. The environment may be lacking, but the taste is still commendable after all. I just started working and have yet to receive my salary. Funds are limited, Chen Shanshan remarked, sticking out her tongue. Lin Qinshi sensed that Chen Shanshan had become more relaxed around him, likely due to his previous displays of wealth, which had seemingly improved her opinion of him. Ding! Chun Shanshan's favorability towards the host is currently at 80. The system quickly responded to Lin Qinshi's contemplation, confirming Chun Shanshan's favorability score 80 points. Wasn't he at negative before? It seems my efforts might soon bear fruit in winning over the campus beauty of Finance University. All right, you're treating. It's your call. Lin Qinsher pressed the accelerator, the roar of the engine reverberating throughout the school entrance. The Lamborghini thundered away, causing a stir among the students at the Finance University gate. No way. Did I just see that correctly? Our campus beauty, Chun Shanshan, actually got into a Lamborghini. Isn't she known for disdaining rich second-generation kids? How did she end up in a wealthy person's car? Could it be that the campus beauty simply doesn't favor ordinary rich kids? Anyone capable of driving a Lamborghini Veneno is hardly an ordinary rich person. A wave of resentment swept through the crowd, with male students feeling envious and females brimming with jealousy, some even labeling Chun Shanshan as a shameless flirt, claiming she pretended to be aloof but rushed towards the wealthy. The first girl to approach Lin Qinsher, Qian Yumeng, watched the Lamborghini disappear with a wistful gaze. Yumeng, what's with all the negativity? He inquired, approaching her curiously. A rich guy just came by. They say that car is worth over $1 billion. It's such a pity he didn't pay me any mind when I approached. He told me to add him on WeChat next time we meet. Qian Yumeng lamented. He recalled an incident from the day before, causing her to feel nauseous at the mention of a Lamborghini. Zhou Junfeng had already been blocked by her, having presumed he was a rich second generation, only to be humiliated by Lin Qinsher. By the way, weren't you out on a date with Junfeng? How come you're coming out from the school? Qian Yumeng suddenly remembered that her friend was supposed to be with a wealthy second generation. He scowled, waving her hand dismissively. Don't mention it. I encountered a pathetic loser who's my ex-boyfriend. He was utterly humiliated by my former flame, not daring to retort, leaving me with no face. No way, your ex was a total loser, right? How could he have the audacity to embarrass Zhou Xiao? Qian Yumeng was astonished, having heard tales of He's former boyfriend being a nobody. She had repeatedly advised her to break up with him. I don't know how that loser managed to rent a dilapidated Lamborghini, with the door handle missing, requiring a string to open it. He even conspired with the manager of the Chanel store to humiliate me. He remained in disbelief, convinced that Lin Qinsher's wealth was a fade, pondering how he might have connections to stage such a ruse. A string for a door handle? Qian Yumeng suddenly recalled seeing a similar setup in the Lamborghini earlier. Xiao Yi, is there a chance that a Lamborghini model actually has a pull-string handle? She had overheard discussions among the crowd claiming the car was indeed a billion-dollar luxury vehicle. Impossible. When I spoke to Zhou Junfeng about it, he didn't mention anything. If there were such a model, he would have surely told me, so I wouldn't lose face. He shook her head. Qian Yumeng seemed to piece together the puzzle. Zhou Junfeng likely knew the car was upscale and didn't want he to feel inferior, opting not to disclose this information. Yet, she kept her thoughts to herself, leading he out of the school gate. What about you? How did your evening with that top-tier rich kid go? He inquired about her close friend. Qian Yumeng grimaced. Don't even get me started. He was just a lackey at the party. Fawning over everyone, I left early to go home and sleep. However, I did manage to add WeChat contacts with a few other rich second-generation kids, so I'll be sure to sift through them. The two friends exchanged banter as they exited the school gate. Lin Qinsher drove to the old town, where the narrow streets and crowds forced him to park outside and walk in. This area appeared to be an old street in the city, bustling with pedestrians, as vehicles were prohibited from entering. Chun Shanshan led him directly to a noodle shop called Yujian Miangguan. The establishment occupied a modest 20-square-meter space, with tables set up outside. The owners, a couple in their 50s, were disheartened by the lack of customers, but their faces lit up upon seeing Chun Shanshan. Little Chen is here. Have you found a job? The owner's wife, Chen Wanqing, warmly grasped Chun Shanshan's hand, appraising Lin Qinsher curiously. Chun Shanshan blushed slightly, quickly clarifying, this isn't my boyfriend. This is my friend. Lin Qinsher. I've secured a position at the Shanghai Bank. The owner, Wang Ding, approached with a broad grin. Congratulations on landing a great job. Bank jobs come with excellent benefits. What would you like to eat today? I'll whip something up for you. He rolled up his sleeves as he spoke. I'm here to support your business. I can't let you treat us. We'll have 2 bowls of your signature noodles. Chun Shanshan chose a table near the entrance. Lin Qinsher was slightly taken aback by her choice, as it was a table that hadn't been cleared yet, while many clean seats were available. It seemed she opted for this spot to ensure visibility from the outside, subtly signaling to passers-by that the shop was busy, which could help attract more customers. Chinese people generally prefer lively atmospheres. Places with queues often draw in curious patrons, while an empty establishment, regardless of the food quality, would deter most. Little Chen, you and your friends sit tight. I'll get you some cold dishes, the owner's wife said. Heading towards the kitchen. During my 4 years at university, I spent a significant portion of my time working here. Uncle Wang and Aunt Chun have treated me with great kindness. Since they have no children of their own, I can genuinely feel that they regard me as their daughter. Our family's financial situation is not ideal, and I've had to earn my own living expenses through work. Watching the busy couple in the kitchen, Chun Shanshan's eyes sparkled with gratitude. Although Lin Qinxiu had only just met this couple, he could discern their warmth and generosity from their brief interaction. Chapter 37. Evidence of malfeasance at Jianlong Real Estate. Chen Shanshan retrieved a silver-gray bag from her purse and extracted its contents. These are gifts from our bank for private banking clients, she explained. There are 10 gold bars in total. For every 100 million deposited, one receives a gold bar. She also presented a new card, saying, your regular card can be discarded. Use this black gold supreme card instead. Lin Qinxiu accepted the hefty gold bar, realizing why her bag had appeared so burdensome. Each bar was inscribed with the character for 100 million, indicating that depositing over that amount at Modu Bank would yield such a gift. While the value of the gold bars was not particularly significant to Lin Qinxiu at present, who could resist such a dazzling gift? The black gold card bore the original card's last 4 digits, its black and gold trim exuding an air of sophistication. Originally, gifts are only distributed after the deposit agreement is signed, but the bank president arranged this for you ahead of time. Please give me your old card. I will take it back to destroy it. Chen Shanshan, in her straightforwardness, downplayed the effort it took to secure this gift, unlike other financial officers who might have exaggerated their contributions. Lin Qinxiu handed her the old card just as a bowl of noodles was brought out from the kitchen. Upon seeing the noodles, Chen Shanshan's eyes lit up, and she swiftly picked up her chopsticks, savoring the meal without a care for her image. Uncle Wang looked at her with a benevolent smile, urging her to eat slowly, assuring her that no one was competing for her food. Aunt Chen soon followed with a plate of cold dishes. You enjoy Uncle Wang's noodles so much, perhaps you can ask him to teach you how to make them later. Otherwise, you might have to return to our hometown to savor them. After Aunt Chen spoke, her expression turned somewhat melancholic. Chen Shanshan noticed the worry etched on their faces. Why? Uncle Wang, Aunt Chen, aren't you opening the store anymore? Aunt Chen sighed, explaining that the landlord urgently needed money and was selling the place. Today was their last day of business. We have to move tomorrow. The rising cost of living in Modu makes it impossible to continue renting. We can only return to our hometown and seek other opportunities. Upon hearing this, Chen Shanshan's expression shifted. How could the landlord do this? I'm so sorry, Uncle Wang. I'm not in a position to help you. She felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Such matters, easily resolvable with money, left her feeling powerless. Old Wang, are you starting to pack up? A middle-aged woman entered from outside. Uncle Wang hurried forward, saying, Landlord, I still have customers. Please let me finish today. The landlord sighed, acknowledging their struggles but stated that they had delayed too long and she was in a difficult position. From their dialogue, it seemed the landlord was not unreasonable and was likely driven by necessity. We understand that you Haven Tea raised our rent for so many years. We appreciate your kindness, Aunt Chun expressed gratefully. Chun Shanshan's determination sparked as she addressed the landlord. Could you please give us a few days? I will apply for a loan at the bank to buy this store. The landlord looked at Chen Shanshan, recognizing her from previous visits. Oh, it's you, Xiao Chun. I haven't seen you in ages. If you can secure a loan, that would be great. I'm planning to sell this 3-story building for 6 million. The landlord eyed her skeptically, aware that a girl who once worked in the noodle shop might not have the means to purchase it. This is a matter for my husband and me, and we have other ways to make a living without the shop. Uncle Wang interjected. 0.6 million is a daunting sum. Even if a young girl like you could secure a loan, it would burden you for a lifetime. Chen Shanshan, undeterred, dialed the bank president, Wu Xiaogong, asking, is it possible for me to secure a loan of 6 million in my name? On the other end, Wu Xiaogong hesitated before responding. Xiao Chen, you just started working. The system won't approve your loan. You might be able to get a credit card at most. 0.6 million is quite a lot for you. Perhaps you should ask Mr. Lin for assistance. 6 million is just a few days' interest for him. Wu Xiaogong inwardly scoffed, thinking that if it weren't for Lin Qinxiu's backing, he would have scolded her for even considering such a loan. Disheartened, Chen Shanshan hung up, casting a glance at Lin Qinxiu, but but she remained silent. Just as Lin Chinchio was about to speak, the system notification in his mind prompted him to hold his tongue. Ding! Detected a beauty with a score of 90 encountering difficulties. Option 1. Help her resolve the predicament by purchasing the building. Reward of 8888888888 cash. Option 2. Ignore her. Reward of Jinlong real estate blackmail evidence and 300 million cash. Choosing the first option to assist Chun Shanshan would yield a substantial profit for him, viewing the 6 million as mere pocket change, and it might even enhance his standing with her. The second option offered a lesser reward but included vital blackmail evidence against Jinlong real estate, which he needed to settle scores with Li Tianzong. After careful consideration, Lin Chinchio opted for the second choice. Lin Chinchio remained silent, sensing Chen Shanshan's disappointment. She had intended to seek his help but could not fathom any reason he would assist her, ultimately choosing not to speak up. "I'm sorry, Uncle Wang, Aunt Chun. I couldn't be of any help." Aunt Chun quickly embraced Chen Shanshan, reassuring her, "It's all right. Even if you wanted to help, we wouldn't accept it." Exiting the noodle shop together, Chun Shanshan wore a mask of sadness. Feeling a deep affection for Uncle Wang and Aunt Chun in this vast city, they represented familial warmth to her. "Lin Shueshing, I'll take the subway back on my own. You needn't see me off." After bidding farewell to Lin Chinchio, she entered the subway station. As Chen Shanshan vanished from Lin Chinchio's sight, the task notification finally arrived. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of indifference. Reward: 1 piece of Jinlong real estate blackmail evidence. Evidence of Li's family's malfeasance has been stored in the host's vehicle. Cash 300,000,000 has been deposited into the host's Modu bank account ending in 9527. Dear customer, your Modu bank account ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 300 million. Current balance: 1386599,053. Lin Chinchio exhaled in relief. He had completed the task. It was his first time selecting the option to ignore, and the experience had been quite torturous. Now that the task was complete, he could consider making amends. Chapter 38. Purchasing a building for Chen Shanshan. Lin Chinchio turned back toward the noodle shop, where the landlord was still discussing her predicament with Uncle Wang and Aunt Chun. Upon seeing Lin Chinchio enter, Uncle Wang asked in surprise, "Did you forget something, young man?" With a smile, Lin Chinchio announced, "Landlord, I'm buying this building. Please prepare the contract. I'll make a lump sum payment." "Uncle Wang, when Shanshan worked here, she must have left her ID. Please provide it to the landlord so that the building can be transferred to her name." Stunned silence enveloped the room. "Young man, is this what Shanshan wants?" Uncle Wang quickly protested. "We can't let her bear such a heavy debt. It's not easy for her alone in Modu." Aunt Chin hastily added her refusal. "Young man, please don't joke. Don't tire out my wife running around. What if you can't follow through?" The landlord, too, found it hard to believe Lin Chinchio could produce 6 million. Lin Chinchio scanned the room, then scanned the landlord's payment code, transferring 1 million as a deposit. "This is your deposit. If I can't afford the purchase, you can keep it." Upon receiving the million, the landlord's smile broadened, and she hurried off to prepare the paperwork. "Young man, we truly don't need this kind of help. We can manage," Uncle Wang insisted. "Uncle Wang, you've cared for Shanshan so well. If I can assist you." "This amount is insignificant," Lin Chinchio replied. "However, this is a secret. Please don't tell Shanshan. She doesn't like feeling indebted to others, which is why she didn't ask for my help." Such a significant transfer of ownership would inevitably reach Chen Shanshan's ears. So Lin Chinchio intentionally framed his words to leave a favorable impression on Uncle Wang and Aunt Chun. As he anticipated, Aunt Chin's demeanor softened. "Young Lin, you must be pursuing Shanshan, right? She is truly fortunate to have met you." However, they resolved to inform her, acknowledging that she would now be their new landlord and they would need to pay her rent. The landlord soon returned, delivering the contract. Lin Chinchio signed Chen Shanshan's name, and Uncle Wang provided a photocopy of her ID to facilitate the transfer. He then transferred the remaining 5 million to the landlord before leaving the noodle shop. Meanwhile, back at her dormitory, Chun Shanshan received a message from Aunt Chun. "Shanshan, Xiao Lin is a good person. You should consider him." Confused by the message, Chun Shanshan soon received a PDF attachment, revealing a property title with her name as the owner. "Aunt Chin, what is going on? Why is the property in my name?" She recognized it as the building housing the noodle shop. "It's your friend. He bought the entire building and transferred ownership to you. He asked me not to tell you, fearing it would burden you, and wanted us to continue operating the noodle shop." Stunned into silence, Chen Shanshan realized that Lin Qinxiu had been quietly planning this surprise. Why would he transfer ownership to her? After reflecting, she concluded that Lin Qinxiu had feelings for her and wished to pursue her without imposing any burdens, thus secretly purchasing the building. Aunt Chun, please continue running the noodle shop, as long as you and Uncle Wang are here. That's all that matters. Originally wishing to help Uncle Wang and Aunt Chun, she was now achieving that goal through an unexpected means. Yet, she resolved to insist that Lin Qinxiu transfer the property back. It was too precious to her. From now on, you'll be our landlord. We'll pay rent on time, and you can raise it as you see fit. There's no need to worry. Aunt Chun felt they could not take advantage of Chen Shanshan and no need. Aunt Chun, I've started working and have my own income now. Just focus on your business. She quickly declined, still feeling uneasy about receiving money without cause. Aunt Chun didn't press further, deciding to simply transfer money to Chen Shanshan later. Though they operated the noodle shop on the first floor, they also utilized the second and third floors, so they couldn't exploit the situation like this. After ending the call, Chen Shanshan pondered Lin Qinxiu's actions. His way of pursuing her was subtle and devoid of pressure, making her see him as a thoughtful person, heightening her fondness for him. If she became his girlfriend, would he continue to treat her so well? What am I thinking? She chastised herself, covering her flushed face. Ding! Chen Shanshan's fondness for the host has increased by 5 points, now at 85 points. Upon returning to Yunlu Mountain Villa, Lin Qinxiu was suddenly alerted by the system notification. He was puzzled as to why only Chen Shanshan received this fondness prompt. Was there a hidden task involved? After some contemplation, he deduced that this might be the only explanation. Entering his study, he retrieved the folder containing the blackmail evidence against Jinlong Real Estate, filled with various documents, most of which were records of illicit agreements. These contents were primarily signed by victims' families, not substantial evidence. Among them was a USB drive, holding the most explosive content. The USB was divided into 2 folders, one for Li Jianfu and the other for Li Tianzong. Both father and son were notorious criminals, with several gigabytes of video evidence inside. Opening Li Jianfu's folder, Lin Qinxiu casually clicked on a video in the footage. 2 men were seen in a private dining room, each with a woman, discussing something. Li Jianfu then presented a box to one of them, revealing it to be filled with cash, likely several million. While Lin Qinxiu didn't recognize the man, it was clear that he was a figure of influence, given that Li Jianfu was bribing him. Flipping through the videos, he found that most involved bribery or murder, with the recipients primarily being high-ranking officials in Modu. If this information were to leak, it would create an uproar. Li Tianzong's folder contained less severe content, mostly involving drugging girls, with a few instances of fatalities. Lin Qinxiu closed his laptop and shut his eyes. The Li family's influence in Modu was formidable. Even if he submitted this evidence, it would likely be ignored, and he could attract deadly retribution. He realized he needed to find a powerful ally unconnected to the Li family to leverage this evidence effectively. Chapter 39. I want you to support me. As Lin Qinxiu pondered his next steps, a pair of delicate hands suddenly pressed down on his shoulders from behind. He sensed the presence of someone but didn't turn to look. He simply closed his eyes, allowing her to massage him. You know you can't enter the master's study without a sound, Lin Qinxiu remarked, intending to tease the intruding maid. The hands paused momentarily before continuing. I'm sorry, Master. Li Qing is willing to accept punishment. Realizing it was Li Qing, he understood why she had the audacity to enter his study when other maids would not dare. Lin Qinxiu turned around, pulling her into his embrace. Li Qing, dressed in a sleek black business outfit and stockings without shoes, had been so stealthy that he only noticed her when she was right behind him. Gazing into her face, Lin Qinxiu suddenly leaned in and kissed her. Li Qing stiffened for an instant before gradually relaxing and responding awkwardly. Lin Qinxiu's hands began to roam, eliciting soft sounds from her as they embraced. I miss those moments when we could talk about anything, when we dreamed together. Their moment was abruptly interrupted by a ringing phone, startling both of them. Li Qing quickly disengaged and hurried out, adjusting her skirt as she went. Lin Qinxiu felt a wave of frustration, internally cursing whoever had called. They better have a good reason or they would regret it. Checking his phone, he discovered it was Wen Ruxue. He had been searching for her at the bar earlier without success, and now she conveniently called back. Boss Lin, I heard you were looking for me. I happen to have something to discuss with you. Are you available to meet at the Snowfall? Wen Ruxue's languid voice came through the line. Sure, I have something to discuss with you as well. Lin Qinxiu informed Li Qing with a word and then drove towards the direction of the Snowfall bar. At this moment, Li Qing's cheeks still bore a hint of blush. She had just narrowly escaped being dealt with by Lin Qingshou, forgetting even the matters she intended to report. Meanwhile, in the office of the Snowfall Bar, when Rushue, clad in a long coat that concealed her graceful figure, leaned against her forehead with a troubled expression, awaiting Lin Qingshou's arrival. The night had fallen, and the music within the bar had begun to play. Upon entering, Lin Qingshou noticed the fatigued expression on Wen Rushue's face. "What's the matter with you, Manager One? You look as if you haven't rested for days." Wen Rushue shook her head and poured a cup of tea for Lin Qingshou. "Please, go ahead and speak. Is there something you need from me? A few days ago, I had an altercation with Li Tianzong at the entrance, and now he has come seeking revenge, injuring my friend in the process. I intended to gather information about him from you, but I've managed to learn about the strength of Jinlong real estate from other sources. Given your status as a mere woman, dealing with him is likely beyond your capabilities." Lin Qingshou discerned Jinlong real estate's power from the pile of dirty information. While they were not the most powerful in the Magic City, they were certainly not an adversary an ordinary person could confront. Although he was unaware of Wen Rushue's background, he believed that even if it were formidable, it was not his to rely upon. Such matters should not drag others down. He would find a way to resolve it himself. "I sincerely apologize. I had initially planned to involve my uncle to restrain Li Jianfu's son. However, there has been an unforeseen circumstance on my uncle's side, leaving him unable to assist with these matters. This is why Li Tianzong resorted to seeking revenge against you. I will make sure to inform my uncle about this at the first opportunity," Wen Rushue said, somewhat abashed. Lin Qingshou waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right. Seeking your protection is not my style. I will handle this matter myself. But what about you? Do you require assistance? Is the bar in financial trouble?" Though it had only been a day or two since his last visit, he had undergone significant changes. Previously, he had hoped for some funds from the bar, but now, the balance in his account freed him from financial worries. When Rushue's gaze sharpened, a hint of resolve gleaming in her eyes. "I want you to support me," Lin Qingshou, who had just taken a sip of tea, nearly choked in shock. What kind of audacious proposal was this? He may not have known the intricacies of the One family, but from the way Wen Rushue spoke, it was evident that her uncle could command Li Jianfu's family with a mere word. Surely, they were not weak. Although Wen Rushue was a love child, she was still a member of the One family. Why was she making such a request? Lin Qingshou wiped the spilled tea from his mouth and calmly inquired, "Since you have proposed this, there must be conditions attached. I would like to know what those conditions are." When Rushue poured another cup of tea for Lin Qingshou and continued, "My conditions are simple. I require 20 million a year. During this year, I shall serve you in any capacity you desire, be it your lover, secretary, employee, or maid. You may do as you wish with me, for a total duration of 10 years, amounting to 200 million. An initial payment of 100 million is required for the first 5 years of support." Lin Qingshou looked at Wen Rushue as if she were a fool. "You have any idea how many maids, secretaries, or lovers that 200 million could procure? I could have a different one every day. What gives you the confidence that I would agree to such terms? I may be wealthy, but I am not a fool." Her demands were exceedingly unreasonable. Even if she were gilded in gold, she could not be worth 200 million. His maids earned merely 1 million a year. Hiring a few with special skills would be far more beneficial than taking on the daughter of the One family. When Rushue lowered her head, biting her lip, fully aware of how absurd her request was, yet feeling she had no other recourse, if it could assist her uncle, she would sacrifice herself without hesitation. At this moment, she believed that only Lin Qingshou held a glimmer of hope for her. When Rushue knew she was not worth that price, but she still wished to give it a try. Ding! Detected that a beauty with a score above 90 has a request for the host. Option 1. Agree to the request. Assist Wen Rushue in overcoming her difficulties. Reward, 800 million in cash. A secret from the One family. Option 2. Reject Wen Rushue's request. Remain uninvolved. Reward, 2 billion in cash. Once again, he was presented with two enticing options. The secrets of the One family combined with 800 million, or 2 billion by choosing the second option. Clearly, the latter was more advantageous, as the One family's secret held little value to him. However, Lin Qingshou, now not in need of money, found himself disinclined to see a beautiful woman in tears. After much deliberation, he decided to opt for the 800 million. "Could you perhaps explain why you made such a decision? Once I understand your reasoning, I might be inclined to consider your request." When Rushue sighed softly, "I am a member of the One family in the Magic City. Although I am merely a love child, I cannot deny that when blood runs through my veins. Lin Qingshou interrupted her. The one family of the Magic City? Are they formidable? How do they compare to old Wang of Yida Plaza? When Rushua looked at him in astonishment. You don't know the one family of the Magic City? Lin Qingshou shook his head. He was not from the Magic City, and in his previous ordinary student days, he had no chance to learn about those elite families. Seeing his genuine ignorance, when Rushua elaborated, the four great families of the Magic City are the Wan, Shan, Zhao, and Wang families. These four families account for 80% of the GDP generated in the Magic City each year. The old Wang you mentioned is merely a surface-level member of the Wang family. How could you not know of the four great families? Lin Qingshou shrugged. Is it really that surprising? I'm not from the Magic City, and the GDP they create has nothing to do with me. Why should I bother knowing about those so-called great families? When Rushua was left speechless, it was unimaginable that someone of his standing and power was unaware of such prominent families. She continued, currently, the one family is under my grandfather's leadership. However, he has recently fallen gravely ill. My father is the eldest brother of the one family, while my second uncle, Wen Jiaxu, and my third uncle, Wen Jiaming, are currently compiling performance reports to vie for the position of family head. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingshou began to grasp Wen Rushua's intentions. Her actions were likely motivated by the ongoing struggle for the family head position. When Rushua recalled their earlier meeting when Lin Qingshou had referred to her as Miss One. Although I do not know how you came to know of me, aside from my father and third uncle, no one else is privy to my story. Years ago, my mother's family served the One family. Although she grew up within the One household, she ultimately became one of their servants, leading a life not unlike that of my grandmother and grandfather. One night, my mother encountered a drunken young master of the One family and was forcibly taken advantage of, resulting in my birth. Thus, from the moment I was born, I was not welcomed by the One family. My mother was eventually driven to her death by the original wife of the One family, and my grandparents soon met similar fates, targeted for various reasons. When Rushua wrapped her arms around herself, her body trembling slightly, Lin Qingshou had intended to reach out and comfort her but hesitated, sensing that it might not be appropriate at this moment. Unaware of his intentions, when Rushua continued, the One family has been a nightmarish presence for me. My biological father has never looked my way, while only my third uncle, Wen Jiaming, has secretly supported me. Upon turning 18, he discreetly sent me away from the One family. Without his help, I would likely have been left to wander the streets by now. Now, my third uncle faces peril in the struggle for the family head position. His company has encountered a 10 billion funding gap, with the money's whereabouts unknown and those connected to it having vanished. If this sum cannot be resolved by tomorrow, not only will he lose his chance at the family head position, but he may also spend the rest of his life behind bars. As she spoke, when Rushua suddenly stood up, untying the bow at her waist and opening her coat, Lin Qingshou's eyes widened in shock. That I am willing to offer my untouched body up front, as long as you agree to help me. For the next 10 years, as long as I live, I will forever be yours. When Rushua raised the stakes, clearly holding her third uncle in high regard, Lin Qingshou stood up and turned away, covering his rapidly heating nose, feigning calmness. How much more do you need? When Rushua's trembling hands halted, gazing at him in confusion. How much more does your uncle need? 5 billion. When Rushua replied hastily, Lin Qingshou turned back. The striking image still vivid in his mind, he stepped closer, his gaze intensely fixed on Wen Rushua, and gently draped her coat back over her shoulders. I will meet your requirements. I will provide you with the 5 billion, and from now on, you will be mine. Your mind is elsewhere at this moment, and I am not so desperate. Once you have resolved your matters, return to me with a clear mind. Lin Qingshou took out his phone and transferred 5 billion to Wen Rushua. He then abruptly embraced her waist, kissing her fervently. When Rushua initially intended to push him away, but upon feeling his touch, she found herself unable to resist, for this was her own proposition. After a long moment, their lips parted, and Lin Qingshou left the office. The money has been transferred. Handle your affairs and come find me later. After departing from the Snowfall Bar, Lin Qingshou licked his lips. Having spent 5 billion, he ought to collect some interest. The earlier scene with Wen Rushua had been overly stimulating, nearly prompting him to lose control. Fortunately, he had indulged in a couple of hearty meals recently, allowing him to maintain composure. Now that he had Wen Rushua, her inner reluctance was apparent. With the enhancement of his system, Lin Qingshou no longer sought mere physical satisfaction. He yearned for emotional fulfillment as well. He intended not only to possess Wen Ruxue physically, but also to win her heart. Now that she was his, he could indulge at any moment in due time. He would find the right opportunity to ensure that Wen Ruxue willingly became his woman. Upon returning to Yunlu Mountain Villa, as soon as he entered, the maids came forward to help him change shoes. Since he had not informed them of his return for dinner, no meal had been prepared. Schwer, no need to cook. Let's order takeout today. Lin Qingxiu retrieved his phone and called Sun Ji, manager Sun. Do you have the number for Manhan Pavilion? I would like to order some takeout. Having arrived in the Magic City, Lin Qingxiu had heard of Manhan Pavilion, known for its extensive menu of Chinese dishes, even offering a full Manhan banquet, though not as prestigious as Shuiyun Pavilion, which required a month's advance reservation. Daily queues for dining were endless, and those who queued today might be waiting for a table next month. Sun Ji replied somewhat exasperated, Mr. Lin, I do have the number for Manhan Pavilion, but they do not provide takeout. If you like, I could purchase a queue number for you, and you could dine there instead. That's fine. Just give me the number, and I will speak to them myself. Lin Qingxiu took the contact for the duty manager at Manhan Pavilion. Hello, this is Manhan Pavilion. How may I assist you? A deep male voice answered on the other end. I would like to place a takeout order. If you could send it over, Lin Qingxiu casually replied. I'm sorry, sir, but we do not accept takeout orders at Manhan Pavilion. However, I can reserve a number for you. The current wait extends to the 15th of next month, at which point you can enjoy a meal at our establishment. The duty manager spoke calmly, indicating that he had likely received many such calls. I was planning to spend 3 million for a meal at home from Manhan Pavilion. Since you seem to look down on my money, I will find another restaurant that can provide takeout. Lin Qingxiu feigned disappointment. Wait, please provide me with an address immediately. We happen to have a team of chefs available. I'll send them with the ingredients right away. The duty manager initially paused, then quickly realized the potential 0.3 million for a single meal would significantly benefit him, and he could easily dismiss the duties of a mere manager. Although he was uncertain if Lin Qingxiu was being truthful, he could collect a deposit when the chefs arrived, as the Magic City was not lacking in wealthy patrons. All right then, Yunlu Mountain Villa number 1. Hurry, I'm starving. Bring all your finest ingredients. 3 million should be enough for your dishes. Lin Qingxiu remarked, relishing the thought, a full banquet wouldn't even require 3 million. He merely sought to indulge his whims after acquiring wealth. He was curious to see if these proud individuals would abandon their arrogance for money. It was evident that, had he been poor, he too would likely have surrendered his so-called dignity for financial gain. Yunlu Mountain Villa? The duty manager was elated. This deal was assured. Yunlu Mountain Villa was a property worth over 100 million, where the inhabitants were not just wealthy, but were indeed the ultra-rich. 15 minutes later, the Manhan Pavilion staff arrived. A large bus followed by a cargo truck, bringing with them a team of 20 chefs and a cleaning crew. The cargo truck was filled with top-tier ingredients and kitchenware, as the chefs promptly began setting up in Lin Qingxiu's yard. From their efficiency, it was clear that Manhan Pavilion was no stranger to such external orders. Despite their previous posturing of superiority. One chef approached Lin Qingxiu with a gift box. Mr. Lin, this is a bottle of ancient well tribute wine from us at Manhan Pavilion. While it's not the most expensive, it is valued at 300,000. It is said that Chinese cuisine pairs well with white wine, just as Western cuisine pairs with red. Lin Qingxiu accepted the gift, casually placing it aside. His tolerance for alcohol was limited, and he had no particular interest in it. Besides, his wine cellar was stocked with high-priced white wines, making the 300,000 bottle unimpressive in comparison. After settling the 3 million with Manhan Pavilion, the chefs worked even faster. In less than half an hour, a 5-meter-long dining table was filled with dishes. Lin Qingxiu called the maids to join him for a meal, each carrying a small bowl as they mingled while dining. Lin Qingxiu opened the 300,000 wine and poured a glass for everyone. As the evening progressed, they became increasingly spirited, prompting him to send Li Qing to the underground wine cellar for additional bottles of Maotai for the chefs to enjoy. As Lin Qingxiu grew slightly tipsy, the Manhan Pavilion staff began to pack up and leave. The ladies, having indulged themselves, gazed at Lin Qingxiu with dreamy eyes. Let's play a game of grabbing red envelopes. The one who grabs the least will face a penalty, while the one who grabs the most will receive a reward. Whether it was due to their inebriation or their inability to react in time, the atmosphere turned quiet. Li Qing was the first to regain her senses, smiling at everyone. Why aren't you all getting your phones out? The ladies quickly retrieved their phones, and Li Qing initiated a group chat, where Lin Qingxiu sent out a red envelope. Young Man was the luckiest, while Xia Shi ended up with the least. The one who grabbed the most could make a request of the one who grabbed the least and receive a reward. Lin Qingshou first awarded young man, transferring her 100,000. Since he had sent the transfer in the group chat, everyone saw it. Initially, they thought it to be a playful reward from Lin Qingshou, so they were merely playing along, but their interest peaked upon realizing it was a cash prize. 100,000, equating to their monthly salary. Suddenly, excitement filled the room. After receiving her reward, young man immediately leaped into Lin Qingshou's embrace, planting a kiss on him. "Master, can I ask her to do anything for me? The others must cooperate, right?" Young man blinked her large eyes innocently. "Of course, everyone must comply with the victor's punishment, myself included," Lin Qingshou assured with a pat on his chest. Young man cast a mischievous smile at Xiaxi, instructing her to devote 3 uninterrupted minutes of affection to the master, ensuring it was to be truly heartfelt. Upon hearing this, Xiaxi's face, already slightly flushed from the drinks, turned an even deeper shade of crimson. Lin Qingshou's eyes sparkled. He had initially intended to distribute red envelopes to the maids for a bit of merriment, but he had not anticipated such a delightful perk. Young man was quite perceptive, and he silently commended her. Should they choose to forego the punishment, they could instead opt to issue a 10,000 yuan red envelope for everyone to snatch, thereby evading the punishment altogether. Lin Qingshou added fuel to the fire. Xiaxi was rather shy, and without some encouragement, she might dawdle the entire evening. Hearing this, Xiaxi quickly shifted closer to Lin Qingshou, seeking his affection. Regardless of whether she was willing to part with that 10,000 yuan red envelope, the thought of displeasing the master over a mere game was simply not worth the trouble. 3 minutes later, Xiaxi's gaze had grown quite dreamy. At that moment, it seemed Lin Qingshou could do as he pleased. Lin Qingshou too felt a stirring urge. Had it not been for the presence of the other women, he might have indeed carried Xiaxi off to a room. The second round of the red envelope game commenced, and this time, young man found herself the target of the least grabs, while Li Shui emerged as the luckiest. Young man's punishment was merely to wash Lin Qingshou's face in the third round. Surprisingly, 2 individuals ended up with the least grabs, Yu Qian and Han Shuang, both of whom simultaneously snatched an 18.88 red envelope, thus sharing the punishment. Once again, young man was crowned the luckiest. An impish grin spread across her face as Yu Qian and Han Shuang positioned themselves, one standing ahead and the other behind. "The rest is left to your imagination." Lin Qingshou internally applauded young man once more. Such an understanding woman deserved ample rewards in the future. Given that both Yu Qian and Han Shuang had already indulged in some drink, they completed young man's punishment without hesitation, despite their initial shyness. After fulfilling the punishment, they were teased by young man, who remarked on their eagerness to reclaim their red envelopes, given their earlier windfalls. The 2 women immediately engaged in playful banter with young man throughout the game. Lin Qingshou found immense enjoyment, while the women all bore flushed faces. Over the course of 2 hours, every woman had experienced both the best and the least, with each enduring a punishment. While it was assumed that young man would accumulate the most rewards, it was actually Song Yu who came out on top. Chapter 42. I help you. Song Yu had already faced a punishment of a passionate kiss once, while at other times she had either been the best or landed somewhere in the middle. You need not remain cooped up at home every day. Feel free to go out and enjoy yourselves. While this job is relatively easy, you shouldn't be confined indoors every day, Lin Qingshou stated before allowing everyone to return to their quarters for a shower and rest, as he headed back to his room. Continuing the game would be too taxing on his body, so he hurried to take a cold shower to cool down, planning to invite young man over later for some adult games. After showering, Lin Qingshou lay on his bed, contemplating how the maids might have fared after their showers, as he found himself in a state of sobriety without a hint of drowsiness. He pulled out his phone, intending to call for young man, suddenly recalling that he had earned some virtual currency. Over the past few days, he had been so busy that he hadn't even had time to open the live streaming app. Now, he could finally sit back and enjoy some live broadcasts. With such a surplus of virtual currency, it was time to spend it. After browsing through the app for a while without finding anything appealing, likely due to his infrequent viewing habits, he was bombarded with recommendations that left him bewildered. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a familiar face, not someone he knew personally, but a girl he had been aware of in the past. Her name was Xiaoyu, a game commentator and seemingly an official host for the game. She had been around for several years. When she first emerged, her striking looks and professional skills had garnered much attention. However, as newer commentators entered the scene, her popularity gradually waned. Xiaoyu lacked the flamboyance that many younger hosts exhibited, relying instead on her beauty and solid expertise to maintain her presence in the hosting realm. One appealing aspect for her fans was that she had never been involved in any scandals, and there were no rumors of her closeness with any men, unlike other female hosts, who, despite their rapid rise, often found themselves embroiled in gossip that led to swift fan attrition. Today marked Xiaoyu's first live stream on the app, yet her audience was a mere 30-some viewers. With her recent work dwindling, she found herself overshadowed by newer, more dynamic hosts. As a longtime commentator, her opportunities were scarce, leaving her to post on social media to maintain her visibility. Due to contractual obligations, she was unable to stream freely, but since her contract had just expired, she decided to give it a shot on the app to see how it fared. The results were disheartening. Her popularity had plummeted, and although her lack of promotion played a role, the low retention rates indicated that perhaps her career was no longer viable. Thank you to the brothers still supporting me. My contract with the game company has ended, and I may not continue in this field. Tio expressed my gratitude. I'll be giving away a lucky bag for you all to snatch, Xiaoyu said with a hint of melancholy. Why? A message from a user named Shuang Muqin Chai appeared. Given the low viewer count, the messages were not scrolling too quickly, allowing Xiaoyu to see this one. She feigned nonchalance, replying, "There's no helping it. My skills aren't up to par, and work opportunities are dwindling. Sitting idle every day is less appealing than going out to explore." Initially hoping to gauge her streaming potential for a career shift, she now realized that with only 30 viewers, that idea was likely unfeasible. Xiaoyu leaving the industry? No, my goddess can't retire. I'll be left with only those flashy hosts. Is Xiaoyu leaving to get married? Is she finally shedding her single status and preparing for a family? As Xiaoyu read the scrolling comments, she couldn't help but chuckle. I'm not getting married. For now, I just want to travel and see the world before deciding what to do next. Is leaving your choice, or are you being forced out? Shuang Muqin Chai inquired again. Xiaoyu, noticing the question, patiently replied, "It's definitely being forced. Even without grand ambitions, I still need to make a living. I love this job, but opportunities are becoming rare." Enough about that. There are 30 seconds left to grab the lucky bags. She had just released 30 lucky bags, totaling 2,000 yuan. With over 30 participants, each could potentially grab around 666 virtual coins, equivalent to 66 yuan. Moreover, these lucky bags had no restrictions, unlike others that required following or joining fan groups. I'll help you. Shuang Muqin Chai commented once more, and suddenly, the screen was filled with a massive carnival gift. What the hell? Who sent that gift and blocked my chance to grab a lucky bag? Even if it blocks, you can still click it. Hurry, tap it fiercely to open the lucky bag. I'm stuck because of this carnival. The lucky bags are gone. Wait, was that a carnival just now? Has a big spender finally arrived in Xiaoyu's stream? Was it the account that said it would help her? The viewers quickly recognized the generous donor. After sending a carnival gift, Shuang Muqin Chai instantly reached level 3, no longer a mere beginner account. Xiaoyu was left astounded. That was indeed a carnival gift, worth 30,000 virtual coins, which translated to about 3,000 yuan in cash. After the platform's cut, she would pocket over 2,000, effectively covering the cost of the lucky bag she had given away. Brother Shuangmu, there's no need to send gifts. I was planning to step back from this, Xiaoyu urged. She genuinely wished to avoid having others shower her with gifts. Since she was preparing to exit, it felt more dignified to leave with grace. However, Shuang Muqin Chai remained silent and sent another carnival gift. Before the viewers could fully comprehend what was happening, one carnival gift after another appeared. The excitement in the live chat reached a fever pitch as viewers discussed whether a wealthy benefactor had arrived or if a guild was lending support. Many viewers who had previously played the game recognized Xiaoyu and returned to her stream. Wow, the way the carnival is being sent, my phone is lagging, dude. Is it possible your phone is just outdated? You should switch it. Isn't this Xiaoyu? She's live on the app. This is my longtime favorite commentator, but life has kept me too busy to catch her streams lately. As more and more viewers flooded in, the gifts continued to pour in from Shuang Muqin Chai. Xiaoyu was utterly dazed, and she sent a private message to him, asking him to stop. Yet, he ignored her, continuing to send carnival gifts. Is Xiaoyu encountering a big spender? Not necessarily. Perhaps she signed with a company to boost her visibility. Companies do spend hundreds of thousands on promotions, but this has to be millions by now. Exactly. Xiaoyu's status doesn't warrant such a hefty investment from a company. That means she has indeed met a big spender. Xiaoyu, make sure to seize this opportunity. Chapter 43. Is the palace being demolished? Xiaoyu gazed at the screen filled with carnival gifts and surrendered, finally returning to the live stream interface after sending a brief message of thanks. Thanks to Shuang Muqin Chai's generous gifting spree, her stream soared to the top of the app's gift leaderboard. After sending 6,666 carnival gifts, Shuang Muqin Chai's level also surged to level 60. The viewer count skyrocketed to over 100,000, transforming her once-ignored stream into a sensation. The live chat buzzed with speculation about whether a wealthy benefactor had arrived or if a guild was providing support. Shuang Muqin Chai ceased his gifting and exited the stream. This abrupt departure left Xiaoyu bewildered. He had only spoken a few words before showering her with gifts. Over the course of the evening, he had gifted her an astonishing 2 billion virtual coins, and even under the platform's strictest calculations, she would receive at least 10 million of it. Yet, he had said nothing and simply left the stream. Shuang Muqin Chai's promise to help her had indeed materialized, as Xiaoyu's follower count surged by nearly 1 million overnight. With this newfound fanbase, she could draw a substantial audience for her live streams and even venture into live commerce. Eager to express her gratitude, Xiaoyu quickly sent a private message to Shuang Muqin Chai, sharing her personal WeChat ID. After all, he had assisted her, and she felt it necessary to get to know him. At that moment, in Cloudlushan Villa No. 1, Lin Qinshi was searching for his phone charger. The account Shuang Muqin Chai that had generously gifted in Xiaoyu's stream belonged to him. Initially, he intended to send 1 billion virtual coins, but ended up sending only 200 million before his phone ran out of battery. It was his first time gifting, and he was unaware that holding down the button would allow for continuous gifting. By the time he realized this, his phone was nearly dead. Now that his phone was charged, he had no intention of re-entering the stream. He would save that for another day when he had time to gift again. After all, he had plenty of virtual coins left, with 800 million still in his account. Moreover, he had always been a fan of Xiaoyu's commentary, so he felt free to spend as he wished. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 2 in the morning. Young man was likely asleep, so he decided against calling her over. Tomorrow was Monday, and he still had classes to attend. This weekend had been quite fulfilling. However, a small incident occurred in Lin Qinshi's room in the middle of the night. In a half-dreaming state, he seemed to have done something without knowing who the other person was. In the morning, sunlight streamed through the window, waking him up. He had forgotten to draw the curtains last night. Remembering the events of the previous night, he turned to his side and found Li Qing turned away from him. Her closed eyes trembling slightly, it was evident she was already awake, but pretending to sleep. A sly smile crept across Lin Qinshi's face as he began to tease her. Li Qing exclaimed, her brows knitting slightly. Upon seeing her reaction, Lin Qinshi immediately understood the situation. The 6 maids were somewhat excusable, as they had been hired without prior experience. However, he had not anticipated that the seasoned Li Qing would exhibit the same type of behavior as those 6 maids. Li Qing was a clever woman. She understood the significance of a woman's essence, not just for herself but also for men. A woman's essence could fulfill a man's vanity, making him feel as though he had claimed a trophy. Thus, until she encountered a man worthy of her investment, she had always maintained her dignity. Now that she had met Lin Qinshi, she was determined to surrender herself. Lin Qinshi leaned down to kiss Li Qing's forehead, whispering, make sure to rest well today. Set everything else aside and focus on your health. Li Qing nodded, her heart swelling with joy. Seeing Lin Qinshi's caring demeanor reassured her that she had made the right bet. After tidying up, Lin Qinshi drove to school. Passing through the school gate, he handed the security guard 2 cigarettes, requesting assistance with a parking permit. The enthusiastic guard assured him that in the future, he need only mention it, and he would ensure seamless access to the campus. Within the campus, students heading toward the lecture hall spotted Lin Qinshi's car and began to gossip. Isn't that the guy who took away the school flower? Yi? A Lamborghini Veneno. Who else could it be but that notorious dormitory beast? I wonder why he suddenly became so ostentatious. Could he be a demolition victim? Perhaps he struck it rich overnight, or won the lottery. Is the palace being demolished? That car is worth over 100 million. What kind of demolition pays that much? Damn it, why can't a handsome and charming guy like me experience such a windfall? Who has to pee? Wake him up. I'm yellow. I'll do it, senior. As Lin Qinshi stepped out of the car, Yimengshi jogged over, clearly having recovered after a day's rest. Lin Qinshi affectionately ruffled her hair, asking, feeling better? Yimengshi's cheeks flushed as she replied, much better. 3 girls followed her, eyeing him with hostility. So this is the senior you keep talking about? Lin Qingshi was taken aback. Why were these three girls so hostile? He hadn't even interacted with them before. Senior, let me introduce you to my three roommates, who are also my good friends. Yao Jingjing, Wan Qingqing, and Wang Ying. Yi Mengxi tugged at the girl speaking. Yao Jingjing. Lin Qingshi's expression shifted to one of understanding. It was likely they feared Yi Mengxi might encounter a scoundrel. Good morning, ladies. I am Mengxi's boyfriend, Lin Qingshi. It's a blessing for her to have caring friends like you. Lin Qingshi smiled, his words carrying a double meaning. On the surface, he praised their concern for Yi Mengxi, while subtly chiding them for meddling. Nevertheless, the girls from Mengxi's dorm were not to be underestimated in looks. While they may not have reached her 90-point beauty, they were all above 85. Humph. I warn you to treat our Mengxi well. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Wang Ying threatened, shaking her tiny fist. Lin Qingshi chuckled, of course. If I don't treat Mengxi well, who else would I treat well? I have to attend class now. Let's have lunch together. After planting a gentle kiss on Yi Mengxi's forehead, he made his way toward the lecture hall. Upon entering the classroom, Lin Qingshi immediately felt the weight of everyone's gaze, filled with envy and jealousy. The classroom was unusually crowded today, leading him to wonder if he had entered the wrong one. Beast, over here, Li Wuqi called from the back row. Chapter 44, The Ailing Campus Bell. Su Weiwei, what is going on? Why are there so many people in today's law class? Lin Qingshi took a seat beside his dormitory trio. Today's class was combined with the medical students, Li Wuqi exclaimed with excitement. Lin Qingshi glanced at his still bruised face and couldn't help but retort, do you need the medical class to help treat that bruise? What's there to be excited about? And why is the medical class attending law lectures? Are they afraid of medical disputes? Li Wuqi rolled his eyes and rubbed his bruised face. What do you know? Don't you realize Su Weiwei is in the medical class? Today, we get to share a class with the campus bell. Su Weiwei. Do you have any idea how many people outside envy us? Lin Qingshi scoffed. Look at you, acting like it's worth something. She's just a campus belle. No matter how beautiful she is, can she outshine Ming Ming? At this moment, Fan Jinxiang chimed in. Su Weiwei is different from Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua is lively and playful, while Su Weiwei embodies elegance and purity. Li Wuqi shot a knowing glance at Fan Jinxiang. I have Yin Yan. So to me, the so-called campus belle is just another woman. Xia Lu, flipping through his book without raising his eyes, remarked, he was a romantic, having grown up with Guan Yinyan. Xia Lu's current demeanor mirrored Lin Qingshi's past, with eyes only for his beloved, leaving no room for other girls. Li Wuqi disdainfully raised his middle finger at him, reminding him that the last person to say such things had already broken up, Lin Qingshi. Suddenly, the entire class's gaze shifted to the door as a graceful figure in white entered. With long, straight hair cascading down and a book held in her arms, her bright, blinking eyes captivated everyone, exuding an ethereal aura. Her graceful movements suggested a gentle spirit, as if all the boys in the class had their souls whisked away in that moment. Ding! Detected a beauty with a score above 90. Name, Su Weiwei. Beauty score, 94. Age, 20. Height, 171 centimeters. Bust, 36D. Favorability, 50. Ding! Detected that the host has encountered a beauty with a score exceeding 90 again, triggering a rescue mission. Option 1. Use all means to cure Su Weiwei's brain ailment. Reward, 1 spirit point. Mastery of medicine. Option 2. Use all means to cure Su Weiwei's brain ailment while making her fall in love with you. Reward, 1 spirit point. Mastery of medicine, and a diamond kidney. Lin Qingshi found it unsurprising that a mission was issued upon the appearance of a beauty. What puzzled him was that both options rewarded him similarly, requiring him to cure Su Weiwei. Am I a doctor? How can I treat her? You only grant me mastery of medicine after curing her. You should provide me with the mastery first, so I can't actually help her. Lin Qingshi was at a loss for words. However, Su Weiwei was the second most beautiful girl he had encountered, scoring an impressive 94. Though this score was only marginally higher, it marked a significant enhancement in terms of beauty. Moreover, why did the system insist on me treating this girl? The only distinction between the two options was that one required him to win Su Weiwei's affection during the mission, with the reward being the coveted diamond kidney, which sounded immensely desirable. After all, with the increase in women around him, and having exceeded his exercise quota recently, even with improved physical fitness, his kidneys might still struggle to keep up. Yet, he had not anticipated that this seemingly delicate Su Weiwei would possess such substantial assets. For the sake of that diamond kidney, he felt compelled to give it a T or Y.at the very least. He aimed to complete the first option to gain mastery of medicine, which would enable him to assist his family and those around him. Even without obtaining that diamond kidney, he could still use his medical skills to adjust his own health. Wei Wei, come sit here. I in the classroom. A handsome young man waved frantically. Li Wuqi leaned closer to the others and whispered, "That's Shunli, a top-tier second-generation rich kid from Imo City, who has been pursuing Su Weiwei for quite some time. However, Su Weiwei hardly pays him any attention. The main reason is that Xin Li's sister is Shun Yu. Another campus belle from our university." Lin Qingshou glanced at Xin Li and noted that he was indeed quite handsome. With a campus belle for a sister, their family genes must be exceptional. Moreover, both Xin Yu and Shanli belong to the Xin family, one of the 4 prominent families of Imo City. Li Wuqi added. You see, Shanli is from the Xin family, one of the 4 powerful clans in Imo City. Lin Qingshou looked at Li Wuqi in mild surprise. How do you know so much? You're quite the gossip. A grown man, always preoccupied with such gossip. The entire class watched to see whether Su Weiwei would succumb to the charms of the top-tier rich boy from Imo City. The classroom was now packed, with only one seat next to Shunli reserved for Su Weiwei, and the other available seat beside the 4 exceptional dorm mates. Shunli's seat was clearly meant for Su Weiwei. Anyone who dared to sit there would be shooed away. The presence of the 4 exceptional dorm mates created an aura that deterred others from approaching. Lin Qingshou was the last of the 4 to arrive, taking the seat on the outer edge, with the remaining seat conveniently beside him. Everyone in the class was aware of the news circulating on the campus forum. One was the son of the Imo City Xin family, Shunli, while the other was Lin Qingshou, a representative of those who had recently come into wealth, flaunting a luxury car worth over 100 million in their view. Lin Qingshou must have originally been wealthy but had kept a low profile until recently, when he suddenly became ostentatious. The unspoken rivalry between these 2 top-tier rich kids meant that whoever Su Weiwei chose would signify their victory in this initial confrontation. Su Weiwei surveyed the 2 remaining seats in the classroom before making her way toward Lin Qingshou. Everyone knew about Shun Li's pursuit of her. She certainly would not sit next to him, as she did not want to be perceived as being involved with him. Lin Qingshou was different. She did not know him, but she had heard rumors that he was dating Yi Mengxi, so a man with a partner would likely keep to himself in public, sparing her from unwanted gossip. Thus, the seat beside Lin Qingshou seemed a far better choice. "Classmate, may I sit here?" Su Weiwei asked softly as she approached Lin Qingshou. Lin Qingshou furrowed his brow, suddenly feeling that this woman was not as pure and innocent as she appeared. A sensation of being manipulated surged within him. Shunli invited Su Weiwei to sit beside him in front of the entire class, but she ignored him and walked straight to Lin Qingshou, clearly instigating a conflict between him and Shunli. Although Lin Qingshou was indifferent to Shunli, being used in such a manner still left him feeling displeased. The beauty before him instantly became irksome to him. Even the promised reward of the diamond kidney failed to pique his interest. Chapter 45. The formidable background of Su Xiao. Whatever. This classroom isn't mine. If it were, I wouldn't let you sit down, Lin Qingshou replied nonchalantly. The moment these words left his lips, the entire classroom fell silent. Su Xiaohua was rejected and reprimanded. Do wealthy individuals truly lack the understanding of cherishing beautiful women? Su Weiwei was momentarily stunned, but a slight smile graced her lips as she seemingly brushed off his words and chose to sit beside Lin Qingshou. Bang! Shunli slammed his hand on the desk. How ungrateful! It's your honor that Weiwei wants to sit next to you. Apologize to her immediately, or I will show you why flowers are so red. Lin Qingshou scoffed. Another pathetic sycophant. The students in the classroom sensed that a spectacle was about to unfold, relishing the impending confrontation between the 2 wealthy heirs. Shunli, furious, immediately stood up, ready to confront Lin Qingshou. The last thing he wanted was to be labeled a sycophant. What do you all think you're doing? A female teacher dressed in a white professional skirt and sporting a high ponytail entered the classroom, raising her voice. She had heard the commotion before entering and now saw Shunli rising from his seat, looking as if he were about to start a fight. Ding! Detected a beauty with a score above 90. Name, Su Xia, beauty score, 93, age, 26, height, 169 centimeters, bust, 34D, favorability, 0. Su Xia approached the podium and took the microphone. Everyone sit down. If you don't want to listen to the lecture, you can leave. Shunli, who had intended to speak, suddenly fell silent for some unknown reason, sulking back into his seat. Lin Qingshou's eyes lit up upon seeing the teacher. Another beauty scoring over 90. Yet this time the system did not issue any missions. Normally, the appearance of a beauty with a score above 90 would trigger a mission. The classroom was spacious, and a single voice could not reach every corner. So such large classrooms typically used microphones. Seeing that the students had quieted down, Susia began. I am your law teacher from now on, and my name is Susia. From now on, both of your classes will attend my lectures together. If any students are unwilling, you are free not to come. However, when it comes time for remedial classes next year, you may find that I won't be the one teaching you. She added with a hint of authority, prompting the students to respond in unison. Understood. Lin Qingshou regarded Susia on the stage with admiration. A 26-year-old beauty teacher possessing such authority was truly astonishing. Despite being only slightly younger than Susia, this group of students seemed to shrink back under her words, none daring to voice a rebuttal. What puzzled Lin Qingshou the most were his two roommates, Li Wuqi and Fan Jinqiang. Typically, they would drool over beauties scoring above 80, but upon seeing Susia, they suddenly fell silent, suppressing their excitement, as if afraid to draw her attention. What's wrong with you two? Is the new teacher a relative of yours? Lin Qingshou asked. Puzzled, Li Wuqi quickly raised a finger to his lips, signaling him to be quiet. This scene only deepened Lin Qingshou's confusion. What were these two so afraid of? Fan Jinqiang explained, don't be fooled by how beautiful this teacher is. Her background is even more intimidating. She is the daughter of Su Banning, the secretary of the Imo City Municipal Committee. Did you not see how even Shunli, one of the 4 young masters of Imo City, didn't dare to speak? Li Wuqi chimed in, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. She has a brother who is a war god in the Southern Military District, and her grandfather is among the founding generals. It's said that when Susia was in middle school, a boy once tried to block her way to pursue her. Although nothing happened that night, a military aircraft from the Southern Military District took off, and since then, that boy and his family vanished without a trace. Wow. Is this an official background or a criminal background? Susia's identity is astonishing. Her father is the secretary of the Imo City Municipal Committee, her brother a military hero, and her grandfather a revolutionary figure. No wonder Susia has such a commanding presence. One word from her had Shunli, one of the 4 young masters of Imo City, sitting silently. Hey, how do you know all this? Lin Qingshou asked, intrigued. The knowledge Li Wuqi and Fan Jinqiang possessed seemed to transcend mere gossip. Ordinary people shouldn't be privy to such information, especially since descendants of revolutionary figures are known for their low profiles. It's all over the forum. A few days ago, it was announced that a beautiful new teacher named Susia joined our school. When Fan and I heard beautiful, we rushed to the forum to check out her photos and join the discussion. That's when someone in the know spilled the beans, Li Wuqi explained. Lin Qingshou glanced at Xiaolu, seemingly inquiring if he was also aware. Xiaolu shrugged, I don't check forums. I spend my time video chatting with Yin Yan. Su Weiwei, sitting beside Lin Qingshou, overheard their conversation. Though her eyes remained fixed on the podium, her heart raced. She had not anticipated that the new teacher would have such a formidable background. Su Weiwei couldn't help but wonder if building a good relationship with the teacher would deter Shunli and the other boys from bothering her. She had no desire for romance at the moment, especially since her illness had flared up again. Su Weiwei's pursuit of a medical degree was solely to cure her rare condition, one that few in the world even experienced. Ding! Detected a beauty with a score above 90. Option 1. Skip class and flirt with Susia in front of everyone. Reward: Mastery of chess. Option 2. Skip class, flirt with Susia in front of everyone, and require physical contact. Reward: Mastery of chess and marksmanship. Ah, a mission has arrived. Damn, but this task feels like a death wish. Skipping class wouldn't be a big deal. At worst, he'd fail, but flirting with Susia? She has a military god for a brother. Would he even know what hit him after he tried? Especially with the second option, which explicitly required physical contact. System, can I opt out of this task? Ding? No penalties for not completing the task, but if the host fails to complete even such a simple task, the chances of triggering future tasks will diminish. The host should consider this carefully. Lin Qingshou's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and decided to go through with it. Otherwise, he might find himself without future tasks from the system, leaving him in despair. This time, Lin Qingshou intended to choose the first option. Just a little tease would suffice. If he went too far, he might end up in mortal peril. After all, he had only recently acquired the system and had yet to enjoy its benefits. Just then, the scene of their whispering was noticed by Susia. Chapter 46. You are now harassing me, Last row, the male student in white, stand up, Su Xia commanded sternly. Coincidentally, among the entire back row, only Lin Qingshou and Su Weiwei were dressed in white. The rest wore black or royal blue. Since the speaker was addressing their group, Su Xia had no choice but to call out based on the color of their clothing, and fate had it that she picked Lin Qingshou. Lin Qingshou slowly rose, staring intently at Su Xia, who had interrupted his thoughts on how to complete his task. "Which class are you from, and what is your name?" Su Xia inquired, as she was unfamiliar with any student in her new class. "Lin Qingshou, Sociology Class 1, he replied casually. Su Xia frowned at his demeanor. "Did you hear what I just said? Repeat it." Lin Qingshou smiled slightly. "I'm sorry, but your voice is so melodious that it made me lose my train of thought. So I didn't catch what you said." The classroom fell into a hushed silence, all eyes on him, filled with a mix of shock and fear. Shenli shot Lin Qingshou a gleeful glance. Most of the students in the classroom frequented the campus forum, and even those who didn't had heard about Su Xia's background from their peers. Knowing Su Xia's formidable identity and still daring to flirt was akin to courting disaster. Su Xia's anger surged. For many years, ever since the incident involving that boy who had blocked her path, no one had dared to speak to her in such a manner. "Fine, if you can't hear. Come up here. I happen to need a teaching assistant today, so you will be it." Su Xia recalled a way to deal with Lin Qingshou. Having learned some self-defense techniques from her brother, she figured it would be an excellent opportunity to teach this brash student a lesson. Her self-defense skills had been certified by her brother and could even thwart ordinary soldiers. Lin Qingshou approached the podium, standing next to Su Xia, creating a striking height difference. Su Xia turned to the other students and proclaimed, "Today, I will educate you all on the legal consequences of harassment a girl may face." She pointed at Lin Qingshou. "You, considering yourself a rogue, are now harassing me." Lin Qingshou was momentarily taken aback, and the entire class was left in a state of confusion. What an audacious accusation, openly declaring him a harasser. Lin Qingshou quickly realized that there seemed to be a conspiracy afoot. However, how could he resist the allure of an opportunity for physical contact that had presented itself? He had been troubled by the lack of means to accomplish his task. Stretching out his hand, he reached towards Su Xia's waist, only for Su Xia to swiftly grasp his wrist and pivot away, attempting to execute an over-the-shoulder throw. To her surprise, Lin Qingshou remained steadfast, and with remarkable speed, he extended his other hand to give her a light smack on the rear. Su Xia exclaimed, releasing her hold on his arm, her face flushed with indignation as she glared at him. With a devilish grin, Lin Qingshou remarked, "Were you just trying to throw me, teacher? I have no distinctive traits, but my lower body is quite solid." Su Xia's expression was one of anger, her cheeks tinged with crimson. Having grown up without ever being touched by a stranger of the opposite sex, she was mortified by Lin Qingshou's brazen act. What had just transpired could certainly be categorized as a minor act of sexual harassment, warranting at least 15 days of detention. Although her attempt had failed, the lesson still needed to be conveyed. "Now, place your hands on my shoulders," Su Xia commanded through gritted teeth. Complying, Lin Qingshou rested his hands on her shoulders. Su Xia raised her arms, intending to shove his hands away and then strike his face with her head. However, rather than being pushed away, she found herself pulled into his embrace. "Let go of me," she shouted in a fit of rage, her face aflame as Lin Qingshou held her tightly. "Teacher, didn't you say I should play the rogue? Do you really think the rogues outside will listen to you?" Lin Qingshou chuckled mischievously. "Release me at once." Su Xia's anger reached its peak as she contemplated teaching Lin Qingshou a lesson, only to find herself at a disadvantage instead. Noting her fury, Lin Qingshou finally let go, realizing he had exceeded his objective. "You need not attend today's class. Leave my classroom." Su Xia pointed towards the door. "Teacher, I was merely cooperating with you. You're being unreasonable." Lin Qingshou feigned innocence. "Humph, your intentions are transparent. Don't think that just because you know a bit of martial arts, you can act with impunity. Now, get out and stand there. After class, accompany me to my office." Su Xia was furious, having called him up herself, and now finding herself incensed by his antics. Lin Qingshou shrugged and exited the classroom. However, he did not heed Su Xia's command and instead left the teaching building altogether. On his way, he sent a message to Yi Mengxi. "Ming Ming, are you out of class? What do you want for lunch?" When Yi Mengxi did not respond, he returned to his dormitory, knowing he could not linger by the classroom door, as that would conflict with his objective of skipping class. Upon arriving back at his dorm, the system's notification of task completion chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of agreeing to the other party's request and assisting Wenrushue in overcoming difficulties. Reward: 800 million in cash, a secret from the One Family. Ding! The One Family secret has been transmitted to the host's WeChat favorites in document form. Dear customer, your bank card ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 800,000,000 yuan. Current balance: 1,362,369,053 yuan. Why this reward? I thought it was for the task involving Su Xia. This was the task from last night where he had given Wenrushue 500 million. It seemed the crisis had been resolved. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of teasing Su Xia. Reward: proficiency in chess and marksmanship. Host: Lin Qingshou, strength 8, constitution 9, spirit 7, charm 7. Ordinary people's attributes max out at 10. The host's values are within the normal range. Vehicle: Pagani Huayra, Lamborghini Veneno, mansion, Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1. Skills: mastery in martial arts, chess, and marksmanship. Balance: 1,362,369,053. The rewards for the Su Xia task arrived, and Lin Qingshou felt an influx of knowledge regarding chess and marksmanship. These skills held little utility for him, as he neither enjoyed chess nor intended to enlist in the military. However, having more skills than necessary was certainly better than lacking them. Lin Qingshou retrieved his phone and opened his favorites, intending to delve into the One Family secrets during this interval. Chapter 47. The One Family secrets. Lin Qingshou opened the sizable 1 GB file, which began with an outline of various secrets, accompanied by images. Were there truly this many scandalous incidents among these grand families? The head of the One Family had a wife from the Yang family of Kyoto, known for her rashness and lack of subtlety. She was often exploited without realizing it, being arrogant, conceited, and foolish. Disliked by the elder One Family patriarch, she was nevertheless bound to his lineage. Among the One Family's first branch, there was a son, Wen Wenfeng, who was, in fact, not the biological child of the One Family patriarch, but rather of Wen Jiasu. This day, Wen Wenfeng remained oblivious to this truth. Over 20 years ago, after a drunken night, the One patriarch, while passing by the servants' quarters, encountered a maid who had just finished bathing. He lost his senses and assaulted her, resulting in her becoming pregnant and subsequently giving birth to Wenrushue. In reality, Wenrushue was not the daughter of the One patriarch, as he suffered from an ailment that rendered him infertile. His wife, Yang Xinghua, concealed this matter due to Wen Wenfeng's sake, preventing the patriarch from discovering his condition. 2 years prior, the One patriarch, while under the influence of illicit substances at a club, inadvertently caused the death of a young lady, burying her body beneath a tree at the entrance of the One Family's ancestral hall. The deceased girl, being an orphan with an eccentric disposition and few friends, went unnoticed when she went missing, allowing the incident to remain hidden. Wow! Lin Qingshou exclaimed incredulously, having only skimmed the surface, yet it was already so riveting. Wenrushue's father was not truly her father, and he remained unaware that neither his son nor daughter were his own. This was indeed a sensational drama. These wealthy families certainly played their cards well. Just the introduction alone was fraught with chaos. What more could he uncover? As Lin Qingshou continued perusing, he learned more about the patriarch's family dynamics and his penchant for gambling, which had led to him being ensnared in a trap set by his younger brother, Wen Jiaxu, resulting in an outstanding debt of 80 million in high-interest loans. Fearful of being ousted from the competition for the family head position, he believed that if he could secure the role, he could repay the debts. However, this also became a leverage point for Wen Jiaxu, who would likely reveal this information during the competition for the family head, thus eliminating his brother from contention. With that, the revelations concerning the One patriarch concluded, leaving behind a few photographs that were distressing to behold. Nevertheless, Lin Qingshou found them utterly fascinating. Some images depicted Wen Jiaxu in the company of those who had set up the patriarch for gambling, and one particularly simple photograph showcased a large tree, presumably the very tree beneath which the patriarch had buried the body. Upon seeing this, Lin Qingshou couldn't help but marvel at the system's capabilities. The photographs seemed to have been captured at a specific moment, as if the entire scene had been screen-grabbed. As Lin Qingshou delved into the secrets surrounding the second son of the One Family, Wen Jiaxu, he discovered a much more captivating narrative compared to the patriarch's incompetence. Wen Jiaxu was deeply strategic, and his wife served as the head of the city's secretarial office, a dominant figure who had yet to bear children. On the night of the Wen patriarch's wedding, taking advantage of the patriarch's drunken state, he engaged in some scandalous activities. Ambitious and ruthless, Wen Jiaxu was not above resorting to unscrupulous methods to achieve his goals. His wife, Yu Qing, was not fond of men, and since their marriage, she had not permitted Wen Jiaxu any physical intimacy. Their union was one of mutual ulterior motives, having established ground rules from the start. The subsequent photographs of Wen Jiaxu depicted him mingling with various individuals, as well as some images of Yu Qing engaging in revelry with other women at hotels. Lin Qingshuo was intrigued by the sight of Yu Qing and her companions, realizing that the drama depicted in television shows was not far from reality. Such couples indeed existed. Though nearing 40, Yu Qing still exuded charm and allure, proving that women who remained childless aged at a slower pace. Based on this information, it was conceivable that Yu Qing had yet to engage in any intimate relations. Wen Jiaxu's scheme seemed endless, even causing the current financial deficit faced by Wen Wanming. Lin Qingshuo decided against delving deeper into this matter and instead turned his attention to Wen Wanming, who was Wen Rushue's third uncle. The individual who had facilitated Wen Rushue's signing of a contract to sell herself must have had a closer relationship among the three. Wen Wanming, married to Zhao Yaping, had one son, Wen Jianfeng, who was the biological father of Wen Rushue. Upon reading this line, Lin Qingshuo was momentarily taken aback. Wow, the Wen patriarch is infertile, and he was pondering who Wen Rushue's father could be, only to have the answer presented so abruptly. This is explosive news. The narrative continued, recounting an evening over 20 years ago when Wen Wanming returned home late from school and heard a girl sobbing from the servants' quarters. Peering in, he caught sight of a scene that would haunt him forever. A young girl, having just suffered an assault at the hands of the Wen patriarch, was now being violated again by a shadowy figure. After what felt like an eternity, the figure fled the room. The next day, Wen Wanming learned the identity of the girl he had encountered, and from that moment forward, he could not bear to return home, opting to stay at school until Wen Rushue was born. Only after the death of Wen Rushue's mother did he dare return. Later, the Wen family arranged a marriage alliance with the Zhao family, and upon marrying Zhao Yaping, Wen Wanming had a son by chance. He later discovered the truth about his elder brother's infertility and, in doing so, realized that Wen Rushue was indeed his daughter. From that point on, he took it upon himself to care for her, albeit from the shadows, as he felt unworthy to reveal his identity. Wen Wanming's secrets were limited to this narrative, with little else to report. The photographs he possessed appeared to have been taken recently, despite being over 20 years old. Lin Qingshuo set his phone down with a sigh. Among the Wen family, none were virtuous, and although only scant references were made to Wen Rushue's mother, the events chronicled had irrevocably marred her life, leading her to an untimely demise in her prime. Chapter 48. Just how much money does your senior have? The tragedy that befell Wen Rushue's mother also extended to Wen Rushue herself. Had Wen Wanming not later discovered that Wen Rushue was his daughter, she might have endured an even more harrowing existence, or perhaps even been deprived of life altogether. Lin Qingshuo perused the remaining pages for additional stories. He found only the secrets pertaining to the third generation, Wen Wenfeng and Wen Rushue. The primary secret concerning Wen Rushue was now her status as Lin Qingshuo's lover, which hardly constituted a secret for those involved. However, Wen Wenfeng's narrative was far more riveting, exhibiting a character strikingly similar to that of his biological father, Wen Jiaxu, calculating and deceitful. What almost made Lin Qingshuo retch was the revelation that Wen Wenfeng was, in fact, a homosexual. The images were enough to turn his stomach. This document, titled The Wen Family Secrets, merely chronicled the unsavory affairs within the family. With this information in hand, he could manipulate all members of the Wen family. Furthermore, Wen Wenfeng's depravity exceeded imagination, having nearly targeted his own brother, Wen Jianfeng, as well. This family saga was indeed ludicrous. Lin Qingshuo resolved that Wen Rushue must be liberated from this tainted environment. The 500 million he had previously given up seemed a lost cause, but he could consider it an investment in purchasing Wen Rushue's freedom. After all, he had been rewarded, netting him a profit of 300 million. Ding. The system detects the host's reluctance regarding the 500 million. Option 1. Utilize the Wen family secrets to assist Wen Wanming in acquiring the position of family head. Reward, 10 billion. Option 2. Utilize the Wen family secrets to elevate Wen Rushue to the position of family head. Reward, 8.8 billion. Spirit 1. I have no reluctance. Lin Qingshou exclaimed. Damn it, system. I have no desire to wade through the murky waters of the One Family. Ding. The competition for the One Family head will take place tomorrow morning at the One Family Ancestral Hall. Best of luck, host. The system was pushing him into a corner. He had merely entertained a fleeting thought, and now a task had been assigned. It seemed he had no choice but to attend tomorrow. The system's nonchalant issuance of the task belied the difficulty it entailed. Lin Qingshou was acutely aware that facilitating Wen Rushua's ascension to the family head position was no small feat. Even with these secrets, managing the three Wen brothers and other dissenters would prove challenging, particularly for one who was originally a bastard child. He needed to devise a plan. After stowing his phone, Lin Qingshou fell into contemplation. After an indeterminate amount of time, his phone rang. Senior, I'm out of class. Where are you? Yimingshi had just exited the classroom and immediately called Lin Qingshou. Ming, I'm sorry, something has come up, and I can't join you for lunch. How about we wait until tonight? I'll reserve a table at Shuiyun Pavilion. Lin Qingshou wasn't in the mood for a meal. He needed to strategize for the following day and planned to speak with Wen Rushue. Yimengshi's disappointment was palpable as she replied, All right then, just be sure to stay safe while you're out. After hanging up, Ruan Qingqing, who was beside Yimengshi, indignantly remarked, I told you he was a scoundrel. He just got our Ming and now ditches her. Yimengshi quickly defended, No, it's not like that. Senior just happened to have something to attend to. He said he would take you all to Shuiyun Pavilion for dinner tonight. Shuiyun Pavilion? Really, Ming? The one that only serves 8 tables a day and offers a small-scale Manchuhan banquet. Wang Ying's eyes lit up with excitement. Upon hearing Wang Ying's exclamation, Yao Jingjing and Ruan Qingqing also expressed surprise. Yimengshi nodded, Of course it's true. Senior has bought the entire Shuiyun Pavilion. We can eat there any time we want. As she recalled the evening they had dined at Shuiyun Pavilion and watched the fireworks from the hotel across the street. A faint blush crept across her cheeks. What? Senior actually bought Shuiyun Pavilion? How much must that have cost? Ruan Qingqing exclaimed in astonishment. Why, Yimengshi pouted, giving Ruan Qingqing a reproachful look. All right, I was wrong. He's your senior. Not a scoundrel. Ruan Qingqing, feeling the weight of Yimengshi's gaze, quickly surrendered. Shuiyun Pavilion is renowned. Buying it must have cost several million. Yao Jingjing marveled at Lin Qingshou's wealth, realizing that a restaurant regarded as legendary in their circle had been acquired by her friend's boyfriend. It was purchased for 2 billion. The reason was that Senior promised to take me to Shuiyun Pavilion for a meal, but when there were no reservations available, he simply bought the entire place. Yimengshi said proudly, oblivious to the astonishment etched on the faces of the 3 girls around her. Just to treat Yimengshi to a meal at Shuiyun Pavilion, he impulsively spent 2 billion to buy the whole restaurant? Such a man can hardly be called a scoundrel. Even if I were to be treated poorly, I would gladly accept it. Ming, just how much money does your senior have? Yao Jingjing inquired, her throat dry. The audacity to spend 2 billion just for a meal made it clear that he was no ordinary wealthy individual. Why? Yimengshi shook her head. I don't know. I've never asked him. I was with Senior even when he had nothing. The 3 girls fell silent. Their initial negative impression of Lin Qingshou transformed upon learning of his extraordinary wealth. This unexpected revelation left them at a loss, and when they considered their own situations, they realized they too would likely succumb to such a lure. Regrettably, they are not. They can only serve as envious admirers of Yimengshi. Sitting in the car, Lin Qingshou was just about to make a call to Wen Rushue when Li Wuqi's call came through. Beast, where have you been? Teacher Su has ordered you to stand at the classroom door. After class, I couldn't find you, and now everyone's about to explode. I think you're in trouble, Li Wuqi said with a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. I had a little matter to tend to and informed Lao Fan and Xiaolu. Let's have dinner together tonight and postpone all other engagements, Lin Qingshou replied nonchalantly. Great, finally, I can mooch off your meal. Nothing is more important than dinner over any date, Li Wuqi excitedly remarked, as he had no actual date to speak of. After hanging up, Lin Qingshou tried to call Wen Rushue again, but no one answered. He decided to check out the Piaoxue bar to see if she was there. However, during the day, the bar was still closed, and even the cleaning staff informed him that Wen Rushue was not present. Lin Qingshou felt speechless. He had sought Wen Rushue twice, but both times she was nowhere to be found. Just as he contemplated whether to visit Wen Rushue at her home, her call came through. Where are you? I need to talk to you. Shall we have lunch together? Lin Qingshou answered the phone directly. Chapter 49. You can call me Senior Wang. After a moment of silence, she replied. I am dealing with something right now. How about we have dinner together tonight? At that moment, When Rushue was lying on her bed, her expression somewhat complicated. She assumed Lin Qinshi was calling to remind her of their promise, and the suddenness of it during the day was overwhelming. She could only decline, saying she was unavailable. However, while one can evade the first day of the month, one cannot escape the 15th. Giving herself half a day's time to mentally prepare, she felt she should be ready for the evening. Lin Qinshi, oblivious to her complex feelings, had no such intentions. Remembering he had already promised Yi Mengshi and the others dinner, he felt it would be impolite to stand them up. I have something to do tonight. How about this? I'll find you after I finish my tasks. It might be quite late. After considering, he decided that he could only meet her after dinner. All right, I'll wait for you at Piaoxue, when Rushue suggested, wanting to find a more populated place to evade the matter that no need. Let us go to your place. Piaoxue is too noisy and not suitable for serious discussion. Without waiting for Wen Rushue's agreement, he hung up the call. Wen Rushue's face flushed slightly as she recalled what was to transpire that night, biting her lip in conflict. After a moment, her expression turned resolute. A promise made must be fulfilled. Going back on her word was not Wen Rushue's style. She glanced around her room and decided to tidy up her space. Since she was to give herself away, it was better to do so openly rather than hesitantly. She resolved to set the scene with a touch of ceremony. With that thought, she took out her phone, ordered some decorations and petals online, and even retrieved a bottle of 1982 Lafite red wine. After hanging up, Lin Qinshi suddenly felt lost. Had he known when Rushue would be unavailable, he would have simply gone to dinner with Yi Mengshi. Pondering in the car, he decided to call Chen Shanshan. After all, Chen Shanshan's fondness for him was nearing 90, and if he succeeded in winning her over, he wondered if the system would offer any special rewards. Moreover, Chen Shanshan had sent him numerous messages about transferring the building back to him, to which he had not responded. At that moment, Chen Shanshan was in her office, perusing financial literature. Now in a high-ranking position, she felt the need to study diligently, as she could not remain in a role unbefitting her status. After answering Lin Qinshi's call, she quickly set aside her reading material and checked her appearance in the mirror. Currently, she was uncertain about her feelings towards Lin Qinshi. Whenever she saw his messages, her heart would leap with joy, often leading her to think of him. She did not know if this was what it meant to like someone, as the notion of romantic affection had always felt extravagant to her. Having strived to improve her family's situation, she had never allowed herself such distractions. Lin Qinshi, upon arriving at the restaurant, did not intend to venture far for dinner. After parking, the two walked to a nearby Western restaurant. Chen Shanshan promptly declared, "Let me treat you to this meal. You've helped me so much, it's only right." She then handed him a document, saying, "Please fill this out for the transfer of the building back to you. Of course, you treating is no issue, but as for the transfer, let us skip that. If you transfer the building to me, Uncle Wang and his crew might feel embarrassed to take advantage of me since I'm not familiar with them. Moreover, a 6 million asset is inconsequential to me. If you feel burdened, you can save up and return the 6 million to me." Lin Qinshi smiled as he responded. For a girl with a strong sense of pride, respect was paramount. The question of who treated whom was trivial to Lin Qinshi, but significant to Chen Shanshan. If he were to exhibit a domineering attitude insisting on paying, it would drastically diminish her fondness for him. As they perused the menu, a voice suddenly interjected, "Shanshan, what a coincidence to see you here." A man with slicked back hair and dressed in casual attire appeared beside their table. Senior Wang Kun, Chen Shanshan recognized the newcomer, her senior from school who had graduated a year prior. During their time at school, he had persistently pursued her, but she had always ignored him. Wang Kun's intense gaze made Chen Shanshan uncomfortable. "Shanshan, it's fate that we meet in this vast sea of people. May I join you?" He smiled, believing himself quite charming. "No," Lin Qinshi interjected coldly. Had he been more aware of the nature of Chen Shanshan's relationship with Wang Kun, he might have considered physically removing him from the scene. Wang Kun then noticed Lin Qinshi seated across from Chen Shanshan. "Is this someone from our school? You seem somewhat unfamiliar." "Hello, Junior. I'm Wang Kun, a few years your senior. You can call me Senior Wang." Lin Qinshi coldly retorted, "Get lost." Wang Kun's expression turned sour, akin to having swallowed a fly. Chen Shanshan, not wanting their pleasant meal to be disrupted, interjected, "Senior Wang Kun, this is Lin Qinshi, not from our school. He is my friend. We are dining together today, so it may not be suitable for you to linger." Although Wang Kun had faced rejection countless times, hearing such direct words from her made him feel somewhat embarrassed. "All right then, Shanshan, we can reschedule for another day." Qin Shanshan's countenance hardened as she replied, Senior Wang Kun, please call me Qin Shanshan. I will not be meeting with you in the future, so please be mindful of your words. A flicker of malice flashed in Wang Kun's eyes, but he said nothing further and departed. As Wang Kun left the restaurant with a dark expression, it became evident that he had followed Qin Shanshan to this restaurant, hoping to orchestrate a chance encounter. He had learned of her workplace and hurried over, coincidentally witnessing her walking in with Lin Qinshi. Initially, he had chosen to ignore Lin Qinshi, testing whether he was an easy target. But Lin Qinshi had not afforded him any face. Brother Bao, could you do me a favor? I'll treat the brothers to drinks tonight. Wang Kun made a call, conveying his request before turning to glance through the glass at the laughing Qin Shanshan and Lin Qinshi, a hint of disdain curling his lips before he departed. Chapter 50. The cunning and the talented Lin Qinshi and Qin Shanshan enjoyed their meal, sharing laughter and gaining mutual understanding. Qin Shanshan was a child of humble beginnings. Her mother passed away shortly after her birth, and her father had never remarried, leaving the two to rely on each other. Her father, a kind and honest man, placed great emphasis on education, instilling in Qin Shanshan the principle of not accepting handouts. This upbringing fostered her strong sense of pride. Qin Shanshan was also quite sensible, consistently achieving top marks in class. Now, she could finally provide her father with a better life. Their conversation allowed Qin Shanshan to view Lin Qinshi in a new light. She recounted many childhood games that he was familiar with, realizing they shared common experiences. In her mind, wealthy individuals were unlikely to engage in the activities of impoverished children, thus expanding their shared topics immensely. Do you have work this afternoon? Shall we take a walk? Lin Qinshi recalled that he had no classes and wouldn't need to return to school, and Water Cloud Pavilion was nearby, making it convenient. Qin Shanshan considered this, noting that her supervisor, Wu Xiaogong, had not assigned her much work, as she was still acclimating to the demands of her new role. Sure, I need to look for housing anyway. I'm about to graduate, and now that I've secured a job, I can't stay in the dormitory forever. Upon hearing this, a bead of sweat trickled down Lin Qinshi's forehead. He had initially planned to take Qin Shanshan to the movies to pass the time, but she wanted to search for housing instead. All right, but doesn't your company provide dormitories? Lin Qinshi asked, puzzled, as it was customary for bank employees to be allocated housing. Qin Shanshan shook her head. This area is a financial hub, and the housing prices here are exorbitant. The company only provides a housing allowance, no dormitory. They found a bubble tea shop, ordered 2 drinks, and sat down to check rental prices in the vicinity. The single rooms nearby started at over 6,000, prompting Qin Shanshan to so expensive. It seems I'll have to look further away. Otherwise, most of my salary will go to the landlord. Qin Shanshan lamented. These shabby, small places are asking for 6,000 to 7,000 my salary, with various allowances, might total around 20,000 to 30,000, but it's still too costly for me. It's not worth it. I'd rather travel a bit further. Let us go. Instead of staring at our phones, we might as well see the real environment. Lin Qinshi suggested, pulling Qin Shanshan along to explore the nearby area first, deciding to assess the external conditions before considering the interiors. Given Lin Qinshi's current capabilities, purchasing a home for her was not a burden. However, he understood that even if he were willing to buy, she might not be inclined to live there. As they approached a residential area, the nearby buildings appeared quite dilapidated, giving the impression they might collapse at any moment. This area seemed neglected due to the dense local population. It was difficult to fathom how such a rundown place could exist next to a financial center in a wealthy metropolis. Turning into an alley, they encountered 4 or 5 burly men with fierce gazes fixed on Lin Qinshi and Qin Shanshan. Lin Qinshi's brow furrowed slightly, sensing that these men were waiting for them. Qin Shanshan also felt the tension. Disregarding gender differences, she anxiously pulled Lin Qinshi to turn back, only to find 3 more individuals approaching from behind, effectively cornering them. Noticing that Qin Shanshan's hand had begun to sweat, Lin Qinshi gently reassured her, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Lin Qinshi turned to face the men before them. "What do you want with us?" With both groups surrounding them, it was clear they had no other targets. A scar-faced man smirked. "We noticed you looking sharp, and with a beautiful woman by your side, we felt a twinge of jealousy. Just give us some cash to spend and leave this woman with us, and you can go on your way." Lin Qinshi's gaze sharpened, preparing to retaliate when he suddenly noticed a figure lurking behind the wall. Recognizing who it was, he understood why this group had suddenly appeared to intercept them. With a cold smile, Lin Qinshi taunted, "Why don't you let the person hiding behind come out to play?" Otherwise, I fear he might miss his chance. As soon as Lin Qingche's words fell, that figure dashed out, yelling, "Let my classmate go. If you have any issues, come at me." It was none other than Wang Kun, the very man they had encountered at the restaurant. He squeezed through the crowd and positioned himself protectively in front of Qin Shanshan, declaring, "Shanshan, don't worry. I'm here. No one can harm you." With that, he turned to face the assailants, bracing himself for a fight. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. Had he come out before Lin Qingche spoke, there might have been a charade to maintain. But now, with Lin Qingche having exposed their intentions, it felt awkward. The scar-faced man cleared his throat. "Brother Wang, it seems they've seen through your act. There's no need to keep pretending." Wang Kun froze, taken aback that he had been seen through so quickly. Qin Shanshan stepped forward, her expression filled with disdain as she addressed him. "Senior Wang Kun, I once thought you were a decent person and a friend. I cannot believe you would resort to such tactics, trying to play the hero." Wang Kun, realizing how he had been outed, felt a surge of frustration. Upon hearing it was Lin Qingche who had exposed him, he nearly spat blood. "You just had to say it. Why couldn't you all deny it?" he thought, cursing his friends who had collectively failed him. But now, with the ruse blown, he decided to drop the act. Wang Kun swatted Qin Shanshan's phone from her hand, sending it crashing to the ground, where it instantly blacked out. "You want to call the police? You can't now," he sneered. "I've pursued you for 4 years, and you've never given me a second glance, not even a meal together. Now I've come to my senses. I don't want your heart anymore, just your body will suffice. Brother Bao, take care of the guy, and bring the girl back for us to enjoy together." The man referred to as Brother Bao smiled grimly, his expression more grotesque than sorrowful. "Remember what you owe me. And tonight's drinking money for my brothers. This woman can be yours first." Qin Shanshan trembled slightly, feeling a mix of anger and fear. Lin Qingche pulled her behind him, whispering, "Stay behind me. If you're scared, just close your eyes." Earlier, he could have stopped Wang Kun from swatting away Qin Shanshan's phone, but the device seemed a bit worn out and not worth saving. "What a pretentious brat. If it weren't for you, my plan would have succeeded. Attack!" Wang Kun shouted in frustration. Brother Bao's men charged forward. Qin Shanshan, frightened, closed her eyes. She heard a few muffled grunts and then the anguished cries of the assailants. Chapter 51. The surge of Qin Shanshan's affection. Qin Shanshan quickly opened her eyes, which had closed in fear, and the sight before her left her speechless. Lin Qingche moved gracefully among the assailants, his fluid movements and precise strikes rendering the 9 attackers incapacitated in less than a minute, leaving only Wang Kun standing. Lin Qingche approached Wang Kun, speaking loudly enough for Brother Bao to hear. "I'll transfer the money to you later. Good job." After patting Wang Kun on the shoulder, he turned to lead Qin Shanshan away from the scene. As they departed, Wang Kun remained frozen in confusion, unsure of what Lin Qingche's words had meant. Brother Bao, his face ashen, struggled to rise from the ground, having just suffered a dislocated shoulder from Lin Qingche's earlier strike. "What a clever kid. You used us as pawns? And you're in cahoots with that guy," he seethed. "Those able to move, attack." Brother Bao kicked Wang Kun in the stomach, and the rest of his crew, unsure of the situation but aware they had been led into this by Wang Kun, joined in the fray. Lin Qingche had intentionally refrained from attacking Wang Kun, knowing that his departure would spark infighting among the remaining thugs. Even though the scar-faced men were well aware that Lin Qingche's words were fabricated, they had just endured a beating and were in desperate need of an outlet for their frustration. Thus, they chose to take his words at face value. The alley echoed with Wang Kun's lamentations. It was only when Lin Qingche and Qin Shanshan stepped outside that they realized their hands had remained intertwined. "Apologies, but the situation is urgent. It's not that I intend to take advantage of you." Lin Qingche chuckled as he released her hand. Qin Shanshan, recovering from her shock, found that the seemingly hopeless situation had been turned around by this man's valiant stand against 9 adversaries, an image that she would likely never forget. Ding! Qin Shanshan's affection for the host has increased by 3 points, currently at 88. "Lin, I never expected you to possess martial arts skills. You terrified me just now. I was ready to bite my tongue in despair." Qin Shanshan patted her heaving chest, causing Lin Qingche to swallow nervously at the sight of the rippling waves. "Ahem. I have many skills. You will discover them as we spend more time together." Lin Qingche coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment. Ding! Detected a beauty with a score of 90 encountering difficulties. Option 1. Help Chen Shanshan solve her housing issue. Reward: linguistic proficiency, 3.3 billion. Option 2. Ignore her. Let Chen Shanshan find her own solution. Deduct 30 points from Chen Shanshan's affection. Damn, why must the system be this way? Even if you offer me more money, I would still choose to assist Chen Shanshan. There's no need to threaten me with a deduction of affection points. As they continued walking, it became evident that the surroundings were uninhabitable, far too chaotic. Midway, Lin Qinshi claimed he needed to use the restroom, and upon returning, he held a black bag. Shanshan, I happen to have an apartment near your workplace. Why don't you stay there for now? I'm still a student, mostly residing in my dormitory, and the place is just sitting empty. Lin Qinshi had just devised a plan that would not only resolve Chen Shanshan's housing dilemma but also accomplish his task. Chen Shanshan fell silent, unsure of what to say or how to respond. Though she genuinely wished to accept Lin Qinshi's offer, she felt she had already burdened him too much lately. Their relationship was still ambiguous. Moving into his home seemed inappropriate, even if he stated he wouldn't be living there. What if he needed to stay there occasionally? A single man and woman sharing a space. Wasn't he that too precarious? Perceiving her hesitation, Lin Qinshi spoke up, saying, if it would weigh on you, just pay me rent, 800 yuan a month. I have a fondness for the number 8. I want to enter without your permission. You would be the tenant, and I the landlord. A landlord cannot just enter a tenant's home, so you needn't worry about me intruding. Lin Qinshi smiled brightly. Moreover, look at the environment here. Filthy and chaotic. Far too unsafe for a young lady like you. Trust me, go stay at my place. Chen Shanshan gazed at Lin Qinshi with eyes as deep as water, fully aware that he was giving her an out for her pride. She didn't want to disappoint him, especially since she genuinely needed a place to stay. If she continued searching, she might end up far away, resulting in a lengthy commute that could consume most of her day. Thank you. Why are you being so kind to me? Chen Shanshan expressed, touched by Lin Qinshi's series of actions that had struck a chord in her heart. Being around him made her, a woman with a strong sense of pride and a fragile sense of security, feel immensely comfortable. Because you are worth it. Lin Qinshi replied, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Their eyes met, drawing their heads closer together. Just as they were about to share a kiss, the abrupt sound of an electric bicycle horn jolted them back to reality. Could you please move aside if you're going to kiss? This is a street corner, not a film set. An elderly lady scolded them. They had unwittingly blocked the path at an intersection, obstructing the passing electric bicycles. Chen Shanshan's face flushed crimson as she hurried away, prompting Lin Qinshi to chase after her. Shanshan, it's getting late. I have plans to have dinner with my roommate tonight, so I can only take you to see the apartment another day. Would you like to join me for dinner? The sky was gradually darkening. Even if Chen Shanshan wished to view the apartment now, he could not provide it, so he needed to change his wording. He intended to buy a place in the next few days, and inviting Chen Shanshan to dinner was merely a casual suggestion. After saying it, Lin Qinshi regretted it. If she agreed to join, it would complicate matters, as he had a dinner engagement with Yiming 11. In a state of unease, Lin Qinshi was relieved when Chen Shanshan shook her head, saying, I want to go. I need to return to the company first. After I finish my work, I'll head back to school to pack my things. Do you have time this weekend? If possible, could you take me to see the place then, so I can move in directly? Lin Qinshi secretly exhaled in relief that of course, I have time, whenever you need it. He had genuinely feared that Chen Shanshan would agree. A man's words can often be deceiving. Now, suggesting a visit to the apartment would be impossible. How could he claim to have time whenever he wanted? A quip from the system. By the way, here is a gift I just bought for you. Your phone was smashed earlier, and while I was at the restroom, I happened to pass by a mobile store, so I picked one up for you. You can't refuse me, and if you really want to thank me, let me taste the dishes you cook next time. During their previous conversation, Chen Shanshan mentioned her culinary skills. Chen Shanshan smiled brightly, saying, okay, I'll cook for you when I move. Ding! Chen Shanshan's affection for the host has increased by 1 point, now at 89. Just one more point to successfully complete the task. Lin Qinshi felt immense joy within. After escorting Chen Shanshan back to her company, he drove towards Shuiyun Pavilion. Chapter 52. Perhaps I should buy a few helicopters at this hour. It was precisely the evening rush hour. Although Shuiyun Pavilion was not far, it would still take over an hour to arrive. Stuck in traffic, Lin Qinshi pondered whether he should simply buy a helicopter. At least then he wouldn't have to deal with congestion. Upon arriving at the entrance, he saw Sheng Ping waiting for him. Wai Mengshi, and her companions were also picked up by a car sent by Xingping. Originally, Shuiyun Pavilion had a Rolls-Royce for transportation, but after Lin Qinsher acquired it, Xingping had arranged to add 2 more bins for pickups. Mr. Lin, the private room is ready, and the guests have all arrived. Are we having the full Manchu Han Imperial feast again? Xingping approached respectfully. Another full feast? Lin Qinsher felt somewhat fatigued by it, especially since he had just dined on it 2 days prior. Let us skip it. Let us try something different instead. By the way, look into purchasing a helicopter. Shuiyun Pavilion should consider getting one to transport guests. It could significantly improve business. He had been contemplating this as he navigated through the traffic. The decline in business for Shuiyun Pavilion was primarily due to its location being too congested, but its success was also tied to the same reason. This location was akin to a double-edged sword, capable of yielding both profit and loss. Resolving the traffic issue would naturally alleviate the reasons for poor business. Xingping's lips twitched. Lin Qinsher spoke as if it were simple, but even a basic helicopter would cost over 10 million. Not to mention the expenses for maintenance and the need to construct a helipad. The main issue was collaborating with other buildings to construct helipads on their rooftops. Calculating these expenses, even with an influx of diners, it would still be a loss, as one meal wouldn't yield much profit. After considering it for a while, Xingping decided to inform Lin Qinsher of these implications, hoping to make him see the reality of the situation. Lin Qinsher did not comprehend the intricacies of business. He couldn't grasp the losses involved. However, with the system backing him and his wealth, losses did not concern him. His priority was to preserve Shuiyun Pavilion. If this continued, even Chef Xingping would be tempted to leave, and who would prepare the small Manchu Han Imperial feast for him in the future? Lin Qinsher patted Xingping on the shoulder, saying, "You need not worry about the losses. Just focus on running this project, buy the helicopters, rent the helipad, and I'll cover the maintenance costs. It won't be counted as an investment in Shuiyun Pavilion. Shuiyun Pavilion just needs to focus on profits. Let me handle the losses." Lin Qinsher immediately transferred $1 billion to Xingping, instructing him to purchase 3 helicopters. Shuiyun Pavilion had plenty of space, and with the rented helipad and maintenance costs, $1 billion would suffice for quite some time. He assured Xingping that he could request more funds when needed. After transferring the money, Lin Qinsher entered Shuiyun Pavilion, leaving Xingping bewildered in the wind. For a dining establishment to casually invest $1 billion, was this man simply wealthy and reckless, or did he have a deeper plan? Xingping stood at the entrance, pondering for a long time without reaching a conclusion. Upon entering the private room, Lin Qinsher was warmly greeted by Yi Mengxi. He noticed that the 3 friends who had confronted him earlier had now become rather subdued. "Beast, it's my first time riding in a Rolls-Royce. It's so luxurious and extravagant," Li Wuchu exclaimed. He had come with Fan Jianqiang, while Xia Lu brought his girlfriend, Guan Yin, along for a dormitory interaction with other girls. It seemed their love was indeed genuine. After everyone was seated, Xingping began serving the dishes. There were no specific orders for the menu. They would eat whatever was served, but the food at Shuiyun Pavilion was anything but simple. Xingping even had the staff bring out 2 cases of 1982 Lafite red wine, as Li Wuchu and Fan Jianqiang claimed that wine wouldn't get them drunk. 1 or 2 bottles would surely not suffice. So they decided to bring out the entire stock. "I toast to Mengming's friends. Thank you for your concern for her. If it weren't for your camaraderie, I wouldn't have encountered Mengming today." Lin Qinsher raised his glass to toast her Ruan Qingqing and her friends. Ruan Qingqing stood, her expression somewhat awkward, and said, "We were somewhat presumptuous. We apologize for our earlier judgment. We shouldn't have assumed you were a scumbag without knowing you better." Yao Jingjing and Wang Ying also raised their glasses and stood. After all, the 3 of them initially believed Lin Qinsher was merely playing around, but upon hearing that he had spent lavishly for Yi Mengxi, they began to see him in a more serious light. Judging someone's sincerity by their spending may be superficial, but it is also quite direct. "But how do you know I'm not a scumbag?" Lin Qinsher replied with a teasing smile. Yao Jingjing was the first to speak, saying, "Handsome and wealthy? I'd be willing to accept that." Ruan Qingqing and Wang Ying quickly tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to refrain from saying more. "I assure you, as long as Mengming wants me, I will remain by her side until she grows weary of me." Lin Qinsher finished his glass in one gulp. Li Wuchu approached with his own glass. Despite still wearing a cast, he had foregone his anti-inflammatory medication upon hearing about the dinner, just so he could enjoy a few drinks. "Hello, beautiful ladies, I'm Li Wuchu, a good brother of the beast, currently single." Pfft. Wang Ying suddenly burst out laughing. Everyone turned their attention to her. Although Li Wuchu's name was indeed peculiar, It was something they were all already aware of. So why the sudden reaction? I'm sorry, I'm from Xiangjiang, and in my dialect, this senior S name translates to you're shameless, so I couldn't help but laugh, Wang Ying explained with a smile. So you're from Xiangjiang? Lin Qinshi was somewhat surprised, as it was rare for someone from Xiangjiang to study in the mainland. They usually either attended local universities or chose to study abroad. Local universities in Xiangjiang offered advantages for locals, and they were quite prestigious. The only comparable institutions were the top universities in the mainland or those abroad, and the entry requirements for studying abroad were significantly lower for Xiangjiang students. Fan Jianxiang pushed Li Wuchu aside, exclaiming, "Hello, junior sisters. I'm Fan Jianxiang, and my name is much more normal than shameless. I'm also single." This time, all three girls laughed together. Yao Jingjing remarked, "People from your exceptional dormitory shouldn't keep introducing themselves. Everyone in the university knows who you are." Fan Jianxiang and Li Wuchu exchanged awkward smiles. Chapter 53. Do you wish to become the head of the one family? In the midst of laughter and merriment, time swiftly passed, and soon it was past 9 o'clock. The school would close at 10:30, and with the journey back, there wouldn't be time for a second round. Lin Qinshi instructed Sheng Ping to arrange transportation to take them all back, and amidst Yimengxi's forlorn gaze, he escorted her into the car. Lin Qinshi wished to keep Yimengxi with him, but he had more pressing matters to attend to. The timeline set by the system was too tight. He needed to find Wen Ruxue to discuss the plan for tomorrow or to uncover any weaknesses beyond the secrets of the Wen family. After sending everyone off, Lin Qinshi asked Sheng Ping to drive him to Wen Ruxue's residence. He had consumed alcohol, but he would need a vehicle tomorrow, so he could only inconvenience Sheng Ping a bit, having him return to get a taxi afterward. Relying on his memory, Lin Qinshi navigated to Wen Ruxue's home and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" Wen Ruxue's voice came from inside. "It's me. Didn't we agree to meet tonight?" Lin Qinshi glanced at the flower petals scattered at the entrance. Could it be that this woman had a man hidden inside? The petals seemed to have fallen from a bouquet. Could a suitor have delivered flowers earlier? Lin Qinshi pressed his ear against the door to listen for any sounds inside. When Ruxue opened the door and welcomed Lin Qinshi inside, he observed the dimly lit room, where a few candles provided faint illumination, and petals were strewn across the floor. "Have you been unable to pay your electricity bill? Or have you taken a liking to a primitive, energy-saving lifestyle?" Lin Qinshi remarked, lacking in subtlety. When Ruxue lowered her head, saying, "Why did you arrive so early? Please wait a moment." With that, she dashed into the room. Lin Qinshi caught a whiff of a distinct aroma in the air. On the dining table were 2 covered plates, along with red wine, candles, and scattered petals. If he didn't understand the situation now, he would truly be a dense in that moment. Lin Qinshi realized that when Ruxue had likely misunderstood his intentions, she thought he had come to fulfill a promise, prompting her to set the scene. Just then, the door opened, revealing Wen Ruxue clad in a black lace nightgown, her bare feet on the floor, her hair cascading like a waterfall. The candlelight made it difficult to discern the blush on her cheeks as she slowly approached Lin Qinshi, whispering, "I've prepared some food and wine. Let us have a drink." Lin Qinshi hadn't anticipated such a delightful surprise. When Ruxue had prepared all this for him, even if he hadn't intended for things to go this way, he might as well play along to avoid hurting her feelings. Once seated, when Ruxue poured him a drink, a faint fragrance wafted from her, filling Lin Qinshi's nostrils. He couldn't help but pull her into his embrace, causing Wen Ruxue to gasp, nearly spilling the wine in her hand. Their gazes locked, drawing closer until their figures melded. Lin Qinshi's wandering hand slipped beneath the hem of her nightgown, beginning to explore. When Ruxue was taken aback and quickly stood up. "Wait, let us eat something first." Lin Qinshi smacked his lips, watching when Ruxue hurriedly returned to her seat, the warmth of their earlier kiss lingering on his lips, leaving a slight sheen. When Ruxue's face was flushed, the flickering candlelight casting shadows on her features. Lin Qinshi took a deep breath to steady himself. "Actually, I didn't come to see you for that. I have other matters to discuss." When Ruxue looked at him with confusion, "I want to learn more about your family." The one family. Lin Qinshi had already gleaned much from the family's secrets, and now he sought to understand Wen Ruxue's perspective on her relatives. When Ruxue's expression turned more puzzled. Instead of focusing on her beauty, he was interested in the one family. Was it her lack of charm, or was there another reason? Though she didn't comprehend, she still cooperatively replied, "Although I am a member of the one family, I don't know much about their affairs. From childhood to adulthood, I have existed as no different from a servant, my father. Wen Jiashong, has never even glanced at me, while Yang Xinghua harbors a deep disdain for my very being. My half-brother, Wen Wenfeng, has never acknowledged my presence either. Yang Xinghua hails from the Yang family of the capital. Though not the most prestigious clan, it certainly wields far greater power than my own Wen family. Thus, regardless of how ineffectual the Wen family may be, he remains a favored candidate for the position of family head. Considering the succession of the next family leader, our generation consists of merely myself, an elder brother, and a younger brother. The Wen family has always been sparse in numbers. My second uncle, Wen Jiaxiu, has been but a fleeting presence in my life. I've only seen him a handful of times during my childhood. As he seems to be rarely at home, my second aunt is even more elusive, only appearing during festive seasons, rendering her almost a ghost in our lives. She serves as the Secretary General of the municipal office. While she holds no substantial power, she is perpetually surrounded by those who do, often wielding influence that surpasses many. The two of them are childless, making them the most enigmatic couple within the Wen family. As for my third uncle, Wen Jiaming, he may very well be the only normal individual in the Wen clan. His wife, Zhao Yapin, is not from a prominent family, nor is she a high-ranking official. Merely the daughter of a well-to-do family. She bore him a son, Wen Jianfeng, who is now 10 years old. Speaking of my third uncle seems to soften Wen Rushua's demeanor, as he shines like a beacon in her dark childhood, preventing her from being engulfed in despair. Lin Qinshi pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Who do you believe will emerge victorious in tomorrow's contest for the family head? And is there a voting process involved?" When Rushua gazed at him in astonishment, "How do you know that the selection meeting for the family head is happening tomorrow? There are no other participants, just the three families persuading one another." Although this approach seems rather foolish, given the dwindling numbers of the Wen family, there is little need to involve many more. The most assured candidate is probably Wen Jiashong, as he is the eldest son and has Yang Xinghua supporting him. My third uncle, due to the issue with the missing funds, though he has compensated the amount, has undoubtedly been framed, and the incriminating evidence lies in another's hands, leaving him powerless in the competition. The struggle for the position of family head in the Wen family essentially revolves around seizing control of the Wen family's authority and the shares of the Wen group. The loser must depart this country, never to return. The electoral process within the Wen family is indeed foolish. The three brothers attempting to persuade one another could argue for 7 days and nights without yielding. At that point, it will devolve into either coercion or violence. Moreover, this hardly qualifies as a contest for family leadership, considering the Wen family's limited numbers. It is, at best, a scramble for the family's assets. Wen Jiaxiu has prepared extensively, indicating he feels quite confident. "Do you wish to take on this role of family head?" Lin Qinshi fixed his penetrating gaze upon Wen Rushua. Wen Rushua was momentarily taken aback before shaking her head. "My only positive sentiment towards the Wen family lies with my third uncle's family. The affairs of the Wen family are of no concern to me. Moreover, as a mere woman and an illegitimate daughter, I have no standing to assume the role of family head from any perspective." Wen Rushua's aversion to the Wen family suggests that even if the position were offered to her, she would not desire it. This complicates matters. "Perhaps I could assist your third uncle instead," Lin Qinshi contemplated, deciding that since Wen Rushua did not wish to assume that role, he would opt for the first choice and elevate Wen Jiaming instead. After all, there is a reward of 1 billion, which is merely slightly less than the second option. "And what will you do?" Wen Rushua found Lin Qinshi's sudden interest in the matter perplexing. "Why have you taken such an interest in this situation? It seems you were previously unaware of the Wen family's circumstances." She scrutinized him, as if searching for answers etched upon his face. "Nothing of great significance. You are now under my protection, and I wish to rectify the grievances you have endured over the years," Lin Qinshi replied casually. Upon hearing this, tears shimmered in Wen Rushua's eyes. Throughout her life, aside from her third uncle, no one had ever treated her with such unselfish kindness. From purchasing wine to gifting her 500 million, although it was framed as a reward for her allegiance to him, she understood the underlying truth. Lin Qinshi had never demanded anything in return. It was a misunderstanding on her part that led to their current situation. In reality, Lin Qinshi simply sought to restore her dignity and intervene in the Wen family's election for the family head. Such selfless assistance, coupled with his readiness to fulfill her every request, would be overwhelming for anyone, especially a woman like her, who had long been deprived of affection. And a woman could withstand such fervent advances. When Rushua approached Lin Qinshi from behind, wrapping her arms around him, "Why are you so kind to me? I truly do not deserve it." Lin Qinshi grasped her small hand that had reached out to him. Who says you are not deserving? In my eyes, you will always hold value. Never mind 500 million. Even if it required 50 billion to see you smile, I would willingly pay. The atmosphere had grown so charged that to refrain from reciprocating would be akin to being utterly oblivious. Lin Qinshi rose from his seat, slowly turning to face her. This time, Wen Ruxue did not shy away from his gaze. Instead, she leaned closer. Lin Qinshi lifted her in a princess carry, leading her toward the room. A mischievous smile playing on his lips. Since you are prepared, let us not waste your thoughts. Wen Ruxue's cheeks flushed slightly as she nestled her head against Lin Qinshi's chest with a soft The candlelight flickered, as if blessing their union. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully securing Wen Ruxue's first kill with a score of 95 points. Reward. Charm 1. Complete Restoration Pill X1. Complete Restoration Pill. Upon consumption, it replenishes any deficiencies within the body to maximum capacity. Host. Lin Qinshi. Strength. 8. Physique. 9. Mentality. 7. Charm. 8. The maximum attribute for an ordinary person is 10, and the host values are within the normal range. Vehicle. Pagani Huayra, Lamborghini Veneno, Mansion. Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1, Skills. Mastery in Martial Arts, Chess, Sharpshooting, Balance. 1,262,069,053 in the dead of night. Lin Qinshi heard the system notification but did not contemplate it further. He completed his business and fell into slumber. The following morning, Lin Qinshi carried Wen Ruxue to the car. Despite his gentleness the previous night, it was Wen Ruxue's first experience, making her movements somewhat awkward. Early in the morning, Lin Qinshi set out to buy breakfast at it. Was time to head to the One Family Ancestral Hall to assist Wen Ruxue's third uncle in claiming the position of family head. Lin Qinshi refrained from revealing that Wen Jiaming was her biological father, as knowing this would only cause Wen Ruxue additional heartache. The elder she respected had, in the past, wronged her mother and was indeed her biological father. Such a melodramatic revelation was better left unspoken, maintaining their current relationship instead. Lin Qinshi first drove to the Jinmao building, where he had instructed Sunji to secretly print several photographs early in the morning, placing them into 3 envelopes, each labeled with the names of the 3 Wen brothers. This was Lin Qinshi's plan for the day, to make them reconsider their ambitions upon seeing the photographs. Qinshi, perhaps we should let this go. I feel quite content as I am now, and why uncle not becoming the family head might be for the best. His honest nature doesn't suit such a role. If we go there, we may not even gain entry to the ancestral hall, Wen Ruxue advised, expressing her reluctance for either herself or her uncle to take on that burden. She yearned for a simple life, free from the complexities of the One family, fearing that Lin Qinshi might encounter trouble, given that he struggled with even a small real estate firm, let alone the formidable Wen family. Fear not. I am confident that I can persuade Wen Jiashong and Wen Jiashu to step aside. If my plan fails, it is certain that the two will end up in a fierce conflict. Lin Qinshi reassured her, withholding some of the One family's secrets, only instructing Sunji to print the images. Before long, they arrived at the One family ancestral hall. The presence of a small ancestral hall in the city center signified that the One family must have been quite influential in the past. Now, however, it had dwindled to merely 3 individuals vying for the title of family head. In the ancestral hall, chairs were already arranged before the ancestral tablets. Wen Jiashong, along with his wife Yang Xinghua and Wen Jiashu's couple, as well as Wen Jiaming's family, were all present. With everyone gathered, it was time to commence. Seated at the center, Wen Jiashong closed his eyes, exuding an air of calm authority. He believed that with his wife, Yang Xinghua, by his side, the other two had little chance of contention. Ruxue is not here yet. She is also a member of the One family, Wen Jiaming remarked, having called Wen Ruxue the night before to invite her to the family head election. But the call had gone unanswered. Humph, a mere servant. What worth does she have as a One family member? Let us get started. I have plans to meet my sisters for a spa. Yang Xinghua scoffed impatiently. Wen Jiashong remained silent, keeping his eyes closed. Jiaming, everyone's time is precious. Ruxue has never been particularly attached to us. She may not even show up. Let us begin, Wen Jiashu said dismissively. Wen Jiaming glanced toward the entrance, then sighed, choosing not to press further. He had hoped to involve Wen Ruxue in family matters, to see if she could gain some advantage. Though be honest, I truly do not wish to witness the disgraceful faces of you people, Wen Ruxue declared as she entered, holding Lin Qinshi's hand. How dare you speak to your elders in such a manner? Who permitted you to bring an outsider into the one family ancestral hall? You lack the qualifications to even enter this hall, yet you dare to bring someone with you. Wen Jiashang roared, eyes wide with fury directed at Wen Rushue. Lin Qinshi stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Wen Rushue. Old fool, do not raise your voice at my fiancée. She chose to come here to honor Wen Jiaming. Otherwise, your family could have been silently obliterated. Lin Qinshi scoffed. If Wen Jiashang were truly Wen Rushue's father, he might have shown some restraint in his rebuke. After all, he was a potential father-in-law. Instead, he was merely a weakling with a distant familial connection, daring to raise his voice at his woman. This is my fiancée, Lin Qinshi. Our visit holds no significant purpose. I merely came as a one family member to witness the disgraceful contest for the family head. Wen Rushue introduced Lin Qinshi before pulling him to sit beside Wen Jiaming. Wen Jiashang was enraged. Fiancé? When did I permit you to marry? You are a one family member, and it is I, your father, who decides your marriage. Take him and get out at once. Lin Qinshi chuckled coldly. Father? What kind of father are you, when you do not even know whether the child is yours? At this, Yang Xinghua, Wen Jiaxiu, and Wen Jiaming all turned pale. Lin Qinshi's words had struck at the heart of their familial ties. Brother, let it go. Rushue is still a Wen family member. Allow her and her fiancé to observe. Wen Jiaxiu interjected, his gaze flickering toward Lin Qinshi, the chill in his eyes momentarily fading. Wen Jiashang opened his mouth to protest. But Yang Xinghua interjected, let us get started. My friends are waiting for me. With Yang Xinghua's insistence, Wen Jiashang finally fell silent, snorting in irritation. Both Yang Xinghua and Wen Jiaxiu exchanged glances with Lin Qinshi, uncertain of the implications of his previous remarks. Let us begin. I assume no one wishes to withdraw from this contest for the family head. Let each present their value, Wen Jiashang commanded, his tone dismissive. Jiaming, you're the youngest, you go first. Wen Jiaming produced a financial report. This is the financial statement from my management of the One Group's enterprises over the years that I, Wen Jiaming, have diligently created nearly 1 billion in wealth for the family. I trust that I possess some acumen in the realm of profit generation. Thus, this is my value. His implication was clear. If he were not permitted to become the family head, the others should attempt to generate their own wealth and see if they had the capability. Lin Qinshi raised an eyebrow in surprise. He hadn't anticipated that beneath Wen Jiaming's seemingly simple demeanor lay such sharp rhetoric. Clearly, he was no ordinary individual at all. As far as I am aware, your company has suffered a significant financial shortfall. It appears you have quite a bit of personal funds stashed away, Wen Jiaxiu retorted, scrutinizing the financial report. Wen Jiaming's expression shifted. Such matters were known only to him and Zhao Yapin, and of course Wen Rushue. How could Wen Jiaxiu be aware of his financial troubles? If he knew, it could only mean one of two things. Either someone close to him had betrayed him, or Wen Jiaxiu had orchestrated this as part of a scheme targeting him, specifically for today. What's the point of making so much money if it only fills your own pockets? It's fortunate you haven't been expelled from the family, yet you still aspire to become the family head. Wen Jiashang interjected, visibly irked. Meanwhile, he contemplated how he might borrow a few million from his wealthy third brother to settle his gambling debts. Second brother, what a clever tactic, Wen Jiaming retorted, taking a seat, knowing that he would not prevail in this contest for family head. Wen Jiaxiu casually tossed the financial report aside, dismissing it as a mere joke. The one family could earn money in numerous ways. As long as they had funds, they could attract more talent to serve the one family. I oversee public relations for the one family, and I have a firm grasp on our network of connections. A family cannot rely solely on wealth. My wife, Yuqing, is the Secretary General of the municipal office and engages with various high-ranking officials. Should I become the family head, I can elevate the one family to new heights, beyond mere commerce. Wen Jiaxiu's declaration silenced the room. He spoke with a certain truth to his words. A family cannot be sustained solely by wealth. A strong network would ensure a continuous influx of resources. No one dared to counter his assertion, and even when Jiashang delivered his campaign speech. I am the eldest son of the one family, and my wife, Yang Xinghua, is from the prestigious Yang family of the capital, and my son, Wen Wenfeng, has brought in billions for the family in recent years. In terms of connections and profit generation, I possess both. Wen Jiaxiu smirked slightly. The so-called wealth and connections were not Wen Jiashang's merit. He was merely a weakling relying on his wife and child to vie for the family head position, oblivious to the fact that both wife and child belonged to Wen Jiaxiu. Recently, I received a call claiming that the eldest brother has accumulated significant gambling debts. I wonder how true that is? Wen Jiaxu inquired. When Jia Shang's face darkened, he had thought this matter was kept secret. How could the debt collectors have reached Wen Jiaxu? This is nonsense. My second brother must have received a fraudulent call, he protested. Wen Jiaxu appeared prepared for this, producing a piece of paper from his pocket. Inscribed with the words "I owe you." I suspected it was a scam, so I had someone investigate to see who dared to defraud Wen Jiaxu. They provided me with this IOU. Upon seeing the IOU, Wen Jia Shang's face turned a shade of deep red. It was indeed his signature. For an amount of 80 million, it was not that he lacked the funds, but rather that he had lost far more than that, leaving him completely destitute. Wen Jiaxu smiled slightly. Eldest brother, you need not pursue the family head position. I will assist you in resolving this matter, and furthermore, I shall provide you with 200 million. I have arranged a place for you abroad. You may retire there. When Jia Shang remained silent, turning to Yang Xinghua, who, at that moment, was engrossed in her phone, ignoring him in a fit of rage. When Jia Shang swatted her phone from her hands. How can you sit idly by while I am being pushed into such a corner? Yang Xinghua was filled with rage, feeling worthless and had nothing more to say. If her second brother wished to become the head of the family, let him. If you want to go abroad, then go. I will take Wenfeng back to Kyoto. I am seeking a divorce from you. You shameless wretch, dare you? When Jia Shang raised his hand, ready to strike Yang Xinghua across the face, but when Wenfeng swiftly seized his arm. Chapter 56. Self-inflicted humiliation. Seeing his son, whom he had doted on since childhood, standing against him, when Jia Shang was furious. How dare he? At that moment, Zhao Yaping suddenly stepped forward, urging her elder brother to remain calm, as she had a few photographs to share. Lin Qinshi glanced at the images and realized they bore an uncanny resemblance to those in his possession. Could it be that the system had pilfered them from her? The photographs depicted Wen Jiaxu discussing matters with a few individuals, likely the ones who had set a trap for the one family. Upon seeing the photos, Wen Jia Shang's face turned ashen, and he gritted his teeth, responding, "Second brother, you truly have some clever tactics, setting a trap for me." Wen Jiaxu, realizing his scheme had been uncovered, decided to drop the pretense. "Brother, in the game of power, victory belongs to the cunning. You have stepped into my trap, thus proving my triumph. Humph, dreaming of becoming the head of the family? I shall never consent to that." Wen Jiashang scoffed. Wen Jiaxu smiled slightly. "If you oppose me, then repay the debts represented on this note." What kind of head of the family owes gambling debts? When Jiashang turned to his third brother, "Jiaming, lend me 80 million for the time being. Once I am the head of the family, I will repay you." Jiaming sighed and shook his head. He did not possess 80 million, not even 800,000. Had it not been for Wen Ruxue providing him with 500 million, he might have been imprisoned by Wen Jiaxu by now. Although he was astonished by Zhao Yaping's possession of those photographs, it seemed that Wen Jiaxu had already seized control of the situation. The position of family head was now solely Wen Jiaxu's. Meanwhile, Lin Qinshi observed Zhao Yaping thoughtfully. There was little information about her in the secrets of the Wen family, and her current behavior appeared incongruent with public perception. Could there be hidden truths? Wen Jiaxu stood up, laughing heartily. "Both of you are flawed and lack unity. Fear not. I have arranged for you to live abroad for the rest of your lives." The people present fell into a heavy silence, and it seemed Wen Jiaxu had anticipated this outcome. At that moment, Lin Qinshi stepped forward. "May I say a few words?" All eyes turned toward him, and both Wen Jiaxu and Yang Xinghua narrowed their brows anxiously. The words Lin Qinshi had uttered earlier still left them unsettled. "This is a matter concerning the Wen family. As an outsider, what right do you have to speak?" Wen Jiaxu remarked coolly, casting a glance at Lin Qinshi. Lin Qinshi pulled out a thick envelope from his pocket and tossed it to Wen Jiaxu. "I suggest you examine it in a secluded corner, lest others catch sight of it," he said with a smile. Wen Jiaxu ignored him and pulled out the photographs from the envelope, only to discover the first image was of him and Yang Xinghua, instantly breaking into a cold sweat as he shoved the photo back. He then moved to a corner and examined the contents further. Growing increasingly alarmed, he couldn't recall when the photograph had been taken, but its contents could be damning enough to ruin him several times over. Minutes passed, and Yu Qing wanted to see what the stack of photographs contained. But when Jiaxu blocked her with his hand, he approached Lin Qinshi, his steps heavy, and said in a low voice, "What do you desire?" Lin Qinshi smiled faintly. "I propose you relinquish the position of family head to Jiaming. Transfer all shares of the One Enterprise to him, and then take your little fortune abroad to live in retirement. I find it hard to believe you haven't stashed away some private funds, especially since you have already arranged everything abroad." When Jiasu stared intently at Lin Qinshi, and after a long moment, he sighed, "Third brother, I never imagined you had such skills. It seems over the years, second brother has underestimated you." Jia Ming sat bewildered, turning to Wen Ruxue as he heard Lin Qinshi's demands. Wen Ruxue merely shook her head with a smile, indicating she was equally clueless. Lin Qinshi scoffed, "Don't flatter him. He doesn't even know who I am and is oblivious to these matters. If it weren't for Ruxue, I wouldn't have bothered showing up today." Lin Qinshi harbored no fondness for Wen Jiaming either, as he had been among the perpetrators back in the day. Excuses of youthful folly held no weight. Everyone had been young once. When Jiasu cast a complicated glance at Yang Xinghua and Wen Wenfeng, letting out a deep sigh, aging visibly in that moment, "I agree. As long as these matters remain undisclosed, I can stay abroad indefinitely." The room fell into stunned silence. "Wen Jiasu, what nonsense are you spouting?" Yu Qing exclaimed, rising in protest. Yang Xinghua looked at him in disbelief. Just the night before, he had sought her out, stating that once he secured the family head position, he would divorce Yu Qing and give Yang Xinghua a legitimate status, while Wen Jiashang would be exiled from the country. Now, Wen Jiasu was abandoning the headship and opting for exile instead, rendering his previous promises void. "Hemph. Even if Wen Jiasu relinquishes the headship, I am still here. I never consented to Jia Ming becoming head of the family." When Jiashang interjected, stirring the pot once more, Lin Qinshi pulled out a photograph of a large tree from an envelope and tossed it toward Wen Jiashang. "You two, transfer all your shares of the one enterprise to Jia Ming and then get lost." Wen Jiashang, who had been dismissive, broke into a cold sweat upon receiving the photograph. The tree depicted was the one in the ancestral hall courtyard, beneath which lay a hidden corpse, the very corpse he had buried. How could this seemingly unknown fact be known to the other party? His expression shifted to one of suspicion as he crumpled the photo in his hand and glared at Lin Qinshi, ultimately collapsing into a chair in defeat. Lin Qinshi produced several share transfer agreements, urging them to sign. "What trickery have you employed to threaten my father and second uncle?" Wen Wenfeng demanded loudly. Seeing him stand up, Lin Qinshi instinctively took 2 steps back, not wanting to be too close to this man. "You have your own issues," Lin Qinshi replied, rummaging through his pocket to retrieve an envelope labeled with Wen Wenfeng's name and tossing it to him. To his surprise, Wen Wenfeng swatted the envelope to the ground, its contents spilling everywhere. "Humph. Don't think you can intimidate me with these worthless items. They may be useful against my father and uncle, but not to me." He didn't even glance at the scattered photographs. Lin Qinshi observed him with a bemused expression. "Are you certain? The images of Wen Wenfeng are rather scandalous." The onlookers, already curious about the small envelopes, began to inspect the photograph strewn across the floor. One fell at Yang Xinghua's feet, and upon picking it up, her face darkened. Chapter 57. Expulsion from school, you wretched fool, Wen Jiashang shouted, kicking Wen Wenfeng from behind. The kicked Wen Wenfeng fell to the ground, dazed, and upon seeing the photograph, he realized just how egregiously he had erred. The image depicted him with 2 men, revealing his deepest secret to his closest family. Now he understood why his father and uncle were so easily manipulated by a mere envelope. Yang Xinghua and Wen Jiasu trembled with rage, realizing their only child was not quite normal. When Wenfeng glared at Lin Qinshi, gritting his teeth, "How do you possess these photographs? Who are you?" In that moment, Lin Qinshi seemed a demonic figure, able to unearth the darkest secrets buried deep within each individual. He retrieved the remaining envelopes, holding on to Jia Ming's while tossing those for Yang Xinghua and Yu Qing toward them. Since he had already given them, he might as well provide complete clarity on why Wen Jiashang and Wen Jiasu had capitulated. Upon seeing the images, Yang Xinghua quickly stuffed them back into the envelope, her face pale as she gazed at Lin Qinshi. Yu Qing mirrored her shocked. Everyone's curiosity had been sated, and it was time to proceed with their business. Lin Qinshi returned to his seat. Wen Jiashang and Wen Jiasu both signed the share transfer documents. "I hope you keep your promise." Wen Jiasu cast a lingering glance at Lin Qinshi before turning to leave, his eyes narrowing with growing intensity. Wen Jiashang huffed in annoyance, making a swift exit. When Ruxue curiously asked, "What method did you employ to make them yield? What was contained within those envelopes?" Lin Qinshi took her hand, "Just some compromising evidence. Now that the matter is settled, let us depart." As they prepared to leave, Jia Ming stood up. "Wait, Jia Ming felt as if he were dreaming. He had come to terms with the reality that he would never become the head of the one family. His earlier comments had been mere desperate attempts to fight back. He had expected his family to leave China for a new life abroad, only for Lin Qinshi to emerge and effortlessly drive Wen Jiashong and Wen Jiasu away. Now, without lifting a finger, he had become the head of the one family, and the transfer contracts were already signed. Although I know you helped because of Rushue, I still want to thank you. It is a blessing for Rushue to have met you. Rushue, you can move back home now. From this day forth, we are a true family, Jia Ming exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, Rushue, though you have always called us third uncle and third aunt. We consider you our own daughter, Zhao Yaping chimed in, beaming with joy. The photograph she had provided earlier had been given to her by a cousin, who happened to be one of those ensnaring the one family. She had hoped to pit her elder and second brothers against one another, but her naivety had led her astray. When Jiashong was too pathetic, easily rendered speechless and stripped of the will to argue by mere words and actions. Lin Qinshi chuckled at her statement. Did Jia Ming truly wish to acknowledge Rushue in such a manner? He did not want Rushue to discover her true lineage. Otherwise, he would have handed over the document detailing Wen Jiashong's hidden afflictions. When Rushue was currently leading a blissful life, and there was no need to dredge up sordid family matters. Lin Qinshi pulled out the envelope belonging to Jia Ming and tossed it toward him. Rushue will not move back to the one family. She is no longer connected to them, do as you please. Lin Qinshi's words left Wen Rushue perplexed. She could not fathom why Lin Qinshi harbored such animosity toward her third uncle. Tugging at his sleeve, she whispered, but Lin Qinshi grasped her hand and turned to lead her away from the one family ancestral hall. Jia Ming, holding the envelope, watched the departing pair, bewildered. He could not comprehend why Lin Qinshi held such disdain for him. He had never opposed their relationship, yet he was treated with such contempt. As he opened the envelope, Zhao Yaping leaned closer. He hesitated to reveal the photographs, recalling how the others had reacted to the contents of their envelopes and the scandalous images of Wen Wenfeng. Jia Ming felt that these photographs were only for his eyes. They should not be exposed to Zhao Yaping. Why not take a look? Zhao Yaping inquired, puzzled. There's nothing worth seeing. Please take Jianfeng home. I need to handle some matters at the company. The one family will soon belong to us. Jia Ming concealed his excitement. Zhao Yaping, equally delighted, did not press further about the envelope's contents. Although not exceptionally astute, she understood that everyone had their secrets and that discovering certain truths could lead to irrevocable consequences. Back at the company, Jia Ming locked his office door and retrieved the envelope from Lin Qinshi. He pulled out a photograph that depicted an event from over 20 years ago when he had returned home late from school. Jia Ming trembled as he gazed at the image. Unable to fathom how it had been obtained, it was a dark night, and the room was pitch black, illuminated only by a faint moonlight. The clarity of this photograph seemed impossible for that era. Jia Ming slumped into his chair, his expression shifting between fear and complexity. No one knew what thoughts consumed him at that moment. After a long while, he pressed the intercom, summoning all executives and shareholders of the one group for a meeting in 2 hours. Meanwhile, Lin Qinshi, having just entered his car, received a call from Li Wuqi. You scoundrel! You skipped Su Xia's class again today. She told us to inform you that if you don't show up before sunset, she will apply to expel you from school. Damn it. Although Lin Qinshi was not particularly concerned about his academic standing, he did not wish to disappoint his parents. Moreover, campus life was delightful, and he had just begun to enjoy a carefree existence. He could not afford to take Su Xia's threats lightly. Given her formidable background, expulsion might be just a word away. Chapter 58. Concealed cards. Rushue, let me take you home. You should rest well. I must return to school. A new teacher has arrived, and she is threatening to expel me for skipping classes. Lin Qinshi escorted Wen Rushue to her building. When Rushue rolled her eyes, does staying in school even mean anything to you anymore? Thank you today. If not for you, my third uncle wouldn't have become the head of the family. When you have some free time, I will reward you with that. She leaned in and kissed Lin Qinshi. After Wen Rushue exited the car, Lin Qinshi drove straight to school, pondering why he had not received a completion notification for his task. Logically, he should have completed the first choice and earned a reward of 100 billion. However, this particular task had been the most unsatisfying for him, as he held no regard for Wen Jia Ming, as a father, even an unknown biological one. His lack of concern for his daughter was palpable. When informed of her engagement, he displayed no reaction, nor did he inquire about Lin Qinshi's background. Did he not worry about his daughter encountering the wrong person? This was the first reason Lin Qinshi disdained Wen Jia Ming. The second reason stemmed from the fact that he had seen Wen Feng's image in that scandalous photograph, yet he remained silent, even trampling the photo underfoot to prevent Zhao Yaping from seeing it. He seemed fearful that Zhao Yaping would intervene and disrupt his plans to observe the unfolding events. From these 2 points, it was clear that Wen Jiaming was a selfish individual. However, there was little choice. The task required him to become the family head, or for Wen Ruxue to assume that role. Since Wen Ruxue was unwilling, Lin Qinshi could only concede to Wen Jiaming. Though Wen Ruxue held deep affection and gratitude toward her third uncle, her overall impression of the Wen family would likely lead her to distance herself in the future. Lin Qinshi's car pulled into the school grounds, heading directly toward the faculty office building. The roar of the Lamborghini echoed throughout the building as Su Xia, engrossed in a phone call downstairs, prepared to ascend. "Teacher Su, I hear you have been looking for me," Lin Qinshi remarked cheerfully as he stepped out of the car. Su Xia, still on the phone, shot him a glare and gestured for silence. Lin Qinshi patiently stood by, waiting for her to finish her call. "Mom, I told you I'm not in a hurry to get married. I'm not interested in Zhou Xiao or Guan Xiao. I just started working," Su Xia replied impatiently. "Stop being so willful. Zhou Feng is a promising young man introduced by your grandfather, and he has already booked a flight for tomorrow from Kyoto. You must come home for dinner tomorrow evening and meet Zhou Feng." Su Xia's mother, Li Lingyu, spoke from the other end of the line. As Su Xia was engaged in the conversation, she inadvertently cast a glance at Lin Qinshi, and a sudden idea struck her. "Mom, I've already told you I have a boyfriend. Please let Zhou Feng go back. I'll bring my boyfriend to meet you soon," Li Lingyu immediately retorted. "Are you treating me like a fool? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't want to date, and now you claim to have a boyfriend? That excuse is rather feeble. It's true I didn't mention it because I didn't want you to know yet. But now that you're matchmaking for me, I might as well not keep it from you." Su Xia subtly glanced at Lin Qinshi before turning her back. "Well then, you must bring that boyfriend over tomorrow night. If it's true, I won't bother you with matchmaking anymore. But for now, I'm off to play mahjong." Li Lingyu hung up before Su Xia could respond. After the call ended, Su Xia stomped her feet in frustration and turned to Lin Qinshi. Lin Qinshi was still immersed in the youthful charm that Su Xia had exuded moments before, but the next moment, he sensed something was off in her gaze. "Teacher Su, although I skipped class, it's not to the point of expulsion. Don't think you can intimidate me into doing something undesirable." Lin Qinshi crossed his arms defiantly. "Pfft, come with me." Su Xia found his demeanor both infuriating and amusing. But recalling the incident from yesterday, her smile vanished. Initially, Su Xia intended to take Lin Qinshi to the office to confront him in front of all the teachers, but she soon reconsidered and headed towards her apartment instead. Lin Qinshi followed, pondering if this woman might have developed feelings for him. Could it be that with a system at his disposal, he too was now entangled in unspoken rules? Upon entering Su Xia's apartment, a faint, pleasant fragrance enveloped them, reminiscent of the scent that clung to Su Xia. The teacher's apartment consisted of a living room and a bedroom, equipped with all essentials. Lin Qinshi found himself intrigued as to why the daughter of a city committee secretary chose to reside on campus. Logically, her home should be nearby, so why was she cramped in a teacher's apartment? "You've skipped my class twice, and each time I'll deduct 5 credits from you. At this rate, you won't even graduate," Su Xia stated bluntly as she took a seat. Lin Qinshi found a chair for himself, nonchalantly replying, "Did you call me here just to scare me, Teacher Su?" Su Xia had initially planned to report him to the academic office. However, she now had a different strategy in mind. "I was going to discuss your issues with the academic office, but since this is your first offense, I will give you a chance. I need your help with something tomorrow. If you perform well, this incident will be forgotten." What Su Xia meant was for Lin Qinshi to pretend to be her boyfriend to help her navigate a matchmaking situation. She had no male friends. Her brother, a legendary figure in the military, intimidated any potential suitors, causing them to retreat in fear of vanishing without a trace. Yet, this was precisely what she desired. Now that she had finally encountered a man who was not afraid of her and dared to take advantage of her in front of their classmates, he was undoubtedly the right choice. "Can I refuse? What could a mere student like me possibly assist with?" "You're overestimating my capabilities, Teacher Su." Lin Qinshi deduced from the earlier phone call what kind of help she required. He had no desire to wade through the murky waters of her influential family, and if her brother discovered this, he might break his legs out of rage. It was far too perilous. Ding! A stunning beauty with a score exceeding 90 points has a request for the host. Choice 1. Become Su Xia's fake boyfriend and accompany her home to resolve the matchmaking dilemma. Reward: 1 strength. Choice 2. Become Suxia's fake boyfriend and accompany her home to secure at least 2 of her family members' approval. Reward: 1 strength. Invisibility card 1. Invisibility card, upon use, can render oneself transparent through light refraction for a duration of 1 hour. Chapter 59. Accompanying Yi Mengxi to buy a house and invisibility card. What on earth? Now even sci-fi elements are popping up. I have to undertake this mission. Damn, I just declined her request, and now I'm being assigned a task by this dog of a system. Lin Qinshe cursed internally. If only the system had issued the task earlier, he would have readily agreed. Now, if Suxia consented to his refusal, how would he pretend to be her boyfriend? Wouldn't the mission be left unfulfilled? I can agree to help you with one thing within my capabilities, and in return, I won't pursue your skipping class any further. Please think it over. Seeing that coercion was ineffective, Suxia resorted to temptation. As long as she could resolve the current predicament, she was willing to make some sacrifices. Lin Qinshe contemplated for a moment. Suxia had provided him an opportunity to step down gracefully, but he was reluctant to make it too easy. How about this? You help me with something, and I'll agree to be your fake boyfriend for a day to assist you with the matchmaking issue. Lin Qinshe's mind raced, considering that Suxia's background perfectly aligned with his requirements. Sure, what do you need me to do? Suxia readily agreed. Lin Qinshe first added her on WeChat, then opened a document on the One Family's secrets and sent over a few photos. These are some criminal incidents I stumbled upon. The opposing family has significant power, and reporting them would not only be ineffective but could also jeopardize my safety. If your identity is as formidable as rumored, then they should be brought to justice. He forwarded incriminating evidence against Wen Jiashang and Wen Jiasu. The murders and cover-ups orchestrated by Wen Jiashang and Wen Jiasu were numerous. Over the years, he had done many dark deeds for the Wen family. He was their shadowy counterpart. This evidence could ensure they would serve lengthy sentences. Lin Qinshe had no intention of letting them off the hook. He wasn't a saint, and human intentions were unpredictable. He wouldn't leave ticking time bombs lying around. Only by ensuring they were behind bars would he feel safe. Initially, he had no means to deal with them, as Wen Jiasu's connections were even more formidable than those of the so-called Li family. Even with evidence against the Li family, he was at a standstill. Now, however, with Suxia's solid background, it was worth a shot as for why he didn't share the incriminating evidence against the Li family with Suxia. He had devised another plan. Letting the Li father and son face justice directly would be too lenient. Moreover, while the Li family lacked the power of the Wen family, Li Jianfu's connections spanned both the legal and illegal realms, unlike Wen Jiasu's, which were only in the legal domain. Besides, if Suxia could handle the Wen brothers, it would demonstrate that her family had the capability to deal with the Li father and Son. At that point, he could hand over the Li family's criminal records to her. Suxia opened the first photo, revealing an image of a large tree. What is this? A tree seems rather inconsequential. This is the location where a body is buried, right beneath that tree, buried by Wen Jiashang. You'll need to act quickly. He might soon relocate the body. Upon seeing this photo, Wen Jiashang would likely attempt to move the body, thus removing any lingering concerns and returning to cause trouble. Initially, Lin Qinshe had no intention of getting involved. The conflict was with Wen Jiaming, not him. Suddenly sat upright, shocked as she stared at Lin Qinshe. Wen Jiashang? The eldest son of the Wen family, one of the 4 great families in the Magic City? Lin Qinshe nodded and gestured for her to scroll through her phone for more evidence, which should suffice to bring down both brothers. Suxia quickly flipped through the photos, which also included some agreements and contracts. After a moment of scrutiny, her expression turned grave. She promptly stood up, grabbed her bag, and declared, "I'll find you tomorrow afternoon. For now, I need to handle this matter." Naturally, she was a person of strong principles, and coupled with her upbringing, she had zero tolerance for crime. Suxia hurriedly exited the room, leaving Lin Qinshe in her apartment. Bewildered. "This woman is remarkably decisive," Lin Qinshe murmured. Having resolved this matter, he found himself with free time again and decided to return to Yunlu Mountain Villa, planning to skip his afternoon class. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. He pulled it out to see it was a call from Li Qing. "Master, I found the housing options you requested. There's a lovely community by the mountains and rivers, Silver Lake Villa, not far from your school. I've sent you the realtor's number. You can view the property at your convenience." Lin Qinshe suddenly remembered his promise to Yi Mengxi about buying a house and promptly called her. "Ming, do you have classes this afternoon? I've scheduled a viewing with the realtor." "Senior, I have exams for the last 2 periods this afternoon. They're quite important." Will the first half be enough? That should suffice. I'll pick you up now. Wait for me downstairs at the dorm. While driving, Lin Qingshi dialed the number that Li Qing had sent him. The realtor was a woman, and her sultry voice flowed from the other end. Hello, this is Zhang Chun from Golden Property. How may I assist you? That slightly flirtatious tone nearly shattered Lin Qingshi's composure. Li Qing asked me to contact you. Is there a property available at Silver Lake Villa? I'll be there in about 20 minutes. The drive from Jiaodong University to Silver Lake Villa would only take about 10 minutes, leaving an extra 10 for Yimengshi, as it was known that women took longer to get ready. Oh, are you Mr. Lin? Sister Qing has informed me about you. I'll wait for you outside. Just call me when you arrive. Zhang Chun's voice became even more enthusiastic. All right, I'll call you when I get there. After hanging up, Yimengshi emerged from the dormitory. Senior, I heard you were called to the office by the new teacher. Is everything all right? She asked with concern as she settled into the car. It's fine. The teacher just warned me not to skip class again, or she'll withhold my graduation certificate. Lin Qingshi smiled, ruffling her hair. You mustn't skip classes again. Otherwise, you might end up in my grade. And I can't call you senior anymore, Yimengshi laughed, covering her mouth. They soon arrived at the entrance of Silver Lake Villa, where a woman dressed in a crisp white suit greeted them. Her long legs accentuated by black stockings. Her golden waves were casually tied up, and her playful smile carried a hint of allure. As Lin Qingshi stepped out of the car, Zhang Chun approached. Mr. Lin, hello. I'm Zhang Chun, the one you spoke to on the phone. Lin Qingshi appraised the woman before him. The system hadn't indicated she fell below a score of 90, so she must be around 80. However, her mature charm certainly added to her appeal, earning her an 85 in his eyes. All right, let us go. Show us the house. Chapter 60. A 40 million property, casually gifted. Zhang Chun led them to Villa No. 33 at Silver Lake Villa. Though not as expansive as Yunlu Mountain Villa, it still boasted over 500 square meters, complete with a front and backyard. This type of small villa was precisely what Lin Qingshi sought. The rest depended on Yimengshi's preferences. Why Yimengshi explored every corner, occasionally gesturing about where things should be placed. Senior, won't this be too expensive? Plus, it's rather large, making cleaning quite inconvenient. Suddenly, she remembered that she should consider how to save money for Lin Qingshi. Although it was intended to be their love nest, perhaps they didn't need something so extravagant. Zhang Chun quickly interjected. The property management provides cleaning services for a few hundred yuan per session. With a house this size, hiring help is a must. Ming, if you like it, then this is the one. Take your time to consider. I'll handle the paperwork with Miss Zhang. Lin Qingshi said as he moved with Zhang Chun to the living room. Miss Zhang, how much is this property? After looking around for a while without inquiring about the price, Zhang Chun's confidence surged up. Mr. Lin, this villa has just been renovated and has never been occupied. All appliances are included, so the price is slightly higher, around 42 million and over 40 million. That feels steep, considering this is near the school and not in the city center. That's almost 100,000 per square meter. Miss Zhang, I'm hoping to purchase it for 40 million. Please negotiate with the original owner. If it's feasible, we can finalize the deal today. Lin Qingshi replied, pulling out his phone to pass the time, ignoring her suggestive demeanor. All right, I'll speak with the original owner and get back to you shortly. Zhang Chun walked outside with her phone in hand. Lin Qingshi contemplated that if Zhang Chun were capable, he might also entrust her with the task of purchasing a property in Tangchen Yiping, since he had promised Jin Shanshan that he would secure a residence for her there. Recently, he had triggered quite a few tasks, all piling up, with many still pending completion. Speaking of tasks, he wondered why the reward for the one family shrine incident hadn't been credited yet. Perhaps it hadn't been marked as completed. He'd need to check in with Wenrushua later to avoid any complications that could hinder task completion. Before long, Zhang Chun returned, and Lin Qingshi's gaze shifted to her. Suddenly, her phone slipped from her grasp, and she bent down to pick it up. In that moment, her ample bosom was nearly spilling forth. Lin Qingshi recognized her intent, but chose not to call her out. Why not enjoy the view? Even if he was frustrated, he couldn't help but look. Zhang Chun had only begun to entertain thoughts of Lin Qingshi after hearing Yimengshi refer to him as senior. She assumed they were merely an ordinary couple. Perhaps Lin Qingshi, the rich heir, was just toying with her. If he was merely a plaything, why couldn't she be one too? Being in proximity to such a wealthy heir was certainly better than wasting time with less desirable men. Mr. Lin, the original owner, has agreed, but all transactions need to be completed today, as he expects to receive the down payment. Zhang Chun sauntered over, her figure accentuated by her form-fitting skirt. Down payment? I won't be needing that. Bring me the contract. I'll sign and pay in full. She was taken aback. A one-time payment of 40 million indicated he was indeed an affluent heir. By the way, Miss Zhang, I plan to buy a property in Tangchen Yiping. Do you have any listings? Lin Qinshi, impressed by her efficient work style, intended to finalize Chan Shanshan's apartment as well. Yes, Mr. Lin. What are your specific requirements? Zhang Chun asked excitedly, sensing a lucrative opportunity. Properties in Tangchen Yiping typically exceeded 100 million. If she could close a deal, it would be equivalent to her earnings over several years. I need it to be furnished and preferably never occupied before. The presence of appliances is not an issue. I can purchase them later. The properties in Tangchen Yiping were sizable, so space wouldn't be a concern. The proximity to Chen Shanshan's workplace was also a major advantage. After all, once the tasks were completed, the money would return. He wasn't squandering money but rather investing. Zhang Chun quickly scrolled through her phone and confirmed, Mr. Lin, there's a renovated property available, though it lacks furniture. What do you think? She leaned closer to Lin Qinshi, pressing her ample bosom against his arm while presenting the phone. Lin Qinshi felt the softness against his arm and cleared his throat, feigning calmness. Are you free? I'd like to take a look out, of course. There's no need for keys. They all use password locks, so I won't need to go back for them. We can head over right after completing the paperwork here. Zhang Chun replied enthusiastically, sensing that today might yield 2 successful transactions. Lin Qinshi nodded. All right, I'll summon Ming Ming down. We'll put the property in her name and have her sign the contract. Once that's done, I'll transfer the money to the seller. Lin Qinshi withdrew his arm and got up to find Yimengshi. Although that soft sensation was quite pleasant, Ming Ming was still here, and it would not be appropriate to be seen. After sending Ming Ming back to school later, he would allow her to enjoy herself to the fullest. At that moment, Yimengshi had also finished inspecting the house and approached Lin Qinshi, exclaiming how beautiful the house was. Can I really live here in the future? Lin Qinshi affectionately ruffled her hair, calling her silly. That of course you can. You can live here for as long as you wish. Come on, let us sign the contract, and you will be the owner of this house. As Lin Qinshi led Yimengshi to the table, Zhang Chun, who was beside the table, remained in a state of shock. Unable to comprehend the situation, a house worth 40 million was given away so casually, without even putting his name on it. Many wealthy second-generation individuals, despite their riches, would still buy properties in their own names, claiming to have purchased them for women, but in reality, they merely provided housing for those women. However, this particular wealthy second-generation individual was different. He did not place his name on the deed at all, only that of the girl. Once Zhang Chun regained her composure, she gazed at Lin Qinshi with eyes sparkling with admiration. After Yimengshi signed her name, she realized that the title of the house bore only her name. Chapter 61. The Eloquence and Sincerity of Real Estate Sales. Senior, don't you need to sign? Lin Qinshi shook his head. This is purchased for you. I already have too many assets in my name, and adding mine would complicate things. Besides, what is yours is mine, right? Our relationship should not be constrained by such superficialities. Zhang Chun was dumbfounded. These words sounded so familiar. Many men would say they bought houses for women, yet only their names appeared on the deeds. Although the words were the same, the situation was reversed. The former urged the women not to be fixated on having their names on the property, while Lin Qinshi chose not to include his name, solely writing the woman's name. What do you mean by having too many assets complicating matters, dude? You're paying in full. What's complicated about that? Well, that's fine. I guess everything I have is yours. Yimengshi nodded, somewhat understanding. She had heard that having too many assets could complicate buying a house, but she was unaware that this only applied when obtaining a mortgage. After signing the contract, Lin Qinshi transferred the funds to the seller. Once Yimengshi changed the password for the door, Lin Qinshi drove her back to school. Senior, if you're busy this weekend, can I take Xingqing and the others to the villa to play? Yimengshi asked before getting out of the car. Of course. This weekend I happen to have other plans, so feel free to take your roommates there. It's your house. You don't need to worry about me. You have full discretion over it. Lin Qinshi affectionately ruffled her hair, inexplicably enjoying this gesture with Yimengshi. Thank you, senior. With a delighted peck on his cheek, Yimengshi got out of the car. Lin Qinshi left the campus and headed towards Tangchen Yiping, intending to resolve Chen Shanshan's housing issue today. Upon arriving at the entrance, he found Zhang Chun waiting for him. As a sales representative, she could bring people inside for viewings. If it were just Lin Qinshi, even if he drove a luxury car worth over 100 million, he wouldn't be allowed entry unless he was an owner. Lin Qinshi rolled down the car window and called out to Zhang Chun, "Get in." Take me to park. Why isn't Missy with you? Zhang Chun asked, puzzled upon seeing only Lin Qinshi inside the car. She has classes this afternoon, and this house isn't for her. Which building are we in? Lin Qinshi drove into the underground parking lot. Zhang Chun's eyes lit up at his words. This was a great opportunity. With a smile, she said, "It's in Building A. I didn't realize Missy was still a student. I'm also a student, just older in appearance, so you didn't recognize me?" Lin Qinshi replied with a smile. "No. I certainly knew Mr. Lin was a student, but you truly are a remarkable young man." Zhang Chun's gaze was as captivating as water, fixated on Lin Qinshi as if she were ready to devour him whole. Young, wealthy, and somewhat handsome. Such a high-quality man was a rarity, and she never expected to encounter one today. Zhang Chun led Lin Qinshi to the 33rd floor, and as Lin Qinshi looked at the elevator buttons, a strange expression crossed his face. The villa he bought for Yimengshi was in Building 33, and now he was securing accommodations for Chen Shanshan on the same floor. When the elevator doors opened, a grand entrance appeared. Tangchen Yipin's layout consisted of expansive flat floors, with 1 unit per floor. "Mr. Lin, this is a larger unit that best meets your requirements," Zhang Chun said as she entered the code for the door. Once the door swung open, a magnificent view of the river unfolded, accompanied by the lingering scent of fresh renovations. Lin Qinshi opened the balcony door, allowing a river breeze to flow in. 500 square meters seems a bit excessive. Chen Shanshan is only living alone, and such space may be unnecessary, Lin Qinshi pondered, suddenly noticing that the balcony offered a view of the Jinmao Tower. Zhang Chun, observing Lin Qinshi's contemplative demeanor, assumed he was dissatisfied with the property and quickly interjected. "The property features excellent security measures and is merely 50 meters from the Huangpu River, offering a stunning 270-degree river view. It's truly picturesque. This development is among Asia's top 10 luxury residences. Owning a property here is often a status symbol." Lin Qinshi did not respond to Zhang Chun's remarks. It wasn't that he was unhappy with the property, but rather that it felt too large for a single occupant. Moreover, he was not purchasing it for himself but for someone else, and that person might not appreciate such a vast space. As he turned to explore other options, he inadvertently bumped into Zhang Chun, who was standing right behind him. She stumbled slightly in her high heels, and Lin Qinshi instinctively reached out to steady her. Originally aiming to grasp her arm, he missed as she instinctively raised both hands to catch herself. The brief contact sent Lin Qinshi's heart racing. After all, he was still a young man filled with vigor. "I'm sorry, I meant to grab your arm. That was a mistake," Lin Qinshi stammered, feeling embarrassed. Zhang Chun feigned shyness, responding, "It's all right. What do you think of this property, Mr. Lin?" Lin Qinshi surveyed the house again, acknowledging its quality but reiterating, "It's a good property, just a bit too large. Living alone may feel rather empty. Additionally, I'm not buying it for myself. It's meant for someone else, who might not even want such a spacious home." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chun inferred that the issue was not the price, which suggested there was still hope. Her eyes sparkled as she realized it was time for her to contribute something to the conversation. Lin Qinshi stood on the balcony, enjoying the breeze and the river view. He never expected to find himself in such a renowned property, and yet here he was, purchasing it for someone else. The refreshing wind gradually cleared his mind, and he reflected on the events that had transpired, feeling pleased yet aware that should there be a next time with Zhang Chun, he would surely decline. As Zhang Chun touched up her lipstick and approached him, she was about to ask something when Lin Qinshi spoke first. "Let us get the contract. I'm buying here." Zhang Chun, filled with eagerness, realized that her concerns about the size of the property were trivial now. The smallest unit in Tangchen Yipin was over 400 square meters. 400 and 500 were hardly distinguishable. She could always visit Chen Shanshan for liveliness later, although it was uncertain if Chen Shanshan would be willing. Zhang Chun felt ecstatic. Her proactive approach seemed to yield significant rewards. Chapter 62. Assets reach 9 billion. "Mr. Lin, the current market price for this property is 120 million. Will this be financed or paid in full?" Zhang Chun presented a contract to him. "I in full. Why would a student like me apply for a mortgage? I lack the qualifications," Lin Qinshi replied as he glanced over the contract and signed his name. After signing, Zhang Chun took the contract to process the transfer, while Lin Qinshi transferred the payment. "Thank you, Mr. Qin. If you need anything in the future, feel free to reach out to me. I'm available 24 hours a day," Zhang Chun added with a flirtatious wink. The commission from these two sales surpassed all her previous transactions combined. Lin Qinshi chuckled and shook his head. Such women were not for him. He had no interest in those who had been with countless others. Despite her eloquence, he recognized it was merely that, just words. He would refuse any advances beyond that. After all, the women around him were all stunning beauties with scores exceeding 90. Lin Qinshi departed from Tangchen Epine, returning to Yunlu Mountain Villa. After a long night's work, he had risen early to deal with the one family matters, and now all he desired was a shower and some rest. He informed Li Qing of the apartment number and password at Tangchen Epine, transferring her 10 million to purchase appliances. With several days left until the weekend, he hoped to have everything set up in time to bring Qin Shanshan for a seamless move-in. Lin Qinshi gradually fell asleep under the comforting massage of a maid. Awakening to find it was already evening, after rising, he discovered that Li Shui had prepared dinner. He grabbed a quick bite, packed a meal, and set out in his Pagani Huayra. The one family task remained incomplete, and he intended to consult Wen Ruxue about the situation. He planned to let Wen Ruxue drive the Huayra, which had been gathering dust at Yunlu Mountain Villa, as Yimingshi was still a student and had little need for a vehicle. Qin Shanshan had yet to fully become his woman, so he entrusted the car to the one who needed it most, Wen Ruxue. Lin Qinshi arrived at Wen Ruxue's building and called her during the drive, finally getting through. Today, Wen Ruxue was not at the bar but resting at home. Carrying the food, Lin Qinshi entered her home, immediately noticing it had been tidied up. The candles and petals from the previous night had been cleared away, leaving the space immaculate. Wen Ruxue looped her arms around Lin Qinshi's neck, hanging onto him. I was going to reward you. Couldn't you wait even a day? Lin Qinshi chuckled. If it weren't for my schedule today, I wouldn't have been able to wait a second longer. With that, he swept Wen Ruxue into his arms and carried her into the room. An hour later, Wen Ruxue lay on his chest, tracing circles with her fingers. You really have no regard for cherishing beauty, do you? I haven't fully recovered yet. Lin Qinshi kissed her forehead. Who told you to be so enchanting? You've completely captivated me, making me forget you haven't fully recuperated. By the way, how is your third uncle's situation? Has he completely taken over the one family? The task had been stagnant for a while, and he wondered if there had been any unforeseen developments. When Ruxue pondered briefly before replying, I heard there was a shareholders meeting this afternoon, and they even called in a lawyer for notarization. It should be resolved by now. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of placing Wen Ruxue in the position of head of the one family. Reward: 8.8 billion. Spirit 1, dear customer, your bank card ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 8.8 billion. Current balance: 10, 362, 369, 053. Host: Lin Qinshi. Strength: 8. Physique: 9. Mentality: 8. Charm: 8. The maximum attributes for an ordinary person are 10. The host falls within the normal range of ordinary individuals. Vehicle: Pagani Huayra, Lamborghini Veneno, Mansions. Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1, Tangchen Epine Building A, 33 RD Floor. Skills: proficient in martial arts, chess, and marksmanship. Balance: 9. 912,069,053. A refreshing sensation surged through Lin Qinshi's mind, invigorating him and banishing the fatigue from his earlier exercise. Why was task completion marked as 2? When Ruxue was right beside him. Did she not know? Ding! A notification sound echoed as when Ruxue received a message too. She grabbed her phone from the nightstand, and her expression shifted to one of shock. What's wrong? Lin Qinshi noticed her sudden change in demeanor. When Ruxue set down her phone with a sigh, my third uncle sent me a message. After consolidating the shares, he transferred 48 of One Group's shares to me while retaining 10 for himself. From now on, I am the true head of the one family and the chairman of One Group. Lin Qinshi was momentarily dumbfounded. Based on his understanding of Wen Jiaming, he knew him to be a selfish individual. Why would he make such a move? In truth, Lin Qinshi had not misjudged Wen Jiaming. There were ulterior motives behind his actions. Lin Qinshi's methods were too formidable, and Wen Jiaming sensed that Lin Qinshi did not regard him favorably. By transferring such a substantial share to Wen Ruxue and even allowing her to assume the family head position, it was partly to compensate his daughter, but primarily due to his fear of Lin Qinshi. One must possess both power and the means to safeguard it. Since it's your third uncle's gift to you, you should accept it. The one family owes you enough. Receiving more is hardly excessive. Lin Qinshi embraced her tightly, and they chatted until late into the night before finally drifting off to sleep. The significant influx of funds into Lin Qinshi's bank account also reached Qin Shanshan as a notification. Upon seeing the balance nearing 9.9 billion, She momentarily wondered if Lin Qinshi was involved in money laundering. After investigating the source of the funds and finding no discrepancies, she realized that the appearance of nearly 100 billion in a personal account was unprecedented. Causing a stir throughout the entire banking sector, it was common for companies to have large sums of money in their accounts, but for an individual to have such wealth was rare. There were hardly more than a handful of people in the entire city with that kind of financial capacity. Wu Xiaogong was at his lover's place, planning to bask in the glow of a successful night, when a sudden phone call nearly startled him to death. "Damn it, if I find out who this is, I'll make you pay," Wu Xiaogong cursed, picking up the phone. Upon seeing the caller ID, he quickly plastered on a fawning smile. "President, it's quite a surprise to receive your call so late. I'm honored. Shut your rainbow-spewing mouth. I've discovered that the account for the large funds belongs to the young lady you promoted a few days ago. Is that true?" The voice on the other end was heavy with impatience. Wu Xiaogong felt a jolt of fear. Could it be that Lin Qinshi had stirred up more trouble and transferred the money away? Chapter 63. The tremor in the banking sector. "Oh, I'm wronged. A young man claimed he had billions to deposit with our bank, but the condition was to promote his girlfriend. I reported this to headquarters. Chun Shanshan's position was approved by them. So if there's a problem, it's not my fault." Wu Xiaogong scrambled to exonerate himself. The president replied impatiently, "What are you so anxious about? I'm not here to blame you. Chun Shanshan's private banking account has received another 8 billion. The balance has now reached 9.9 billion. The president's voice was now stern. Wu Xiaogong was bewildered. Initially, he thought he was being summoned for an inquisition, but it turned out not to be the case. The financial power of Lin Qinshi was astonishing, reaching a staggering 9.9 billion in deposits. Yes, I will certainly ensure that this big client stays with our bank. I believe a significant reason for their preference is due to his girlfriend. Does the president have any strategy in mind? If we invest in that young lady, we should be able to secure that major client." Wu Xiaogong's mind raced as he formulated a plan. After a moment of silence, the president replied, "Promoting too quickly might be unfair to other employees. But the combined performance of all other employees doesn't match hers. In that case, arrange for her training first, and then allocate the position in our company for studying an MBA abroad to her. Upon her return, she will take your place. And you. Truly, you are worthy of being the president of the bank. You have already devised an excellent plan in such a short time. Following this procedure, even if other employees have objections, they will not dare to voice them. After all, she possesses the capability to bring in 100 billion. If any other employee had such ability, they would undoubtedly receive the same treatment." She takes my position, then what about me? I still have 6 or 7 years until retirement," Wu Xiaogong lamented. He had requested the president to propose a plan, never anticipating that it would involve ousting him. "Why are you getting anxious? Can't you let me finish?" The president swore, his patience wearing thin as Wu Xiaogong continually interrupted him. "You will return to headquarters and take on the role of vice president." With that, he abruptly ended the call. Vice president? Especially at headquarters? That makes all the difference. Wu Xiaogong, thrilled, set down the phone and immediately rushed towards the mistress. Meanwhile, neither of the two parties involved were aware of these developments, each soundly asleep in their separate beds. Lin Qinshi slept through until the afternoon, abruptly awakened by a series of urgent phone rings. "You need not attend your afternoon class. I have already arranged for your leave, and I have delivered your clothes to your roommate. Put on that outfit and come find me." After hanging up, Lin Qinshi finally realized who had called. He touched the cold spot beside him, realizing when Rushue had already risen. It was his first time sleeping in so late. Ding! The host's excessive sleepiness is due to the enhancement of spirit, necessitating a period of adjustment with the host's body. This has already been accomplished during the host's slumber. So that's it. No wonder I slept through the entire afternoon yesterday, and didn't he wake until noon today. I thought it was just a lack of vitality. The sun is shining on my backside. Why aren't you getting up? When Rushue entered wearing an apron. Upon seeing her in that attire, Lin Qinshi felt a rush of blood. Wearing an apron with nothing underneath, the sight was far too tempting. Lin Qinshi disregarded brushing his teeth and pulled Wen Rushue into his embrace, engaging in a morning exercise session. Over an hour later, the two emerged from the room, and Lin Qinshi couldn't help but marvel at Wen Rushue's astonishing beauty. She had truly transformed into a woman, exuding an alluring charm that was ever present. He wondered if his vitality could withstand it. It seemed completing that task with Su Weiwei was imperative. With that ironclad vitality, having a few more wouldn't pose a problem. when Rushua had already prepared lunch, but Lin Qinshu Estelle had left it cold. Once she reheated the dishes, they sat down to eat. I might need to visit the one group today. My uncle called, asking me to come take over some affairs. He will remain at the one group to assist me. Now that there is no one else at the one group, I can return to work. When Rushua said, glancing at Lin Qinshu, aware that he seemed to harbor some reluctance towards her uncle and was not particularly keen on her returning to the one family. Go if you wish. That Pagani Huayra downstairs is yours to drive. That it will make commuting much more convenient. Lin Qinshu understood when Rushua's concerns. She was inherently capable, having evidently inherited the one family's astute business acumen. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made the name Fiakshu known solely through a bar, earning high praise in the process. Moreover, when Rushua was not the type to be kept hidden away, she thrived in the spotlight. When Rushua joyfully pecked Lin Qinshu on the lips, leaving him with greasy lips. After finishing their meal and tidying up, when Rushua drove to the one group, while he took a taxi back to Yinlu Villa. Originally, when Rushua had offered to drive him, but he declined. There were a number of maids at Yinlu Villa, and should when Rushua see them, it would complicate matters. Now was not the time. Upon returning to Yinlu Villa, he did not linger but drove directly to the school. During the drive, he contemplated whether he had skipped too many classes recently and considered making a donation to the school for some privileges. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He had plenty of classes to skip in the future and could not allow coursework to confine his pursuit of happiness. Upon entering the school, he parked directly beneath the building housing the principal's office. Lin Qinshu strode into the office, taking a seat across from the bewildered principal. There's something you need, young man? Lin Qinshu pulled out a pack of cigarettes, offering one to the principal. Principal, I would like to inquire if our school has any projects in need of funding. I happen to have some spare funds and wish to make a contribution. The principal's eyes brightened at this, quickly rising from his seat. May I ask your name? The principal led Lin Qinshu to the sofa, preparing to brew some tea for this enthusiastic student. Third year, sociology, Lin Qinshu. Lin Qinshu introduced himself. The principal recognized the name, recalling that it had been mentioned frequently in recent days. Suddenly, it dawned on him. This was the new wealthy student who had been making waves on campus, driving a car worth over 100 million. A tale that had reached the principal's office. So it is you, Lin Qinshu. Your recent exploits have certainly made quite the impression. Chapter 64. Hidden Choice Task. Lin Qinshu waved a hand at the principal. Let us discuss business. I genuinely wish to contribute to the school, which has nurtured me, and it is time for me to give back. The principal nodded appreciatively and turned to retrieve a stack of documents. These are research projects submitted by various departments and majors. Please take a look and see which ones you would like to fund. Goodness, so many. This stack of documents contained at least dozens of projects awaiting funding. Lin Qinshu leafed through them, noticing many were initiated by teachers, professors, or even students, all having passed preliminary evaluations for feasibility. There were even more piled up that had not yet been approved, prompting the principal to sigh. There are many schools in the city. Our Jiaodong University is merely a drop in the ocean. Although there are wealthy individuals in the city, many prefer to donate to other institutions first. The approved projects must wait in line for funding to commence their research. Ding! Hidden task triggered. Jiaodong University's research funding. Choice 1. Sponsor funding for all approved projects. Reward. 1 physique, 30 billion cash. Choice 2. Sponsor funding for all approved and unapproved projects. Reward. 1 physique, mastery and athletic skills. 50 billion cash. A hidden task. This was Lin Qinshu's first encounter with a hidden task, and the rewards were substantial. He hadn't even figured out how to utilize the 9 billion he already had, and now he was being offered hundreds of billions. But who would complain about having too much money? Principal, let us include those unapproved ones as well. I will sponsor them all. Lin Qinshu patted his chest confidently. After glancing at the amounts required, he realized that, with his financial resources, sponsoring these projects was a mere trifle. Such hidden projects were likely welfare tasks, not too difficult. With high rewards, however, they might have somewhat obscure triggering conditions. What? The principal was stunned, unsure if he had misheard. Those unapproved ones should also have feasibility. Otherwise, they would have been discarded long ago. Lin Qinshu will sponsor all these projects, but I have one condition. Lin Qinshu's eyes flickered. He had initially intended to secure his right to attend classes, but now he had triggered a hidden task. The principal finally grasped what he had heard, though he still found it hard to believe and involuntarily asked, what condition? The funding required for these projects is immense. He doubted a rich second generation could muster that much money. The condition is that I often have many commitments. I hope the principal can grant me a privilege. If I miss classes, please do not deduct my credits, allowing me to graduate smoothly. Lynn, this condition is not an issue, but do you truly have that much funding? These research projects easily require millions. The smaller ones still need hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands. I think you should act within your means and select a few projects. The principal was skeptical of Lin Qinshuo's claims, suspecting he was merely putting on a show. Though not a teacher himself, as a staff member of the school, he felt a responsibility to gently advise him. Lin Qinshuo smiled, recognizing the principal's doubt. Why should you discourage me? The total cost of these projects would surely only require around $1 billion. That car parked outside is already worth $1 billion. Upon hearing this, the principal's face lit up. Indeed, Lin Qinshuo's car was worth $1 billion, and it was this extravagant vehicle that had brought him to the principal's attention. Is what you say true? The approved and unapproved research projects roughly total over $1 billion. Principal, all you need to do is agree to my condition. I intend to donate $500 million for our school's academic research projects. Once this batch of projects is resolved, I will take on the subsequent ones too. Please provide me with the school's account number, and I will transfer the money right away. Once you receive the funds, you will know whether I spoke in jest. It was a trivial expense of only $500 million for Lin Qinshuo, not even enough to make a dent in his balance. The principal, overjoyed, rummaged through his desk until he found the school account details. Before long, a middle-aged woman wearing glasses burst into the principal's office. Principal, our school account just received an additional $500 million, noted as funding for our academic research. When the principal heard the finance department statement, he confirmed that Lin Qinshuo was not exaggerating. While he felt excited internally, he maintained a facade of calm. Yes, I am aware. I am overseeing this matter. You may leave now. After dismissing the finance staff, the principal excitedly grasped Lin Qinshuo's hand. Lin, the school will certainly remember your donation. We may even erect a plaque in your honor. Lin Qinshuo quickly withdrew his hand from the principal's grip, reminding him to keep it anonymous. I do not want to attract media attention. That would be even more troublesome. Please ensure my conditions are handled, and I shall not disturb the principal any longer. With that, he hurriedly exited the office. Once outside, Lin Qinshuo muttered under his breath, this principal is quite the old fool. The way he had excitedly held his hand and continuously patted his wrist had made Lin Qinshuo feel uneasy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task. Jiaodong University Research Funding. Rewards: 1 physique point, mastery in athletic skills, 50 billion cash. Dear customer, your bank card ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 50 billion. Your balance is now 51, 362, 369, 053. A surge of energy coursed through Lin Qinshuo's body, making him feel more solid and robust. Host: Lin Qinshuo. Strength: 8. Physique: 10. Spirit: 8. Charm: 8. The maximum attributes for ordinary individuals are capped at 10. The host possesses normal values among ordinary people. Vehicle: Pagani Huayra, Lamborghini Veneno, Mansion. Yunlu Villa No. 1, a building, 33 RD floor, Tangchini Pin, skills. Mastery in martial arts, chess, marksmanship, athletic skills, balance. 59,412,069,053. Lin Qinshuo gazed at his balance, now exceeding 500 billion, feeling as though he were in a dream. Such a sum was sufficient for several lifetimes of normal expenses. His mind had not yet recovered from the previous 9.9 billion, and now he had an additional 500 billion, leaving him somewhat numb. Moreover, his personal attribute points had reached the pinnacle of ordinary human potential, reflecting the immense rewards from this hidden task. Chapter 65. Xiao Runin. As Lin Qinshuo made his way back to the dormitory, a basketball rolled to his feet. He picked it up and casually tossed it, the ball landing perfectly in the hoop. The scene left everyone on the basketball court stunned. Am I dreaming? That distance seemed to be at least 2 basketball courts away, and he made that shot so effortlessly. The way he did it, it was as if he knew it would go in for sure. Could he be a basketball prodigy? Did anyone catch his appearance? Perhaps they should ask a teacher to recruit him into the school team. I didn't catch his face, but he looked pretty handsome. I'll recognize him next time I see him. Lin Qinshuo had no idea that his casual shot had caused a stir in the basketball community at Jiaodong University. Upon catching the ball, knowledge flooded his mind. The angle, the required force, all thanks to his mastery in athletic skills. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found his roommates had gone to class. On his bed hung a suit. and on the desk lay a box containing shoes, a belt, and a watch. Lin Qinshu glanced at the price tag. Noting that the suit alone cost around 3,000, including the watch and shoes, it probably totaled around 10,000. Su Xia was quite extravagant, preparing a full outfit for him for their little performance. Although Lin Qinshu was reluctant to wear it, he decided to comply for the sake of the task. He left off the tie, feeling that wearing it made him resemble a real estate salesman. Lin Qinshu loosened the top 2 buttons of his shirt, revealing his toned chest, muttering to himself, "This is how a student should present himself." Once he was suited up, Lin Qinshu drove to the faculty dormitory and called Su Xia. "Teacher Su, I'm downstairs. Should I come up or will you come down?" "Come up. I have someone here who wants to meet you." "Someone wants to meet me? Who?" Lin Qinshu ascended the stairs, entering to find a girl in police uniform standing before him, exuding confidence and poise. Ding! Detected a beauty with a score above 90. Name: Xiao Runan, the beauty, 95, age, 26, height, 171 centimeters, bust, 36E, favorability, 0, Another stunning beauty with a score of 95. Lin Qinshu appraised Xiao Runan, noticing her police uniform and cap, her natural beauty captivating him even without makeup. Her bright eyes, prominent nose, and the uniform barely containing her ample chest, paired with black trousers and boots that could not hide her long legs, made her the most impressive figure he had encountered in quite some time. Such a beautiful and shapely woman named Runan. One could only wonder if her family had hoped for a boy. "This is the student who will be playing the role of your boyfriend tonight, Lin Qinshu. This is my friend, Officer Xiao Runan," Su Xia introduced. Xiao Runan scrutinized Lin Qinshu, remarking, "So this is the student who will pretend to be your boyfriend? He looks rather lackadaisical. Are you sure he can pull it off?" Xiao Runan tugged at the collar of Lin Qinshu's shirt. Lin Qinshu, feeling a bit offended, replied, "Officer Xiao, while you are a police officer, your hands-on approach is somewhat inappropriate. I could report you for harassment." Xiao Runan shot him a fierce glare, demanding, "Speak. Where did all these things come from?" She pointed at the documents and photos laid out on the table, clearly the materials Su Xia had printed for her. Lin Qinshu furrowed his brow, saying, "Teacher Su, this isn't fair. By making my information public and bringing a police officer to interrogate me, you've mishandled this minor matter. You can handle tonight's act yourself with that." He turned to leave. "Wait." Su Xia hurriedly stepped in front of him. "This time, I must admit my fault and I sincerely apologize. However, to bring down the one family, it is imperative to enlist the assistance of individuals from the police department, and the only one I trust is Runan, for she alone can remain untainted by the one family's influence." "Runan, your tone is rather inappropriate. After all, the person providing evidence is not the criminal." Su Xia rolled her eyes at Xiao Runan. Runan pouted and huffed. "How petty can a man be? Fine. I apologize. Why urgency stems from the unexpected circumstances, when Jia Shang has already been apprehended. That fool went to the one family ancestral hall at night to dig up a tree and was caught red-handed. He indeed unearthed a set of remains, and an investigation has commenced. However, one Jiasu is far cleverer than his elder brother. According to our investigation, he vanished after returning home, and even the surveillance around his residence yielded no clues." Lin Qinshu was not surprised by Runan's statement. It was evident that when Jia Shang would return to unearth the corpse. Initially, he assumed he would hire someone for the task, but it turned out he acted foolishly on his own. As for one Jiasu, being the cunning individual he is, it was only natural for him to go into hiding. With so much evidence in Lin Qinshu's possession, anyone with a modicum of intelligence would not believe that the other party would let him go based on mere verbal assurances. It was unexpected, however, that even the police could not locate him. Lin Qinshu returned indoors and took a seat, declaring, "Do not concern yourself with the origins of the evidence I provided. If you require me to disclose that, then there is no point in collaborating. Moreover, I have already handed over the evidence, yet you still fail to apprehend anyone and instead come to question a mere student. The capabilities of the police nowadays leave much to be desired." Runan found herself at a loss for words and could only respond with a huff. "Our inquiry into the origins is for your safety. If one Jiasu discovers that the evidence leads back to you, he may very well take action against you. You can request police protection." A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Qinshu's eyes. He had already considered this. That was why he exchanged conditions with Su Xia that very day, fearing that delays might lead to unforeseen troubles. While he was not worried for himself, the situation with Wen Rushue was different. If one Jiasu were to act recklessly against her, it would spell trouble. You need not concern yourselves with my personal safety, but there is someone who may require your protection. That is out of the question. We cannot mobilize police resources to protect individuals unrelated to the case. Runin shook her head. When Rushue, she is collaborating with me to expose Wen Jiasu's crimes. Surely that would warrant some protection. Lin Qingju pondered whether he should purchase a security company and train some personnel himself, to avoid reliance on others who might not perform competently. Chapter 66. How much does it cost to rent this car for a day? All right then, I shall go find her. Xia, I will take my leave now. If you have anything further to convey, please relay it to me. Upon hearing that another party could provide information, Xiao Runin hurriedly exited the room. Lin Qingju rolled his eyes. This woman wouldn't even exchange contact details and expected Su Xia to act as a messenger. Forget it. A woman like her is not suited for me. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Teacher Su. Let us finish this quickly so we can return home and rest. Lin Qingju stretched, revealing his well-defined physique. Su Xia inadvertently glanced, her cheeks flushing slightly at the unexpected sight of her student's admirable figure. Come here and help with these items. I bought some things. Please deliver them to my family in your name. Su Xia gathered some nutritional supplements and boxes from the floor. Lin Qingju glanced over and noticed that most of the items were quite inexpensive. As someone pretending to be a boyfriend, he had no intention of purchasing gifts. Carrying the items, they approached the car, and Su Xia scrutinized Lin Qingju's Lamborghini. Your car is rather small. Where will you put all these? Perhaps we should take a taxi instead. Lin Qingju surveyed the numerous bags and realized his belongings indeed could not accommodate everything. No need for a taxi. I'll have someone come to drive us. He called Shengping to send a driver over, who promptly dispatched a vehicle towards the direction of Jiao. The two returned upstairs, each absorbed in their phones, waiting for nearly half an hour before the driver finally arrived. When Su Xia laid eyes upon a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked before them, her eyes widened in astonishment. She was unfamiliar with Lin Qingju's sports car, as such vehicles were commonplace in Modu. Even several 100,000 yuan domestic electric cars had been styled to resemble sports cars. Thus, she had no idea of the worth of Lin Qingju's car. However, she recognized the Rolls-Royce and was taken aback that Lin Qingju could summon such a luxury vehicle with a mere phone call. Lin, you aren't renting this car, are you? If you are, there's no need to rent something so extravagant. Su Xia exclaimed, surprised, while internally resolving to reimburse Lin Qingju for the rental fee. Why bother with the details? A ride is a ride. Lin Qingju opened the car door and got in, while the driver unloaded the items into the trunk and handed Lin Qingju a card. Mr. Lin, this is something that President Sheng asked me to deliver to you. This was the item Shangping had brought along after Lin Qingju's earlier phone call. Even though he was pretending to be a boyfriend, he had responsibilities to uphold. After all, he needed to prepare some gifts. He even brought along a ginseng tonic, which was the only thing he could present. With Su's family having an official background, he certainly could not just show up with cash. How much does it cost to rent this car for a day? I can transfer you the funds. You're still a student, and shouldn't he have to bear such expenses? Su Xia pulled out her phone to check. The driver in the front seat shot a peculiar glance at the rearview mirror. 300. Lin Qingju couldn't be bothered to elaborate further. He wondered how someone with such low intelligence became a teacher. Su Xia opened Lin Qingju's WeChat and promptly transferred him 300 yuan. Without hesitation, Lin Qingju accepted the payment. As Lin Qingju perused information regarding security companies on his phone, he recalled Runin's earlier words, which served as a wake-up call. He had been too naive about society. Should any unforeseen event arise, he would regret it too late. However, he was not satisfied with most security firms, as many employees were merely veterans who had served 2 years before returning to civilian life. Those who had not experienced real danger were adequate for regular security duties, but in a true crisis, they would be among the first to flee, which did not align with his expectations. While Lin Qingju was on his way to fulfill his role as a pretend boyfriend, a significant upheaval was occurring at the university. All submitted research projects, as long as they were reasonable, had been approved and entered the funding stage. Wow, the school is flush with cash. Have all these projects been approved? If successful, our university could ascend several tiers. Our university has plenty of talent. It just lacked funding. Now that money has suddenly appeared, Jiao will soon gain recognition. Have you heard? A wealthy benefactor donated 500 million. While it sounds substantial, which of these research projects doesn't he require a fortune? What is the issue? The benefactor said that if we need money, we can just ask him. Who is this benefactor? I'll ask my friend if he is looking for a son. A grandson would do as well. It's anonymous, probably to avoid being harassed by you lot. According to insider information, it's a student from our university. Student? The only wealthy student we have is Shunli. Impossible. The Shin family has a strong collaboration with Modu University, which has yielded many outstanding project outcomes. Besides Shinyu and Shinli, we have no connections to the Shin family. Then why are Shinyu and Shinli studying at Jiaoda instead of Modu University? Rumor has it Shinyu is avoiding some suitors who assumed she would attend Modu University, only for her to pull a fast one. Shinli is simpler. He didn't want to be constrained by his family. And the allure of the campus flower, Su, drew him to Jiaoda. Returning to the donor. Our university is a hidden gem with many invisible rich second-generation heirs who simply prefer to remain low-key. Anyone capable of easily donating 500 million doesn't resemble an ordinary rich second generation. Hey, didn't someone just emerge recently? Right, that paragon of dorm life, Lin Qingju. Do you think it could be him? Due to the news surrounding Lin Qingju's donation project, the campus forum buzzed with activity once more. In the girls' dormitory, Su Weiwei was studying at her desk when suddenly, a girl burst into her room. Weiwei, have you heard? Zhou Yuming exclaimed excitedly, grabbing Su Weiwei's arm. What are you talking about? Su Weiwei responded, puzzled. Zhou Yuming gulped down the water from Su Weiwei's desk and joyfully explained, our brain research project with Professor Wu has been approved. We're entering the funding stage and will receive the research funds tomorrow. Really? Su Weiwei leaped up from her seat, her eyes brimming with tears. This news was monumental for her. The brain research project was one she had persuaded a medical professor to collaborate on, showcasing her talent in medicine to finally gain his willingness to join and apply for research funding from the school. Yet, despite the project's approval, the funding had been delayed for a long time. Their project required an initial investment of over 10 million, which was already challenging, especially since no one had been donating to the school recently, leaving it stalled. It's true. The forum is filled with posts celebrating project approvals, and some have even received their funds. Ours might be delayed a bit due to the larger required funding. Zhou Yuming clicked on the forum to show Su Weiwei. As Su Weiwei read the discussions, a smile spread across her face. She was eager to discover who the generous donor was and vowed to express her gratitude in the future. Although the project had yet to commence, it had ignited a glimmer of hope within her. Zhou Yuming wore a mysterious smile. I know who donated, but the person requested to remain anonymous. However, my aunt in finance just revealed the name to me. She suggested I build a good relationship with that person. Who knows, it might help me step into the elite circle. Su Weiwei chuckled softly. You'd better work hard then. Such a kind-hearted and low-key rich second-generation heir is rare. Considering the donor's anonymity and substantial contribution, it was evident that he was a refined individual. Weiwei, do you want to know who it is? I can tell you, but you mustn't disclose it. I don't wish to increase my competition, though I wouldn't mind if it were you. Zhou Yuming teased while playfully touching her cheek. Su Weiwei rolled her eyes. Of course, I want to know who it is. However, it's not for the sake of becoming your competitor, but rather to express my gratitude later, as this donation is vital for me. This individual is a student from our university, and he is in the same cohort as us. I've never heard of him before. He has suddenly emerged as a wealthy heir. If it weren't for my aunt working in finance who saw the name of the donor, only the principal would know about it. Now, apart from the principal and my aunt, I'm the only one who knows the donor's name, and soon you will too. Zhou Yuming's build-up made Su Weiwei roll her eyes again. The donor's name is Lin Qingju. Strangely enough, that name sounds familiar, yet I know for certain I don't know him, Su Weiwei mused. Have you heard of him? Zhou Yuming asked. Upon hearing Lin Qingju's name, Su Weiwei's body trembled slightly. She had not expected him to be the donor. She nodded slowly. I suppose I do know him. You weren't in class the other day, and the seats were full. So I sat next to him. He is from the sociology class. If the donor is indeed him, then your dreams of entering the elite circle are dashed. He already has a girlfriend, Yimengshi. Upon hearing Su Weiwei's words, Zhou Yuming suddenly recalled the individual. Oh, it's him, the paragon of dorm life, Lin Qingju, the one who recently made waves in campus with his ostentatious displays, even winning over Yimengshi. However, he had only begun to flaunt his wealth a few days prior. Why was he suddenly so low-key after donating 500 million anonymously? Zhou Yuming covered her mouth in shock. Su Weiwei shook her head. Deciding not to speculate on others' thoughts, it was more important to remember the kindness bestowed upon her. Nonetheless, it seemed Lin Qingju was not particularly fond of her. Shaking her head, Su Weiwei resolved not to dwell on such matters. Now was the time to focus on securing the research funding and dedicating herself to resolving her medical issues. as for expressing her gratitude. That could wait until she had fully recovered. She grasped Zhou Yuming's hand, leading her out of the dormitory. Let us go find Professor Wu. Meanwhile, Lin Qingju had arrived at a small town on the outskirts of Modu, stepping out of the car and staring at the self-built house before him, momentarily taken aback. Given Su Xia's formidable background, he was astonished to find her family residing in this modest three-story structure. Moreover, the exterior walls bore signs of age. Su Xia noticed his incredulous expression. I have lived here since birth. My entire family resides here, including my grandfather. He is from Modu, and after retiring from the war, he chose to return to his roots. Instead of settling in the urban center of Modu, he opted for this remote area. My parents have accommodations assigned in the city, and I also stay in the dorms. Typically, it is just my grandfather and our nanny, Aunt Wang, who live here. My apologies. It seems I was rather superficial, perhaps influenced by too many television dramas, leading to preconceived notions. Lin Qingju chuckled. Previously, he had assumed that someone with Su Xia's impressive family background would have been born with a silver spoon. Little did he know that her family led such a humble life, residing in a self-built house smaller than his own home. The driver unloaded the items, and Lin Qingju and Su Xia each took half to carry. A Ferrari was parked outside the gate. They exchanged glances, and Su Xia shrugged, indicating that the car did not belong to her family. It seemed that her suitor, Zhou Xiao from Kyoto, had arrived ahead of them. You wait for me nearby. I will call you when it's time to leave. Also, inform Shangping that you were with me today. Lin Qingju instructed the driver before entering the house with Su Xia. Mom, I'm home, Su Xia called out as she stepped through the door. Lin Qingju followed behind, observing two middle-aged women emerging from the kitchen, likely Su Xia's mother and the nanny she had mentioned. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man in glasses was seated at the tea table, engrossed in a document. On the other side of the table, an elderly gentleman was playing chess with a young man dressed in a suit. Upon hearing Su Xia's voice, everyone turned their attention towards them. Uncle, Auntie, Grandpa, hello. I'm Su Xia's boyfriend. My name is Lin Qingju. He greeted politely. Li Lingyu's previously cheerful demeanor immediately stiffened, then shifted to an awkward expression as she welcomed. Ah, Lin, please, have a seat. Dinner won't be ready for a while. She hadn't anticipated that her daughter would actually bring a boyfriend home. She had thought it was merely a casual remark. Auntie, I brought some modest gifts. They are not valuable, just a token of appreciation. Lin Qingju presented the items Su Xia had purchased. How could you bring gifts for just visiting? Thank you. Xia, this is Zhou Feng from Kyoto. He is here to, visit our family. Li Lingyu initially intended to say that Zhou Feng had come to see Su Xia, but caught herself upon noticing Lin Qingju's presence. Su Xia nodded in acknowledgement and then approached her grandfather. Su Deng, Grandpa, how have you been lately? Su Deng chuckled. Very well. I could still take down a few of the Japanese. Chapter 68. Playing chess. Where did you study, young Lin? Su Banning set down the documents in his hands and turned his gaze toward Lin Qingshou. This family appeared to be quite amiable, far from the difficult demeanor Lin Qingshou had anticipated. Uncle Su, I am currently unemployed, he replied. He had initially intended to mention that he was a student. But fortunately, he quickly realized that revealing such information would lead them to see through his guise as a faux boyfriend. Moreover, with Su Xia being a teacher-student romance would undoubtedly face opposition from the entire family. Oh, what line of work does young Lin intend to pursue? Do you have any plans to take the civil service exam? Su Banning's family, with the exception of Su Xia, all served the state. Naturally leading to this inquiry, as serving the nation held greater significance than engaging in commerce, I have yet to determine my path and have not given it much thought, Lin Qingshou responded honestly. He had considered entrepreneurship but quickly abandoned the idea. He was not cut out for such a venture, finding it too exhausting. With a system at his disposal, he preferred to simply enjoy life, leaving entrepreneurial endeavors to others. No job. This young man is welcome to join our company. The Zhou Group has a branch in the Magic City, located in the Jinmao building. Although we currently only lease a floor, we plan to acquire the entire Jinmao building as our branch in the future, Zhou Feng interjected, anxious to ensure that others were aware of his true identity. Lin Qingshou regarded him with a quizzical expression, contemplating whether to confront him. After all, the Jinmao building was his asset, and expelling the Zhou Group's branch could be accomplished with a mere word. General. The moment the words were spoken, Su Deng executed a strategic move that sealed Zhou Feng's fate. Zhou Feng chuckled, acknowledging, Old Su, your prowess remains sharp. I am far from your match. A flicker of disappointment crossed Su Deng's eyes. He relished the game of chess but had long lacked a worthy opponent. Now, having found someone who could play, he quickly dispatched him with a few moves, leaving him unamused. I am getting old. Yet today's youth seem disinterested in such antiquated pastimes. Young man, do you know how to play chess? Come, have a match with me, Su Deng sighed, then turned to Lin Qingshou. Zhou Feng felt somewhat awkward at this remark, as it was evident that old Su was disappointed in his chess skills. I know a little. I can keep the old gentleman company for a few moves, Lin Qingshou replied, nodding to Su Banning before making his way to the chess table, while Zhou Feng reluctantly vacated his seat. Su Xia looked at Lin Qingshou in surprise. You can play chess? It's rare to find young people who can these days. I know a bit. I should be able to entertain the old gentleman for a while. Lin Qingshou smiled. He possessed a remarkable aptitude for chess. Not only was he skilled at Chinese chess, but he was also adept at games of chance like Ludo. Ha ha ha, splendid. If you manage to win against the old man, I shall gift you a set of chess. Su Deng laughed heartily. The two arranged the pieces and commenced their game, while Su Xia, uninterested in the chess match, retreated to the kitchen to assist. Initially, Su Deng believed Lin Qingshou's skill level was on par with Zhou Feng's, but as the game progressed, his expression grew serious. Lin Qingshou's move seemed to guide him into a trap, as if the entire game was dictated by Lin Qingshou's strategy. Each move Su Deng made required considerable contemplation, while Lin Qingshou played with unwavering confidence, seemingly unfazed by future developments. After a while, the game reached a stalemate, prompting Su Deng to exclaim, "Ha ha ha, young Lin's chess skills are extraordinary." The old man concedes defeat. However, I have one request. I hope you will not go easy on me. Show me your true capabilities, and let us see how many moves I can withstand. Su Deng recognized that Lin Qingshou was allowing him to enjoy the game. He could tell that Lin Qingshou's skill was far beyond what he had displayed thus far, making him the most formidable chess player he had encountered. Zhou Feng's expression soured. He had expected Lin Qingshou to receive disdain from Su Deng, yet here he was, winning and earning the elder's admiration. This stark contrast left him wondering how he could maintain a good impression with the Su family. The old gentleman has praised me. My victory was merely due to luck, Lin Qingshou modestly replied. Su Deng waved his hand dismissively. Such words may deceive others, but not this old man. Come, let us play another game. The two reset the board and resumed their match die in the second round. Lin Qingshou did not hold back, quickly cornering Su Deng within a few moves. He perceived that Su Deng was not one to mind being outplayed, but rather took issue with being outperformed while being coddled, which felt like mockery to him. Ha ha ha, indeed impressive. Young Lin is the most skilled chess player this old man has encountered, as promised. This is a set of chess made from agarwood. An old friend gifted me 2 sets, and now I present one to you, Su Deng remarked, admiration gleaming in his eyes. It was increasingly rare to find young individuals who could play chess, let alone someone so proficient. Su Deng retrieved a box of chess from under the table and gifted it to Lin Qingshou, who graciously accepted, feeling no need to feign modesty in front of the elder. Dinner is ready. Su Xia called from the kitchen, prompting Lin Qingshou to rise and assist Su Deng, as the elder appeared to have some difficulty moving. Old gentleman, what seems to be the matter? Lin Qingshou inquired with concern. Su Deng shook his head and chuckled self-deprecatingly. I'm getting old. My recent checkup revealed some signs of kidney failure. I must take care of my health. Ha, an old man needing to bolster his kidneys. At that moment, Zhou Feng interjected, Old Su, our Zhou Group hospitals have many medical professors. Let me arrange for you to have a checkup. No need for that. I am too old for such fuss. I wish to enjoy my twilight years. Su Deng declined, shaking his head as Lin Qingshou helped him to the dining table. The table was a simple round one, lacking even the elegance of mahogany. Lin Qingshou appreciated this atmosphere. Devoid of extravagant luxuries, it featured only the most basic of furnishings and home-cooked meals. Su Banning sat beside Su Deng, while Su Xia positioned herself between Lin Qingshou and Zhou Feng, a seat arranged by Li Lingyu to avoid any awkwardness for Zhou Feng. Just some simple home cooking. I hope Lin and Zhou Wenti find it lacking, Li Lingyu warmly welcomed. Not at all. Having grown accustomed to exquisite delicacies, enjoying simple home-cooked meals is a delightful change, Zhou Feng replied with a smile. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted into awkwardness when Zhou Feng remarked, Why didn't you mention you are the owner of Shuiyang sooner? Lin Qingshou struggled to suppress a laugh, finding Zhou Feng's arrogance amusing. It was evident that the young master of the Zhou family had made a fool of himself, lacking the emotional intelligence to navigate social niceties. Su Xia retorted, If you can't find anything nice to say, perhaps you should say less. If you find the food unsatisfactory, you are free to dine elsewhere. No one is stopping you. Realizing his blunder, Zhou Feng awkwardly chuckled at Li Lingyu. Sensing the tension, attempted to smooth things over. How one speaks matters. Zhou Feng is simply being honest. I initially considered dining at Shuiyang tonight, but upon inquiring, discovered it was too expensive, over 100,000 for a meal, and reservations are required. I have heard much about Shuiyang and have always wanted to try it, but the pricing deterred me. What's the big deal about Shuiyang? No problem. I'll call and make a reservation for tomorrow's meal. Zhou Feng, eager to redeem himself, quickly sought to regain favor with the group. Although Su Xia had brought her boyfriend, they were not yet married. As a member of the Zhou family, his only requirement for marriage was the family background of his partner. Su Xia's background far exceeded the standard, and given her beauty, he was determined to win her over by any means necessary. Zhou Feng set down his chopsticks and obtained the contact information for Shuiyang, promptly placing a call. Meanwhile, Lin Qingshou focused on his meal. The home-cooked dishes, as described by Li Lingyu, were of a higher standard than what he had previously experienced, featuring his favorites such as pan-seared salmon and braised pig's trotters with squid. His manner of eating pleased Li Lingyu, as it validated her culinary skills and aligned with the family's atmosphere. Take your time. No one is fighting you for your food, Su Xia said, playfully serving Lin Qingshou more dishes. Putting on a show of affection, I apologize. Your cooking is simply too delicious, and I may be eating rather greedily, Lin Qingshou smiled. Hello, is this Shuiyang? I would like to reserve a table for lunch tomorrow. Please hold a spot for me, Zhou Feng demanded assertively. On the other end, Shang Ping, the restaurant manager, was momentarily taken aback. How could he receive a reservation call? I apologize, sir. At Shuiyang, we operate on a reservation basis that requires a deposit of 10,000 yuan to secure a spot. Currently, the next available date is the 1st of next month. Would you like me to reserve a spot for you? Although puzzled about how the caller had obtained his number, he couldn't pass up a potential customer. What? The 1st of next month? Today is only the 8th. Are you joking? Zhou Feng exclaimed. I am Zhou Feng from the Zhou Group in Kyoto. Make arrangements for me to dine there tomorrow at noon. He felt compelled to assert his status, as being rejected in front of everyone would be humiliating. Shang Ping sneered, even if you are from the Zhou Group, it doesn't matter. Shuiyang has its own rules. To secure a reservation, you must pay the deposit, and a customer service representative will contact you. This line is not for reservations. With that, he hung up, leaving Zhou Feng's face alternating between green and purple with rage at being dismissed and mocked. Young Zhou, let it go. We don't have to go there. Annie was merely speaking casually, Li Lingyu quickly interjected, seeking to alleviate Zhou Feng's embarrassment. Zhou Feng forced a smile. No worries, Auntie. Perhaps that staff member simply doesn't understand. I'll speak with his boss. He made another call, requesting the contact information for Shuiyang's owner. Just then, Lin Qingshou's phone rang. Zhou Feng glanced at him but could hardly fathom that the owner of Shuiyang was seated right beside him. Lin Qingshou answered the call, and before he could speak, Zhou Feng chimed in. I am Zhou Feng from the Zhou Group in Kyoto. I would like to reserve a table for lunch tomorrow at your Shuiyang. Before he could finish, he heard his own voice echo from the phone beside him. Shocked, he turned to see Lin Qingshou wearing an enigmatic smile. Zhou Feng hung up, incredulous. You are the owner of Shuiyang? Lin Qingshou replied nonchalantly. I suppose so. Zhou Feng's face flushed with anger. If you were the owner, why didn't you say so sooner? Why toy with me like this? He felt like a fool. You never asked? Lin Qingshou replied with a chuckle, and Auntie Li had advised you several times. You insisted on being ostentatious. He then produced a card from his pocket and handed it to Li Lingyu. This is a Supreme membership card for Shuiyang. With this card, you can dine at any time without needing to queue or make a reservation. I originally intended to give it to you after the meal. As your cooking is so delightful, it seems rather impolite to mention dining elsewhere now. His words subtly criticized Zhou Feng for his lack of decorum. Everyone at the table, except Su Deng, gazed at Lin Qingshou in astonishment, including Su Xia. They had all heard of Shuiyang, the premier restaurant in the Magic City, known for its limited daily reservations of only 8 seats. While it was rumored that fewer patrons were booking tables nowadays, Shuiyang remained a symbol of top-tier dining. Li Lingyu, momentarily dazed, accepted the card, while Su Banning quickly attempted to stop her. You are the city committee secretary. You cannot accept such gifts. It could lead to complications if discovered. Lin Qingshou reassured him, Uncle Su, please don't worry. It is merely a card and not tied to any financial transaction. Besides, Su Xia's family is also my family. Inviting family to dine at my restaurant is not a violation. Realizing Lin Qingxiu's intentions, Su Banning's eyes flickered with approval, seemingly acknowledging his words. In that case, Auntie shall not be polite, Li Lingyu said, tucking away the VIP card. She had a keen appreciation for food and felt that accepting it for a single visit would not pose any issues. Su Xia quickly withdrew her hand, realizing she had almost been fooled by Lin Qingxiu's performance. Had she not known he was only pretending to be her boyfriend, she might have mistaken his affections for genuine love. Chapter 70. The God of War. Su Feng Zhou Feng's expression soured. His earlier attempts to regain favor had backfired spectacularly. Just then, a deep, commanding voice broke through the tension. "Why aren't we eating yet?" A formidable man strode in through the door, exuding an air of authority. "Brother!" Su Xia exclaimed, rushing to greet him. This was her brother, Su Feng, the legendary God of War from the southern military district. Hearing that a young man from Kyoto was vying for his sister's affection, he had hurried back, determined to ensure that his beloved sister would not be wed to some frivolous scion. Upon entering, he immediately noticed the two young men at the dining table, both clad in suits, a style he detested. The housekeeper promptly set out a set of utensils for him. Su Feng's hawk-like gaze swept over Lin Qingxiu and Zhou Feng, with Lin Qingxiu calmly eating while Zhou Feng's back grew damp with perspiration. The pressure emanating from Su Feng was palpable. He was known as the God of War, feared for his formidable reputation. Zhou Feng forced a smile. "I have long heard of your illustrious name. Meeting you today is indeed an honor." Su Feng's indifferent tone made Zhou Feng's forehead bead with sweat. "But so? You are the young man from Kyoto who came to pursue my sister?" Su Feng inquired. "Not quite. I merely came to visit the Su family, although if Su Xia harbors any feelings, I would not be opposed." Zhou Feng stammered. "Humph. And who might you be, young master?" Su Feng turned his attention to Lin Qingxiu. "This is my boyfriend, Lin Qingxiu." Su Xia quickly introduced. Su Feng paused, momentarily taken aback by the revelation of Lin Qingxiu's relationship with his sister. Suddenly, a wave of intense pressure bore down on Lin Qingxiu, who simply nodded in acknowledgement, earning a flicker of surprise from Su Feng at Lin Qingxiu's composure. "Why are you back so suddenly? Has the military district not assigned you any tasks?" Su Banning asked Su Feng. "I do have a task. This mission is merely to take a stroll," Su Feng replied, devouring his meal before rising from the table. "If you wish to marry my sister, you must first earn my approval. Both of you, come with me." Su Feng led them to the back door and stepped outside. Lin Qingxiu, having finished his meal, wiped his mouth and followed, determined to fully commit to his role. He was curious to see what kind of person this legendary God of War was. Su Xia hastily followed, anxious for Lin Qingxiu's safety, knowing her brother's temperament. Zhou Feng, his face shifting through shades of green and purple, ultimately followed suit. His goal was to forge a connection with the Su family, and retreating now would render his efforts futile. Outside the back door lay an open space with a stone table. Su Feng approached the table and placed his hands on its surface. "Let us not say I'm bullying you. Let us have an arm wrestling match. If either of you can tilt my hand even slightly, you win." Lin Qingxiu was momentarily at a loss for words, initially assuming something significant was about to unfold, only to realize that he was being asked to engage in an arm wrestling match with the two of them. Zhou Feng, brimming with confidence, stepped forward, eager to spar with the war god. Zhou, having dabbled in self-defense techniques, felt relatively robust in strength. "Brother, aren't you being a bit childish?" Su Xia remarked with a pout upon hearing this. "All right then, let's bring forth a man's approach. You two can attack me together. If you manage to force me back a single step, I shall refrain from uttering another word," Su Feng declared, also finding arm wrestling too simplistic to intimidate the two young men. Zhou Feng's smile immediately faltered. They had agreed merely to arm wrestle, yet it had escalated into a fight. Lin Qingxiu turned to Su Xia, conveying through his gaze that he would not consent to such nonsense. He had no desire to partake in such a trivial game. His mission was nearly accomplished, and he had opted for the second-tier task. He estimated that he had already won the approval of Su Dang and Li Lingyu, and with no one questioning the pretense of being a boyfriend, there was no need for him to engage in a brawl with the war god. Fenger, these are guests. How can you behave so rudely? Su Banning maintained his calm demeanor. Ignoring his father's admonition, Su Feng reached out towards Zhou Feng, who was closest. Zhou Feng, feeling the pain, quickly extricated himself and forced a smile, claiming that being able to spar with the war god made this trip to the magic city worthwhile. "I also practice karate. I hold a black belt," he asserted, striking a karate stance. However, After being grasped by Su Feng, he sensed the disparity in their abilities. He launched an attack towards Su Feng, who, with a flicker of disdain in his eyes, effortlessly countered with a punch that sent Zhou Feng soaring. He cannot manage. You should join him. Su Feng gestured toward Lin Qinshou. Lin Qinshou took a seat on a stone bench, feeling that victory was assured. He would leave them to their sport. Zhou Feng, witnessing Lin Qinshou's pretentious demeanor, felt a surge of irritation. Being close, he delivered a swift kick aimed at Lin Qinshou's head, but Lin Qinshou merely tilted his head aside to evade the strike, then seized Zhou Feng's leg, lifting it upward, causing Zhou Feng to tumble unceremoniously. Chinese martial arts are profound and intricate, yet you choose to learn the foreign art of karate, only to find yourself unable to maintain your footing. Lin Qinshou scoffed. Zhou Feng's previous actions had caught Su Feng's attention, and although it was but a fleeting moment, it revealed to him that Lin Qinshou's skills were far from ordinary. I did not anticipate that I had misjudged you. Lin Qinshou, right? Come over here and exchange a few moves with me, Su Feng said, his excitement palpable. Lin Qinshou smiled subtly. Brother-in-law, you have indeed misjudged. It was he who failed to maintain his stance, not my concern. The politeness he had extended had not garnered respect. What was the war god to him? Su Feng rushed toward Lin Qinshou, stating, whether you can call me brother-in-law depends on the weight of your skills. He was aware that Lin Qinshou was reluctant to engage him, but as a martial arts enthusiast, he would not relent until he had struck in an instant. Su Feng appeared before Lin Qinshou, throwing a punch. Lin Qinshou, sensing the impending blow, swiftly parried with his palms, causing both to step back a pace. The brief exchange revealed to Lin Qinshou that Su Feng's strength surpassed his own. No wonder he was dubbed the war god. Su Feng, invigorated, called out, excellent. Let us continue. As Lin Qinshou observed Su Feng's powerful punch approach, he sidestepped, countering with a shoulder charge that sent Su Feng stumbling back. He then formed a circle with his hands, adopting a Tai Chi stance. Su Feng's strength was superior to Lin Qinshou's. A direct confrontation would be futile. However, armed with a wealth of martial arts knowledge, Lin Qinshou knew that facing Su Feng's brute force required a soft approach, employing Tai Chi to counterbalance aggression. Just as they were about to clash again, Su Xia stepped between them. Brother, how long do you intend to make a scene? She scolded, hands on her hips. Though surprised that Lin Qinshou could hold his ground against her brother, she felt it inappropriate for her student, whom she had entrusted to come here, to be harmed due to her brother's antics. Seeing Su Xia's serious demeanor, Su Feng recognized that his sister was genuinely upset and chose to withdraw. Lin, we shall have the opportunity to spar another time. He laughed heartily as he wrapped an arm around Lin Qinshou. Leading him indoors, Zhou Feng, who had been silent throughout, left with a dark expression, seeking an excuse to depart. Watching Zhou Feng's retreating figure, Su Feng scoffed. He claims to be a karate black belt yet couldn't withstand a single blow and ended up falling like a fool. As Zhou Feng approached his car, he stumbled upon hearing Su Feng's words, hastily getting in and driving away. After Zhou Feng's departure, Lin Qinshou exhaled in relief. It seemed he had successfully completed his task. Fenger, you mentioned returning with a mission? What was it? Su Banning inquired, looking towards Su Feng. With the military's directive, I was tasked to explore solutions for the plight of veterans. Some choose to retire voluntarily, while others are forced out due to injuries. This issue has lingered for quite some time without resolution. Su Feng sighed deeply. Su Banning and Su Deng both shared a resigned sigh. China had historically managed veterans well, but with increasing friction with the outside world, there were more injured veterans than ever before. Moreover, it was challenging for these veterans to secure decent employment. The Magic City is home to many entrepreneurs, and the military hopes I can find a willing investor to assist these veterans, Su Feng continued, but I know none of such people. Lin Qinshou's eyes sparkled with inspiration upon hearing the mention of veterans. It aligned perfectly with his desire to establish a security company. Actually, I intend to open a security company, but I lack personnel. I wonder if these veterans might join my venture. Lin Qinshou suddenly interjected. The trio, who had been lamenting, turned their heads in unison to look at him. Su Feng was oblivious to Lin Qinshou's status as the owner of Shuiyun Pavilion, glancing quizzically at his sister Su Xia, who appeared equally perplexed. What had begun as a mere fade of a boyfriend now seemed to entangle them deeper. Brother Lin, the retired veterans from our southern battle zone alone could fill an entire city's worth of security personnel. We appreciate your good intentions. Su Feng assumed Lin Qinshou was merely posturing to impress them. Lin Qinshou smiled knowingly, aware that Su Feng doubted his financial capacity. Brother Su, you need not worry. When I say this, I assure you it is not mere talk. I can expand the security company nationwide, even globally. Our bank balance is sufficient, so finances are not a concern, Lin Qinshu declared, displaying his phone's balance to Su Feng. 10, 100, 1,000.500 billion. Su Feng stared at Lin Qinshu in shock. 500 billion. Everyone present was astonished. They had heard of sums in the millions and tens of millions, but 500 billion was a staggering amount. It implied a scale of enterprise that few could fathom. Lin Qinshu was quite unabashed in showcasing his wealth in front of so many, and his willingness to do so indicated the legitimacy of his financial sources. Su Xia looked at the makeshift boyfriend in disbelief. Such a wealthy individual, yet he was being coerced by a mere diploma. Could it be that he was playing a deeper game, ultimately targeting her? Su Feng's shock morphed into exhilaration. His mission was to find a wealthy benefactor to invest in a company that could provide jobs for veterans, and now, a solution had materialized before him. Brother Lin, is this truly the case? Are you genuinely willing to assist me? Su Feng exclaimed, gripping Lin Qinshu's hand in excitement. Lin Qinshu, struggling to extricate his hand, replied, I am not aiding you. I am helping the nation to accommodate those brothers in need. At this moment, Su Deng chuckled. It is no surprise that someone skilled enough to outmaneuver me in chess would act with such courage. On behalf of China, I thank you. On behalf of China, was a statement only Su Deng could make, as even Su Feng, the current war god, lacked the right to claim such authority. Suddenly, Su Feng recalled something and frowned. A significant portion of the veterans are disabled. Wouldn't this pose a problem for your security company? If they were not injured, they wouldn't have retired in the first place. Furthermore, security personnel must be physically capable, and some may even be missing limbs. Not an issue. The company can be diversified. Those unable to meet physical demands can take on administrative roles or serve as trainers. Training is certainly within my expertise. Lin Qinshu had already contemplated these aspects. Confident that once the security company was established, he would have ample personnel, and veterans would be far superior to rehiring and retraining new staff. Hearing Lin Qinshu's reassurances, Su Feng's furrowed brow relaxed, and he joyfully draped an arm around Lin Qinshu's shoulders, even producing a treasured bottle of Wuliangya from his father Su Banning to celebrate. As they enjoyed their drinks, Lin Qinshu noted that it was getting late and decided to take his leave. Just then, Li Lingyu emerged. Xiao Lin, it's quite late. Why not stay here? You've been with Xia for so long. We parents are quite open-minded. Since learning of Lin Qinshu's substantial fortune, Li Lingyu had become notably more enthusiastic. It wasn't that she was materialistic. She had been warm to Lin Qinshu even before knowing of his wealth. Now that he was prosperous, her enthusiasm only intensified. Who wouldn't want their daughter to marry well? A son-in-law who could satisfy the entire family was someone to be cherished. Mom, what are you saying? Su Xia's cheeks flushed as she pushed Li Lingyu back into the house, then turned to Lin Qinshu. You should head back. I have no classes tomorrow morning. Stay here for the night before you leave. Please be safe. With that, she ushered Lin Qinshu out, fearing that her mother might insist he stay longer. Based on her suspicions, Lin Qinshu might very well have developed feelings for her as a teacher, and she could not afford to give a student any opportunity, even after graduation. If Lin Qinshu knew that someone was so self-deluded, he would undoubtedly be speechless. Were it not for the mission, he would not have come to this place to play the role of someone else's boyfriend. He would rather return to his little maids for some gaming fun. Nevertheless, he had unexpectedly gained a valuable connection with the military district, significantly advancing his plans for the security company. Previously concerned about the lack of bodyguards to protect those around him, he now felt that if he acted swiftly, these challenges would be swiftly resolved. He handed a box containing restorative pills to Su Deng for use when necessary, ensuring significant healing effects. Su Deng accepted the box with a smile and bid farewell to Lin Qinshu. Summoning a vehicle, Lin Qinshu instructed the driver to take him back to Jiaodong University, where his car awaited him. Although the school gates would soon close, he could easily gain access thanks to his rapport with the security personnel. As he approached the traffic light near the university, Rolls-Royce awaited the green signal. Sitting in the car, Lin Qinshu pondered whom to assign this task when he suddenly noticed a large truck barreling toward him, showing no signs of braking. Sensing something was amiss, he shouted, "Get out, quickly!" Without hesitation, he yanked open the car door and leaped out. At that moment, the truck collided with the vehicle, and without even a hint of braking, it continued to slide until it struck a tree. Luckily, Lin Qinshu had jumped backward, rolling away just in time. Otherwise, even that leap would have resulted in death. The driver, however, was not as fortunate. Lin Qinshuo's warning had come too late. The truck had already slammed into the car, reducing it to a pile of wreckage. A man wearing a hat emerged from the driver's seat, pulling his hat down as he prepared to flee the scene of the accident. Suddenly, a powerful force slammed him against the truck's large tire, causing him to spit blood. Upon focusing, he saw a man in tattered attire, covered in dust, glaring at him with icy eyes. "Who sent you?" The man in the tattered suit was none other than the fortunate Lin Qinshuo, his clothes torn during the roll. Had he not been gazing out the window, he might have been killed by this individual. The man's practiced movements suggested he was intent on murder. The hat-wearing man, in his 30s, displayed a flicker of surprise upon realizing Lin Qinshuo was not in the car. He drew a knife from behind, lunging toward Lin Qinshuo. Anticipating the attack, Lin Qinshuo deftly deflected the knife with a swift slap, then seized the man's head and slammed it against the cargo container. The man's vision blurred. Lin Qinshuo pressed, "I will ask you again. Who sent you?" With blood streaming down his face, the man managed a cold laugh. "No one sent me. I simply despise the wealthy and can't stand those who drive Rolls-Royces." Lin Qinshuo relinquished his grip on the man's head, instead seizing his arm and twisting it outward. Breaking both wrists, he raised his foot and kicked the man's knees, eliciting agonizing screams as he collapsed to the ground. Lin Qinshuo crouched down, staring at the man and reiterated, "Who sent you?" At that moment, he exuded an aura of a ruthless demon, radiating overwhelming menace. Seeing the man still refusing to divulge his employer, Lin Qinshuo's gaze hardened with murderous intent when suddenly, the sound of police sirens pierced the air. This was a major thoroughfare, and such a serious accident would naturally attract the police's attention. However, the sirens also caused Lin Qinshuo's murderous intent to recede. He had narrowly escaped death and was filled with anger, which had almost led him to take lethal action. Had it not been for the sudden blare of sirens, he might well have killed the man. The police arrived swiftly at the scene. Upon seeing the injured man by the truck tire and the disheveled individual sitting on the ground, they mistakenly assumed Lin Qinshuo was the perpetrator and approached to subdue him. "Is this how you officers conduct your business?" Lin Qinshuo exclaimed. "The truck driver is that man. He attempted to flee the scene, and I merely gave him a beating." Lin Qinshuo's eyes flashed with intensity. Something fell off with these officers. Two policemen, seemingly ignoring Lin Qinshuo's words, brandished their batons and pulled out handcuffs. Lin Qinshuo clenched his fists, sensing that these officers were clearly targeting him, preparing to resist. "Stop!" A female police officer arrived quickly in a patrol car. The two male officers immediately lowered their weapons and took a few steps back. This officer was none other than Xiao Runan, who had met Lin Qinshuo previously. "What are you two doing?" Xiao Runan shot a piercing glare at the two officers. The two policemen, avoiding her gaze, stammered, "Officer Xiao, Director Liu sent us to assess the casualties. There may be a terrorist attack, and we're to control the suspects." "Then what about him? Is he not a suspect? Why are you targeting this person?" Xiao Runan questioned, pointing at the injured truck driver on the ground. She refrained from mentioning Lin Qinshuo's name, wary of revealing their acquaintance. "That man is already on the ground. We must first apprehend the one who is unharmed," one male officer stuttered. Xiao Runan sensed the two men were acting suspiciously, but she chose not to alert them. They were merely following orders. The real instigator was likely hidden elsewhere. Ambulances and fire trucks soon arrived at the scene. Xiao Runan did not press further. Seizing Lin Qinshuo's arm, "I will take him back. You can handle the rest." With that, she led Lin Qinshuo directly into her patrol car. Lin Qinshuo glanced at the mangled remains of the Rolls-Royce. The driver was unlikely to survive, and he would have to ask Sheng Ping to provide the driver's family with adequate compensation later on. In the car, Xiao Runan's expression suddenly darkened. She had not anticipated the formidable power of her adversary, and it seemed she was now fighting a solitary battle. "Officer Xiao, we meet again, but it appears your police department is rather disunited," Lin Qinshu mocked, looking at Xiao Runan. The person who had so confidently declared her intentions before him now found herself without a single ally. "Humph, if I hadn't arrived swiftly, you might not even know where you would have been taken to meet your demise." After conducting her investigation, Xiao Runan discovered that when Jiaxu appeared to be hiring a hitman. Chapter 73. A series of assassinations. At this moment, it was highly likely that the target of Wen Jiaxu's assassination was Lin Qinshu. Thus, she hastened to Su Xia's residence, only to learn that Lin Qinshu had just departed. She barely had time to say anything to the Su family before she rushed towards Jiaoda. Upon seeing Xiao Runan, Lin Qingju deduced who had placed the contract on his life today. It seemed he had underestimated Wen Jiaxu, who could dispatch someone to kill him so quickly, indicating that he was currently in a very secure location. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the luxury to concern himself with Lin Qingju. Rest assured, even if you don't come, I will be fine. By the way, what about Huayra now that you've left? Lin Qingju suddenly remembered that Xiao Runan had gone to protect Wen Ruxue. Wouldn't that leave Wen Ruxue in danger? There are naturally others to protect her. I might not be so reckless as to fall for a distraction. Besides, protecting the girl in my care is far more important than safeguarding you boys. Xiao Runan's words caused Lin Qingju to twitch his lips. Gradually, Lin Qingju realized that this didn't seem to be the way back to his school and hastily asked, "Officer Xiao, where are you taking me? You are currently the #1 target for Wen Jiaxu's assassination, and I must provide you with 24-hour protection. However, since you reside at school, it is inconvenient for me to ensure your safety there. Hence, we must first go to my home." "You are going to protect me?" Lin Qingju looked at her in disbelief. With his mastery of martial arts, he certainly didn't require the protection of a woman. Moreover, being under her protection would mean no freedom at all. "Officer Xiao, I don't need protection. Why not go check on Wen Ruxue instead? I have some ability." Speaking of which, Xiao Runan suddenly recalled how he had escaped from that vehicle earlier. It had turned to scrap, yet he had only sustained minor injuries. "I happened to be daydreaming while looking out the window and noticed something was off with that truck, so I jumped out quickly. I even called for the driver to jump with me, but he didn't react in time." Lin Qingju sighed, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The driver had lost his life due to his association with Lin Qingju, and this vendetta must be avenged. Wen Jiaxu is hiding somewhere, and there is no one in the police station I can trust. Therefore, you must stay by my side until we find him. Xiao Runan frowned. Lin Qingju slapped his forehead. "I really don't need your protection. If you capture Wen Jiaxu sooner, I will be safe." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Qingju suddenly sensed a dangerous aura. "Break! Get down!" Grasping Xiao Runan by the neck, he pushed her down as he too ducked. The sound of shattering glass echoed, and a bullet whizzed past his head. Lin Qingju quickly opened the car door and leaped out, spotting a figure on a nearby rooftop aiming a sniper rifle at him. Upon realizing Lin Qingju had spotted him, the sniper swiftly concealed his weapon and attempted to flee. Filled with rage, Lin Qingju unleashed his lightness skill, sprinting towards the rooftop. The sniper, calm and collected, was packing up his gear, believing that once he left, Lin Qingju would be unable to catch up due to the distance. A skilled assassin never panicked. Just as the assassin was about to depart with his rifle slung over his shoulder, a shadow darted forward with incredible speed, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending him crashing against the balcony's edge. The assailant was none other than the martial arts expert Lin Qingju. "Impossible! How could you be so fast?" the assassin exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Qingju, despite being at full strength, was slightly breathless. He had exerted all his energy in that sprint, and even at peak condition, it left him somewhat winded. Without uttering another word, Lin Qingju swiftly incapacitated the assailant, shattering his limbs. The piercing screams echoed across the sky as the assassin, having just reached for his handgun, found himself silenced by Lin Qingju's decisive actions. "Where's Wen Jiaxu?" It was evident that this assassin had been dispatched by Wen Jiaxu, rendering further inquiry unnecessary. "I don't know anyone named Wen Jiaxu. I'm merely a hired hand, here to collect my pay," the assassin replied coldly. Another defiant one, Lin Qingju thought, as he tightened his grip around the assassin's throat, preparing to snap it. Wait. Xiao Runan, breathless, arrived at the rooftop, having exerted all her strength to get there, but she hadn't expected Lin Qingju to be so much faster. Lin Qingju turned, his eyes sharp as he regarded her, seemingly waiting for her to finish speaking before he dealt with the assassin. "If you kill him, Wen Jiaxu will have even more means to deal with you. Hand him over to me. I will investigate his background and interrogate him." Approaching Lin Qingju, Xiao Runan urged. Lin Qingju reluctantly released his grip, and the assassin's face twisted into a strange smile before he fell to the ground with a muffled groan. Xiao Runan hurried forward, prying open his mouth, and discovered he was already stiffening. He actually committed suicide. This is not just any assassin. It appears he is a professional killer trained to take his own life if captured, Xiao Runan said gravely. In less than an hour, Wen Jiaxu had sent 3 waves of assassins to eliminate Lin Qingju. A truck, corrupt officers, and now a sniper aimed at him within the police vehicle. Wen Jiaxu's strategy was meticulous, showing no scruples, leaving Lin Qingzhu feeling rather naive in his assessments of these threats. Noticing a scorpion tattoo on the assassin's arm, Xiao Runan's expression grew even more serious. This is a killer from the Scorpion organization, one of the top 10 assassin groups in the world. Scorpion? Lin Qingzhu, still just a student, was unfamiliar with the significance of such codes. Xiao Runan nodded gravely. Once the Scorpion assassin organization receives a contract, they do not relent. If this individual fails to eliminate you, another will come, until you are completely dead. Damn. It seems this will never end. Xiao Runan picked up the gun from the ground and pulled Lin Qingzhu away from the rooftop. No need to worry about this place. I have already contacted higher-ups to handle it. The police in Modu might not know who to trust, so I have called in a team from Kyoto overnight. Lin Qingzhu regarded Xiao Runan with newfound respect. This beautiful officer seemed to possess a remarkable background. She could mobilize personnel from Kyoto and was well-versed in the workings of assassin organizations. But I didn't expect you to be able to subdue an assassin without a scratch. Who exactly are you? Xiao Runan recalled how close the assassin had come to being defeated by this student. Chapter 74, Dark Web Bounty. Lin Qingzhu looked at her with an amused expression. Your identity isn't so simple either. As for who I am, just do some digging and you'll find out, I assure you. I am merely a law-abiding citizen and a good student. Just a bit strong, that's all it's so. You needn't worry about protecting me. I can take care of myself. Remembering the earlier scene, Lin Qingzhu felt a twinge of fear. Had he not suddenly sensed a wave of danger, he could have easily met a dire fate. I have a premonition that when Jiaxu's primary target is you, as long as you stay with me, we will eventually locate him. You need not worry about when Rushue. A small team from Kyoto is already surrounding her, and when Jiaming has even hired bodyguards, I only need to ensure your safety. Lin Qingzhu, pulling out his broken phone, realized he couldn't even make a call. He had intended to check on when Rushue's safety. The vehicle pulled into a residential area, some distance from the city center. Lin Qingzhu was uncertain whether Xiao Runan had bought or rented this place. Sensing his doubts, Xiao Runan explained, "This is a safe house, not my home. I usually stay in the dormitory, but during this critical period, we activated a safe house from Kyoto here in Modu. The local police are unaware of this location, so you can rest easy for now." Lin Qingzhu surveyed the modest 80-square-meter apartment, not intending to stay there for long. He understood that Xiao Runan was only looking out for him, making it difficult for him to refuse outright. He planned to slip away once she was asleep. But was this place truly secure? After taking a shower and changing out of his tattered clothes, Lin Qingzhu found some simple casual wear in the safe house. Otherwise, he would have had nothing to wear. Freshly showered, Lin Qingzhu finally received a notification for completing a task. Congratulations, host, on completing task option 2. Become Su Xia's fake boyfriend and successfully handle the matchmaking. Gained recognition from at least 2 members of the Su family. Rewards. Strength 1. Invisibility card 1. Invisibility card has been issued to the host's pocket. Invisibility card. The host can activate it by silently wishing to use it. Duration. 1 hour. During this time, nothing and no one can perceive the host's presence. Lin Qingzhu fished out a card labeled Invisibility card from his pocket. This is rather haphazard, Lin Qingzhu thought, bemused. How could the system produce such a plain card? He stuffed it back into his pocket. Host. Lin Qingzhu, Strength. 9, Constitution. 10, Spirit. 8, Charm. 8. Maximum attributes for ordinary individuals is 10. The host's values are typical among ordinary people. Vehicle. Pagani Huayra, Lamborghini Veneno, Mansion. Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1, Tangshan Epine Building A, 33 RD Floor. Skills. Proficient in martial arts, chess, marksmanship, and athletic skills. Balance. 5941-206-9053. Lin Qingzhu suddenly felt a surge of power coursing through him. He was now confident that he could contend with Su Feng in terms of strength, even surpassing him. Late at night, Lin Qingzhu quietly stepped outside. As he reached the ground floor, he sensed something was amiss. Several figures loomed nearby. Not security personnel but outsiders. It seemed this so-called safe house from Kyoto was not particularly secure. It had been compromised so quickly. Lin Qingzhu soon realized why it had been exposed so rapidly. It was because of the police car. The vehicle that Xiao Runan drove had revealed their location, allowing those corrupt officers to trace Lin Qingzhu's whereabouts. Damn it! How could I have been so oblivious? How did that woman become a police officer? Lin Qingzhu cursed under his breath, turning back to the building to call for Xiao Runan, only to find her already seated on the sofa. Waiting for him. I thought you had already left, Xiao Runan said with a knowing smile. As a police officer, She was well aware that the police car would expose them. She had done it intentionally to lure the enemy in and trap them. Seeing her demeanor, Lin Qingju understood her intentions and chose not to speak, reclining on the sofa to await the unfolding drama. Soon, commotion erupted downstairs, and lights began to flicker on throughout the residential complex, likely waking some residents. Before long, several individuals were escorted inside by a group of plainclothes police officers. I apologize for deceiving you. This is not a safe house, but rather an ordinary residence meant for capturing these individuals, Xiao Runan explained to Lin Qingju. Lin Qingju shrugged. It didn't matter to him. You have your plans. I leave the rest to you, that I'm just going out for some fresh air. This time, Xiao Runan did not stop Lin Qingju from leaving, recognizing that he was likely stronger than she was and understanding that her protection was primarily a means to capture Wen Jiaxu. Now, she needed to interrogate these suspects, so Lin Qingju leaving was actually more convenient. Exiting the residential area, Lin Qingju found it difficult to hail a taxi at this late hour, and with his phone broken, he couldn't call for one. He would have to see if there were any available taxis to return to Yunlu Mountain Villa and have Li Qing pay for it. As Lin Qingju walked along the road, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. A familiar figure appeared before him. Is the Li family beginning to retaliate against me? Lin Qingju remarked coolly. The figure approaching was none other than Zhang Tian, the bodyguard brought by Li Tianzong that day. In their previous encounter, Lin Qingju had narrowly triumphed, sustaining no significant injuries. Without a word, Zhang Tian charged at Lin Qingju, throwing a punch aimed at his face. Lin Qingju transformed his right hand into a palm, blocking Zhang Tian's arm and swiftly pivoting, turning his palm into a fist that struck Zhang Tian's chest with considerable force, sending him staggering backward. Zhang Tian's expression remained neutral, but his eyes were filled with shock. In just a few short days, Lin Qingju's strength had surged, enough to cause his blood to roil from a single punch. The Li family is on the verge of collapse. Have you considered joining me? Lin Qingju found himself somewhat admiring Zhang Tian. During their previous combat, he had sensed that Zhang Tian's strikes lacked malice. He simply aimed to defeat him. Moreover, Lin Qingju had overheard a conversation between Zhang Tian and Li Tianzong, indicating that Zhang Tian was primarily motivated by money, and as long as he could resolve matters with cash, it was not an issue in Lin Qingju's eyes. Zhang Tian retracted his fists. I am not your match. I cannot take on this task. He turned to leave but paused after a few steps, glancing back that I'm not here because of the Li family. There's a bounty on you posted on the dark web, offering 50 million for your assassination. Every move you make will be reported there. 50 million. Wen Jiaxu was indeed generous. If it weren't for his current wealth, Lin Qingju might have even considered claiming that bounty himself. Chapter 75. Retired Soldiers. After Zhang Tian's departure, Lin Qingju's expression grew serious. He hadn't anticipated the depths of the Wen family's entanglements. Initially, he had wondered why the Wen family, of such scale, was referred to as one of the four great families of Modu. Now, he profoundly felt the power of the Wen family, or rather, Wen Jiaxu's power. Lin Qingju chose not to return to Yunlu Mountain Villa. Instead, he headed straight back to school. There were likely countless pairs of eyes watching him from the shadows, and returning to the villa might endanger the few maids there. Returning to school was the best option, as there were barriers to entry. Upon reaching the school gate, Lin Qingju sought the help of Uncle Wang, the security guard, to pay his fare before heading directly to the dormitory. His phone was broken, and he had no cash on him, so he would have to repay Uncle Wang tomorrow. It was already late at night, and the other three dorm mates had long since gone to bed. Lin Qingju retrieved an old phone from earlier, inserting the SIM card. Thankfully, he had not lost it. Otherwise, he would be hard-pressed to buy a new phone at this hour. He dialed Su Feng's number. His mental acuity now at 8 points, granting him the ability to remember numbers at a glance. Lin brother, is there something urgent? Why are you calling so late? Su Feng's puzzled voice came through the line. Sugu, I've encountered some issues tonight, and I need to know if there are any retired personnel from your unit in Modud. I urgently require assistance, but rest assured, it is not anything unethical. I simply need them to protect a few people. Lin Qingju felt the situation was dire. Since when Jiaxu dared to offer a hefty bounty on his head, who knew how far he might go to harm those around him? Is something wrong? Do you need me to pull some people from the unit? Su Feng detected the weight in Lin Qingju's tone. No, it's just a small matter. Since we agreed to form a security company tonight, I need personnel to assist, so consider this an early assignment. Lin Qingju declined Su Feng's kind offer. Mobilizing retired soldiers was encouraged by the state, but privately calling upon military personnel could lead to repercussions for Su Feng, making it unnecessary. The city of magic is non-existent. However, other cities boast their presence in Su province. There exists a small team whose abilities are quite diverse and commendable. I have instructed them to seek you out tomorrow morning. Su Feng mused after a moment of contemplation. Very well, have them come to Jiaodong University to find me. Thank you, Brother Su. Lin Qingshi expressed his gratitude with palpable excitement. Among family, there is no need for formalities. You have assisted me in accomplishing this task, and since they are also part of my responsibilities, having them on board will ease my burden. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the call came to an end. Upon hanging up, Lin Qingshi climbed into bed, yet sleep eluded him. With his worth now at 50 million, he could not shake the fear that someone might attempt to assassinate him in his dreams. Life had become unbearably stifling. Once the reinforcements arrived tomorrow, he would unleash his efforts to locate Wen Jiaxu's hiding place and initiate the establishment of a security company, inviting retired soldiers to join. As dawn broke, Lin Qingshi noticed that his dormitory mates had yet to awaken, so he refrained from rousing them. With no classes scheduled for the morning, they would likely sleep until noon. He proceeded to the school cafeteria for breakfast, initially intending to invite Yi Mengxi to join him, but reconsidered his current predicament and decided against it. Better to resolve pressing matters first. At that moment, Su Feng's call came through. Brother Lin, that team has arrived at the entrance of Jiaodong University. When will you be coming? Lin Qingshi had just finished his breakfast and was making his way to the entrance. I'm on my way. Upon arriving, he spotted the 7 individuals Su Feng had mentioned, 2 women and 5 men, surprising Lin Qingshi with the presence of women among them. Greetings, I am Lin Qingshi. You must be the team that Brother Su referred to. He approached them, extending his hand in greeting. The 7 scrutinized Lin Qingshi, astonished that the affluent individual Su Feng spoke of was such a young man. Hello, Brother Lin. I am Yang Yun, and these are Li Qing, Mo Feng, Huang Cheng, He Yun, Qiu Lu, and Li Lan. We were comrades with Su Zhanshan in the same military camp. Yang Yun introduced each member in turn. Lin Qingshi greeted each individual in kind. At that moment, the vehicle from Shuiyun Pavilion arrived at the campus entrance. Lin Qingshi had called Shangping early in the morning to arrange for several cars, explaining the unfortunate demise of another driver the previous night. This incident weighed heavily on Lin Qingshi's conscience, and he harbored a deep-seated desire for vengeance against Wen Jiaxu. Everyone, please get in the car. I assume you haven't had a proper meal yet. Let us discuss matters further over there, Lin Qingshi suggested as he led the group to Shuiyun Pavilion, still uncertain of their definitive meeting place but prioritizing a meal first. Upon entering Shuiyun Pavilion, he found Shangping and Li Qing waiting at the entrance. Li Qing was someone he had called upon, as he intended for her to oversee the preliminary work for the security company. Lin Qingshi handed his phone to Li Qing, requesting her to switch to a new device. She had already purchased a new phone early that morning, along with several others as per Lin Qingshi's instructions, distributing one to each of the 7 individuals while keeping the rest as spares or for future use. Once they entered the private dining room, Shangping began serving the dishes. The 7 were taken aback by the lavish setting, which struck Lin Qingshi as rather ironic. These individuals had once dedicated their lives to protecting the nation, yet had never experienced such opulence, while some societal parasites indulged in luxurious feasts daily. After satisfying their appetites, Lin Qingshi shared his predicaments. He was being targeted with a bounty on the dark web. While his personal safety was relatively secure, he worried for the safety of those around him. He hoped Yang Yun and the others could provide protection for his associates while also capturing the mastermind behind the threats. Once the individual responsible is eliminated, the bounty should be lifted, he explained. Not a problem. We've heard from Su Zhanshan about your plans to establish a security company to provide refuge for homeless veterans. We consider you a benefactor, Yang Yun affirmed. Many of us have returned from service for various reasons, yet some of our brothers, who have been grievously injured, find it nearly impossible to secure employment and even struggle to survive. We hope Brother Lin can offer them a good opportunity. Lin Qingshi nodded and called Li Qing over. Qing'er, please contact Sun Ji and arrange for the office at Jinmao Building to be utilized by these brothers. Additionally, register a larger-scale security company and keep an eye out for a suitable training facility, ideally a large expanse of several hundred acres of mountainous terrain to purchase for their daily training. Li Qing nodded and quickly departed. Turning back to Yang, Lin Qingshi continued, Brother Yang, there is someone named Yi Mengxi at the school who may require your sister's protection. Personally, I am all right, but I need your assistance in locating another individual. Wen Jiaxu of the Wen family. Do you have any leads? Yang Yun nodded. Our team possesses expertise in reconnaissance, tracking, and even hacking. Please provide us with Wen Jiaxu's details and any pertinent information you have, and we will swiftly deliver results. First, let us secure a base of operations and prepare our resources. His organized demeanor reassured Lin Qinshe, who promptly instructed Sheng Ping to send a vehicle to transport them to Jinmao Building. Upon arrival at Jinmao Building, Lin Qinshe observed the opulent decor of the entire floor he had originally reserved. Yang Yun remarked, "Brother Lin, such an environment is truly a test of one's character. With every luxury at one's disposal, it's remarkably difficult to focus on work." The Jinmao Building resembled a lavish resort, equipped with everything one might desire for a vacation. Lin Qinshe chuckled awkwardly. "Unfortunately, I have no other options at the moment. We'll have to make do here for now. By the way, regarding my parents back in my hometown, Brother Yang, could you see if there are any comrades nearby who might protect them?" For Lin Qinshe, the only people who could be traced back to him were his parents and the widely discussed Yimengshi. The others were relatively safe from repercussions, and he believed that with Xiao Runan's people watching over Wen Ruxue, she would remain secure. And of course, we have comrades scattered across the nation. "Where do your parents reside?" Yang Yun inquired. Lin Qinshe quickly provided the address, and Yang Yun made arrangements via phone. Meanwhile, the others busied themselves, with Mo Fong setting up his laptop to begin the operation. "Brother Lin, I've already dispatched personnel to your parents' location. They will remain inconspicuous while providing protection. We're also beginning the search for information and leads on Wen Jiaxu," Yang Yun reported upon returning from his call. Lin Qinshe gave Yang Yun a thumbs up, impressed by the efficiency that came with military training. He then retrieved the dossier on Wen Jiaxu's secrets and provided it to Mo Fong. Withholding it from the others due to its sensitivity. As everyone delved into their tasks, Lin Qinshe found himself with little to do and decided to step outside for a stroll, his mind drawn to a location he suspected might be Wen Jiaxu's hideout. As he descended the elevator, it suddenly halted on the 17th floor. The elevator doors opened, revealing a woman who paused in surprise upon seeing him. "Mr. Lin, what a coincidence. I haven't seen you around lately," she remarked cheerfully as she stepped inside. This woman was Chan Jia, the young CEO of a large media company whom he had encountered previously. "Indeed, what a coincidence. I rarely visit. It's a rarity to run into you," Lin Qinshe replied with a smile, feeling no need to avoid her this time since Yimengshi was not present. "Mr. Lin, are you too busy to join me for a meal now?" Chen Jia inquired, still nursing the disappointment from their last encounter when he had declined her invitation. Lin Qinshe felt unprepared for a meal, still feeling the remnants of his earlier feast at Shuiyun Pavilion. "I just finished eating, but how about I treat you to a cup of coffee instead?" he suggested, not wanting to miss out on the opportunity to engage with such a captivating woman. "Thank you for the coffee, Mr. Lin," Chen Jia replied playfully, and they proceeded to a nearby Starbucks. "Mr. Lin, the young lady who accompanied you last time seems to have garnered a following on Douyin. I thought she looked familiar. Could you share her contact information with me? I believe she has great potential as a streamer," Chen Jia remarked after sipping her coffee. "Certainly, I accompanied her to an audition, but the media company was less than satisfactory. So I helped her leave. I'll pass your contact details to her, and it's up to her to decide if she wants to pursue it," Lin Qinshe agreed, contemplating Yimengshi's interests and aspirations. He didn't want to stifle her ambitions, but also didn't wish to see her exposed to the public eye. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Qinshe excused himself. "Miss Chen, I have other matters to attend to. Let's reschedule for another time." He hurriedly departed in a cab. Only after Lin Qinshe had left did Chen Jia come to terms with the fact that their coffee meeting had been exceedingly brief, leaving her feeling somewhat rejected. Frustrated, she stomped her foot and returned to her company, losing her appetite for food. Meanwhile, Lin Qinshe arrived at a residential complex named Wulong Mountain Villa, a location mentioned in the secrets surrounding the Wen family. It was indicated that this was a secret base for Wen Jiaxu and Yang Xinghua, known only to the two of them, and even their closest subordinates were unaware of its existence. Without the aid of the system, Lin Qinshe would never have located it. To avoid arousing suspicion, he stealthily made his way into the complex, scaling a wall. Approaching the building, he initially believed it to be merely an apartment complex, only to discover that it was, in fact, a villa. Given the wealth of the Wen family and Yang Xinghua's affluent background, it made sense that they would not settle for anything less than a lavish hideaway. Prioritizing privacy over a mere apartment, as Lin Qinshe crept closer to the villa, he initially planned to use an invisibility card to infiltrate. However, he reconsidered. If Wen Jiaxu was not present, it would be a waste of such a mystical item. Peering through a nearby window, he overheard a familiar voice. "Mom, where did Dad go? The police are searching for him everywhere. What will we do if he gets caught?" Recognizing the voices Wen Wenfeng's, Lin Qinshi deduced that Wen Wenfeng had already reunited with Wen Jiaxu. Truly a treacherous character, he had adopted such familiarity so quickly. "He went to fetch your uncle. Once he arrives, your father won't have to hide any longer. However, that Lin Qinshi is a threat. We must eliminate him first. Otherwise, even if your uncle manages to protect your father for a time, this man will eventually expose him." Yang Xinghua spoke with clenched teeth, resentment evident in her tone. Had it not been for Lin Qinshi, Wen Jiaxu could have ascended to the family patriarch's position, and she would have distanced herself from the Wen family, enjoying a comfortable life alongside Wen Wenfeng. However, now, after Wen Jiaxu's downfall, his original wife, Yu Qing, had presented him with divorce papers, wishing to sever ties, fearing that she might be affected by his failures. "That's wonderful. As long as Uncle is here, those pieces of evidence won't be able to touch Dad." Wen Wenfeng exclaimed with glee. Lin Qinshi, intrigued, pondered the identity of this uncle, who appeared capable of rescuing Wen Jiaxu from such overwhelming evidence. Yang Xinghua smiled. "Once your uncle arrives, we can vacate this place for him. The woman in that room will be left for your uncle to enjoy. No woman can withstand his presence." Lin Qinshi contemplated who this woman might be, as he was familiar with the Wen family's female members. It couldn't possibly be Wen Jiaxing's wife, as he had not heard of any issues concerning her, and Xiao Runan had people watching over when Ruxuat. He mulled over these thoughts. Yang Xinghua received a phone call, and upon hanging up, she exclaimed, "Let's go. Your uncle has arrived. We have a reservation at a discreet private dining establishment. Bring your things. We'll stay here tonight while your uncle lodges temporarily. Your father insists on having a backup plan. We can't linger in one spot for too long." With that, Yang Xinghua gleefully dashed upstairs. After she left, Wen Wenfeng's expression darkened, revealing a contemplative demeanor as he retreated into another room. Evidently, his earlier affectionate address of Dad was mere pretense. Wen Wenfeng was no simpleton, capable of deceiving even his own mother. Lin Qinshi contemplated how to follow them to locate Wen Jiaxu. Yang Xinghua had not divulged their destination, and to find Wen Jiaxu, he needed to shadow them. However, using the invisibility card while sitting in a vehicle seemed impractical, as it had a time limit of 1 hour. If he did not reach their destination within that time frame, he would expose himself. Should he be discovered, given Yang Xinghua's character, she would likely fight to protect Wen Jiaxu and not lead him to her father. Thus, he resolved to confront them directly, using Wen Wenfeng as leverage against Yang Xinghua. Just as he prepared to act, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He quickly distanced himself from the villa to answer the call. It was Yang Yun, who might have made some progress. "Brother Lin, we've located him. Wen Jiaxu is heading to a rural leisure resort called Bun Mountain Villa on the outskirts of the city. From my investigation, it is one of Wen Jiaxu's clandestine ventures, registered under the name of an ordinary employee from the Wen family, so there are no direct links to him. Had it not been for our thorough examination of all ordinary employees, we would have overlooked this lead." Yang Yun reported his findings. Lin Qinshi couldn't help but commend Yang Yun and his team for their efforts. While he had relied on the secrets provided by the system to uncover this trace, Yang Yun had managed to pinpoint both the owner and Wen Jiaxu's whereabouts with equal precision. "Excellent, Brother Yang. Please send me the address and arrange for personnel to follow Wen Jiaxu. Once I arrive, we can strategize our next steps." Initially, Lin Qinshi had considered instructing Yang Yun to take immediate action, but a nagging sense warned him that the visitors from Kyoto might include formidable figures, and hastily engaging them could pose a danger. After ending the call, Lin Qinshi planned to leave the villa and take a cab to the resort. Suddenly, the door of Yang Xinghua's villa swung open, and a Mercedes-Benz G-Class emerged. Lin Qinshi quickly concealed himself in the shadows, watching as Wen Wenfeng and Yang Xinghua departed. Recalling the mention of the woman earlier, he resolved to discover who this person was before proceeding to locate Wen Jiaxu. Lin Qinshi re-entered the villa, finding the front door unlocked. Without hesitation, he ascended to the second floor through a window, searching each room in vain until he stumbled upon the entrance to the basement. Typically, basements in such villas serve as wine cellars or recreational spaces, which is why Lin Qinshi had not initially considered searching there. Having scoured the entire villa without finding anyone, the basement now seemed to be the only plausible location, and it was surprising that someone would utilize it as a confinement space. Moreover, the entrance to the villa's basement was rather peculiar, hidden away in the study. Lin Qinshi descended the staircase, the dim lighting obscuring the details of the space until he reached the bottom. The entire basement was a vast expanse, devoid of partitions, yet populated with numerous shelves. In the center stood a large bed, to which a woman had her hands and feet bound to the 4 bedposts. The white sheet draped over her form, failing to conceal her voluptuous figure. Lin Qinshu gazed at the array of torture devices displayed on the shelves, as well as the bizarre implements. It was evident that when Jiaxu and Yang Xinghua had indulged in their dark proclivities by storing such items in the basement, as he approached the bedside, he finally recognized the slut Yang Xinghua had referred to. Wasn't this when Jiaxu's lawful wife? Yu Qing. It was surprising to see her so tightly restrained in this underground lair. At that moment, Yu Qing appeared to be in a state of distress, writhing uncomfortably, her face flushed. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Qinshu decided to untie her bonds, recalling Yang Xinghua's words that this was a prelude for her brother. Even if he intended to deal with Wen Jiaxu later, he could not leave this woman behind. Yu Qing's secret was her identity as a lily, and he had not witnessed her committing any heinous acts. In fact, she had hardly aided Wen Jiaxu at all. Once freed, Yu Qing immediately lunged at Lin Qinshu, at which point he realized something was amiss. She had clearly been drugged. 10 minutes prior, when Lin Qinshu had left the villa to answer a phone call, when Wen Feng had arrived at the basement. Upon seeing the woman on the bed, a sinister smile crept onto his face as he produced a bottle of pink pills from his pocket, pouring them into Yu Qing's mouth while gripping her chin. When uncle arrives, you better serve him well. This is to enhance your performance. When Wen Feng then forced a bottle of water into her mouth, compelling her to swallow all the pills before turning to leave the basement. At that moment, Lin Qinshu's irritation grew as he pondered his next move. An hour later, Yu Qing had regained consciousness. Hastily donning his clothes, Lin Qinshu awkwardly remarked, "Under these extraordinary circumstances, I was left with no choice but to resort to extreme measures. Otherwise, you might have succumbed to a ruptured blood vessel. If you are fine now, you should leave this place quickly. I must go find Wen Jiaxu. Rest assured, I will deal with him appropriately. You should return and lay low for a while." With that, Lin Qinshu exited swiftly, realizing that if he delayed any longer, Wen Jiaxu might escape. Such was the plight of a beautiful woman. However, in his hasty departure, he failed to notice a mark on the sheet beneath Yu Qing. Fortunately, he had the foresight to instruct Yang Yun and the others to keep a close watch on Wen Jiaxu. Even if they weren't at the farmhouse, they should still be able to track him down. As Lin Qinshu took a taxi partway, Yang Yun's call came through again. "Brother Lin, Wen Jiaxu and Wen Wenfeng are still at the farmhouse. They seem to be staying overnight. However, the people he brought along, I've had Mo Fong look into them, are the second in command of the Yang family in Kyoto. Yang Lin In has already left the farmhouse with Yang Xinghua. Should we send someone to follow them?" Yang Lin Qinshu mused. He was unfamiliar with the Yang family in Kyoto, so even knowing the name did not reveal much about the individual's capabilities. The fact that Yang Xinghua had displayed a relaxed smile upon learning of her brother's arrival indicated that Yang Lin was no ordinary character. Is there anyone else besides Yang Lin? Yes, a young man about 1.75 meters tall with a buzz cut, who is accompanying Yang Lin. He seems quite perceptive. When we attempted to approach, he immediately glanced in our direction, causing us to hesitate. Yang Yun replied, his tone tinged with gravity. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qinshu decided, let's not concern ourselves with him for now. Our immediate priority is to eliminate Wen Jiaxu. We cannot afford to let him live. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Wen Jiaxu must not be spared. Given his resources and with Yang Lin's assistance, even if he were handed over to the police, he would ultimately find a way to evade justice. This posed a significant threat. As long as Wen Jiaxu lived, the bounty on him in the underworld would continue to create complications for Lin Qinshu. Frustrated, Lin Qinshu cursed under his breath, lamenting that he had initially thought he was in a script about a wealthy hero, only for it to devolve into a tale of urban gang rise. Beep. Detected host's distress regarding the current situation. Even daily life has been affected. Option 1. Resolve the issue of being wanted. Find the key figure behind the task. Reward: Golden Silk Armor 1. Option 2. Resolve the issue of being wanted and the subsequent risk of retaliation. Ensure the task issuer leaves Huaxia. Reward: PowerPoint 1. Golden Silk Armor 1. Finally, the moment had arrived. Lin Qinshu had been perplexed for some time, encountering so many events without the system issuing any tasks. He resolved to choose the second option. Having already witnessed the sinister and shifting visage of Wen Wenfeng in the villa, It was imperative to eradicate the root of the problem. He had no intention of letting these individuals off the hook. However, there was another matter to address: Yang Yun and the others' perspectives. They were, after all, soldiers. Even if they were retired, they still held military values, and the concept of killing might be unacceptable to them. Though Lin Qinshu had never experienced such dilemmas himself, he understood that if he did not act, he would ultimately be the one to perish. He had to compel himself to take action. A Mercedes G-Class brushed past Lin Qinshu, and he recognized it as the vehicle driven by Wen Wenfeng. Inside sat 3 individuals. The young man mentioned by Yang Yun was behind the wheel, while a man in sunglasses and Yang Xinghua occupied the backseat. Yang Xinghua appeared furious, seemingly engaged in an animated discussion, but the fleeting moment allowed Lin Qinshu only a cursory glimpse of the scene within. Inside the car, Yang Xinghua bore a look of grievance and emotion. Beside her, Yang Lin remarked coolly, "The matter with Wen Jiaxu is complicated. There are people from Kyoto involved, and it has even attracted central attention. It would be difficult to protect him, and even if we could, the Yang family would have to reveal some of our trump cards, resulting in a loss. Forget about those 2. Come back to Kyoto with me. We can always have another child. I'm almost 50. What do you expect me to use to conceive? Wen Wenfeng is your nephew. Can't you save him?" Yang Xinghua pleaded with her brother for her son's sake. "Humph. What good is saving such a wastrel? He can't even fulfill the most basic duty of passing on the family line. Let's return to Kyoto for a few days, then head abroad. There are surrogacy agencies there. It would be easy to take something from you and implant it in someone else." Yang Lin was well aware of Wen Wenfeng's troubles, and his fury was palpable. "Humph. Your brother-in-law even prepared a gift for you at that villa. Since you refused to save him, then you might as well not claim the gift. Just leave." Yang Xinghua crossed her arms and turned to gaze out the window. What good could a stray dog offer? Yang Lin chuckled coldly. Indeed, not much of worth, just a captivating woman, and one who is bound no less. She is not there of her own volition. Yang Xinghua understood her brother's preferences. He had no interest in willing participants, only those who were unwilling. Yang Lin's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of interest. With his family background, he could have any number of women, yet he only desired those who looked down upon him. An unsettling psychological quirk, to be sure. "Xiaolu, go check that villa. If the gift is satisfactory, I might consider rescuing that useless son of yours." A faint smile graced Yang Xinghua's lips as she quickly directed Xiaolu. Though she was a heartless person, Wen Wenfeng was, after all, a piece of flesh from her own body. However, as a member of the Yang family by marriage, her only recourse was to plead with her brother. As for Wen Jiaxu, she had long since given up on saving him. His actions had put the Yang family in a precarious position, and his value did not warrant exposing their hidden cards. Meanwhile, Lin Qinshu had reunited with Yang Yun. With a grave expression, he addressed Yang Yun. "Brother Yang, you may have reservations about my course of action, but I must be frank. Wen Jiaxu must die. If he lives, he will create endless troubles for me." Only 4 individuals had come to this location: Yang Yun, Li Qing, Huang Cheng, and He Yun. The others, including Mo Feng, remained at the Jinmao building, where he excelled at hacking but was not skilled in tracking. Meanwhile, Qiu Lu and Li Lan had gone to Jiaodong University to protect Yimengshi. Chapter 79. The death of Wen Jiaxu. Upon hearing Lin Qinshu's words, the 4 exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of amusement and disbelief. It seemed that Su Zhan had not shared the details of their past with Lin Qinshu. Li Qing spoke solemnly. "The truth is, we were expelled from the military due to an incident years ago. A powerful second-generation individual committed the heinous crime of murdering a young girl, yet he was ultimately exonerated. That girl was my sister. Yang Gu, along with several brothers and sisters, banded together and severely injured that second-generation scion. When the military caught wind of it, they revoked all our achievements and discharged us," He Yun added. "That was why we were deemed to have incorrect views and subsequently expelled. Brother Lin, you need not bear any burden. Individuals like Wen Jiaxu, even if handed over to the police, would find a way to evade justice. We are all willing to take action against such a despicable scoundrel without hesitation," Li Qing assured him. Hearing their words, Lin Qinshu felt a sense of relief. "Based on what I know of Wen Wenfeng, he is a ruthless and cunning individual. I may not spare him either." He recalled the presence of Wen Wenfeng. And naturally, they had investigated his deeds. "We also know that like father, like son. Brother Lin, do as you see fit. We will do our utmost to assist you," Yang Yun replied with a smile. With the matter of their perspectives resolved, it was time to act. Lin Qinshu led the way into the farmhouse, rushing inside as he noted the surveillance at the entrance. When Jiaxu might already be aware of his arrival, Yang Yun and the others quickly followed suit, dispersing in a coordinated manner. Inside a room, Lin Qinshu found Wen Jiaxu lying motionless on the floor. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that Wen Jiaxu had been stabbed in the chest and had already ceased to breathe. Yang Yun and the others soon joined him, confirming that the body had been lifeless for some time, as the blood had begun to dry. Wait a moment. When Yang Linin left, he saw Wen Jiaxu off. It hasn't been long since. Could it be that Wen Jiaxu was killed the moment Yang Linin departed? Yang Yun speculated, examining the body. What about Wen Wenfeng? Have you located him? Lin Qinshu inquired, suspecting that Wen Wenfeng had been the one to murder Wen Jiaxu. We've searched everywhere. Even the staff here have been killed. There's not a single survivor. Wen Wenfeng is nowhere to be found, one of them reported. They scoured the entire farmhouse, only to find that the chefs and wait staff had all been slaughtered. Wen Wenfeng's actions were indeed heinous. However, this farmhouse has only one entrance and exit, which we've been monitoring closely. There's no way he could have slipped past us unnoticed. They all pondered in confusion. Suddenly, a splash echoed from outside, prompting them to rush to the pond's edge. They spotted Wen Wenfeng swimming towards the center, quickly nearing the opposite shore. Lin Qinshu smirked coldly. It appeared that the cornered dog was desperate. In such a small pond, where could he possibly escape to? He signaled to Yang Yun and the others, and the five of them spread out to encircle the pond. At that moment, when Wenfeng noticed their presence and realized he could not evade capture any longer. Regrettably, he had chosen to hide by the pond, not intending to escape but rather startled by Lin Qinshu's conversation, causing him to tumble into the water. Lai Qing seized Wen Wenfeng and flung him before Lin Qinshu. Young Master One, what a ruthless heart you possess, even willing to harm your own father. Lin Qinshu sneered as he confronted the once glorious heir of the One family. He isn't worthy to be my father. I thought the One family was pathetic enough, but he has sunk even lower, only daring to emerge now that he is a stray dog. If he had recognized me sooner, with our combined abilities, the One family would have been ours long ago. When Wenfeng spat defiantly, Lin Qinshu shook his head in disbelief. While Wen Wenfeng and Wen Jiaxu shared similar traits, the former was far too impulsive. Is this truly the reason you killed him? You claim to possess such strength. Surely you could have handled the situation without resorting to murder. When Xinghua treated me as a pawn, I am her son. When Wenfeng's laughter was tinged with madness. Upon realizing that Yang Linin had abandoned him when he took young Xinghua away, when Jiaxu had become desperate, seeking to surrender himself. How could I have such a cowardly father? In a fit of rage, I killed him. With so many lives lost, Lin Qinshu deemed it unnecessary to execute Wen Wenfeng. Someone had to be held accountable. He dialed a number, and an hour later, Xiao Runan arrived with 3 individuals in plain clothes, not in police uniforms. Impressive. You all arrived faster than our police, Xiao Runan exclaimed, astonished at the scene before her. Given your police efficiency, I feared my evidence would be destroyed long before you arrived. Lin Qinshu retorted with a smirk. You may leave. I will handle this situation. When Jiaxu is dead, and with Wen Wenfeng having killed so many, his fate is sealed. The rest is a matter for the police. Xiao Runan instructed as she ushered Lin Qinshu and the others away. Lin Qinshu had no intention of lingering. He had called Xiao Runan to manage the aftermath. He had already arranged for 2 vehicles to come and pick them up. As it was impossible to hail a taxi in this remote area, Lin Qinshu and his companions stood at the farmhouse entrance awaiting their ride. A figure appeared in the distance. Upon closer inspection, Lin Qinshu recognized it as the young man who had driven Yang Linin away earlier. Brother Lin, that's the young man we mentioned. I can sense a wave of killing intent emanating from him. It seems he has come to eliminate us. Yang Yun's expression turned grave as he assessed the intruder's intentions. Lin Qinshu furrowed his brow. It was unlikely that someone would approach so brazenly without some degree of skill. The young man reached into his pocket, seemingly retrieving something. Get inside. He may be armed, Lin Qinshu urged, pulling Yang Yun and the others towards safety. He trusted that Xiao Runan would also be equipped with a firearm. He had no confidence in confronting an armed assailant unarmed. What is happening? Xiao Runan inquired as she observed Lin Qinshu and the others hastily retreating indoors. A killer has arrived. He likely intends to silence us. Officer Xiao, could you lend me your gun? I'll take care of him. Lin Qinshu's gaze fixated on the weapon at Xiao Runan's waist. Without hesitation, Xiao Runan drew her firearm, but rather than handing it to Lin Qinshu, she stepped outside. Chapter 80. The Yang family assassin, Yang Lu. I alone hold the authority to act in Modu. None of my men are armed, and there is only one gun. There is no way it would be handed to you, Xiao Runan stated firmly. As her words fell, a gunshot rang out. Yang Lu, a professional assassin raised by the Yang family, was one of 10 tasked with handling the family's darker dealings. Upon arriving at the villa arranged by Wen Jiaxu, Yang Lin discovered it to be deserted. Realizing that Wen Jiaxu had been exposed, to prevent the father and son from dragging Yang Xinghua down with them, he had dispatched Yang Lu to eliminate them. With Yang Lu on the job, Yang Lin felt assured that no unforeseen complications would arise. Xiao Runan quickly retaliated, igniting a fierce gunfight between the two parties. Unfortunately, while Lin Qinshou's side had numbers, they possessed only one firearm, and Xiao Runan was determined to handle it herself. His exceptional marksmanship was rendered useless in that moment, and relying on a woman for protection was certainly not his style. Lin Qinshou swiftly retreated, intending to flank Yang Lu and disarm him. Just as Lin Qinshou was about to leave the vicinity, the gunfire ceased. Xiao Runan dared not show her face, and neither did the others want to venture outside recklessly. Suddenly, several gunshots rang out from behind the house, causing Xiao Runan's complexion to shift drastically as she sprinted backward. The individuals she had brought were stationed at the rear to guard Wen Wenfeng. Just as Lin Qinshou was preparing to circle to the front, he too heard the gunfire from behind the house, prompting him to turn around and dash toward the sound. He thought to himself how astonishingly swift this assassin was. One moment he was firing shots in front, and in the next, he had already moved to the back. Lin Qinshou did not rush in recklessly. Instead, he hid around the corner, steadying his breath. Yang Lu had already killed Wen Wenfeng and was now advancing toward him. Just as Lin Qinshou was about to make his move, a gun emerged from around the corner, pressing against his temple. "How do you wish to die?" Yang Lu said nonchalantly, his gaze fixed on Lin Qinshou as if he were staring at a corpse. Truly, as a trained assassin of the Yang family, he had anticipated Lin Qinshou's location. "Release him. I will be your hostage." At that moment, Xiao Runan and Yang Yun arrived, witnessing the scene before them. Xiao Runan quickly raised her gun, aiming at Yang Lu. With his back to her, Yang Lu extended his hand, counting aloud, "You fired 9 shots just now. The police issue handguns hold 8 bullets, and with this round chambered, 9 bullets is the maximum a gun can carry. Therefore, your weapon is empty." Xiao Runan's expression faltered. Indeed, her gun had no bullets left. She had not anticipated that the opponent would calculate so precisely. It seemed he was a professional assassin. "Even without bullets, our people here are more than enough to take you down. Your gun should also be empty." Before Xiao Runan could finish her sentence, she saw Yang Lu pull a fully loaded magazine from his pocket, causing her face to turn ashen. However, Yang Lu tossed the magazine into the pond, discarding the magazine from his handgun as well. He stretched his neck, seemingly warming up, a cruel smile gracing his lips. "The mission is complete. Now it's time to have some fun. It's been 2 years since my last playtime. I hope you all can keep me entertained for a while." Throughout this ordeal, Lin Qinshou remained silent. Even with a gun pressed to him, he showed no signs of panic. As a martial arts master would say, "A gun is fast beyond 7 steps, but within that distance, my fists are swifter." He could strike the gun from Yang Lu's hand the instant he pulled the trigger. Yet, Xiao Runan's sudden arrival had given Yang Lu the opportunity to flaunt his prowess, which Lin Qinshou was keen to observe first. After hearing Yang Lu's taunts, a smile crept onto Lin Qinshou's face. "Whether you discard your gun or not makes no difference to me. At this range, your weapon is slower than my fists." No sooner had he spoken than a powerful fist connected with Yang Lu's chest, sending him sprawling backward. Yang Lu rolled several times on the ground before regaining his footing, his eyes now filled with fear, a stark contrast to his earlier disdain. "Who on earth are you? Such strength rivals that of a military god. Why have I never heard of your name before?" A single punch from Lin Qinshou had left Yang Lu feeling dizzy, and he regretted his earlier bravado. Had he known, he would have simply shot everyone dead instead. This unexpected turn of events left Xiao Runan in a daze. The reversal had come too swiftly. Although she had faced several crises alongside Lin Qinshou, she had always arrived afterward, never having witnessed his prowess firsthand. "You flatter me. I remain unchanged, known in the martial world as the master of the bedroom. You may call me Dieda, or simply Dieda if you prefer not to use master." Lin Qinshou laughed as he walked toward Yang Lu. Yang Lu, in a frenzy, picked up dirt from the ground and flung it toward him, forcing Lin Qinshou to shield his face from the dust. In the next moment, Yang Lu bolted toward the exit, and Lin Qinshi brushed off the dust while muttering, "Is this cowardly tactic just throwing dirt?" He then picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at Yang Lu. Flick of the finger. The sound of bone shattering resonated as the stone struck Yang Lu's knee, causing him to collapse immediately. Lin Qinshi approached Yang Lu, stepping on his hand. "You wanted to play, so why run? Are you attempting to play a game of hide and seek? At your age, you should refrain from such childish games." Yang Lu glared at Lin Qinshi with malevolent eyes, a cracked sound escaping his lips as blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. Realizing something was amiss, Lin Qinshi quickly grasped his jaw, but it was too late. Yang Lu had bitten down on his tongue, taking his own life. Damn. In this modern society, why are there still so many zealots willing to die by biting their tongues or poisoning themselves? Lin Qinshi cursed under his breath. Xiao Runan approached, looking at the deceased Yang Lu and then at Lin Qinshi, a perplexed expression in her eyes. "I wonder who trained this zealot. They choose to end their lives decisively when faced with capture. Thankfully, your strength is exceptional. Otherwise, we would have faced dire consequences." Xiao Runan sighed in relief. He is from the Kyoto Yang family, having come with Yang Lin. The rest is up to you to wrap up. Officer Xiao. Lin Qinshi stood up and walked outside, calculating that the car arranged by Shang Ping would soon arrive. Yang Yun and the others followed behind Lin Qinshi, their admiration for him growing immensely after witnessing his strength, easily dispatching the assassin meticulously trained by the Yang family. Had the four of them attacked together, they might not have been a match for him. Chapter 81. The irrevocable bounty. Lin Qinshi had dispatched Yang Lu with a single move, a mere stone shattering the opponent's knee. Their gazes toward Lin Qinshi shifted to one of reverence. The admiration for the strong is a sentiment shared by all. Yang Yun and the others had initially perceived Lin Qinshi as merely a wealthy individual, but his demonstrated prowess suggested he surpassed even the military gods in strength. Just the two moves he had displayed would have been beyond Su Feng's capability. Suddenly, Xiao Runan recalled the gunfire that had erupted inside regarding Wen Wenfeng and hurriedly rushed in to assess the situation. As expected, Wen Wenfeng and the three individuals she had brought were all dead, each shot through the forehead. Xiao Runan collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by the realization that her investigation into a member of the One family had resulted in the deaths of three of her colleagues. The Kyoto Yang family. I shall not let this matter rest lightly, Xiao Runan gritted her teeth. Lin Qinshi closed his eyes in the car, relieved to have dealt with this thorn in his side. Now that Wen Wenfeng was dead, he wondered how the bounty on the dark web would be affected. Yang Yun, sitting in the same vehicle, appeared to have something on his mind. Brother Yang, if you have something to say, just speak plainly. We are brothers, and there is no need for formality. Lin Qinshi opened his eyes to look at him. Brother Lin, Mo Feng has discovered your bounty on the dark web. Wen Wenfeng has placed a deposit of 20 million. If you are killed, he will pay the remaining 30 million. Yang Yun glanced at Lin Qinshi. Upon hearing this, Lin Qinshi's expression darkened, fully grasping the implication. His bounty remained active. However, the final payment had not been made, reducing his bounty from 50 million to 20 million. Even 20 million was enough to entice many reckless individuals to pursue him, meaning his crisis was still far from resolved. That damned Wen Wenfeng. Couldn't he have paid a bit less? Lin Qinshi cursed inwardly. Brother Yang, is there any way to eliminate this bounty? It's becoming quite bothersome. Lin Qinshi felt agitated. A 20 million bounty would surely attract a host of uninvited troubles. Yang Yun shook his head, stating that such unresolved bounties were common on the dark web, and there would always be idle individuals willing to take them on. 20 million was considerable and would secure a prominent position on the bounty list. Lin Qinshi pondered briefly before a thought struck him. Brother Yang, is there a way for me to register an account? I could post bounties on others, raising the prices to potentially lower my own ranking. Yang Yun shook his head. Theoretically, yes, but people will still see yours. Just like shopping online, there will always be those who scroll to the back to find something. If everyone only bought the top-ranked items, then the rest would be out of business. Lin Qinshi waved his hand dismissively. That doesn't matter. Just help me set up an account. Let them come looking for me. I can't avoid it anyway, so why not use this platform to my advantage? Lin Qinshi recalled he had several enemies he could place bounties on. Upon entering the Jinmao building, Lin Qinshi eagerly sought out Mo Feng. Dark web accounts are not like today's real-name accounts. They require special IPs and methods to access. Watching Mo Feng perform a series of operations, Lin Qinshi transferred 200 million into the account, asking Mo Feng to place bounties on several individuals. Li Tianzong for 30 million, Li Jinfu for 70 million, and Yang Lin for 100 million. He directly transferred the bounty amount to the platform, bypassing the deposit and remaining payment process. As soon as someone completed the task, they would simply collect the payment from the platform. Such bounties would not require further attention. Even if Lin Qingshi were to die, the bounty would remain unaffected. Suddenly, a notification popped up on Imofeng's computer. "Brother Lin," Imofeng said, "the bounty for Yang Lin has been returned, but the bounties for Li Tianzong and Li Jianfu have been successfully posted. Would you like to withdraw this money? Returned? Why?" Imofeng was unsure of the reason. "Never mind. If it's returned, it's returned. I was just trying it out. I'll leave the money there for now." Retrieving funds from the dark web is likely a complicated process. Depositing money into the dark web is simple, but retrieving it would require navigating through numerous overseas accounts. In any case, Lin Qingshi was not short on funds. He could afford to leave the money there for future use. Additionally, the dark web allows for the purchase of intelligence with money, so it would eventually be beneficial. Lin Qingshi left the Jinmao building, and by now, it was evening and he returned to Yanlu Mountain Villa to rest. The tense nerves of the last couple of days could finally relax somewhat. Although the bounty issue remained unresolved, the assassins had failed several times. According to Yang Yun's predictions, there should be no immediate threats from assassins, but caution was still necessary, as one could never know when an assassin might strike. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Qingshi found that Li Qing had yet to return. She had quite a few tasks to complete and wouldn't be finished quickly. After a simple wash-up, he succumbed to sleep under the soothing ministrations of the maid. He had completely forgotten about the incident with Yu Qing earlier in the day. To him, Yu Qing was an attractive, mature woman, not inexperienced in such matters. Their encounter had felt more like a friendly match, devoid of burdens or expectations between them. In a high-end residential area of Modu, Yu Qing sat curled up, lost in thought. Today's experience with Lin Qingshi had been her first encounter with a man. Having always been surrounded by women, the events of the day left her feeling bewildered. She found herself unexpectedly drawn to the experience, even reveling in it, a feeling she could never share with her younger female companions. The sweat, the robust physique, and every gesture made her reminisce and become deeply enchanted. A graceful figure entered the room, embracing her. "Don't worry. I will avenge you for the harm you've suffered," the enchanting woman said with concern. She was Shun Li's Hen from the Modu Shen family, the aunt of Shun Li and Shun Yu. Yu Qing cast a complex glance at the woman beside her before shaking her head. "I'm fine. I just received news that Wen Wenfeng is dead." "Even better. Scum like him deserves to die 1,000 times," Shun Li's Hen exclaimed indignantly. Yu Qing recalled that Lin Qingshi had mentioned going after Wen Wenfeng, realizing that his death was likely connected to him. Should she perhaps use her connections to assist him? Yu Qing's mindset began to shift. Even the hand Shun Li's Hen had placed on her back felt somewhat unsettling now. Meanwhile, Lin Qingshi remained oblivious to all of this. How could he have imagined that a mature woman would be the first to share such an experience with a man? In his dreams, Lin Qingshi heard the system's notification tone, but he was too exhausted to pay it any mind, planning to check it in the morning. Ding! Due to the deaths of Wen Wenfeng and Wen Jiaxu, the issue regarding the bounty cannot be resolved, and the task has failed. Reward reduced by half. Golden silk armor. The following morning, Lin Qingshi awoke to find the golden silk armor beside him. He vaguely remembered the system's notification from the previous night. Chapter 82. Golden silk armor. The second task was deemed half completed, but the goal of canceling the bounty was unattainable, causing the task to stall. Nonetheless, the system proved to be quite considerate, granting him half of the reward. Lin Qingshi donned the golden silk armor, which felt as light as a thin vest against his skin, devoid of any heavy clothing sensation. Over the next few days, aside from attending classes, Lin Qingshi accompanied Yi Mengxi to purchase household items. The villa he had bought for Yi Mengxi in Yinhu Mountain Villa featured a massive walk-in closet, perfectly suited to store the items he had purchased from Chanel. Li Qing's efficiency was commendable, having registered the company and completed several procedures. However, securing land proved challenging. Modu was exorbitantly priced, and the space Lin Qingshi required was substantial. Ultimately, it fell to Lin Qingshi to approach Su Banning. When this matter was finalized with Su Feng, Su Banning had been present and had offered assistance should any difficulties arise. Su Banning marked out a hillside on the outskirts of Modu for Lin Qingshi, a half-gift, half-rental arrangement, collecting an annual rent of 1 million. Given their shared dedication to Huaxia, Lin Qingshi paid for 20 years' worth of rent up front. In addition to the rent, considerable funds would be required for planning and constructing buildings. Lin Qingshi had no intention of turning a profit with the security company. He merely aimed to train some bodyguards for himself. After all, he was wealthy, and the system would provide him with tasks in the future. At this stage, money had become merely a number to him. Despite this, he still retained many habits from his previous life, which would take time to change. On Saturday morning, Lin Qinsher arrived early at the entrance of the financial university, intending to take Chen Shanshan to his residence at Tangchenipin. This had been planned a week in advance. During this time, Chen Shanshan had become increasingly busy, receiving numerous training sessions from the bank and even attending meetings for which she was not qualified. Accompanied by Wu Xiaogang it seemed they were eager to familiarize her with the environment. Originally, Wu Xiaogang intended to take her to the headquarters today, but since she had already made plans with Lin Qinsher, she had to awkwardly request a leave of absence. Upon hearing that Chen Shanshan was going out with Lin Qinsher, Wu Xiaogang flashed a sycophantic smile, wishing her a great time, even granting her a leave on Monday. Chen Shanshan was well aware of the reason behind her sudden preferential treatment. It stemmed from Lin Qinsher's substantial assets exceeding 500 billion in the Modu Bank, and she was perceived by her superiors as Lin Qinsher's girlfriend, thus receiving heightened attention. Chen Shanshan did not deny this. She had her own ulterior motives. Even though she and Lin Qinsher had not explicitly defined their relationship, her feelings had gradually gravitated in that direction. This unspoken reality had opened doors for her at work. Since everyone believed it to be true, she decided to go along with it. She read Lin Qinsher's message indicating that he had arrived at the school gate. She picked up her white canvas bag and took a lingering glance at the dormitory she had lived in for 4 years before closing the door behind her. Lin Qinsher parked at the school gate. Not being a student of the financial university, the security guard refused to let him in, impervious even to bribes. Perhaps the bribe was insufficient, or the guard simply deemed it unworthy. Alternatively, there could indeed be a strict rule against allowing outsiders in. After all, the financial university is a school filled with beautiful women. If outsiders were permitted entry, the number of luxury cars coming and going would be staggering. Suddenly, Lin Qinsher heard a knock on his car window. Turning his head, he was surprised to see the same Qian Yuming from before. "Hey, handsome. What a coincidence. Do you remember what you promised me last time? Upon our next encounter, you are obliged to share your contact information with me," winked Qian Yuming playfully. Lin Qinsher was equally surprised to find himself face-to-face with this woman once more at the same spot. Previously, he had whimsically decided not to squander the opportunity, yet now his perspective had shifted somewhat. Some women were indeed worth the indulgence. Nonetheless, Lin Qinsher retrieved his phone, as he had promised, and it was only fitting to follow through. "Let us connect on WeChat. My name is Lin Qinsher." Qian Yuming promptly opened her phone to scan his QR code. Feeling that Lin Qinsher's name rang a bell, though she could not place it at the moment, "I'm Qian Yuming, but you can call me Ming Ming," she introduced herself. After they added each other as friends and exchanged a few casual remarks, Qian Yuming tactfully excused herself. The last time she had seen Lin Qinsher, he had picked up Chen Shanshan, and if she was not mistaken, he was here for the same purpose again. She lacked the confidence to compete with Chen Shanshan and thought it wise to leave a good impression. Hoping for opportunities in the future, if Chen Shanshan were to emerge and witness her flirting with Lin Qinsher, forcing him to delete her from his contacts, all her efforts would have been in vain. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Qinsher's eyes. This woman was somewhat perceptive. Shortly thereafter, Chen Shanshan appeared at the school gate, dressed in the pleated skirt from their initial meeting, paired with a white polo shirt and a high ponytail, carrying a white canvas bag. The aura of a charming campus beauty enveloped her as Lin Qinsher stepped out of the car to open the passenger door, and Chen Shanshan slipped inside amidst envious glances from those around. "What about your belongings? Aren't you going to move them over?" Lin Qinsher inquired, observing the casually dressed Chen Shanshan. "There's not much, just some clothes, which I've already taken to the company. I can pick them up later," she replied. "Have you eaten breakfast? I just bought 2 buns from the cafeteria, one for each of us." Chen Shanshan produced 2 buns from her canvas bag. Lin Qinsher, feeling a bit hungry, eagerly devoured his, with juices escaping from the corners of his mouth. Chen Shanshan handed him a tissue to wipe his face. An intimate atmosphere began to brew within the car, and Chen Shanshan found joy in watching Lin Qinsher eat so unceremoniously, which indicated a closeness in their social standings. In terms of leisure and indulgence, they seemed quite aligned, alleviating any sense of distance. Lin Qinsher accelerated away from the university gate, knowing that Chen Shanshan wouldn't be returning, and he likely would not revisit this familiar yet unfamiliar place again. At the female dormitory of the university, Qian Yuming rushed into the room, i.e., Do you know who I just encountered? I ran into that handsome guy who drives a Lamborghini. He seems even more dashing than last time. I've successfully secured his WeChat contact. Capturing this wealthy heir is just around the corner. Qian Yuming boasted, showcasing her phone screen to He. Chapter 83. Chun Shanshan, the proficient drinker He, initially poised to congratulate her, suddenly spotted the WeChat name and avatar. Grabbing Qian Yuming's hand and urging her to focus, a flicker of disdain crossed Qian Yuming's eyes. While they appeared to be as close as sisters, in reality, they were merely superficial friends, each finding something irksome about the other. Yet, she maintained her composure. You wouldn't want to remember this WeChat ID, would you? If you're interested, I can share it with you. There's no need to be so dramatic. We're sisters, after all. If one of us succeeds, the other shouldn't be left wanting. Lin Qinsher. He spat through clenched teeth. Qian Yuming had already saved the name, so she didn't immediately notice anything amiss. That handsome guy is indeed named that first. I thought it sounded a bit familiar suddenly. Qian Yuming's eyes widened as realization dawned. After receiving He's confirming nod, she gasped, covering her mouth in shock. The contact I painstakingly acquired is actually your useless ex-boyfriend? Qian Yuming slumped onto a chair. She had heard countless stories about Lin Qinsher's ineptitude from He, yet she had never laid eyes on him. Even if she had, it would have been a fleeting glance, not worth remembering. A man of such lowly means was not deserving of her attention. What brings him back to our university? He gritted her teeth. Could it be that he wishes to run into me? At this, Qian Yuming quickly recalled that Lin Qinsher had previously been characterized as a broke loser by He, yet from her own observations, he appeared quite handsome and affluent. Perhaps he was merely pretending to be poor to test He, and now that she had failed his trial, he had dropped the facade. Moreover, Lin Qinsher was not here for He. He had come to pick up their campus beauty, Chun Shanshan. Chun Shanshan was leagues above He. What right did she have to compete? The more Qian Yuming pondered, the more feasible it seemed. Since he was no longer He's boyfriend, she could seize the opportunity. Ming Ming, delete this loser. He.s. definitely trying to use you to get back to me. He reached for Qian Yuming's phone, intent on removing Lin Qinsher from her contacts. Qian Yuming swiftly snatched her phone back. Don't be ridiculous. I've been waiting a week to get this contact. If you delete him just because you're feeling jealous, that would be such a waste. Shall we? Let us hold off on deleting him for now. I'll flirt with him first. He has already embarrassed you. Right? I'll make him fall for me and then delete him to give you a sense of vindication. Qian Yuming reassured He. She was unafraid of He's ire or the threat of their friendship ending. What truly concerned her was the possibility of He discovering the truth and going after Lin Qinsher for reconciliation. Who could guarantee that Lin Qinsher wouldn't retain a modicum of affection for He after all those years together? The competition was already fierce. With Chun Shanshan as an opponent, the last thing she needed was for He to return to the picture. Fine, then you can seduce him thoroughly. When the time comes, arrange to meet him. I want to see you give him a taste of his own medicine, He said, a cruel smile spreading across her face as she envisioned the scene, her anticipation palpable. Qian Yuming nodded eagerly, her mind already crafting plans to entice Lin Qinsher. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Qinsher remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama as he brought Chun Shanshan to Tangchen Yiping. Upon entering the premises, Chun Shanshan was left speechless. The place was merely a few hundred meters from her workplace, just a turn away. She had heard of this property, renowned as one of the most prestigious in the city. With a price tag to match, though her astonishment, Lin Qinsher owned a property here and was renting it to her for a mere 800 yuan a month. Upon opening the door, she found the furnishings complete, with a balcony offering a stunning view of the Huangpu River. Is this truly my residence? Am I dreaming? Chun Shanshan murmured. Lin Qinsher approached her with a smile. Why don't you pinch yourself? If it hurts, then it can't be a dream. Chun Shanshan complied, pinching her arm, and returned to reality with a gasp. This place is too spacious. Living here alone would be such a waste. She began to turn away. 800 a month. You must be joking. You'd be hard-pressed to find a place for 80,000. Lin Qinsher quickly pulled her back. If you find it too large, that's not a problem. But it's south the closest place to your workplace. If you don't live here, it will just gather dust, so please don't feel burdened. You've already paid the rent? After much persuasion from Lin Qinsher, Chun Shanshan finally agreed to stay. Thank you. Without you, I might not have a job or a place to live. She expressed her gratitude. If you really want to thank me, cook me a meal. I'd love to sample your culinary skills. Lin Qinsher suggested, ruffling her hair affectionately. Chen Shanshan didn't recoil. Instead, she shyly lowered her head. Let us go grocery shopping. There's a supermarket downstairs with plenty of ingredients, she proposed. Cooking for Lin Qinsher was the only way Chen Shanshan felt she could repay him at the moment, though other ideas lingered unvoiced. The two of them wandered through the supermarket, selecting various ingredients, resembling a couple in their daily routines, their proximity growing from an arm's length to walking side by side. During this time, they also stopped by Chen Shanshan's workplace to retrieve her belongings. Her luggage was light, consisting of a suitcase and a backpack, just as she had claimed. Chen Shanshan could only prepare simple home-cooked meals. Lin Qinsher had initially considered seafood but abandoned the idea since Chen Shanshan had never tasted it and wouldn't know how to prepare it. They settled on straightforward dishes like tofu, fish, and beef. Chen Shanshan produced a clear glass bottle from her luggage, seemingly containing homemade liquor. This is wine my father brewed. Give it a try. She poured the liquor into 2 glasses. Lin Qinsher was taken aback. It was unexpected for a young woman to carry homemade alcohol. After filling the glasses, Chen Shanshan didn't clink glasses with Lin Qinsher. Instead, she downed hers in one gulp. Lin Qinsher stared in disbelief. Was this really how one drank? After finishing her glass, Chen Shanshan refilled it, downing it with no visible reaction, displaying the demeanor of a seasoned drinker, leaving Lin Qinsher utterly astonished. Chapter 84. Apologies, I'm not ready yet. Why aren't you drinking? You should try it. My dad's wine is quite good, Chen Shanshan urged Lin Qinsher, who still hadn't touched his glass. He took a tentative sip, finding it rich in flavor, yet it burned as it went down. He was no connoisseur, and even the finest liquor tasted similarly to him. Noticing he had taken a sip, Chen Shanshan quickly offered him some food. My father enjoys drinking. I've watched him drink alone since I was a child. Once I turned adult, I started keeping him company. The first time I tasted alcohol, I found it delightful, and since then, I've loved it. Lin Qinsher's mouth twitched. To find the taste of alcohol enjoyable at the first try certainly indicated a natural affinity for it. They conversed and dined, quickly finishing off the bottle. Lin Qinsher felt a bit lightheaded, while Chen Shanshan remained composed, collecting the dishes without a hitch. Lin Qinsher couldn't help but marvel at her. She was no mere drinker but perhaps a spirit of the vine. In this apartment, everything necessary was present, even amenities one might not expect. There was no need to wash dishes by hand. They could simply be tossed into the dishwasher. They ventured into the private cinema within the apartment. With this setup, there was no need to visit the cinema for a movie. When Lin Qinsher suggested watching a film, he had feared Chen Shanshan would refuse, but to his surprise, she readily agreed. My company has arranged for me to go abroad for training in a couple of days. I might be away for several months. Chen Shanshan gazed at Lin Qinsher with an inscrutable expression. When do you leave? To which country? Just as she was on the verge of breaking the 90-point threshold of affection, news of his impending departure dampened her spirits. I'm headed to Country M. The company has set everything up for me. I'll be obtaining a certification, and upon my return, I should receive a promotion. After a brief pause, Lin Qinsher added, I own a security company, and I can send a female bodyguard to accompany you. It's safer for you to have someone with you. Though Country M was developed, it was also chaotic, and incidents of theft were common. Having someone with her would ease his worries. Chen Shanshan initially considered refusing but relented upon seeing the concern in Lin Qinsher's eyes. Being a woman in a foreign land was indeed precarious. Even with company personnel present, the fact remained that she would be abroad. Seeing Chen Shanshan nod in agreement, Lin Qinsher happily started the movie, which turned out to be a touching romantic film. Though he generally had little interest in such films, he bore with it, aware that women tended to enjoy them. As the movie progressed, they gradually leaned closer together. Chen Shanshan rested her head on Lin Qinsher's shoulder, and he clasped her hand. When a particularly intimate scene unfolded, Chen Shanshan blushed and turned her head away, only to inadvertently lock eyes with Lin Qinsher. In the dim light, their gazes drew nearer, and Lin Qinsher leaned down to kiss her. Chen Shanshan's body quivered, yet she did not push him away. They remained in that embrace as the film played on, until suddenly, Chen Shanshan opened her eyes and gently pushed him away. No, I'm not ready. Lin Qinsher's restless hands prompted Chen Shanshan to regain her composure. I'm sorry. I was too hasty, he quickly apologized. Internally cursing himself for being unable to control his impulses, ruining the moment. I'm sorry. I'm just not prepared yet, nor have I fully considered everything. I admit I like you, but you feel too unreal to me. It's as if I can't believe you truly exist. Chen Shanshan, having grown up without maternal affection, often felt insecure and apprehensive about relationships. Silly girl, I'm as real as they come. It's not as exaggerated as you think, Lin Qingshi said, pulling her into an embrace. Qin Shanshan did not resist, settling against his chest. Just give me a little more time. Once I return from training, I'll definitely give you an answer. Lin Qingshi had yet to receive any notification of increased affection. He realized he could not rush things, never expecting that the last bit of affection would be this challenging to attain. All right, I'll wait for you, he said, kissing her forehead. Despite the interruption, their relationship had drawn closer, yet a slight barrier lingered. After the film concluded, Lin Qingshi took his leave. Qin Shanshan did not attempt to keep him. Knowing that lingering would only lead to awkwardness, he arranged for a chauffeur to drive the car back and walk to the Jinmao Tower, where the security company was still operating from while their base was under construction. Brother Yang, in a couple of days, could you have Sister Lan accompany a friend of mine on a trip abroad? It's unsafe for a girl to be alone in a foreign country. I do feel more at ease knowing she has Sister Lan with her. Yang Yun nodded, instructing Li Lan to handle the passport and visa arrangements. The visa for country M could be tricky, but as long as there was money involved, it could be managed. However, due to Li Lan's previous identity, there was a chance she might be denied entry. They would have to create a new identity for her, a process Yang Yun had the means to navigate. Speaking of which, I must say, your team is incredibly efficient. They each have their own expertise, and a simple word from me is enough for them to handle matters seamlessly. Brother Yang, you've all helped me so much, yet I haven't discussed the issue of compensation with you. I regret that oversight. Please ask the brothers if they have any requests. Feel free to voice them. Yang Yun chuckled. What demands could we possibly have? We're just eager to make a living. Before coming here, Mo Fong was a computer repair shop employee, and the rest of us were laborers on construction sites. Chiu Lu and Li Lan were merely waitresses. We held the most menial of jobs. Being able to return to our original professions is already a blessing. As long as Brother Lin provides us with food, we're satisfied. After their service in the military, finding corresponding jobs had been challenging, as they lacked specialized skills and could only take on simple tasks. Now, having stable employment in a field related to their training was a significant improvement for them. Lin Qingshi pondered for a moment before declaring, let us do this. All 7 of you will receive the same salary, 2 million a year, with benefits at the highest standard. We're in the initial stages, and I'll need your assistance in many areas. Yang Yun was taken aback, seemingly verifying whether he had heard correctly. 2.2 million? Brother Lin, are you sure you didn't mean 200,000? A yearly salary of 200,000 was already quite generous. For them, earning 5,000 to 6,000 a month would suffice for a stable life. Chapter 85. Qin Ruolin, what did a salary of 2 million imply? That was over 16,000 a month. More than they had seen combined over 2 years. You are correct. It is indeed 2 million. However, after the establishment of the security company, the remuneration for the brothers who join later may not be as substantial. Although they will not be treated poorly, Lin Qingshi patted Yang Yun on the shoulder. During this time, Li Qing has also been working at the Jinmao building, and Lin Qingshi directly instructed her to pay Yang Yun and the others their annual salaries first. At this moment, Li Qing expressed to Lin Qingshi, Master, I am not particularly skilled in these tasks, and they may not be executed well. Would you consider hiring someone with stronger expertise? She quickly added, fearing that Lin Qingshi might think she was shirking her responsibilities. Lin Qingshi had contemplated hiring someone to manage this aspect of the work. Li Qing's capabilities were only sufficient for administrative tasks, and she would indeed struggle to handle the operations. But where could he find such a suitable person? I understand. You focus on completing the preliminary work, and I will find someone appropriate, Lin Qingshi replied, patting Li Qing's back to reassure her not to overthink it. After wrapping up some matters, Lin Qingshi returned to the school, all the while pondering where to locate the right individual. While there are indeed many talents on recruitment websites, the cost of trial and error is exceedingly high. If someone lacks the necessary skills, it could waste valuable time. He was not concerned about profitability. He simply wished for operations to proceed with minimal hassle. Originally, he had considered inviting Su Xia, as her background was quite fitting, given her collaboration with Su Banning and the military connections of Su Feng. She would have been the most suitable candidate. However, both Su Banning and Su Feng opposed the idea, and even Su Xia herself did not favor it. She preferred to remain a quiet teacher. Su Banning and Su Feng shared the same concerns. Not every role should be filled by a member of the Su family, as even the most upright individuals could attract unnecessary complications. Ultimately, if the tasks were not executed well, it would lead to more trouble than it was worth. Perhaps he should ask Wen Rushue to introduce someone? He had not reached out to Wen Rushue recently, as she was currently traveling extensively. The One family was guiding her through the various enterprises of the One Group worldwide to familiarize her with the processes, and Wen Rushue was thoroughly enjoying it, coaxing Lin Qingshou to agree. There were undoubtedly talents that Wen Rushue could recommend, but Lin Qingshou was reluctant to become too entangled with Wen Jiaming. Anyone introduced by Wen Rushue would undoubtedly bear his influence. After much contemplation, he found no suitable candidates and decided to keep an eye out while he walked, as there was still time to prepare for the preliminary work. Upon returning to the dormitory, Xiaolu and the others quickly surrounded him, asking, "Beast, what is the status on the Li Tianzong incident?" Previously, Lin Qingshou had placed a bounty on these two individuals on the dark web, but as of today, no one had come to claim the reward. Lin Qingshou inquired further and learned that Li Jianfu had a habit of posting bounties on the dark web, and upon seeing the announcement, he immediately fled with his son, leaving their current whereabouts unknown. At the time of his bounty posting, Su Feng had even called him, but since matters on the dark web did not fall under the jurisdiction of Huaxia's legal system, and there was no evidence linking the bounty to Lin Qingshou, Su Feng could only verbally request its retraction. Such actions, involving hiring for murder, were criminal offenses. To avoid causing difficulties for Su Feng and Yang Yun, Lin Qingshou had obediently withdrawn the bounty, incurring several million in transaction fees, and subsequently sent the evidence of the Li father and son's crimes to Xiao Runan in Kyoto. Although Xiao Runan had not performed well in her previous operation against Wen Jiaxiu, it still demonstrated that she possessed some capabilities. Initially, he had intended to use violence to counter the Li father and son, but now that they had gone into hiding, he was disinclined to pursue them further. Let Xiao Runan handle the tracking and capturing. He wished to return to a peaceful life. Rest assured, the Li father and son will struggle to protect themselves and will not have the capacity to trouble us. It won't be long before they both end up behind bars. Upon hearing this, the three of them simultaneously sighed in relief. That's good. I haven't spent time with Yin Yin in ages. I've been hiding in the dorm this weekend, but tonight I'm going out on a date with her. Farewell. Xiaolu hurriedly left the dormitory. Fan Jinxiang and Li Wuqi returned to their seats. We didn't make any plans. Why did you return to the dorm this weekend? Li Wuqi inquired, looking at Lin Qingshou, who was lying on the bed. What about the school flower? Aren't you going out to meet her? Lin Qingshou had not returned to the dorm in quite some time. Typically, he did not come back during the week. Ming Ming went out to play with her friends. I wanted some peace to think things over. Previously, Yu Mengshi had mentioned to Lin Qingshou that she wanted to take her friends to the villa this weekend, and Lin Qingshou had indicated that he was unavailable today. Who would have known that his date with Chen Shanshan would conclude in the afternoon? Shall we go out for a walk? I heard Senior Qin Ruolin is back at school today. Let us chance upon her, Li Wuqi suggested excitedly. Not interested. You two go ahead, Lin Qingshou yawned, preparing to sleep. He was not in the mood for any school flower antics. He hadn't even sorted things out with Chen Shanshan yet, let alone consider other girls. Seeing that Lin Qingshou was disinterested, Li Wuqi ceased to press him and began discussing Qin Ruolin with Fan Jinxiang. I heard Senior Qin was invited back by the school. She lost her internship and hasn't found a new job yet. Wasn't there a wealthy benefactor who donated billions recently? Those projects are all over the place, and since Senior Qin is currently unemployed, they hired her to handle these matters, a win-win situation. Senior Qin specializes in business administration, so she is the most suitable person to manage the funding allocation for these projects. But why did she lose her internship? Could there be some hidden circumstances? Fan Jinxiang added. Lin Qingshou suddenly bolted upright from his bed. I want to witness Senior Qin's prowess. Upon hearing the keywords business administration, a notification sound resonated in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host is facing a management personnel dilemma. Choice 1. Hire Qin Ruolin as the head of the security company. Reward 30 billion. Choice 2. Hire Qin Ruolin as the head of the security company. Ensuring her favor towards the host exceeds 60. Reward 30 billion, language proficiency included. The fact that the system issued a task indicated that Qin Ruolin was undoubtedly a talent, as for why she was dismissed from the internship company. That was none of his concern. In his eyes, she was now a gold mine. If he could successfully hire her, he would earn 30 billion, and he was indifferent about achieving a favorability rating of 60. All he desired were the 30 billion and the individual, without concern for language proficiency. Chapter 86. A beauty who brings disaster to the nation. Li Wuqi and Fan Jinxiang looked at him in astonishment, having witnessed his sudden change from a lethargic demeanor to one full of energy. Guarantee you just being aloof and uninterested. Fan Jianxiang teased. That was then. This is now. Let us hurry, Lin Qingxiu urged, pushing the two of them out. The three of them left the dormitory and wandered aimlessly around the campus. After circling a few times, Lin Qingxiu could not help but ask, where are we supposed to find Qin Ruolin? It feels like we're just wandering aimlessly, Li Wuqi feigned profundity, saying, only by chance encounters can we deepen our impressions of one another. Specifically searching would be no different from being a loser. Fan Jianxiang nodded in agreement. Lin Qingxiu was at a loss for words. Such chance encounters would take days to occur. Aren't you losers yourselves? Losers give themselves so much psychological justification. I'm done wandering with you. I'm going to find the principal. He must know where Qin Ruolin is. Lin Qingxiu raised his middle finger at them before turning to leave. Li Wuqi and Fan Jianxiang exchanged glances, wondering if this beast was planning to make a move on Senior Qin. Did he not already have the school flower? When did he even get to know the principal? Li Wuqi looked at Lin Qingxiu's departing figure with suspicion. Fan Jianxiang stroked his chin, saying, who would complain about having too many girlfriends? We can't let him get a head start. Let us split up and see who can encounter her first. As Lin Qingxiu made his way to the principal's office, he passed by the campus's artificial lake and suddenly noticed a girl standing by the water's edge. The water had already reached her ankles, yet the girl remained unmoving. Could she be contemplating something dire? Lin Qingxiu slowed his pace, cautiously approaching her. Classmate, whatever it is, try to see it in a lighter way. Life is only lived once, and it must be cherished. Lin Qingxiu called out from behind her, but the girl showed no sign of acknowledgement, as if she had not heard him at all. Seeing her lack of response, Lin Qingxiu stepped closer, and as the breeze swept across the lake, a faint fragrance wafted from the girl, entering his nostrils. At that moment, the campus radio crackled to life, playing a selection of songs, which always added a certain ambience to the youthful university life, deepening one's impressions of campus life. As Lin Qingxiu drew nearer, the girl remained still, appearing lost in thought. Just as he was about to reach out and help her, she moved, brushing her hair aside and removing her earphones, turning to meet Lin Qingxiu's gaze. Walking in the wind, the sunshine today feels so gentle, the warmth of the sky and earth envelopes me like you. The music from the campus radio harmonized perfectly, playing a song titled Gentle, by the artificial lake. The interplay of sunlight cast an idol-like atmosphere between the two. Ding! Detected a beauty with a score above 90. Name, Qin Ruolin. Beauty score, 96. Age, 22. Height, 171 centimeters. Bust, 32E. Favorability, 0. Qin Ruolin. So this is Senior Qin. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Qingxiu recognized her identity. Her statistics were indeed stunning. A beauty score of 96 and a figure that would have been deemed catastrophic for a nation in ancient times. I'm sorry. I thought you were in distress, which is why I called out, but you didn't. He respond. Lin Qingxiu retracted his hand, which he had instinctively reached out. Qin Ruolin glanced down at her feet, realizing the water had indeed risen to her ankles, which could lead to misunderstandings. She nodded slightly at Lin Qingxiu, seemingly expressing gratitude, before stepping out of the water and leaving the area. Lin Qingxiu had intended to call out to her regarding the job offer, but given the current atmosphere, he felt the chances of rejection were high. It seemed prudent to first gather information from the old principal. Qin Ruolin was a cool and aloof beauty, having not spoken a word to Lin Qingxiu throughout their encounter. She had merely stood by the lake for some peace, contemplating her thoughts. Due to her earphones, she had not heard Lin Qingxiu's words. It was only when the campus broadcast interrupted her music that she turned to see him. Although Lin Qingxiu's concern had led to a misunderstanding, she chose not to engage in conversation and walked away. Lin Qingxiu entered the principal's office, where the principal was peering over a document through a pair of reading glasses. Completely unaware of Lin Qingxiu's arrival, Lin Qingxiu leaned in to take a look and saw the document titled Jueyue Plan. The principal's awareness was piqued by Lin Qingxiu's presence, and he quickly looked up with a smile. Lin, my boy, why aren't you out having fun this weekend? The principal, too, had not taken a break. Even on the weekend, he was reviewing documents. Lin Qingxiu settled onto the sofa, taking a cursory glance but failing to discern the nature of the document the principal was examining. However, the principal had no intention of hiding it, explaining, "This is a directive from above regarding the Jueyue Plan, aimed at nurturing talent. We need to select a few promising individuals for development, but our school only needs to submit candidates from the medical field. Other disciplines have been claimed by various institutions. Lin Qingshou nodded. He was not particularly interested in this matter. His purpose for coming was to inquire about Qin Ruolin. Before he could speak, the principal continued, Lin, I originally intended to consult you about this. The Zhuihua plan not only requires us to provide talent, but the funding for their development must also come from the school. Since the project funds you donated are quite ample, the school plans to allocate some of it to this initiative. What do you think? After all, that money had been donated by Lin Qingshou for investment purposes, so if it were to be diverted elsewhere, the principal felt it necessary to inform him in advance. Lin Qingshou waved his hand, saying, just leave the investment project funds as they are. There's no need to touch them. If you need money for this Zhuihua plan, I can provide it separately. Upon saying this, Lin Qingshou felt something was amiss. It seemed as if the school was his personal enterprise, with everyone seeking his financial support. The principal, upon hearing this, beamed with delight. Thank you, Lin. The funding required isn't substantial. Since it's a long-term training plan, about 50 million should suffice to sustain several cohorts of talent. What? Lin Qingshou was taken aback, having assumed that a few 100,000 would be sufficient. After all, training merely involved reading more books and newspapers. Why would it require such an extravagant sum? However, he did not voice his concerns. He had noticed that the plan had originated from the Huaxia government, aimed at cultivating talent for the nation, and he was not one to be stingy. Chapter 87. Qin Ruolin's internship work. Noticing that Lin Qingshou had completed the transfer, the principal's smile widened. Our medical program is brimming with talent. Yet we still don't know whom to recommend. Oh, you happen to know any outstanding students? The principal's implication was clear. He was hinting that Lin Qingshou could pull some strings, as any recommendation from this school would suffice, and it would be more beneficial to do Lin a favor. Lin Qingshou shook his head, saying, I'm not familiar with the medical students. The only one I've spoken to is Su Weiwei. I don't know anyone else, so please arrange it as you see fit. The principal muttered. Su Weiwei. Lin Qingshou had merely intended to express his unfamiliarity with the medical students, but the principal had latched onto Su Weiwei's name and disregarded the rest. Principal, there's something I need your assistance with. That's the purpose of my visit. After being sidetracked by the 50 million, Lin Qingshou finally got to the point. Oh, please, Lin, feel free to ask. The school will do its utmost to assist. A donor of 5.5 billion could hardly have their requests ignored. Moreover, given Lin Qingshou's wealth, it was likely that his request would pertain to some trivial school matters, which posed no challenge. I heard that the school has hired senior Qin Ruolin to handle some project-related tasks. Lin Qingshou sought confirmation, as Li Wuqi's statement about her employment was of limited credibility. That is indeed the case. She was recommended by a professor from the Business Administration Department and is said to possess considerable capability. However, she encountered some issues that made job hunting difficult, so the school decided to bring her back. The principal considered it for a moment, affirming that he had approved the decision. That's good to know. I would like to hire her. I've recently established a security company dedicated to providing job opportunities for veterans, but I've been struggling to find management personnel, stalling the project. Knowing that veterans were being offered opportunities to contribute to Huaxia and society, the principal's respect for Lin Qingshou surged. I must give you this person. I will call her over right now. With that, the principal took out his phone and dialed the professor from the Business Administration Department. Summoning him, Professor Huang, this is Lin Qingshou, a student from our school and the donor for the project funds. He wishes to hire Qin Ruolin. What do you think? What is the reasoning behind this? Ruolin has been called back, and she will be signing a contract on Monday and starting work. Why then would anyone wish to push her away? Professor Huang cast a disapproving glance at Lin Qingshou. An expression of barely concealed anger etched across his face, as he harbored serious doubts about the principal's intentions, suspecting that he might be peddling his student into peril. Yet, he failed to realize that the position which had opened up for Qin Ruolin was due to Lin Qingshou's generous donation. And it was precisely with Lin Qingshou's financial support that Qin Ruolin was able to secure employment at the school. Lin Qingshou found himself at a loss for words, while the principal's expression darkened. Did Professor Huang truly fail to comprehend the situation? It was common knowledge that Lin Qingshou was the benefactor. Yet Huang continued to fix him with that unkind stare. The principal, visibly irked, interjected, Professor Huang, your conduct is rather unbecoming. Mr. Lin has anonymously donated funds for our school's research projects. His request for Ms. Qin is also in the interest of his company. Furthermore, I believe that accompanying Mr. Lin will undoubtedly provide her with far greater opportunities than remaining in this institution. Humph, I shall not introduce my student to someone to be a mere mistress, Professor Huang retorted, seemingly holding Qin Ruolin in high regard, choosing to offend the principal rather than relent. The principal was on the verge of reprimanding him. Why was Professor Huang being so unreasonable? When it was made clear that someone wished to employ Qin Ruolin, he assumed the worst, believing that the individual must be seeking her as a lover. Professor Huang, it seems there has been a misunderstanding. Such matters ought not to be reiterated, but if they are not addressed now, I fear you will not allow her to leave, Lin Qinshi remarked. I have established a security company collaborating with major military districts across Huaxia to provide employment opportunities for veterans. However, I am utterly inexperienced in the realm of management. I have heard that Senior Qin possesses considerable capability, which is why I approached the principal for assistance. Observing the two elderly men struggling to communicate, Lin Qinshi felt compelled to interject, "Is this truly the case?" Professor Huang regarded Lin Qinshi with skepticism. Indeed, it is true, Mr. Lin's altruism surpasses our own. He has donated a significant sum to the school without seeking recognition, and he has insisted on anonymity. On this account alone, you should not question his character. Before Lin Qinshi could respond, the principal interjected, "If you harbor doubts, Professor Huang, you may summon Senior Qin and allow her to decide for herself." The obstinate professor, unwilling to yield, insisted that the matter be decided by the individual concerned. After a moment of silence, Professor Huang sighed. "Ruolin is the most outstanding student I have encountered, but her beauty often eclipses her abilities. Her internship was secured due to her looks rather than her professional competence. Her stubborn nature has led to a fallout with that company, resulting in her being blacklisted in the industry, leaving her unable to find work." As Professor Huang elaborated on Qin Ruolin's current predicament. He noted that many companies now prioritize public relations over actual business acumen. "If Senior Qin has encountered difficulties, I would appreciate it if you could inform me. Perhaps I could offer assistance." Being blacklisted suggests she has crossed a powerful figure, one who, while seemingly civilized, has not resorted to coercion. If it were the Li family's style, they would have simply taken her away. Professor Huang glanced at Lin Qinshi and then at the principal, who nodded, indicating that he could share the details of the situation. Ruolin's internship began with a lofty position as the executive assistant to the Wang Group's president. Based on her capabilities, she should have quickly acclimated to her role and progressed to other management positions. However, it turned out that she was only hired for her beauty. She was never assigned meaningful work. The so-called executive assistant role was akin to being a personal servant, merely serving tea and waiting for the president's summons. She was required to be at the president's side 24 hours a day, regardless of location. Upon discovering the true nature of the position, Ruolin resigned in outrage, but her resignation was denied, and she was even accused of being a corporate spy, resulting in her being blacklisted and burdened with a lawsuit. Professor Huang clenched his fists, visibly enraged by the situation. Chapter 88. Is it possible that your manner of greeting was inappropriate? The Wang Group? That name seems vaguely familiar. Lin Qinshi pondered for a moment before recalling where he had encountered it was mentioned in the Secrets of the Wen family, where Wen Jiaxu was implicated in collusion with the Wang Group. However, after Wen Jiaxu was wanted, the Wang Group seemed to have vanished from public view. The Wang Group is backed by one of the four prominent families of Modu, which raises the question, are all wealthy individuals so unscrupulous? Engaging openly in shady dealings, hiring assistants under the guise of seeking lovers is indeed audacious. Rest assured, Professor Huang, although I am not acquainted with anyone from the Wang Group, I will not allow them to demean our esteemed schoolmate. Being blacklisted is inconsequential. I will hire her as the CEO of my company at a generous salary. As for the lawsuit, I will enlist the best legal team in the country to assist her in winning this unjust case. Even if it is not for the sake of the task, it is my duty to uphold justice for my employees. In my mind, Qin Ruolin is already part of my team. The fact that she was assigned to him by the system, coupled with the high praise from the old professor of business, indicated that she possessed considerable talent. Thank you, Junior, but I still wish to assist the professor at the school first. A melodious voice resonated from outside, and a striking figure entered the principal's office. It was none other than Qin Ruolin. When the principal sought Professor Huang, he had invited both Huang and Ruolin to join him. Professor Huang, being nearby, arrived first, while Qin Ruolin had just made her entrance. Upon reaching the doorway, she overheard Lin Qinshi's words. Although she was unaware of the full context, she could surmise a general idea. Upon seeing Lin Qinshi, she felt a sense of familiarity, instantly recalling that he was the person who had mistakenly thought she was about to jump into the lake earlier. Lin Qinshi, however, had already recognized her, greeting her with a smile. "Senior, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. It turns out my junior is not only warm-hearted, but also quite affluent," Qin Ruolin responded with a smile. However, her radiant smile left the three men present momentarily speechless. It was simply breathtaking. As Qin Ruolin arrived, the principal and Professor Huang engaged in a spirited dialogue regarding Lin Qinshur's intentions, embellishing his character to the point of grandeur. Professor Huang insisted that Qin Ruolin should make her own choice, whether to remain at school or join Lin Qinshur. The principal, however, cut straight to the point, effectively eliminating the position and leaving Qin Ruolin with no choice. Professor Huang pointed an accusatory finger at the principal, chastising him as a mercenary. The two elderly gentlemen immediately fell into a heated argument. Lin Qinshur sat quietly to the side, opting not to intervene. Observing the glance Qin Ruolin cast in his direction, he remained silent, allowing the altercation to unfold. Initially, Qin Ruolin had no intention of accepting Lin Qinshur's invitation, but the principal's comments rang true. The position had indeed been established due to Lin Qinshur's donation. He held the right to withdraw his financial support at any moment. If Lin Qinshur were to do so, it would render the position a mere farce. Lacking familiarity with Lin Qinshur, she hesitated to gamble. Furthermore, his offer was not without merit. Although it was in its nascent stages, it presented her with an opportunity for mutual growth in a company. "Junior, I look forward to your guidance in the future." After much contemplation, Qin Ruolin ultimately agreed to Lin Qinshur's proposal. While it felt somewhat coerced, it was undoubtedly her best option. Upon her acceptance, a smile spread across Lin Qinshur's face. "Rest assured, Senior, you will be grateful for this decision in the future. I hope for a fruitful collaboration." Lin Qinshur rose from the sofa and extended his right hand. Qin Ruolin reciprocated with a gentle handshake, the softness of her touch igniting a flutter in Lin Qinshur's heart. The two elderly gentlemen, witnessing Qin Ruolin's agreement, ceased their squabbling, smiling as they proclaimed that their union would undoubtedly lead to the establishment of a top-tier global corporation. "Senior, it is getting late. I shall come to pick you up early tomorrow, and we can discuss some finer details at the company." After bidding farewell to everyone, Lin Qinshur departed from the principal's office. "Ruolin, although my brief interaction with Lin has been limited, I believe he is a reliable individual. You should weigh your options and leave if you find it unsatisfactory," Professor Huang advised Qin Ruolin after Lin Qinshur's departure. The principal chimed in. "The man donated 500 million to our school without batting an eyelash and did so anonymously. What grounds do you have to question his reliability? Perhaps you should consider donating 5 million yourself?" Professor Huang was momentarily rendered speechless, his frustration evident. Qin Ruolin could not help but stifle a laugh at the scene before her. Before bidding farewell to the principal and Professor Huang, returning to her dormitory, which she had recently moved back into after having previously vacated. After leaving the principal's office, Lin Qinshur stopped by the dining hall for a meal before heading back to his dormitory. Li Wuqi and Fan Jianxiang had yet to return, likely still outside waiting for an encounter. Little did they know that their anticipated acquaintance had already met Lin Qinshur twice and had even become his employee. With nothing pressing to attend to, he lay on his bed and opened Douyin. Since that day he had gifted so generously, he had not logged in again. Today seemed like an opportune moment to browse and send gifts once more. Due to the algorithm, as soon as Lin Qinshur entered, he found himself in the live stream of Xiaoyu, who had garnered much attention after his previous gifts. A dazzling dragon effect burst into the live stream. "Welcome, Shuangmu Gij. You haven't visited my stream in quite some time." Xiaoyu pouted playfully. She refrained from mentioning that she had been messaging Lin Qinshur offline, for if she did, her viewers would surely assume she was in constant contact with the top donor. During this period, Xiaoyu had sent numerous messages to Lin Qinshur, but had received no response. She wished to express her gratitude to him while also discerning his motives for helping her. The grand benefactor has arrived. He has helped Xiaoyu secure the top spot in today's popularity. Isn't the top donor speaking? "Xiaoyu, is it possible that your greeting was inappropriate?" That SY Shuangmu Gij isn't responding. "Xiaoyu, go change into your battle attire and put on those high heels. The top donor will surely pay you attention." Observing the suddenly animated barrage of comments, Xiaoyu replied with a smile, "If Shuangmu Gij wishes to see, I will change." After waiting for a considerable time, Shuangmu Gij remained silent, prompting Xiaoyu to redirect the conversation and engage her viewers on other topics. In truth, as soon as Lin Qinshur opened his phone, before he could even start browsing, Li Wuqi and Fan Jianxiang burst into the dormitory. "You beast! I thought you were my brother, yet you couldn't even think of us when good fortune came your way." You encountered Senior Qin and didn't even inform us. Li Wuqi gazed at him with an expression of deep resentment. Chapter 89. Returning to Xiaoyu's livestream, Lin Qinshi looked on in confusion as Fan Jinxiang handed him his phone. The screen displayed a campus forum with the title and atmosphere like a romantic drama. Qin Ruolin and Lin Qin's High.it featured a photo of the two by the lakeside, their gazes locked under the golden hue of the sunset. With Lin Qinshi's hand outstretched, the quality of the photo was quite artistic, capturing a moment that could easily be mistaken for a scene from a film. These students certainly had a knack for being paparazzi. Oh, this? At that moment, I saw a girl whose foot was trapped in the lake and thought she was in distress. I intended to go over and offer my assistance, not realizing it was Qin Ruolin. Lin Qinshi returned the phone to Fan Jinxiang. This was captured? Ming Ming will surely have heard about it. However, since she hasn't messaged me for clarification, I see no need to explain. Some things become more convoluted the more one tries to clarify. We were so eager to think we had a chance encounter, only to find out you had your own chance meeting, Li Wuqi lamented. Enough with the whining. I'll introduce you two when the opportunity arises. Lin Qinshi waved his hand dismissively. TCH, you only got lucky and ran into Senior Qin. You think you can introduce us? You don't even have her contact information? Li Wuqi scoffed in disdain. This remark prompted Lin Qinshi to realize that he indeed did not possess Qin Ruolin's contact details. They had agreed to meet at the Jinmao building the next morning, but without contact information. How would they coordinate? He decided to ask the principal for it tomorrow. Isn't it a rare weekend? Aren't you two going out to have some fun? Fan Jinxiang rubbed his hands together, eager for a chance to hang out, as Lin Qinshi had not spent much time with them recently. You two go ahead. I'm going to take a nap. Lin Qinshi waved them off. Seeing this, Li Wuqi and Fan Jinxiang didn't press further, each taking a shower and changing clothes before heading out. Lin Qinshi handed them a membership card for the Snowfall Bar, which contained a plethora of drinks. Enjoy themselves and have fun. As he was the owner of the bar, these brothers wouldn't accept money from him, but they could certainly take advantage of these small perks. With Lin Qinshi's financial backing, they could enjoy themselves without a care. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Qinshi drifted off to sleep, only to be awakened by the loud sound of the door closing after the two left. Upon waking, he picked up his phone, realizing he had left the live stream on mute. In the stream, Xiaoyu was discussing her recent developments, mentioning that many MCN agencies had reached out to her, but she had yet to decide which one to join. Her former gaming company had also approached her for a contract renewal, which she declined, as she felt that the audience preferred new talent as an established employee. Returning to the company might not attract the same fanfare. Her loyal fans had long since been worn down by the trials of life. Tomorrow, I have an interview with an MCN agency in the financial center. The owner personally sought me out, and I've heard she is quite a beauty. Friends in the industry have spoken highly of the agency's benefits. Unlike those parasitic MCNs masquerading as media companies, as Xiaoyu outlined her plans for the following day. She refrained from revealing the exact location, knowing her IP was registered in Modu. Being too specific could lead to encounters with overzealous fans. Just as she finished speaking, a massive carnival gift flooded the livestream screen, followed by a flood of similar gifts, causing many viewers' screens to freeze. Lin Qinshi repeatedly pressed the carnival gift button, causing the chaos to persist for quite some time before he finally stopped. The chatroom erupted in complaints. Damn! My screen froze. The grand benefactor has arrived, showering gifts without warning. Big shot. Please tone it down. I can't even see Xiaoyu now. Xiaoyu was equally bewildered. She had just been playfully posing for her viewers, yet Shuangmu Gij had not uttered a single word. Now, he was showering gifts like mad, prompting her to wonder if the top donor was merely laundering money. I'm heading to the financial center tomorrow. If fate allows, let us grab a meal together. After gifting, Shuangmu Gij left a parting message and exited the live stream, leaving the remaining viewers puzzled by his unconventional behavior. This top donor is quite the character. What level of wealth does one possess to shower gifts just to say a few words? I need to find out more about Shuangmu Gij. If I ever live stream, I hope he'll come by and shower gifts there too. The live stream chat was lively, and Xiaoyu quickly messaged Lin Qinshi, asking if what he had said earlier was genuine. Given that her IP address was in Modu, she recognized that the financial center was indeed the only real possibility. Tomorrow, I will be at the financial center for business. If fate allows, perhaps we can share a meal. Lin Qinshi's words caused Xiaoyu to feel a wave of insecurity. If it had been another user, they would surely ask her where exactly in the financial center she was located, or at least request a formal meeting. Yet, The way he expressed it, so nonchalantly, as if he were a monk, made her question whether he was even interested in her. For the first time, Xiaoyu doubted her own beauty. All right, I hope to meet Shuangmu Gij. Despite her inner uncertainty, she resolved to maintain a faade of confidence. The financial center was vast. The chances of a serendipitous meeting were slim. Lin Qinshe perused other live streams, finding little of interest. As most were focused on selling products, one must visit dedicated live streaming platforms for entertainment. Otherwise, the plethora of virtual currencies within might deter even the most curious from engaging. Lin Qinju noticed an increasing influx of private messages. Aside from greetings from various internet users, he also received messages from female streamers. However, the images sent by these female streamers had been obliterated by the platform, leaving Lin Qinju unable to view them. One could surmise the nature of such photographs, as these streamers also provided him with their WeChat numbers, stating, "Viewing on WeChat will not lead to deletion." There were even male streamers who sent him pictures of their abs, perhaps thinking his lack of enthusiasm towards Xiaoyu indicated a questionable orientation. The online realm is rife with individuals striving for rapid ascension. In this society, poverty is mocked while immorality is overlooked, and male streamers have lost all sense of decorum. Lin Qinju turned off his phone and tossed it aside. After a brief wash-up, he surrendered to slumber, having not returned to his dormitory for a restful night in quite some time. The rare tranquility of such a retreat was indeed pleasant. In the dead of night, the soft creak of a door awakened Lin Qinju, for the dormitory's entrance emitted a pronounced sound when opened slowly. The slower it opened, the louder the creak. It was a known fact among the 4 dorm residents that such an entrance would never be gently nudged open. Even at the witching hour, they would hastily enter. Especially so for Li Wuqi and another who had ventured out for drinks. Lin Qinju's body lay still, his senses heightened as he listened intently to the footsteps approaching from outside. The steps were light, suggesting a female presence. The figure arrived at his bedside, swiftly brandishing a knife aimed at his heart. Lin Qinju's eyes shot open, grasping the hand wielding the knife, and leaped from the bed, twisting the assailant's arm behind her. To his astonishment, the assassin seemed to possess an uncanny flexibility, slipping free of his grip. They faced each other in the darkness, their features obscured. The assassin's supple form hinted at professional training. Could this be a bounty hunter? It appeared that without eliminating a few audacious souls, this entanglement would not conclude. Lin Qinju propelled himself toward the assailant. Although he managed to seize her, she effortlessly wriggled from his grasp, akin to a slippery eel. Frustrated, he transformed his grip into a fist, delivering a powerful blow to her chest. Feeling a soft impact, the assassin emitted a muffled groan, stumbling back and colliding with the dormitory door. Beep. Detected a beauty with a score exceeding 90. Name: Xin Yu. Score: 93. Age: 21. Height: 169 centimeters. Bust: 36 c. Favorability: 0. The system's untimely notification chimed in, yet Lin Qinju had no time to ponder its implications. He advanced swiftly to capture the female assassin. Blood trickled from the corner of Shen Yu's mouth, yet the darkness obscured Lin Qinju's vision. Just as he was about to close in, Shen Yu hastily opened the door and leaped from the balcony. Residing on the 3rd floor, a professional assassin should not succumb to fatality from such a height. In the pitch-black night, Shen Yu vanished from Lin Qinju's sight with a few agile leaps. He stood on the balcony, murmuring to himself about her remarkable agility. That punch had not been intentional. In the murky darkness, who could discern their target? This incident served as a stark reminder for Lin Qinju to remain vigilant. A bounty of 20 million was a significant lure for many. The system had already revealed the identity of his assailant, and he was taken aback to discover that one of the 4 campus beauties, Xin Yu from one of the 4 prominent families of the city, had turned out to be an assassin, and a female one at that. It remained uncertain whether this was a familial obligation or Shan Yu's own volition. Regardless, he would need to exercise caution in future encounters with the Shen family. With lingering thoughts, Lin Qinju cast a glance at his right fist before retreating to the dormitory to resume his slumber. In the darkness, a figure navigated through the campus, entering the female dormitory building. As she stepped inside, the dormitory lights illuminated her pallid visage. A pair of phoenix eyes rested upon her prominent nose, and a strand of blood stained her cherry-like lips. She shed her dark attire, revealing a tall and voluptuous figure beneath. Clenching her teeth, she seethed, "Lin Qinju, you scoundrel, I shall not let you off easily. Inside Xinyu's dormitory, she was alone, likely due to the weekend as others were absent. She picked up her phone from the table and made a call. How did it go? Was the task completed? A heavy voice responded from the other end. The intelligence was accurate. Lin Qingju's abilities are formidable. I was merely struck once, and my blood surged, leaving me unable to stand properly. Should I endure another blow? I fear I might perish on the spot. Xinyu reported. After a moment of silence, the voice replied, understood. For now, we will lower his ranking on the dark web. He cannot remain at the forefront, or those assassins will be sent to their demise in due time. I will send others to test his capabilities. If his skills do not align with the bounty, we will rescind the order. We cannot allow this 20 million bounty to render the dark web's reward system obsolete. Xinyu nodded silently. In the meantime, I will seek an opportunity to eliminate him. Few possess the capability to compel the dark web to voluntarily withdraw a bounty, regardless of his strength. This pertains to the dark web's reputation. Proceed as you see fit, prioritize your own safety. The call ended abruptly. After hanging up, Xinyu entered the bathroom, shedding her clothing to examine the attack's aftermath, revealing a bruise in the shape of a fist. Embarrassment and anger flooded her senses as she muttered, Lin Qingju, I will surely kill you. Having never been struck in such a manner by the opposite sex, especially not with a fist, the pain eclipsed any strange feelings. Unbeknownst to Lin Qingju, who had already slipped back into dreamland, he sneezed in his sleep and turned over, continuing his slumber. The following morning, after breakfast in the cafeteria, Lin Qingju was greeted by Qin Ruolin, who awaited him by his car. He had planned to request the principal's contact information, but this saved him time. Even Qin Ruolin, newly returned, had heard of Lin Qingju's recent high-profile antics, recognizing the car as his. Today, Qin Ruolin donned a black bodycon dress complemented by a pair of black high heels, elevating her already statuesque height to align with Lin Qingju's gaze. Her long hair was elegantly styled, with a few strands cascading delicately, exuding a blend of formality and casual elegance. Good morning, Senior Qin, Lin Qingju greeted with a smile. Qin Ruolin glanced at her junior with an impassive expression. In 10 minutes, the cafeteria will begin serving lunch. Do you not think it too early? Lin Qingju, with a sheepish grin, approached the passenger seat, having left his car behind after drinking the previous night. Noticing Qin Ruolin's demeanor, it seemed she had been waiting for a while. The roar of the Lamborghini echoed through the campus, drawing the astonished gazes of many as they witnessed Qin Ruolin entering the vehicle. Wow! I wondered why Senior Qin appeared so early in the parking lot. Turns out she was waiting for the owner of the luxury car. Luxury car owner? That's Lin Qingju from the esteemed dormitory. The campus forums have been buzzing about him lately. Isn't he Mengxi's boyfriend? How did he end up with Senior Qin? Must be nice to have wealth to indulge as one pleases. It seems that beauty is not cold, but merely looks down on the less fortunate. I just snapped a picture. I'll upload it to the forum and let Mengxi, the campus beauty, see her boyfriend's true colors. I support this. We mustn't allow the campus beauty to be tarnished by the same scoundrel. I'm filled with rage. 3 of the 4 campus beauties are now entangled with this scoundrel. Chapter 91. Exposing the scoundrel. Mengxi is this beast's girlfriend. Last time, Su Xiaohua sat next to him in class, and now even the graduating Qin Xiaohua has taken a ride in his car. Only Shen Xiaohua remains unscathed. Shen Xiaohua, you must hold strong. Expose him. It is imperative to reveal the true nature of this beast to all the beautiful women. As the conversation continued, the group recalled the series of events that had unfolded. What is this scoundrel's background that every campus beauty seems to have crossed paths with him? Lin Qingju drove swiftly to the Jinmao Tower, and upon entering, every employee greeted him warmly. This scene astonished Qin Ruolin. For Jinmao Tower was a premier office building in the city, where employees were reputed to be exceedingly proud. Aside from their superior, Sun Ji, they maintained a strict separation between personal and professional matters. Yet, they were now acknowledging Lin Qingju. This building is mine, although I have leased it out entirely, leaving only 1 floor for myself. You can temporarily operate here until the other space is completed, which will not be available for some time, Lin Qingju noted, perceiving Qin Ruolin's astonishment. Her surprise deepened upon hearing his words. They ascended to Lin Qingju's office floor, where Yang Yun and others were busy preparing for various contacts. Mo Fong was establishing an intelligence network for Lin Qingju. Through his dealings with Wen Jiaxiu, Lin Qingju recognized his ignorance of many societal matters, even the dark web, which was a recent discovery. He was entirely unaware of the intricacies surrounding the Kyoto Yang family. Mo Fong's current task involved gathering information of this nature, for intelligence work is notoriously costly. Lin Qingju allocated 10 billion for its establishment. Lin Qingju produced a contract that Li Qing had prepared in advance and handed it to Qin Ruolin. Senior Qin, please review the contract carefully. If everything is satisfactory, we can sign it today, and you may commence your duties. The system's notification sound had yet to activate, leading Lin Qingju to suspect that a labor contract signing process was necessary to complete the task. As Qin Ruolin perused the contract, Lin Qingju refrained from interrupting, recognizing the solemnity of such an agreement warranted thorough scrutiny. The more she read, the more astonished she became. This was no oppressive, exploitative contract. Rather, it was a generous agreement. Upon joining, she would receive housing with the freedom to choose from any property in the city. Even if she desired the illustrious Tangchen Yipin, Lin Qingju would procure it for her, a monthly salary of 1 million, with a 13th month bonus, equating to an annual salary of 13 million. All statutory holidays were included, and she would receive an additional month off each year for leisure travel, all expenses covered. Every expense incurred for work-related purposes would also be reimbursed. This extraordinary offer left Qin Ruolin feeling incredulous. Lin Qingju had invested considerable effort and resources to secure her as an asset. Once she signed the contract, he would immediately gain 300 billion. You may profit, but I shall never incur a loss. Qin Ruolin's heart raced as she contemplated the contract. Such an offer could never materialize in reality. She understood her worth. Merely a recent graduate, she had no right to such a lucrative position. Unless Lin Qingju possessed foresight, anticipating her future potential, he must have ulterior motives. After much contemplation, Qin Ruolin concluded that it was likely the latter. She now suspected Lin Qingju to be an operative sent by the Wang Group. Her expression shifted to one of wariness. Junior, I know my own worth. This contract transcends a mere labor agreement. It's akin to a gift of money. What is your true intention? Alarmed by the exceptional benefits, Lin Qingju felt a jolt of anxiety. Senior, please do not misunderstand. The generous offerings are not exclusive to you. They apply to everyone. However, each person's responsibilities differ, hence the disparity in benefits. Your role will encompass a wider array of tasks, justifying this level of remuneration. Others, like Yanggu, have salaries set at 2 million annually, plus bonuses. Lin Qingju explained, prompting a vigorous nod from Yangyu nearby. Qin Ruolin's gaze flickered, still grappling with the astonishing offer. Junior, this is too much. I do not deserve such a compensation package. Please, provide me with the most basic salary. 100,000 annually would suffice. As a recent graduate, I need not command such a high wage. If you truly value my abilities, grant me shares instead. Even 1% would suffice. Qin Ruolin believed that by accepting less, she would evade being manipulated. If Lin Qingju was genuinely invested in the venture, shares would be a fair trade. Lin Qingju shook his head. I will not provide you with shares. Qin Ruolin was taken aback. Compared to an annual salary exceeding 1 million, 1% of the shares would be a more advantageous deal for Lin Qingju. Moreover, possessing shares would bind Qin Ruolin to the company, enhancing her retention. Could Lin Qingju guarantee the company's profitability? Continuing, Lin Qingju elaborated, I established this security company for 2 reasons. Firstly, to ensure I have capable personnel at my disposal. Secondly, to provide refuge for veterans with nowhere to turn. This is a project in collaboration with the military or the entire nation. It is not intended to be a profit-making venture. Should I grant you shares, not only would you forfeit dividends, but you might also risk your own investment. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruolin's perception of Lin Qingju shifted, solidifying her resolve to obtain shares. She tore the contract in half and declared, Junior, please create a new one. I must have shares. If you are willing to act so nobly, I, as your senior, must share in the burden. Even if there are losses, I will take responsibility for my portion. Lin Qingju, observing her unwavering determination, instructed Li Qing to draft a new contract, maintaining the same benefits while including a 5% equity stake. Should there be losses, he would still possess funds, ensuring that Qin Ruolin would not bear the brunt of it. Little did he anticipate that his prior words would yield such an impact, transforming Qin Ruolin's demeanor from suspicion and confusion to unwavering conviction, simply through his utterances. After a brief review of the newly prepared contract, Qin Ruolin inscribed her name. The ensuing system notification chimed in. Beep, congratulations, host, on completing the task of recruiting Qin Ruolin. Qin Ruolin's favorability has reached 70 points, fulfilling option 2. Reward, 30 billion in cash, proficiency in languages. Dear customer, your account ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 30,000,000,000 yuan, with a balance of 87,412,069,053 yuan. Chapter 92. Gu Xiaoyu, Host. Lin Qinzhu, Strength, 9. Constitution, 10. Mentality, 8. Charm, 8. The highest attribute for ordinary individuals is 10. The host falls within the normal range of ordinary individuals. Vehicles, Pagani Huayra, Lamborghini Veneno, Mansion. Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1, Tangshan Epine A Building, 33 RD Floor. Skills, proficient in martial arts, chess, marksmanship, athletic skills, and languages. Balance, 87,412,069,053. Lin Qinzhu gazed at the ever-increasing balance. Reflecting on the sheer impossibility of exhausting such wealth, he was astonished that Qin Ruolin's favorability had soared to 70 points. Evidently, his performance in recent days had been commendable, surpassing the standard to achieve the completion of option 2. From today onward, I am your employee, Boss Lin, Qin Ruolin proclaimed with a smile, extending her hand. Senior, please just call me by my name. The title boss makes me uncomfortable, Lin Qinzhu replied, grinning as he clasped her hand. Then I shall refer to you as Lin, Jr. I cannot bring myself to utter your full name, Lin Qinzhu, Qin Ruolin chuckled, covering her mouth. Although she did not closely follow campus affairs, she had heard enough to know the notorious names associated with the esteemed dormitory, each evoking a blend of amusement and disbelief. Since I have become your employee, I shall commence my duties. Please inform me of the current progress of the work and any difficulties we may be facing. Qin Ruolin appears to be eager to dive into her tasks. Lin Qinshi has asked Li Qing to brief her, as he is also unaware of the present status of the work. Li Qing led Qin Ruolin into an office to report on some current progress. Meanwhile, Lin Qinshi made his way to the office where Yang Yun and others were situated. Brother Imo, how is the investigation into the Wang family of the Magic City progressing? Imo Fong, a young man in his 30s wearing black-framed glasses, was initially deemed unfit for military service due to his appearance. However, his exceptional abilities earned him a special exception. The findings are mostly clear. The Wang family built their fortune through real estate, and Li Jianfu's Jianlong real estate was also supported by them. Currently, the Li father and son are hiding within the Wang family's territory, though their exact location remains unknown. Mo Fong handed a dossier to Lin Qinshi. As Lin Qinshi perused the information, he noted that the Wang family has its origins in the underworld, initially collecting protection money before escalating to territorial disputes. They did not merely seize land. They coerced owners into transferring property titles directly to the Wang family. When the reclaimed territories faced government expropriation, the former patriarch, Wang Tianfeng, recognized a business opportunity and swiftly gathered manpower, seizing numerous plots during an era devoid of advanced information technology. This endeavor yielded their first fortune. Wang Tianfeng was also notoriously charming, with 8 sons and 3 daughters. However, in the current generation, male heirs have become scarce. Had it not been for recent scientific advancements, the Wang family's third generation would consist solely of Wang Jingde. Presently, Wang Jingde is the CEO of the Wang Group. He is a capable yet somewhat extravagant scion, embodying all the traits typical of a wealthy heir. Lin Qinshi glanced at the profile of Wang Jingde, realizing that Qin Ruolin had likely been recruited to serve him and subsequently blacklisted for her unwillingness. From now on, Qin Ruolin will be responsible for all matters concerning the security company. Any inquiries may be directed to her. It is indeed a stroke of luck that Wang Jingde's nefarious intentions have allowed her to join us. However, one must teach the Wang family a lesson for daring to blacklist our CEO. You are to proceed with the plan, and should you require funds, simply request them from me, Lin Qinshi declared to Yang Yun and the others. Upon hearing this, the group became invigorated. After a period of subdued activity following Wen Jiaxu's death, they were once again filled with enthusiasm. Initially, Lin Qinshi had contemplated posting a bounty on the dark web to deal with Wang Jingde, but ultimately dismissed the idea, as the bounty board on the dark web was beyond even Yang Lian's reach, indicating the influence of powerful families behind the scenes. After concluding his instructions, Lin Qinshi exited the office, leaving the others bustling with activity, while he himself found it rather unproductive to remain idle. As he descended in the elevator, it fortuitously stopped again on the 17th floor. When the doors opened, it was not Chen Jia who entered, but another acquaintance of Lin Qinshi. He had just sent her a plethora of gifts during the carnival the previous night, leaving a message that they should dine together if they crossed paths. Ding! A beauty with a score above 90 has been detected. Name, Gu Xiaoyu. Score, 93. Age, 24. Height, 162 centimeters. Bust, 34C. Favorability, 80. This was Lin Qinshi's first encounter with a girl of some renown from the internet in real life, and he was surprised to find that Gu Xiaoyu, with her mature demeanor, stood at such a diminutive height, creating quite a contrast. At that moment, Gu Xiaoyu was clad in a white sheer dress with spaghetti straps, her hair casually draped over her shoulders, and a black mask covering her face. Despite this, Lin Qinshi recognized her immediately. After a glance at Lin Qinshi, Gu Xiaoyu entered the elevator, turning her back to him. Did you succeed in the interview? Lin Qinshi suddenly inquired. Gu Xiaoyu turned around, astonished. Are you talking to me? Do we know each other? It was no secret that she was there for an interview. Yet she had covered herself so thoroughly that she was surprised someone could recognize her. She was merely a game commentator, not a major celebrity, so the chances of having a stalker seemed slim. Lin Qinshi smiled slightly. Did I not mention last night that if we encountered one another today, we should dine together? Hearing this, Gu Xiaoyu's eyes widened, and she quickly removed her mask. You are Shuangmu Qinshai? In Gu Xiaoyu's imagination, Shuangmu Qinshai would at least be a man in his 30s or 40s. To her surprise, he was merely a handsome young man, appearing to be of similar age. Lin Qinshi nodded. I didn't realize your interview was with Qian Jie's company. What a coincidence. Gu Xiaoyu, however, was still not entirely convinced that Lin Qinshi was indeed Shuangmu Qinshai, as the latter had made that statement during a live stream, leaving her wary of potential imposters with ulterior motives. Chapter 93. Confronting the imposter. Gu Xiaoyu sent an emoji to Shuangmu Qinshai via WeChat. Lin Qinshi felt his phone vibrate and retrieved it. Upon seeing the emoji, he surmised that Gu Xiaoyu was harboring doubts about his identity. He found it amusing that there were individuals who would impersonate him. He displayed his phone to Gu Xiaoyu, who then confirmed that he was indeed her #1 supporter. I apologize, Shuangmu Gij. Since you mentioned in the live stream that we should eat together if we encountered one another, too many viewers are aware of it, and I was concerned about someone impersonating you. Gu Xiaoyu playfully stuck out her tongue. That's perfectly all right. It's wise for young ladies to protect themselves and exercise caution, Lin Qinshi replied, indicating that he bore no ill will. I never expected Shuangmu Gij to be so young. I thought you were a middle-aged man, Gu Xiaoyu remarked, appraising Lin Qinshi's height. At that moment, Lin Qinshi's charm had reached an impressive level, becoming more harmonious and handsome without altering his features. When his charm reaches a score of 9, he will be perceived as attractive by all members of the opposite sex, and upon breaching 10, he will possess an allure that captivates individuals of all ages. My name is Lin Qinshi. Just call me by my name, he stated, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with the title Shuangmu Gij. Lin Qinshi? Gu Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh. Lin Qinshi was accustomed to such reactions. It seemed that anyone who heard his name responded in a similar manner. I'm sorry. I just remembered something amusing. Gu Xiaoyu quickly clarified. Lin Qinshi smiled. And just then, the elevator arrived at the ground floor, and he stepped out. Gu Xiaoyu hesitated. Realizing that Lin Qinshi seemed to have no intention of dining with her, perhaps due to her laughter at his name. While she was lost in thought, Lin Qinshi had already exited the building, prompting Gu Xiaoyu to hurriedly chase after him. Lin Gij, did you not say that we should dine together if we encountered one another? Gu Xiaoyu called out as she reached Lin Qinshi. Oh, that was merely a casual remark. You must have other matters to attend to. We can arrange to meet another time. Although he had made that statement the previous night, he wasn't the type to pursue someone for a meal. If she wished to dine with him, it would be up to her to approach him. I have no other plans. It just so happens to be lunchtime, and if possible, I would like to treat you to a meal. Considering that Lin Qinshi had sent her numerous gifts, she felt that it was only fair to accompany him for a meal. Lin Qinshi pondered for a moment. He truly had nothing pressing at the moment, so he agreed to dine together. Gu Xiaoyu beamed with joy, heading to the passenger side but struggling to open the door. Lin Qinshi walked over and opened it for her, allowing her to enter. You're treating. You can choose where to eat, Lin Qinshi remarked as he entered the car. Having gifted her so many presents, it seemed only reasonable to treat her to a meal. Let us go to Manhan Pavilion. I happen to have a reservation for today. The number for Shuayan Pavilion is difficult to obtain and quite expensive, Gu Xiaoyu said, pulling out her phone to check her reservation details. Manhan Pavilion? Isn't that the place you ordered takeout from last time? Lin Qinshi asked as he pressed the accelerator and drove away from the Gmao building. Lin Gij, your car is so stylish. Is it a Lamborghini? I've heard of Lamborghinis, and I think they have the big bull and the little bull. Is yours the big bull? Gu Xiaoyu inquired. Admiring the car's interior, not the big bull. This is called the Poison. Lin Qinshi casually replied. Poison? What an imposing name, Gu Xiaoyu remarked. As most girls are generally unfamiliar with cars, they might recognize a brand but lack detailed knowledge. The two quickly arrived at Manhan Pavilion. It was Lin Qinshi's first visit, having only ordered takeout previously. After Gu Xiaoyu showed her reservation confirmation to the front desk staff, they were led to a table in the main hall. Once seated, Gu Xiaoyu explained, I originally intended to eat alone, and thus secured a table in the main hall for quicker service. Had I known I would be treating Lin Gij to a meal, I should have reserved a private room. She looked at Lin Qinshi, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Lin Qinshi shook his head, indicating that he did not mind. Although both establishments have pavilion in their names, Manhan Pavilion and Shuiyun Pavilion are quite different. Manhan Pavilion resembles a trendy restaurant with long queues, while Shuiyun Pavilion offers high-end private dining in an elegant setting with a diverse menu. Ji Xiaoyu handed the menu to Lin Qinshi, casually ordering a few dishes. While waiting for the food, a man in a suit, appearing to be in his 30s, approached. Xiaoyu, I can't believe we truly ran into each other. I am Shuangmu Qinchai. The man flashed a self-satisfied grin at Gu Xiaoyu. Ji Xiaoyu was taken aback, and Lin Qinshi was equally surprised to find someone impersonating him in front of the real deal. Ji Xiaoyu's expression shifted from confusion to anger. She could hardly believe that someone would actually dare to impersonate him. Had the real Shuangmu Qinchai not been seated across from her, she would have had to authenticate with a text message again. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Qinshi discreetly nudged her foot, signaling her to remain silent. Ji Xiaoyu understood, albeit internally criticizing Lin Qinshi for his mischievousness. Really? You are truly Shuangmu Gij? Gu Xiaoyu feigned astonishment, covering her mouth. The man chuckled confidently. Of course. I sent you so many gifts last night. How could you have forgotten so soon? He comfortably took a seat, as their table had 4 seats positioned at each corner. Can't believe I've really met Shuangmu Gij. Gu Xiaoyu pretended to be amazed. Meanwhile, Lin Qinshi sipped his tea, observing her performance. Since we encountered each other, I suppose I'll have to cancel my plans for later. After we finish eating, let us catch a movie and then relax. I booked a room at Bulgari. The man didn't even glance at Lin Qinshi, as if he were invisible. Ji Xiaoyu's face darkened upon hearing this. The imposter's intentions were evidently unscrupulous. I believe you are mistaken. Dining together was something Shuangmu Gij suggested, but I never agreed to it, and I am currently having a meal with a friend. Gu Xiaoyu sought to see how the man would respond, whether he would cling to his ruse or attempt another tactic. The man sneered, what friend could be more important than me? I've sent you so many gifts. It's fine if we skip the meal, but you must come with me to Bulgari. Lin Qinshi couldn't help but admire the audacity of the man before him, who shamelessly claimed to be Shuangmu Qinchai.